Chapter 526, Asura Uyang, Losses to Both Sides. Bian Xizan moved to the front of the troop and without saying much, quickly started the fight with Uyang Bai Sang. The battle between the two attracted the close attention of countless people. If considering reputation, Shadow Sword Expert could throw Uyang Bai Sang several streets away. But if considering cultivation and strength, Uyang Bai Sang was a rank 4 peak stage GU master who was able to cross a great realm and kill a rank 5 expert, while Shadow Sword Expert was only at rank 4 upper stage. Shadow Sword Expert's GU worms complemented each other very well and there was no shortcomings. At the same time, she placed high importance on her movement ability. Her figure turned into shadows and continuously circled around Uyang Bai Sang, attacking with multiple sword shadows from time to time. Uyang Bai Sang stayed stationary on the spot as he defended, his body unmoving like the rocks on the shores of the sea. The battle went on for a while, when this sworn brother of Lu Wenwu slowly felt impatient. If you are only of this standard, then go die. He gave a low shout, as great changes appeared over his whole body. His teeth quickly grew longer and sharper like swords, and his 2 pairs of canine teeth protruded out of his mouth like fangs. Green hair started growing out of his bald head. Not only on his head, the green hair grew all over his body. His body made creaking noises and his blood flow instantly slowed down greatly. The originally tall and skinny body became even more thin, but the aura of danger coming from him grew thicker by 10 times. His eyes were no longer human eyes, but had transformed into a pair of eerie and cold green eyes, giving off a glossy jade light. Rank 5, Asura Zombie GU. This GU was classified under the most classic zombie series of transformation path. The series of zombie GU were spread widely throughout the 5 regions. From rank 2 roaming zombie GU to rank 3 hairy zombie GU to rank 4 hopping zombie GU till the rank 5 flying zombie GU. There were 5 great flying zombie GU in the world: Asura Zombie, Heavenly Demon Zombie, Blood White, Nightmare Zombie and Plague Zombie. Many GU masters who did not have much lifespan left and had no lifespan GU to increase their life, would often choose to turn into zombies to prolong their life, transforming into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. Fang Yuan had already seen Blood White GU before. At Qingmao Mountain, GUU first generation ancestor had turned into Blood White to change his fate in defiance of heaven, but his plan was thwarted by divine investigator Tai Shui Leng and others. This Asura Zombie GU that Uyang Bai Sang was using was a formidable GU that was equally famous as Blood White GU. Clank clank clank. Bian Xizan's sword shadows cut at Uyang Bai Sang's body, but they actually produced sparks on contact, unable to injure his skin by even a fraction, only cutting several green hair. Overlapping shadow GU. Bian Xizan's eyes flashed with a sharp light, multiple sword shadows overlaid on top of one another to transform into an abysmally dark and extremely condensed sword. Now this is something. Green light blossomed in Uyang Bai Sang's pupils as he looked at this sword shadow attack. He was not afraid, but instead was happy. He stretched his right hand in a form of a claw and grabbed at the sword shadow like he was grabbing a rabbit. This, Bian Xizan revealed shock. The sword shadow in her hand could not go an inch further. Gagaga. Uyang Bai Sang laughed in a haggard and unpleasant tone as he clenched his claw-shaped right palm. A soft sound echoed. He actually forcibly burst apart the sword shadow. Bian Xizan quickly retreated. The shattered sword shadow burst into many sharp pieces that ruthlessly struck at Uyang Bai Sang, inflicting several deep wounds on his body, and slashed apart the 4 fingers on his right hand and almost cut apart the whole right fist. Bian Xizan had bitterly accumulated battle merits from several small battles before and exchanged them for overlapping shadow GU from He Tribe's supply camp. Under its effect, the multiple sword shadows offense could merge and could match the offensive prowess of a rank 5 attack GU. Uyang Bai Sang was slashed at by the sword shadow, but he did not feel any pain. He had transformed into a zombie, which caused the feeling of pain to almost disappear. At the same time, large amounts of eerie green blood flowed out of the wounds. The wounds were so deep that one could see the bone, but they healed within just few seconds of time. New hair grew on top of it and covered it. His broken fingers also grew again and it looked like it did not take any effort. Bian Xizan's complexion turned pale white at this sight. Uyang Bai Sang looked hot-headed when he forcibly grabbed the sword shadow, but it was actually a psychological tactic. After he transformed into Asura Zombie, his defense and recovery ability were raised by several folds. Bian Xizan's strongest attack could not affect him in any way. This unavoidably weakened Bian Xizan's will to battle severely. GU Master's battle strength did not only rely on the amount of primeval essence in their aperture, it also depended on their determination and mental state. I am an assassin, an expert at movement and infiltrating secretly. These challenges between the two army are done out in the open, and facing someone head-on is not my usual style. Liang Baisang's performance greatly weakened the battle intent in Bian Xizan's heart. In the next several rounds, she kept on attacking while moving around Liang Baisang, but it was clear her attacking frequency had decreased by a lot compared to before, and she was dodging most of the time. After exchanging 10 more moves, Bian Xizan shouted and quickly pulled open a distance from Liang Baisang, retreating towards He tribe camp. At this sight, Lu tribe army's morale rose again, while He tribe's morale shook and the higher-ups did not have good expressions. Bian Xizan lost. Is Liang Baisang really so strong? His killer move is Asura transformation, having killed a rank 5 expert with this killer move. Now, he has only used Asura zombie GU, not even using his full strength, but was still able to defeat Shadow Sword expert. Shadow Sword expert did not have a strong will to fight, but by continuously attacking while moving around, she has exhausted a considerable amount of Liang Baisang's primeval essence. We can send another person to fight with him. The discussion settled and He tribe army sent Pan Ping to battle. But within only a short period of time, Pan Ping seemed unable to stall further and panically unsheathed the scimitar on his waist and used Soul Blade GU. A cold light flashed, but it was in vain. Soul Blade GU could ignore defense, but it did not work always and had a certain probability. Moreover, once this rank 4 Soul Blade GU was activated, it needed 8 hours of rest before it could be used again. Liang Baisang got quite a shock. Despite having read relevant intel, Soul Blade GU's speed was way faster than what he imagined, making him unable to react in time. I can't leave him alive. Liang Baisang's killing intent surged as he pounced towards Pan Ping. Pan Ping already knew the situation was bad the moment he saw his attack did not succeed, so he hurriedly retreated. Liang Baisang pursued him closely. He tribe quickly sent 3 rank 4 experts to block Liang Baisang and rescue Pan Ping. The 3 rank 4 experts surrounded Liang Baisang and attacked fiercely. Liang Baisang was about to use his killer move, Asura transformation, when Mo Shi Kuang, who was unable to endure any more, charged out of the main tent and shouted, "Second brother, I will lend you a hand." Liang Baisang, alone, put He tribe army under great pressure, now adding Mo Shi Kuang on top of that, and the situation turned way worse. "Third brother, no need to interfere, what is the use even if there are more people? Look at my Asura transformation." Liang Baisang furiously roared under the 3 rank 4 experts' violent attacks, and used his killer move. His aura suddenly increased sharply, his body grew bigger, becoming a giant of over 10 feet. The muscles in his whole body inflated like a balloon and quickly transforming into absurd rock-like bulging muscles. And under his pair of arms, 2 new pairs of arms grew out. His body was completely dark green. His feet ripped apart the leather boots and stepped on the grassland, creating a deep crater. The protruding fangs turned dark brown and a third vertical eye opened from the center of his forehead. Liang Baisang roared, the berserk sound shaking the whole battlefield. The 3 He tribe's GU masters felt their momentum slowed down. Liang Baisang waved his fist like swatting a fly, sending one flying far away. The other 2 attacked violently, golden blades striking rapidly like thunder, but Liang Baisang took it forcibly, his enormous body not even budging. Die. He attacked with all 6 hands, punching, swatting, grabbing, holding, with extremely fierce power. And all his hands moved smoothly, not hindering each other in the slightest. The 2 rank 4 could not take it head-on, and started retreating. Liang Baisang was not satisfied, his every punch produced a sonic boom with power that caused people to pale. 1 rank 4 GU master lasted only a short while under this crazed offense and was smashed into blood paste, while another GU master was grabbed by Liang Baisang. "Don't kill me, don't kill." His pleadings came to an end abruptly. Blood started flowing rapidly out of his 7 facial orifices, his ribs were crushed and his body started deflating. Liang Baisang had crushed him to death with 2 hands. So violent. Cunning gentleman Sun Shihan involuntarily cried out. He Lu Lan's express turned extremely unsightly, and Tai Bai Yunsheng also had a solemn expression. Lu tribe's army started cheering loudly while He tribe's GU masters were in disorder. their morale falling down to the abyss. Lu Wenwu laughed at this sight before waving his hand, commence the battle. All troops, charge. Immediately, Lu tribe army rushed forward like a flood with the gates opened, bringing a momentum that wanted to drown the world. Mo Shi Kuang, Pei Yan Fei and others were leading. He Lu Lan gnashed his teeth and also sent the command for the army to prepare to receive the attack. The large battle unfolded with all kinds of shouts and cries resounding through the battlefield. During the intense battle, Lu tribe's several great experts rampaged everywhere, causing He Lu Lan and the higher-ups to fall into disadvantage at the very start. But at the low level, He tribe was actually winning. Under Fang Yuan's control, the wolf group started wildly slaughtering Lu tribe's GU masters, while Lu tribe army's GU masters had no choice but to waste their precious primeval essence against the encroaching wolves. Thus, even if the wolves died, they died after contributing greatly. Lu tribe's GU masters experts sensed this unfavorably situation and started searching for Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan used the same old trick, hiding in some corner of the battlefield. He now already had 3 rank 4 lurking soul coat GU, and with the concealment from these GU, as long as he did not use over 80% of his strength, his soul fluctuations would be concealed. This large battle continued from the early morning to evening. The setting sun shone like blood as it shone down on the grassland that was covered with corpses and blood. There was no winner in this battle. Lu tribe suffered disastrous losses in their military forces because of the wolf group. After the Lu tribe's GU master experts were not able to find Fang Yuan's location, they all concentrated in attacking He tribe's GU master experts. He tribe's GU master experts thus suffered serious damage. Mo Shi Kuang and Yang Bai Sang were difficult to restrain, and almost all the He tribe GU masters were too terrified to confront them. He tribe's battle intent was dissipating and was barely able to hold on. When the night fell, the night wolves became fierce and Lu Wenwu, not wanting the lower-ranked GU master casualties to increase, also had the thought of retreating. The first battle ended up in a draw with their killing intent gradually calming down as the night progressed. Both sides retreated behind their defense lines to rest and prepare. Chapter 527, Wolf King, Striving for Victory. He tribe's main tent. The atmosphere here was stifling, almost everyone including He Lu Lan was injured. The lofty and grand GU master experts looked very miserable at this moment. Lu tribe's offense was too fierce. Lu Wenwu, Luo Bo Jun and Ni Yaqing are rank 5 experts, Mo Shi Kuang and Yang Bai Sang are rank 4 peak stage experts with battle strength of rank 5. Furthermore, there are other strong experts like Pei Yan Fei and Chong Biao. Such quality of experts were rarely seen in the past 10 struggles for imperial court. Cunning gentleman Sun Shihan sighed. Rank 4 GU masters were already rare, each was the head of small or mid-sized forces or elders of large-sized forces. And with the high demand of aptitude, rank 5 was even rarer. Even a super force would only have 2-3 rank 5 GU masters openly. Actually, when comparing, He tribe was stronger in higher ranked forces. He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng and Ji Guo Long were rank 5 experts. And there were over 20 rank 4 experts including Chong Shan Yin, Tang Miaoming, Hao Ji Lu, Bian Xizan and Pan Ping. However, even between same ranked GU masters, there was a difference in their battle strength. GU masters were a force that surpassed group battles, their individual strength could surpass the accumulation of a group. For example, just Fang Yuan alone could slaughter small or mid-sized tribes. In today's battle, Yang Bai Sang, alone, had slaughtered 5 rank 4 GU masters and 12 rank 3 elders. It was not that He tribe was weak but that Lu tribe's higher ranked battle strength was too strong. Especially in this battle, Lu tribe had slaughtered many of He tribe's higher ranked GU masters, cutting down rank 4 GU masters to almost half, causing the gap to further increase. The way to deal with the enormous dominance of Lu tribe was a problem He tribe had to quickly come up with a solution for. If I had some time, I could annex several large armies, and with old Sir's prestige, subdue some experts, maybe we could contend against Lu tribe's higher ranked strength then. He Lu Lan sighed, hating Lu Wenwu for choosing this time to attack, not giving him any space to develop. Tai Bai Yun Sheng immediately realized the deep intent behind He Lu Lan's words. I once rescued Gao Yong and Zhu Zai, and they had said they would repay the favor. I can write them a letter, and maybe they will come over. Everyone's spirits rose. Gao Yong and Zhu Zai were called the twin demons of demonic path in northern plains, they always worked together, having great teamwork with each other. These two were both rank 4 peak stage experts and had once killed a rank 5 expert by combining their strength. The pressure on He Lu Lan eased. If I can get Gao Yong and Zhu Zai's help, it can slightly make up for the gap between the two armies. But the events of the battle concerns everyone's life, and we cannot hope for others' mood in repaying the favor. In today's battle, it was thanks to Wolf King that we were able to exterminate large numbers of low-ranked enemy GU masters, causing an enormous loss to Lu tribe. If it were not for Lu Wenwu feeling hesitation, how could he have retreated so easily? Everyone's gaze landed on Fang Yuan, wanting to hear his thoughts. Fang Yuan had a tranquil expression, not having a trace of injury on his body. He had been hiding while commanding the wolf group in the battle, but he was the one who gained the most battle merits. Most of the ones in the main tent were inwardly infuriated at this, having envious and jealous feelings. But due to the situation, they did not dare to flare up. After the battle, Fang Yuan had been looking through his memories, trying to excavate the information on how He Lu Lan had prevailed over Lu Wenwu, but even after a long time of racking up his brain, he did not get any results. There was way too much information in the memories of his 500 years of past life, and much was forgotten. And from the look of it, this enormous problem that was troubling everyone was no more than just a minor detail in the long river of history in his past life. Feeling everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan raised his eyelids and lightly said, Lu tribe has enslavement path GU masters, but their strongest expert is only Bei Cao Chuan, whose grass soldier troops is of no importance. Now, both the enemy and us have our strengths. We are like two giants stabbing each other with spears. Lu tribe is strong in terms of higher rank GU masters, while I can slaughter many of their low-rank GU masters with my wolf group. Thus, it resulted in the draw today. The way to victory is restraining the enemy's advantage as well as strengthening our advantage. In restraining the enemy's GU master experts is not an impossible thing. As long as I can have a group of strong wolves as trump cards, I can restrain them. But with this, I will have to use all my strength, and the rank 4 lurking soul coat GU on me will no longer be able to conceal my soul fluctuations, and thus I will become the enemy's target. Fang Yuan's words caused everyone's eyes to brighten. Trump card wolf group. He Lu Lan lowered his head and mumbled. The current 5 great enslavement masters of Northern Plains were called the 5 Beast Kings. Among them, Horse King Ma Zun has mutated Pegasus group. Eagle King Yang Po Ying has mutated Thunder Eagle group. Rat King Zhang Baoya has mutated Mountain Drilling Rat group. And the newly advanced enslavement master Leopard King Nu Er controlled Glimpse Leopard group. Only Wolf King Chong Shan Yin did not have a mutated beast group. Every mature mutated beast possessed the battle strength of rank 4 GU masters. Once a group of mutated beasts formed, they would be more terrifying than the same amount of GU masters. After all, beast group would charge dauntlessly under the enslavement path GU masters' control. As GU masters had all kinds of self-benefits to think about, even if they were under poison vow, they could not be made to fight to the death. If they had a group of mutated beasts, there was a huge chance of killing rank 5 experts. After all, even rank 5 GU masters were mortals in the end, with limited primeval essence, and there were times when their strength was exhausted. However, making a mutated beast group was too time-consuming of a process and would exhaust enormous energy and resources. To look for a group of mutated wolf group for Fang Yuan in this short period of time, there was only one way: requesting help from He tribe's GU immortals. The people in the main tent, even if they did not know the existence of Treasure Yellow Heaven, they were aware of the huge power of GU immortals. In the history of Northern Plains, there were several examples where GU immortals organized mutated beast group to provide assistance to their respective force. Mutated beast group is indeed a way out. I will give it a try first. He Lu Lan pondered for a while before saying vaguely. But everyone clearly knew the meaning behind He Lu Lan's words was to request help from the GU immortal behind him. This immediately caused a new change in the gaze. Everyone looked at Fang Yuan. How could this Wolf King Chong Shan Yin have such good luck? Making a GU immortal help him to organize a mutated wolf group. If he had to do this himself, he might not even be able to accomplish it in 20 to 30 years. Why don't we get such benefits? Everyone felt envious and jealous. Ultimately, it was the identity of Chong Shan Yin that Fang Yuan carried. An enslavement master was an existence that could turn tides around. He tribe was fighting Lu tribe. It was indeed wise to put heavy importance on Fang Yuan and give more resources to him. If I remember right, even if there is a mutated beast group, Lord Wolf King's battle merits is ranked number 1 from the bottom, the last place in the battle merits list, right? Cunning Gentleman was filled with jealousy, kindly, reminding as if he had suddenly recalled it. Of course, I can't receive a mutated wolf group for nothing. Fang Yuan righteously nodded. Our rules cannot be broken, I will use battle merits to exchange for it. Of course, my battle merits are insufficient right now, so I can only borrow a bit more. This is something that cannot be helped. Many people shouted inwardly at the same time. Do you feel no shame speaking such words? Do you still want your face? You already borrowed 1,300,000 battle merits before and you still want to borrow more. In the entire He tribe army, only you have borrowed battle merits. Don't you feel guilt holding that rank 5 amplify effect GU? In fact, Fang Yuan not only did not feel any guilt, instead he said with a, not satisfied, voice, just a mutated beast group won't do, I still require rank 5 lurking soul coat GU. Unfortunately, refining a rank 5 GU has a success rate that is too low. I have collected 3 rank 4 GU, but I don't dare to fuse them to rank 5. He Lu Lan gnashed his teeth. The number of times he could request help from the tribe was limited, the more he asked for help, the less the tribe's evaluation of him would be. But there was no other way, he could only nod at Fang Yuan in order to defeat Lu Wenwu. I will do something about it. Just as He Lu Lan and his group were strategizing, Lu Wenwu and his group were also planning on how to battle He tribe. In He tribe army, Wolf King Xianxia Yin is the biggest problem. It was because of him that my army suffered disastrous losses in today's battle, with at least 30,000 GU masters dying in the wolves' mouths. Sigh, this number is truly making my heart bleed. Everyone came forward to side with me because they believed in me. But it is because of my incompetence, we had to suffer such heavy casualties. In the main tent, Lu Wenwu shed tears and sighed. Big brother, how is it your fault? We can only blame those GU masters for being useless. Mo Shi Kuang almost jumped up as he hurriedly retorted. Wolf King Xianxia Yin might have huge reputation, but he is not a true hero. Liang Bai sang, however, loftily snorted, his tone contained disdain. The Grand Wolf King was actually sneakily hiding in some corner like a rat, it really makes people look down upon him. But, such a Wolf King is the most troublesome. Lu Wenwu sighed inwardly while opening his weeping eyes and asked the group, do any of you have a good method to deal with Wolf King? Mo Shi Kuang and Liang Bai sang stopped speaking. They were experts at fighting, things like strategizing were not their strong points. I have a plan. Bei Sao Chuan stood up and said confidently, Wolf King Xianxia Yin was originally Chong tribe's tribesman. Although he spoke of taking revenge, the blood ties he has with Chong tribe is unmistakable and cannot be severed. The current Chong tribe leader Lord Chong Biao was once Xianxia Yin's best friend. After Xianxia Yin disappeared, Chong Biao married his wife and raised his 3-year-old son who is currently Chong tribe's young tribe leader Chong Jiyu. We might as well try to use this to deal with Wolf King, who knows if it might be effective. This idea is not bad. Lu Wenwu's eyes gleamed. After the discussion ended, Fang Yuan returned to his large lizard house Jiyu. The problem of refining rank 5 lurking soul coat Jiyu had been hurting his head recently. If he could borrow He tribe's GU Immortal's power to organize a mutated beast group and also refine rank 5 lurking soul coat GU, it would be the best. Fang Yuan felt there was a huge chance for this to succeed. Although he could not remember all the minor details of this time's struggle for Imperial Court, but he knew clearly He Lu Lan was able to enter Imperial Court and the support of the GU Immortal behind He Lu Lan was inseparable from this. The two sides will at least rest and reorganize for 3 days. In this time, He tribe's GU Immortals will have received He Lu Lan's letter for assistance. Before this, I need to prepare. Thinking of his great plan, the corners of Fang Yuan's lips involuntarily curled up into a smile. Chapter 528, True Martial Secret, Awaiting Assistance. Shao Hun Blessed Land. This place was always covered in dense dark clouds and female-shaped trees grew on the ground. These trees were very peculiar. The tree trunk was curved and branches wrapped around each other like a girl's naked body. The trees were in all kinds of enchanting postures. Female-shaped trees grew all over the place, becoming a forest. In the deepest part of the forest was the tallest female-shaped tree with a height of 1,000 feet and roots that extended for a range of 10,000 li. This female-shaped tree king, however, did not look seductive. instead giving off pure and holy aura. The tree king's trunk was ramrod straight, giving a highly spirited feeling. Its two enormous branches formed into hands that covered the chest. The side branches from them formed into two well-developed and large palms that lifted a green treehouse. Red vermilion fruits grew all over the treehouse with reddish-brown rattan twining around them, making the fruits look like hearts. Two GU immortals were sitting inside this treehouse, both in black clothes. On the left was an ordinary-looking man who was called, Hey Tribe Stoneman. During his young age, he was awkward at conversing but was smart and careful inside, he was Hey Bai. On the right side, however, was a handsome man who was radiating with vigor, having eyes that seemed to shine, and appeared confident and at ease. He was Hey Tribe's supreme elder Hey Cheng, Hey Lu Lan's father and a famous handsome man as well as the male lead in Su Xian's night elopement. Say, you just returned from Niu blessed land, did you see Dong Fang Chong Fan? How is he? Hey Cheng asked leisurely while taking a sip of tea. Hey Bai nodded. Senior Dong Fang isn't looking for lifespan GU, there is not much of his lifespan left, he can probably only live for 2-3 years more. But his vision is broad and has magnanimous conduct, already seeing through the trouble of life and death and only wants to wholeheartedly nurture his successor Dong Fang Yu Liang now. Magnanimous conduct, broad vision. Hey Cheng scoffed, shaking his head in disdain, brother, you saw wrong. Dong Fang Chong Fan is a genuine petty person, he schemed against the northern plains and is extremely insidious and so is hated by all the GU immortals. If it was not so, he could have already bought lifespan GU, why would he have fallen into this state? I have been secretly investigating over these years and have discovered he had a hand in my wife Su Xian'er's death. Hey Cheng revealed this secret information, causing Hey Bai to be extremely startled. What, there was such a thing? Hey Bai exclaimed in shock. Su Xian'er was Hey Cheng's wife. Over 200 years back, Su Xian'er was no more than a daughter of a concubine in Su tribe, and while she poured wine for Lord Hey Cheng back then in the banquet, Hey Cheng immediately fell in love at first sight. In that banquet, Hey Cheng was poisoned by Su tribe leader, his strength fell to the bottom and he was hunted down. After Su Xian'er accidentally learned of it, she resolutely rushed out of the tribe in the dead of night to rescue Hey Cheng whom she had only met once. At that time, Su Xian'er only had rank 1 cultivation, and ferocious beasts roamed the night grassland that were beyond her ability to contend. But under the play of fate, she was able to find the unconscious Hey Cheng. Hey Cheng was thus saved and managed to live. He had then asked Su Xian'er with suspicion, I was plotted against by your tribe leader and you are a Su tribesman, why would you save an enemy of your tribe? Su Xian'er had answered, Lord has a noble spirit, this humble girl fell in love at first sight. Su tribe leader is short-sighted and plotted against Lord under the persuasion of some petty people, but he never considered the result of offending Hey tribe. If he was allowed to have his way, Su tribe is destined to become a sacrificial pawn between two super tribes. People say Lord repays a favor received by 100 times. This humble girl saved Lord today and only hopes Lord can give me a place to stay. It is just and proper for Lord to take revenge against Su tribe, but I hope Lord can be merciful and leave behind a trace of bloodline for Su tribe. The moonlight shone on the jade-like beauty with slender and fair hands. Hey Cheng was overwhelmed at this sight, he tightly held Su Xian'er's hand and swore, your love is as deep as the sea, I, Hey Cheng, am not a cruel person, how could I not repay you? From today onwards, you will be my only wife. I will not care for any other beauties, no matter how beautiful they are. In this life, I will never betray you. Su Xian'er saving Hey Cheng was akin to betraying the tribe. Hey Cheng was very grateful and interlinked with her as husband and wife. From that day onwards, the two helped each other, loving and respecting each other their whole life. 100 years later, both became GU immortals, becoming a story that spread far and wide in northern plains. And Su Xian's night elopement was also spread wide, encouraging countless women to bravely take the initiative to love. Hey Bai's mood became solemn. Could it be over 20 years ago sister-in-law did not die because of the blessed land's earthly calamity? Hey Cheng scoffed. There was indeed an earthly calamity, but the earthly calamity was influenced by people. Don't forget brother, old ancestor giant son Immortal Venerable has such methods. Dong Fang tribe has entered imperial court many times as a tribe with Huang Jin bloodline, they might have received an inheritance relevant to such methods from 88 Truyong building. Sigh. I only have a little evidence, it is not enough to prove Dong Fang Chong Fan is the main culprit. Heibai remained dazed for quite a while before sighing, "You really can't judge people by appearance." He Cheng patted his shoulder and comforted in a gentle voice, "Brother, you have become a GU Immortal for less than 10 years. GU Immortal's circle might not be big, but the treacherous conspiracies inside it are much deeper than between mortals." Heibai was just about to speak, when his expression blanked. "He Lu Lan has sent a letter." He Cheng nodded, and with a shift of his mind, loosened the defense over Shao Hun blessed land by a little. The space opened up and in flew a butterfly. Heibai stretched his right hand. This butterfly fluttered and gently landed on his palm. This was rank 5 butterfly letter GU. Heibai closed his eyes and concentrated on the butterfly letter GU from He Lu Lan, containing his request. "What is it? Did that disappointing child of mine ask you for help again?" When Heibai opened his eyes, He Cheng snorted and asked with a displeased tone. Heibai forced a smile. "Brother, He Lu Lan is you and sister-in-law Su Xian'er's son. Although sister-in-law suffered and fell seriously ill when giving birth to He Lu Lan, leading to her strength being greatly diminished and thus passing away in the earthly calamity several years later, the child is still innocent. You should not disregard him because of it. You even gave him to the 27th concubine fairy Zhang Yu to adopt and did not allow him to light an incense to pay respects to his own mother." He Cheng snorted with dissatisfaction, but did not argue. Heibai sighed. "This is your family affair and it is truly not my place to meddle. But I have given a lot of thoughts to Big Brother's actions. You sent He Lu Lan to be adopted by the childless fairy Zhang Yu in order to preserve He Lu Lan's life though her immortal GU dark limit. He Lu Lan has the 10 extreme physique, great strength true martial. To stimulate his spirit, you gave him a condition that as long as he advanced to GU Immortal, he could light the incense for his mother. Little brother deeply admire your actions, but big brother, your way of doing things will only deepen the misunderstandings between father and son. It is not a good method looking at the long-term drawbacks." He Cheng heaved a sigh, not replying Heibai, but instead asked, "What did that child mention in the request?" Heibai clapped his palm and smiled. "Look big brother, you showed indifference but you still care about nephew's safety in your heart. Nephew hopes we can prepare a mutated wolf group and also a rank 5 lurking soul coat GU. HMPH, this kid is truly insolent. Lurking soul coat GU is okay, but our He tribe does not have mutated wolf group. Right now, our He tribe is battling Lu tribe. Lu tribe's current generation tribe leader Lu Wenwu is not someone who can be underestimated. Back then, the inheritance of Harmony Immortal fell in his hand. He has 2 sworn brothers, both are fierce warriors and can match 10,000 soldiers. However, nephew Lu Lan also has a great general under him, Wolf King Chong Shan Yin. This time's request is because he has placed his hopes on Chong Shan Yin." Heibai explained. He Cheng mumbled. "Rank 5 lurking soul coat GU is no issue, I have one with me. But mutated wolf group would have to be purchased from Treasure Yellow Heaven. I will have to request brother for this." Heibai quickly shook his hand. "Brother, you don't have to be so polite. I still need to rely on nephew to enter Imperial Court and find Immortal GU wooden chicken in 88 Truyong building." He Cheng heaved a long sigh and said with an exhausted voice, "Great strength true martial physique needs a strength path Immortal GU to advance to GU Immortal realm. Unfortunately, Immortal GU are very difficult to find. Our He tribe also does not have any strength path Immortal GU. Success and failure is decided by heaven, we can only try our best. We have already done all we can, now everything will depend on He Lu Lan's efforts and luck." Parents are truly constantly worrying about their children. Heibai sighed inwardly and said his farewell to He Cheng. After he returned to his Kumu blessed land, he immediately connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and started buying mutated wolves. Wolf emperors could be considered as a strength of blessed land. It was very hard to find GU Immortals selling them. But mutated wolves were only equivalent to rank 4 and were much easier to find. Heibai was not worried. Mutated beasts were not rare and precious goods, and as long as one had sufficient immortal essence stones, they could buy a large group of them. Of course, spending a lot to buy the mutated wolf group was a loss to Heibai. But he was planning for a immortal GU in 88 Truyong building, and it was right for him to invest in the early stages. Imperial Court blessed land was the work of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and unless one reached rank 9, no GU Immortals could enter inside. After the news of buying mutated wolf group in high price was spread, Heibai soon received a divine sense from someone called Fox Immortal. Fox Immortal, had over 100 mutated wolves and quoted a rather high price for them. They were clearly taking advantage of Heibai's difficulty. Heibai had already anticipated such a situation, it was only that he had not expected this, Fox Immortal, to move so quickly at the chance. He gnashed his teeth and bought this group of mutated wolves. The one selling this group of mutated wolves was none other than Little Hu Immortal, who had received Fang Yuan's instructions. Previously, they had resold Immortal GU recipes and earned dozen or so Immortal Essence Stones. Fang Yuan had then instructed Little Hu Immortal to purchase Purple Crystal Relic GU and also look for any wolf groups sold cheaply at Treasure Yellow Heaven, and buy them. Thus, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had accumulated over 100 mutated wolves. Among them were Blood Forest Wolf, Berserk Wolf, Shark Fin Wolf, White Eyes Wolf and others. Now, by reselling these mutated wolves at high price to Heibai, they had profited quite a bit. As for Fang Yuan, he was calmly resting in the camp, waiting for He tribe's assistance. Chapter 529, Diligence Despite Transmigration. 529 Diligence Despite Transmigration. It was difficult to move through the muddy swamp, but Ma tribe's army was in high spirits. The happiness of annexing Do tribe army as well as the excitement of a decisive victory could still be seen on everyone's faces. Ma Yingjia was riding a horse, and as he looked at the generals and soldiers around him with satisfaction, as an investigative GU master brought him the latest battle reports. He opened up the documents and read, He tribe and Lu tribe has begun to fight. The first battle resulted in a draw, and currently, both are garrisoned opposite each other. The situation is in a stalemate. Yi Lui army was ambushed at night by the Seven Army Alliance. Yi Lui Sang was very powerful and defeated 6 rank 5 experts one after another, but he was only one person and was unable to save the situation. Currently, Yi Lui tribe's remnant army is fleeing towards Qing'an region. Rat King Zhang Baoya has accepted Yang tribe's invitation and has officially entered Yang tribe's alliance. New Tu army has not resumed their expedition, instead resting and capturing huge numbers of leopard groups. Ellipsis. These battle reports caused Ma Yingjia to smile with joy. He Lu Lan and Lu Wenwu are popular candidates to win this time's Imperial Court contest. I did not think these two would confront each other this early. It will be good if they both suffer. Since Yi Lui Sang obtained Immortal GU, he is a one-man army. But for Yi Lui tribe to be suddenly attacked by the 7 armies, Snowy Mountain most likely has influence behind it. Ma tribe, to advance to a super tribe, had secretly joined hands with Demonic Path GU Immortals who were coveting after 88 True Yong building. Ma Yingjia was Ma tribe's young tribe leader and thus was aware of the undertable deals of the tribes. Northern Plains was like a huge chessboard while the GU Immortals were the chess players. Besides Righteous Path GU Masters, Demonic Path GU Immortals also had their own pawns whom they supported. And as the tribes with Huang Jin bloodline were willing to join hands with Demonic Path GU Immortals in order to have a better survival chance. If they lost in the struggle for Imperial Court, these tribes would often enter the blessed lands of the Demonic Path GU Immortals to escape from the blizzard disaster. Immortal GU were rare. Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder had entrusted an Immortal GU to Yi Lui Sang. It was equivalent to placing a bet in this game. According to the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, as long as Immortal GU were snatched by mortals in the struggle for Imperial Court, the GU Immortals cannot take them back. Such a huge bet had its corresponding risk. It was because of the Immortal GU on Yi Lui Sang that caused him to be the target of GU Immortals. Thus they incited 7 armies to ambush Yi Lui army. Rat King has joined Yang tribe, which means an alliance of Rat King and Eagle King Yang Po Ying, causing this underdog Yang tribe to become a new contender to win the struggle for Imperial Court. But Yang tribe's foundations are far inferior to our Ma tribe, and Rat King was also already crippled. They aren't of much threat to us. Although Nu Tu is called Leopard King, his leopard group has been inflicted heavy losses. However, he has been capturing wild leopard groups by himself without asking for help from the GU Immortal behind him. This is a bit strange. But overall, my Ma tribe's situation is still much better. Our next opponents are weaker than us. As long as we keep on winning, continue to devour other tribes and expand, our hopes of entering Imperial Court will become bigger and bigger. Ma Yingjia could not help clenching his fists at this, his eyes letting out a fierce light. The ambitions and goals of a man were pushing him to establish great feats and accomplishments. And at the same time, within the high-spirited army was a little girl, who was weeping in a carriage. Lady Xiaoyun, don't keep on grieving, your father's death was a heart-rending event, but you need to eat, if not you will faint from hunger. Beside the little girl, the anxious Fei Kai was comforting her in a clumsy way. This weeping little girl was none other than Zhao Lianyun. Her father, Zhao tribe's leader, had sacrificed his life in the previous large battle. Losing the protection of the father who loved her dearly, Zhao Lianyun immediately felt her world toppling. On the very night of her father's death, her stepmother remarried the new Zhao tribe leader, and Zhao Lianyun's position took a sharp dive. There will always be deaths in war, this is normal. My father was also killed by others. Fei Kai continued to persuade Zhao Lianyun when he saw she was still crying. Zhao Lianyun suddenly raised her head while sobbing, looking at Fei Kai with an insoluble hatred in her tear-filled eyes, and kicked him. You idiot, you don't even know how to comfort people. The sorrow in her heart was not fake. Although she inexplicably arrived in this world and it had not been long since her arrival, her father's love towards her was filled with sincerity. She was very grateful for this genuine love, and her dependence on him had slowly grown into true affection. But now, her father had died in the battlefield, making her alone and helpless. Missy, you were hiding here, you really caused much trouble for me. Quick, follow me, your mother is calling you. At this time, the curtain of the carriage was lifted open by the old caretaker, who then grabbed Zhao Lianyun's small arm. Zhao Lianyun struggled and shouted, "My mother is dead, she is not my mother. I won't go, this is not up to you." The old caretaker scoffed and tried to forcibly drag Zhao Lianyun out of the carriage. When she had been serving Zhao Lianyun, she was teased and pranked by Zhao Lianyun time and again. Now, as she looked at Zhao Lianyun's miserable state, the old caretaker felt the pleasure of taking revenge. Let go of Lady Xiaoyun. Fei Kai shouted and punched the old caretaker. The old caretaker fell out of the carriage from this heavy punch. She stood up and touched her eye that had become purple from the bruise. She screamed in a shrill voice, "You hit me, a slave dared to hit a civilian. Who gave you such big guts? I will report you, you are going to die. You will be skinned alive and your corpse will be hung up in the sunlight till it dries up." The old caretaker was extremely furious, and with her unkempt hair and sinister gaze, she looked like a hopping old hen. However, her scream had indeed attracted the surrounding people. Fei Kai clenched his fists and furiously stared at the old caretaker while firmly protecting Zhao Lianyun behind him. Zhao Lianyun pushed aside Fei Kai's arm and stood on the carriage. Her fair face still had tear stains. She looked at the old caretaker and scoffed. What was it? You want to punish Fei Kai? All right, report him, but according to the rules, you need to first inform his master to demand compensation. Since it is so, go look for young tribe leader. Fei Kai is Lord Ma Yingjia's slave leader. What? The old caretaker cried out in shock. Her screams abruptly stopped and the anger in her heart dissipated like a tide, only leaving behind an extreme terror. This rash stupid kid was actually Lord Ma Yingjia personal slave. Moreover, he was Lord Ma Yingjia's slave leader who was in charge of his everyday life. One needed to look at the owner before beating the dog. The old caretaker might be a civilian with a status higher than that of a slave, but it was a different matter when Fei Kai was Ma Yingjia's slave leader. If she truly reported recklessly, she might instead be sacrificed by Zhao tribe. After the shock, the old caretaker who had lost her face greatly looked gloomy. She rigidly stared at Zhao Lianyun. Little girl, even young tribe leader Ma Yingjia's slave leader cannot protect you. You are a person of Zhao tribe, even after your death, you will be our Zhao tribe's ghost. Your mother is our Zhao tribe's current tribe lady. Listen to me, properly. Tribe lady has already arranged your marriage to Wei tribe's eldest young master. Now behave properly. What? Zhao Lianyun involuntarily cried out. Marrying to Wei tribe's eldest young master is your blessing. The old caretaker sinisterly smiled. Zhao Lianyun's whole body shook and fell down on the wooden board of the carriage. Lady Xiaoyun. Fei Kai quickly supported her. The old caretaker felt incomparable pleasure at this sight and left with immense satisfaction. She still needed report to Zhao tribe's tribe lady. Zhao Lianyun was expressionlessly. This immense shock left her in a dazed state filled with despair, allowing Fei Kai to hold her in the carriage. For 3 days, she curled up at a corner of the carriage, without moving or speaking. Fei Kai's persuasion was of no use, and could only helplessly feed her. Zhao Lianyun was like a wooden puppet, letting Fei Kai control her. Fei Kai also could not accompany her all the time, and every time Ma Yingjia summoned him, he would immediately leave. This sudden change of events and this ice-cold reality shattered the foolish pride Zhao Lianyun had as a transmigrator. She suddenly had a profound realization: a transmigrator is nothing special. Why did I think I could whip up a storm in this world after being so ordinary in my previous world? Moreover, women were discriminated in Northern Plains and were treated as goods to be used for political marriage. Northern Plains women could only adhere to men and could not refuse a man's forceful marriage. This was a rule set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Previously, when she heard of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's deeds, she felt like she was listening to a story, listening to a legend of a hero. But now, she was personally experiencing the torment caused by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Women are like clothes while brothers are like our hands and feet. This was the favorite catchphrase of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He pulled apart the status of man and woman to an extremely unfair level. Now he had become the most detestable person in Zhao Lianyun's heart. No wonder Su Xian's night elopement story pierced so deep into people's hearts, causing Northern Plains women to eagerly imitate it. Rather than passively suffering fate's arrangement, it is better to take the initiative to chase after one's happiness. But this carries unknown risks. As she thought of this, Zhao Lianyun's awareness of the vile living environment deepened by another layer. Wei tribe's eldest young master is a famous trash. He is fat like a pig with pockmarks all over his face and only at rank 1 peak stage, but is extremely lecherous and very fickle-hearted. It is because of his incompetence, Wei tribe's young tribe leader position went to his younger brother. I won't marry that pig even if I die. But what should I do? I am only a mortal, and since I haven't reached 13, I cannot awaken my aperture and cannot cultivate. It is also possible that I don't have any cultivation aptitude, and the person who killed my father is Dou-yi, a rank 5 GU master who has sided with Ma tribe now and is now a higher up of the alliance. Who can I rely on? What path should I take? Bewilderment, hesitation and fear filled Zhao Lianyun's heart. In the early morning of the 4th day, Fei Kai lifted up the carriage curtain and entered with food and clean water. The light of the dawn followed the curtain opening and shone on Zhao Lianyun's face. Zhao Lianyun woke up, slowly opening her swollen eyes. You brought food. She grabbed the food from Fei Kai's hand and began to devour it. Lady Xiaoyun, are you okay? Fei Kai was happy at this change. Yes, I have thought it through. It is better to rely on myself. Although I have been bound by the wedding betrothment, it can only be implemented when I am 16. I still have time. Zhao Lianyun's gaze shone like fire. Ah, Lady Xiaoyun, you don't accept the betrothal. Fei Kai was startled. In his impression, Northern Plains could only accept their fate when their marriage was decided. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes and spoke in a righteous tone. HMPH, I am not an ordinary person, I absolutely won't compromise. But I cannot go to the tribe now and can only live here for some time, and rely on you, Fei Kai. No problem. Fei Kai patted his chest, laughing foolishly. Zhao Lianyun's heart warmed and her tone turned softer. Fei Kai, your father also died in battlefield. Yes, he died. I was heartbroken during that time. But death is normal in Northern Plains. Father died in battle, he died a glorious death. Fei Kai said with a smile. As expected, winner takes it all. Under the dazzling and splendid throne lies a path of bones. Zhao Lianyun sighed, before cursing, what a scam, I crossed over to this world and have yet to mature, but my fate has already been decided by others, I can't even begin to feel anger. Ellipsis. A letter was placed in front of Fang Yuan. This special letter was openly sent by the enemy and was now brought over by cunning gentleman Sun Shihan. Fang Yuan opened it and read, this letter was personally written by Chong Biao, reminiscing the past and how they were on opposite sides now. He was inviting Wolf King to have a discussion before the battle and reminisce about the old times. And at that time, he could let Chong Jiyu meet his father. Great ploy. Fang Yuan scoffed and placed down the letter. At this time, Sun Shihan smiled. The mutated wolf group and rank 5 lurking soul coat Jiyu have both arrived. But the higher-ups of the alliance are hesitating because of this letter. They are hoping Lord Wolf King would battle against your kin in the name of righteousness, to prove your innocence. Otherwise, I'm afraid this mutated wolf group. Chapter 530. Adjusting his appearance for him. Lu tribe defense line, inside the camp tent. Mother, what kind of person was father? Chong Jiyu had a hesitant expression. After a long while, he asked the burning question in his heart. He had never met Chong Shanyin, back then when Chong Shanyin's mother died from poison, and when Chong Shanyin fought to the death with Ha Tu Jiyu, Chang Jiyu was only an unborn child in his mother's womb. His mother Ni Shui Tong had a frowned expression as she breathed out, using a nostalgic tone, "My child, has your heart wavered? Don't forget our current circumstances. Don't worry about your father. He is a legend in Northern Plains. Back then he killed Ha Tu Jiyu and the bandits single-handedly. He is a hero who exterminated a great threat for the people." Chang Jiyu interrupted his mother. "Mother, I'm sick of hearing that. Since birth, I've been hearing these stories all my life. Wherever I go, whatever I do, people will say, 'Oh look,' as expected of Chang Shan Yin's son. Father is like the eagle in the sky, flying high and casting his shadow on the ground. In a few days, I will be meeting him. My heart is in a mess, I just want to hear his." Chang Jiyu was still speaking, when the tent flap was opened, as a domineering middle-aged man with a powerful aura walked in. It was Chang tribe's current tribe leader, Chang Shan Yin's brother, rank 4 upper stage wind path expert, Chang Biao. "Greetings to Lord Stepfather." Chang Jiyu quickly paid respects. "My child, go out first, I need to talk with your mother." Chang Biao said gently. Yes. Chang Jiyu had to leave the tent. Once the flap was closed, with the guards outside, there were only Chang Biao and Ni Shui Tong left in the tent. "Husband." Ni Shui Tong jumped into Chang Biao's embrace, tears flowing out of her weak and feeble eyes. "Sigh, I know you have been feeling terrible these days." Chang Biao embraced Ni Shui Tong as he caressed her hair softly. At the same time, he used his Jiyu worm to isolate the place from the outside. Ni Shui Tong sobbed. "You has been asking me about Chang Shan Yin again, what should I say? Do you know, just now I had the urge and almost told him the truth, that he is not Chang Shan Yin's flesh and blood, that he is the crystallization of our love." Chang Biao's body shuddered, he was also feeling great conflict and pain in his heart. He solemnly said, "This is all my fault for being useless. Back then we were childhood friends, it was Chang Shan Yin who came into the picture abruptly and lusted after your beauty. On the day of our marriage, he snatched you away. I was not his match, I could only find you at night secretly and that resulted in our son Chang Jiyu. But once he was born, if his bloodline was examined, the truth would be out and we would be doomed. Thus, I and Ha Tu Jiyu cooperated and plotted against Chang Shan Yin. Next, I used my status as Chang Shan Yin's brother to marry you and make Chang Jiyu my godson. These years, although the tribe isn't in good shape, this is the happiest years of our lives. Chang Jiyu was successfully made young tribe leader by me, but precisely so, you cannot expose this secret. Once the secret is exposed, Chang Biao and Ni Shui Tong would get publicly shamed, they would be called an adulterous couple, and they will never be able to raise their heads again. They even caused harm to an expert of the tribe, for their own selfish motives, they disregarded the tribe's situation, it was truly a heinous crime. As for Chang Jiyu, he would be the shameful, illegitimate child. Be it his young tribe leader position, or Chang Biao's tribe leader position, they would be at risk of being taken, as people with ambitions would target them. Righteous Path had its own rules. All along, Chang Biao had been taking care of his deceased brother's wife, and treated his godson as his own. Such brotherhood was admirable, such gracefulness was praised widely. And exactly because of this, Chang Biao held a small advantage and became Chang tribe's new tribe leader. Once this truth was exposed, he would lose everything. The ambitionists in the tribe would not let him go. In order to recruit Chang Shan Yin, Lu Wenwu would not give up this chance. By then, his only option would be to escape with Ni Shui Tong and his own flesh and blood Chang Jiyu, becoming a demonic Jiyu master. He would be despised by his tribe, and chased by his tribe. Why is longevity heaven doing this to us? We love each other so dearly, yet we end up in such a spot. Chang Shan Yin was the real culprit, he is an evil person, why is he praised? As for us, we can only wear a mask to live, even lying to our own son. Ni Shui Tong cried profusely, she was very emotional. These days, she had been under a lot of pressure. Ever since Chang Shan Yin reappeared, she had not been sleeping well, her former nightmare reappeared, causing her to fall into deep worry. Do you think that Lu Tribe Alliance leader is trying to recruit Chang Shan Yin? If Chang Shan Yin agrees, would we have to go back to that life? Chang Shan Yin is taking revenge everywhere now, will he find out the fact that we plotted against him? If he returns to the tribe, what will we do? Lying in her lover's embrace, Ni Shui Tong asked multiple questions as she raised her neck. It won't happen, it won't. Don't think of it as such a severe situation. Chang Biao gently consoled the woman of his life. Firstly, Chang Shan, Yin has not found out we were the culprit. Otherwise, with his nature, he would have declared it long ago and caused our reputation to go down the drain. He is only suspicious of Chang tribe having a traitor, but he does not know who. Lu Alliance leader does want to recruit Chang Shan Yin. He is Wolf King after all, an enslavement path master. Any alliance would welcome him and get his assistance. But Lord Lu Wenwu is not a normal person. He knows clearly in his heart that there is little hope of getting the Wolf King to come over. His greatest intention is to sow discord and waver the Wolf King's fighting spirit. Think about it, Chang Shan Yin does not know about Chang Ji Yu's true identity. He thinks this is his son. As a father, what would he be thinking? Blood is thicker than water. When Chang Shan Yin thinks about Chang Ji Yu being killed by his wolf group, would he go all out in the upcoming battle? Is that so? Ni Shui Tong heard this and calmed down. Alright, stop worrying, I am here. Chang Biao patted Ni Shui Tong's back with an affectionate gaze. The tent was filled with the warmth of love. But this kind of atmosphere, how long would it last? Neither Chang Biao nor Ni Shui Tong had any confidence in this. A person broke the large lizard house Gu's window and crashed in. Cunning gentleman Sun Shi Han sprawled on the ground. His face was bruised as he shouted loudly with a fearful and vicious expression, Wolf King attacked me. He is revolting, he is murdering us, help, save me. Sun Shi Han was a popular person near Heilu Lan. His shouts quickly attracted many GU masters. Fang Yuan snorted, jumping out of the window and giving Sun Shi Han another kick. Sun Shi Han did not dare to activate his GU worm, he could only evade. But Fang Yuan changed his attack just in time, sweeping with his right fist and slamming into Sun Shi Han's nose. Sun Shi Han groaned. Just as he got up from the ground, he fell again. His entire face was full of blood, his nose bridge was broken and 2 of his front teeth fell out. He was in a pathetic state. But the GU masters who came did not do anything. They breathed a sigh of relief secretly. Be it Fang Yuan or Sun Shi Han, they did not use their GU worms. This was not breaking the rules, it was merely a small scuffle. When people interacted, there was bound to be conflict. As arguments occur, it was normal to get physical. As long as GU worms were not used to fight, the poison vow would not be violated. Chang Shan Yin, you are too arrogant. Your wife and children are at the enemy's camp. I am only reminding you out of kindness. You actually got furious and beat me. You are definitely guilty. Sun Shi Han crawled up, shouting with his shrill voice. The words caused the surrounding GU masters to talk among themselves. Chang tribe and Chang Shan Yin's relationship was known to all. These days, He tribe army had been talking about it. Seeing Sun Shi Han's smug and vicious gaze, Fang Yuan laughed in disdain. He did not say a thing, but instead, responded with his fist. Fang Yuan's attacks were full of strength. Although Sun Shi Han had some strength path foundation, how could it compare to Fang Yuan's immense investment in the strength path? After several moves, he was beaten on the floor again, lying there as he was punched and kicked. Wolf King is amazing. Although he is an enslavement path master, his strength path foundation is very strong. Everyone was shocked. Great fight. I had wanted to thrash this scoundrel cunning gentleman long ago. Some of the army's higher-ups smirked. Chang Shan Yin, you think I am easy to bully. Sun Shi Han was thrashed until his body felt pain all over. His head was in a daze as his heart was filled with rage and humiliation. You still have the strength to speak. Fang Yuan snorted as he unleashed another round of punches. Sun Shi Han was beaten to a pulp. He vomited blood as his front teeth all fell off. Even the teeth at the back of his mouth were shaking. Wolf King is so ruthless. Sun Shi Han is a rank 4 expert after all. To think he was beaten defenseless, what a weakling. Stupid. He made a poison vow and could not use GU worms. In terms of close combat, Wolf King is an enslavement path master. He would definitely be suppressed by Sun Shi Han. The discussions became louder. Be it Chang Shan Yin or Sun Shi Han, they were people with great authority. Right now they were brawling it out. Such a scene was rare. Everyone was watching with bright eyes. Sun Shi Han heard the comments and felt humiliated. He almost gritted his teeth off. Although he barely had any left, he wanted to resist, but neither his strength nor moves were Fang Yuan's match. He could not take a thrashing. Endure. I must endure. If I use a GU, I would truly lose. I need to wait for Alliance leader to come and uphold justice for me. Chang Shan Yin will get it. Sun Shi Han screamed in his heart. Alliance leader is here. Greetings to Lord Alliance leader. The surrounding people went into chaos as they quickly gave way. He Lu Lan, Hao Ji Lu and others came to the area. Seeing this, He Lu Lan frowned as he asked Fang Yuan coldly, "What is going on?" Sun Shihan's body shuddered. Using a mystical source of strength, he struggled as he crawled up and shouted, "Alliance leader, please seek justice for me." Before he finished, Fang Yuan stepped on his head as he used great force, causing Sun Shihan's entire face to sink into the soil. He Lu Lan shouted loudly, "Stop it! Wolf King, what are you doing? He is revolting. He is revolting." Sun Shihan shouted loudly, his mouth was filled with soil as he spoke unclearly. Fang Yuan sneered, exerting strength and stepping 3 times, burying Sun Shihan's voice in the soil. Sun Shihan's nose and mouth were blocked, his head also suffered a great hit, he felt dizzy and suffocation, his limbs struggled wildly but he could do nothing against Fang Yuan's strength. He Lu Lan's face turned pitch black like charcoal. Fang Yuan's gaze was like a dagger, staring coldly at him and the GU masters behind him. "Can't you all see what I am doing? I am thrashing him." He Lu Lan stared at Fang Yuan angrily, shouting, "Wolf King, give me a clear explanation, why did you beat him up? Are you really trying to rebel?" Fang Yuan laughed in disdain, saying slowly, "No need to be angry, He tribe leader, if I wanted to rebel, why would I need to make such a din?" Saying so, he let go of Sun Shihan. Sun Shihan lost the pressure and bounced up, desperately gasping for air like he was suffocating. But Fang Yuan stepped again, this time, on his right cheek. Sun Shihan used both his hands to pull Fang Yuan's feet, but he was already weak and out of energy. Just like this, he was stepped on the face by someone in public, his reputation was ruined. Fang Yuan said slowly and casually, "Although I have not thought of rebelling, I do not want any schemes or plots to fall on my wife and children. During the battle, I will do my part and fight with my full strength. By then, if they die, that would be their honor to die on the battlefield. Since I, Wolf King, have joined the He army, I would not change my stance just because of relationships." However, saying so, he raised his head as he laughed arrogantly, "It is your own business to be suspicious, that has nothing to do with me. All the mutated beast groups that I want are exchanged using my battle merit, this is a fair trade. I have never owed you anything. Hey tribe leader, if you are suspicious of me, you can take away the mutated beast wolf groups and not let me control them. In the future battle, I swear in the name of the Wolf King, I will still go all out." He Lu Lan was furious. Fang Yuan ignored his threat, and in fact, threatened him instead. "Being suspicious is your problem, you can keep the mutated wolves to yourselves. If we lose the battle, that will be your responsibility." Can He Lu Lan not give them to him? He had the great strength true martial physique, even if he used dark limit immortal GU, he was starting to feel the inability to suppress it. He needed a strength path immortal GU to advance to GU immortal realm. However, Wolf King created a din and made everyone know about this. If he did not give him the mutated beast group, what would the army think of him? They would think that He Lu Lan refused to utilize Wolf King despite him being here. Like the saying goes, a man being used cannot be suspected while a suspected man cannot be used. If he loses the battle, everyone would begrudge He Lu Lan. "Good, you are amazing Wolf King." He Lu Lan's gaze was cold, he laughed out of anger. "Of course I know the Wolf King's loyalty, but why did you beat up Sun Shihan? He is your alliance mate, the enemy is before us, yet you engage in internal scuffle, what are you trying to do?" He. Fang Yuan shrugged. "This is my fault, because this Sun Shihan looks way too ugly, he made my heart feel bad. Thus, I thrashed him and adjusted his appearance for him, as expected, he looks much better now. This was my personal action, I will take responsibility for it. According to the rules, I have to compensate Sun Shihan 10,000 battle merits, no worries, I will compensate him." Sun Shihan heard this and his anger rushed to his brain, he vomited out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The words made all the GU master experts present unable to hold in their laughter. It was too satisfying. There were many who were unhappy with this scoundrel Sun Shihan. Fang Yuan's assault was truly soothing their hearts. Even Tai Bai Yun Sheng's gaze towards Fang Yuan turned to admiration. He felt that although this Chongshan Yin was ruthless, he did not strike at his family, but still maintained his righteousness and standpoint, he had his limits and was a true man. He Lu Lan's expression turned even darker. Sun Shihan was his man. Fang Yuan beating him up in public was also slapping He Lu Lan's face. Fang Yuan said it easily, but his battle merits were still in the negative. But what could He Lu Lan do? To deal with Lu tribe army, he needed to rely on the Wolf King's strength. Threatening the Wolf King was to make him carry the sin of killing his own tribesmen, so that his reputation would be affected, allowing He Lu Lan to control him more easily. But since threats had no effect, He Lu Lan only had one option left, that was to comply. Chapter 531, Huge Battle, 1/4. The mornings of northern plains were getting colder. White frost covered the grassland, and people blew out vapor when they breathed. The two armies, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, were confronting each other. Banners fluttered in the sky and the troops' formation were as dense as forests. Lu tribe and He tribe had rested and reorganized for over a dozen days after the first battle before sending the war letter, and today, they both came out to battle once again. Second brother, you went out the previous time, it is my turn now. Mo Shi Kuang restlessly shouted and impatiently charged towards the front. Mo Shi Kuang's white hair fluttered, his black skin and panther-like eyes shone, his momentum was thunderous as he shouted, "Who seeks death? This black barbarian again." He tribe's higher-ups felt anger and fear at the sight of Mo Shi Kuang. In the battle before, many rank 4 GU masters had lost their lives at Mo Shi Kuang's hands. Mo Shi Kuang's brutal fighting style caused people to be fearful. He Lu Lan scoffed, his expression much relaxed than before. He looked at the two new faces in the main tent. Who among you would like to go first? These two were Gao Yong and Zhu Zai, rank 4 peak stage GU masters. Their name of Demonic Path's twin demons was spread far and wide. In their early days, Demonic Path's twin demons had received Tai Bai Yunsheng's grace and swore to repay him. Not long ago, Tai Bai Yunsheng used a letter GU to try calling them. And a few days ago, they took the initiative to side with He tribe army. The addition of the two of them immediately filled the gap between He tribe and Lu tribe army and allowed He tribe's higher-ranked strength to be free from the previous strained circumstances. Demonic Path's twin demons were inseparable, but the rule of the challenge was that every side could only send one person to battle. The two glanced at each other, already having discussed according to the intel He tribe had given them. Zhu Zai stood up and slightly bowed. "I shall go." He Lu Lan nodded. Mo Shi Kuang stared at Zhu Zai's arrival, revealing a happy expression. "A rank 4 peak stage, good, good. But you don't look that impressive, I hope you won't go down with just a few punches." Zhu Zai snorted and activated a GU, his body then rapidly charged forward like an artillery shell. Mo Shi Kuang stood at the spot while licking his dried lips, prepared to receive the attack. Zhu Zai ruthlessly smashed against Mo Shi Kuang, creating an explosive sound like that of crackling thunder. The berserk collision of strength resulted in Zhu Zai retreating several steps while Mo Shi Kuang was directly sent flying. "Third brother, be careful. This person is Zhu Zai of the Demonic Path's twin demons, he cultivates strength path." Lu Wenwu reminded in a loud voice from the main tent. "Ha ha ha, strength path GU master. Great, I like fighting with such exciting opponents." Mo Shi Kuang spurted out blood from the injury. He jumped up from the ground, the injury making him more excited instead. A crazed look appeared on his coal-like inky black skin, a loud sound echoed, his aura started surging and Mo Shi Kuang charged towards Zhu Zai. Courting death. Zhu Zai smiled sinisterly as he pounced forward as well. Boom boom boom. The two sides engaged in close combat, their attacks were so fierce and heavy that the collision produced a series of explosive sounds. Mo Shi Kuang was a Chi Path GU master and was using his weakness to fight the enemy's strong point, but he unexpectedly was not in a disadvantage while fighting such an intense battle with the Strength Path GU master Zhu Zai. Strange, could it be that this Mo Shi Kuang cultivates both Chi and Strength Path? He tribe camp was in a state of shock. It is not like that, Mo Shi Kuang looks like he is fighting close combat, but in truth, his punches are not really landing physically, instead he has a translucent Chi armor over his body which he explodes by using Chi explosion GU at the same time, creating an explosive strength comparable to Strength Path. Cunning gentleman Sun Shihan said in a solemn voice. He was specialized in investigating and with careful observation, he managed to see through the trick Mo Shi Kuang was playing. By synergizing with Chi explosion GU, Chi armor GU became a weapon that could both attack and defend. GU masters relied on their wits to use GU. Often, the coordination of different GU worms could form a complementing effect. This Mo Shi Kuang. is really fierce. This is the first time I saw someone actually suppressing Brother Zhu Zai head-on. Gao Yang's expression was solemn. He had been observing the battle since the start. He was extremely familiar with Zhu Zai and understood Zhu Zai was already using almost all his strength, but the enemy, however, was moving so easily and was clearly much relaxed. Suddenly, the mad growl of a boar exploded in the air. The beast phantom of a Grand Emperor boar that was as large as an elephant and had awe-inspiring might, appeared in the air. Grand Emperor boar was a mutated boar, its strength could not be looked down on. After dozen or so moves, Zhu Zai finally unleashed a beast phantom. Instantly, his offensive power rose sharply and Mo Shi Kuang was caught unprepared as the huge strength struck him and sent him rolling on the ground. Zhu Zai took the chance to chase him and activated his trump card. The Grand Emperor boar phantom gradually disappeared from the air before condensing again. Moreover, another 2 Grand Emperor boar phantoms also appeared. 3 Grand Emperor boar strength. The enormous strength burst out, causing Zhu Zai's every punch to create sonic booms. Mo Shi Kuang felt a sense of crisis and laughed madly. Interesting. Come, I will show you my true strength. He activated his movement GU and swiftly flew up, easily dodging the attack of Zhu Zai's 3 boar strength. Zhu Zai's punch landed on the ground, creating a huge crater with stones and mud flying everywhere. Mo Shi Kuang's white hair fluttered in the air as he hovered in the air. He then sent punches after punches towards Zhu Zai. Orao Rao Ra, fist chi smashed down like a meteor rain. Zhu Zai kept on dodging while also striking back and destroying these fist chi. But soon after, he was falling into a disadvantage. Facing a chi path opponent, Zhu Zai's strength path's most common weakness started becoming obvious. He was not like Fang Yuan who had strength chi GU. Zhu Zai lacked long-range attacking methods, and Mo Shi Kuang was able to quickly suppress him after changing his battle tactics. Not good. Brother Zhu Zai won't be able to hold on if he keeps on defending. Gao Yang knew Zhu Zai's strengths and weaknesses, and was very anxious at this scene as he immediately asked to be sent to battle. He Lu Lan also saw the unfavorable situation and immediately agreed. A mere variant human, I will teach you a lesson. Gao Yang softly shouted. Mist started curling around him before condensing into a ribbon that pushed him forward. Don't even think of using numbers as an advantage. Ouyang Bai Sang snorted and moved almost at the same time. His speed was very fast, intercepting Gao Yang midway. Gao Yang was concerned about Zhu Zai and did not even have any thoughts of fighting Ouyang Bai Sang as he activated Cloud Rope GU from a distance. Milky white mist surged around Ouyang Bai Sang before condensing into a rope which firmly bound him. Gao Yang was specialized in defense and pinning down enemies, while Zhu Zai was specialized in attacking and investigation. The cooperation between the two complemented each other very well. Ouyang Bai Sang struggled, the cloud rope shook and broke before condensing again, and actually had the signs of multiplying. Ouyang Bai Sang was furious as he started transferring his primeval essence into Asura Zombie GU in his aperture and transforming into a zombie. With the transformation into Asura Zombie, his defense and strength surged rapidly. Ouyang Bai Sang growled and completely broke the cloud rope with 3 times the strength. He stamped his foot and flew to the air, blocking Gao Yang again. Asura Zombie was one of the 5 great flying zombie GU, it naturally had the ability to fly. Gao Yang simply did not want to tangle with Ouyang Bai Sang. His brows furrowed deeply as he looked at Ouyang Bai Sang blocking him again, and knew the other wanted to provide time for Mo Shi Kuang to kill Zhu Zai. At this thought, he directly activated his trump card GU. Rank 5, Treacherous Cloud Wave GU. His primeval sea rapidly fell down, almost lowering by half. A gray cloud that was as big as a carriage surged with dark red light floating inside, and rapidly flew towards Ouyang Bai Sang. Ouyang Bai Sang moved around and dodged few times, but this cloud followed him like a shadow and finally covered him. The instant Ouyang Bai Sang was struck by Treacherous Cloud Wave GU, he felt his sense of direction was lost, his mind seemed to work extremely slowly and his thoughts were slowed down by many times. He could not differentiate which way was east and which was west and even lost the sense of up and down, left and right. For a moment, as he was covered in the gray cloud, he was like a headless fly that was tossing around in the sky. Mo Shi Kuang, don't be too rampant. Gao Yang left Ouyang Bai Sang and finally was able to reinforce Zhu Zai in time. The two combined their strength, and with their deep tacit understanding, even Mo Shi Kuang who was fierce and fearless was being gradually suppressed. But the 3 had exchanged no more than over 20 moves when they heard Ouyang Bai Sang's shout, Asura transformation. Instantly, 6 thick arms which looked like they were casted in bronze stretched out through the gray cloud. From outside, one could vaguely see the figure, inside the gray cloud, inflating like a balloon. Liang Baisang used his killer move, his battle strength exploding by several times. His body shook, shaking the dim and lightless gray cloud into dispersing. "You despicable scoundrels, die!" Liang Baisang was thoroughly furious as he flew into the air and attacked Gao Yong and Zhu Zai with Mo Shiquang. With such an expert joining the battle, Zhu Zai and Gao Yong were forced to passively defend. The situation had dramatically turned into that of a crisis. Alliance leader, Gao Yong and Zhu Zai are experts we must have, we cannot let them die like this. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw the situation had turned bad and immediately spoke up. Sir's words are reasonable. He Lu Lan was solemn, and suddenly stood up from his seat. Although Gao Yong and Zhu Zai had joined them, He tribe was still weaker than Lu tribe in terms of higher ranked strength. He Lu Lan waved his hand, and just like what he saw Fang Yuan doing, sent the order for an all-out war. The command was sent and the army began to move. Lu Wenwu sneered, "You could not win in experts challenge and now come to gang up. Good, I will accompany you." Bugles rang and war drums shook the battlefield. Lu tribe army also moved out. Two sides, both with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, surged towards the other like a torrent. The distance between the two armies was quickly cut down, and when they were a few hundred steps afar, GU masters began to attack almost at the same time. For a moment, large numbers of pill fire, icicles, bone spears and wind blades shot towards the enemies. Light armors, bone shields, water barriers and all kinds of defensive abilities were also activated. The originally simple scene had turned into a gorgeous painting of all colors. Boom boom boom, the attacks from both sides landed on each other almost at the same time. Like a rainstorm falling down on the lake, ripples started spreading. Only a few GU masters with bad luck died or were heavily injured in the intense storm of attack. Most of the GU masters continued to attack till the army of the both sides collided. Like the collision of two torrents, blood splattered and chaos descended. Chapter 532, Huge Battle 2 Quarters. At once, even Gao Yong, Zhu Zai, Mo Shiquang, and Liang Baisang's battles were interrupted by the huge influx of people. The two armies intertwined completely, as fighting sounds erupted and filled the heavens. In the chaotic battle, water demon Hao Ji Lu pushed with his palms as a great current burst forth, sweeping the GU masters in front of him irregardless of alliance. Great Tornado GU, a large dark green tornado over tens of meters tall swept the battlefield. Everywhere it went, humans and beasts flew into the air as they lost their balance. The tornado dispersed and revealed Chong Biao within. He was floating in the air with his green robe, he had an overwhelming aura. He and Hao Ji Lu were not far away. Naturally, the two rank 4 experts made eye contact with each other. The next moment, there were no trash talks, they fought immediately. A flash of golden lightning pierced the battlefield, all the He tribe GU masters in its path lost their lives. The golden light dispersed, and a stoic man with broad shoulders and thin waist appeared. It was Pei Yanfei. "Chong Shan Yin, today, I will behead you and take revenge for what happened back then." Pei Yanfei was overflowing with battle intent, fire was burning within him when suddenly, his gaze concentrated and he activated his defensive GU in time. Behind him, a lump of shadow exploded. The shadow was deep and profound, turning into multiple sword shadows as it attacked his back, causing Pei Yanfei to sway violently. "It's you, Shadow Sword Expert." Pei Yanfei stabilized his footing as he looked at the GU master who attacked him, his gaze becoming serious. Bian Xizan, who had a black veil covering her face, laughed. "Lord Pei Yanfei is too courteous." She spoke very respectfully, but her actions were not. The black shadow swords appeared again like a windmill, engulfing Pei Yanfei. "Then I shall kill you first." Pei Yanfei laughed loudly as he charged forward. "Our battle has not ended, where are you two going?" Liang Baisang, Mo Shiquang came before the demonic path twin demons. Gao Yong and Zhu Zai felt bitter, they could only continue and engage in battle with Liang Baisang and Mo Shiquang. As the GU master experts continued fighting, their battle rings formed into distinct areas, and the chaotic battlefield gradually became clear. Tens of large battle rings were filled with rank 4 to 5 experts. Outside the large rings, there were small battle rings with rank 3 GU masters as the main strength. Outside the small rings, low-rank GU masters form into groups as they fought together in teams. As the main commander, He Lu Lan and Lu Wenwu were sitting in their main tents, observing the battle situation. At times, they gave orders and dispatched their elite troops to areas of the battlefield to stabilize the situation or to pursue their advantage. The giant battlefield soon gave off the thick scent of blood. GU masters continued to fall, some were turned into icicles, while others were charred, some were torn to pieces while others were poisoned to death. The clean grassland became a weird monster, devouring fresh blood and life every minute and second. The battle was so intense, after a while, He Lu Lan and Lu Wenwu were both breaking out in cold sweat. Large numbers of casualties made their hearts turn cold. The intensity of battle made people's hearts go numb. To maintain the situation, the two quickly dispatched their trump cards, the elite troops. Only the Black Banner elite troops and Grand White elite were left to control the area. As time flowed, deaths and injuries became less. After all, the explosive strength only appeared at the start. By now, GU masters experienced intense primeval essence expenditure and were starting to reduce their usage. This way, the battle intensity started to decrease. The battle entered a stalemate. The two armies were like two giants competing at equal strength. Either side could snowball from a tiny advantage, until they emerged victorious, and become the winner of the battlefield. Our higher level battle strength are doing well. Wolf King, now that the rank 5 lurking soul coat GU is in your hands, together with the mutated beast wolf group, the rest will be up to you. He Lu Lan transmitted with his GU worm. At the start of the battle, Fang Yuan was already not in the main tent, but lurking somewhere on the battlefield. His exact location was not known by He Lu Lan either. Fang Yuan received He Lu Lan's words, but he did not reply. He mobilized the wolf group and started to sprint in two directions. Lu tribe GU masters subconsciously chased after them, but this way, the tight formation was loosened. A group of over 800 mutated beast wolf group, comprising white eyes wolves, blood forest wolves, frenzy wolves, shark fin wolves. The wolf group was like a sharp arrow, shooting out and piercing towards Lu tribe's main camp. Fang Yuan's attack was a fatal blow. It was vicious and cruel, striking at the enemy's vital points. A group of mutated beasts reinforcement as expected. Lu Wenwu looked at the charging wolves that disrupted his formation. Large numbers of GU masters lost their lives to the wolves as he frowned deeply. He tribe's GU Immortal supplying mutated wolves was information easy to obtain, it was no secret. Lu Wenwu was unfazed. He had Lu tribe's GU Immortals backing him as well, along with the entire Lu tribe. He had his ways of dealing with this mutated beast wolf group. Bei Sao Chuan, it is time to strike. Lu Wenwu instructed the GU master beside him. Bei Sao Chuan was expressionless, standing up from his seat as he frowned. I can only last for 7 minutes. Lu Wenwu nodded. No worry, go ahead. Bei Sao Chuan walked out of the main tent, his primeval essence rapidly expending as he activated the GU worm that he had obtained not long ago. The refreshing aura of grass and wood spread from his body, for a radius of 100 li. All the grass within the range of this aura grew wildly. In a few breaths' time, they grew taller than a man's height. The large blades of grass intertwined, forming rank 2 grass soldier puppets. Soon, there were 1,000 grass soldier puppets. Bei Sao Chuan activated his GU worm, as a jade-colored light rained down. The grass puppets were bathed in the green rain water, as a portion of them advanced to rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers. At the same time, the rank 2 grass puppets were still growing. Bei Sao Chuan activated his GU worm again, as an orange wind blew on the grassland. As the wind blew, a portion of the rattan shell grass soldiers advanced into the rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. The empty central camp quickly was filled with an army of grass soldiers. At once, it became the most densely packed area in the battlefield. The charging mutated wolf group was obstructed by these obstacles. Fang Yuan frowned. He manipulated wholeheartedly. He hid on the back of the blood forest wolf, his body cloaked in the rank 5 lurking soul coat GU. It was like a green-gray wolf skin cape. The lurking soul coat GU was indeed amazing. It concealed Fang Yuan's soul and allowed him to strike with his full strength. But at this time, Fang Yuan felt that he was battling against an enslavement path master. Bei Sao Chuan manipulated the grass soldier army as tears overflowed his face. He now had 2 souls in one body, in order to defeat Wolf. King Chong Shan Yin, Bei tribe's elder Bei Sao Sheng sacrificed himself and entrusted his soul to Bei Sao Chuan. Using Lu Wenwu's Gu worm, Bei Sao Chuan absorbed the power of Bei Sao Sheng's soul, causing him to gain the attainment of an enslavement path master within this short period of time. Bei Sao Chuan was originally a rank 4 enslavement path Gu master. He was also Bei tribe leader. He had the resources of a clan. His soul foundation was not weak. With Bei Sao Sheng's help, he was like a tiger with wings. His enslavement path battle strength surged. Except that this move had huge repercussions. Because he used another person's soul, Bei Sao Chuan's soul will be impure and he would have memory lapses. He would need to expend huge amounts of spirit and resources, using specialized soul path Gu worms to nourish his soul and heal this problem. But now, in order to defeat He tribe army and take revenge, Bei Sao Chuan could not care less about the aftermath. He tribe had invited Gao Yong and Zhu Zai to mend the gap of their higher level battle strength. And Lu tribe thought of this method to replenish their lower level battle strength, raising Bei Sao Chuan's strength to enslavement path master so that he could restrict Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan's mutated beast wolf group was barely resisted by the grass soldier army. We blocked it, haha, hey Lu Lan, you are bound to lose. Lu Wenwu saw this and the worry in his heart vanished. He laughed heartily as his voice resounded the battlefield. Damn it, He Lu Lan clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. The situation was terrible. Gao Yong and Zhu Zai were in great danger, and the mutated wolf group that he had placed his hope on was restricted at the enemy's camp, unable to progress. Without a choice, he had to mobilize the Black Banner troops. Brothers, it is finally time for us Black Banner to strike. Black Banner commander received this order and shouted excitedly. Black Banner troop was nurtured by He tribe for a long time, the trump card made from expending huge amounts of resources. Once they were deployed, they were like a black blade that stabbed into the battlefield, easily slicing it like tofu. The entire Black Banner troop was reinforced by battle will Gu. They were brave and peerless, not afraid of death. They could display 120% of their original strength. Can't control it anymore, huh? Lu Wenwu's eyes shone brilliantly, staring at the Black Banner troop's movements. When he saw the Black Banner troop making a curve around the battlefield, towards his central camp, he instantly understood He Lu Lan's intention. So you are trying to stake it all on this, gathering your advantage and piercing the grass soldier army. HMPH, Bei Sao Chuan had such difficulty resisting Chong Shanyin. If the Black Banner troops appeared, he would definitely fall. By then, He tribe would have a mild advantage and this crucial beast group would be free to attack. Thinking so, Lu Wenwu laughed arrogantly. Your He tribe has Black Banner troops, renowned in northern plains. My Lu tribe also has the Grand White troops, of similar magnitude of fame. Black Banner and Grand White's competition had been ongoing for hundreds of years. Let's see who wins today. Under his command, the Grand White troops unleashed one of their 3 killer moves directly. The Grand White troops exploded with a piercing white light. The white light formed into a giant light pillar that pierced into the heavens. The light pillar rose up, but after an instant, it descended from the sky, shooting at the area that the Black Banner troops were advancing towards. The 3 Black Banner commanders saw this familiar killer move and ordered their troops to stay on guard. The light pillar dispersed and the Grand White troops appeared with a tight formation. Grand White troops were foot soldiers, while Black Banner troops rode battle horses. But in terms of mobility, Grand White troops were superior. It was none other than the ability of this killer move. Chapter 533, Huge Battle, 3/4. Black Banner troops and Grand White troops started to fight. Ever since they were created, they were opposing forces that had contested for hundreds of years, having victories and losses on both sides. At this moment, the 2 troops engaged in battle and unleashed their killer moves, having no clear advantage on each side. Seeing his final trump card engaged in a deadlock, He Lu Lan's expression turned pitch black. He. Lu Wenwu laughed heartily, feeling great pleasure. His opponent was at his wit's end, but he was in the same situation. However, the grass soldier army could still block the mutated beast wolf group for some time. As for He tribe's higher level battle force, they had already shown signs of collapsing, especially Gao Yong and Zhu Zai against Yang Baiseng and Mo Shiquang. Their battle was very obviously showing signs of a victor emerging. Yang Baiseng and Mo Shiquang, although they were not skilled at cooperating, they had greater individual strength than their opponents. If Gao Yong and Zhu Zai were fighting 2 against 1, using their great chemistry, they could have a mild advantage. But now, they could only be suppressed, defending desperately as they were in a passive situation. Anyone could tell that Gao Yong and Zhu Zai were going to fail very soon. Once they lose, Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shi Kuang would be like tigers out of a cage, they would start to reinforce other battles. That way, their mild advantage will snowball and accumulate, allowing the entire battle to sway in his favor. Once Lu tribe army gains the advantage, He tribe without any more backup would have no way of winning, they would only be able to watch their opponent grow stronger as they fall into a worse situation. Eventually, the other side will turn advantage into victory, and He tribe army would crumble. He Lu Lan could see the problem now, he was sweating profusely. He was all alone in the main tent, at this point, he could only rely on his own strength. His body vanished in the main tent, appeared in the air above the grass soldier army. He had the intention of killing Bei Sao Chuan. Since Bei Sao Chuan did not have lurking soul coat Gu, he was easy to distinguish. Once he is killed, the grass soldier army would crumble. That way, this battle would go back into a double offense situation. At the end, it would be like the first battle, they would have to regroup and retreat. Killer move, Dark Vortex. He Lu Lan had just activated his killer move, when a white light appeared before him, showing Lu Wenwu's body. He Lu Lan was a Dark Path rank 5, while Lu Wenwu was a Light Path rank 5, the two had engaged in combat for many times without a clear victor. But this time, the gentleman-like Lu Wenwu showed a mild smile of a victor. Brother Lu Lan, today's battle depends on a single ray of light. My grass soldier army is going to fall soon, but your higher level battle strength will falter more quickly. What a pity, our armies have very close battle strength, we are nearly evenly matched. You are courting death, He Lu Lan shouted furiously, growling and charging at Lu Wenwu. The two fought as they moved around, exploding with thunderous sounds or brilliant lights. Strange, in my previous life, He tribe defeated Lu tribe, but it seems that Lu tribe has the advantage now. Was it because of me that some weird changes occurred? Fang Yuan hid at a corner as he secretly observed. He was an enslavement strength dual cultivator, he had not displayed his full strength yet. In fact, he had not even displayed his full enslavement path abilities yet. At this moment, the grass soldier army was barely holding on, he just had to show up and unleash the Wolf Howl Gu and rank 5 amplify effect Gu to instantly defeat Bei Sao Chuan. But Fang Yuan did not move, he chose to observe. His attention was on Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shi Kuang. Once he showed up, and activated Wolf Howl Gu and rank 5 amplify effect Gu, there was a huge possibility that the two of them would come after him. Truthfully speaking, Fang Yuan was already accomplished in strength path, he was not afraid of fighting Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shi Kuang together in close combat. My vision cannot be limited to this battle. The fight for the Imperial Court is a competition among super tribes, a game manipulated by Gu Immortals. Once I expose my full strength, even if we win this battle, the other party will definitely target me when they get reinforced by their Gu Immortal. By then, I would have no more hidden trump cards left, my grasp over this situation would fall to rock bottom. Fang Yuan's mind was on the Imperial Court, he kept calm at all times and was not disturbed by the dangerous situation ahead of him. In my previous life, how did He tribe defeat Lu tribe? Although the battle is extremely tense now, both sides had not used their trump cards yet. At least I know that Tai Bai Yunsheng has a rank 5 Gu, man as before. The less battle strength I expose, the better it is for me. If I strike, it has to be a fatal blow. Now is not the time yet. Fang Yuan's heart was calm, despite this intense battlefield that was filled with corpses and rivers of blood. In his eyes, these casualties were just numbers. In this battle, many people screamed at the deaths of their friends and family, many people shouted in joy after killing a strong foe, some Gu masters ran away under the fear of death. Some Gu masters were filled with ambition, wanting to be a person of higher status. Human emotions became riled up in such moments of life and death, they were frenzied, crazy, while arrogant and unrestrained. Observing the ruthless expressions of the people around, hearing their screaming and shouting, Fang Yuan felt a great sense of serenity and peace. His heart was firm like an ancient abyss, there were no ripples on the surface. Fight, kill, a person is born to engage in battle. Win, lose, continue walking on your path, by stepping on other people's corpses. Let blood boil, let sweat flow, the best moment of life is now. Take this is my killer move, world-devouring chi. In the battlefield, an explosive and thunderous shout burst out. His voice attracted numerous gazes as everyone subconsciously focused on it. Oh no, let's go. An intense sense of danger assaulted him as Gao Yong shouted, activating his GU worm and wanting to escape, but the surrounding air was as dense as walls, he could barely move. Mo Shi Kuang floated in the air, opening his hands as his 10 fingers converged before his chest. Gao Yong and Zhu Zai felt a despairing sense of pressure, squashing them from all directions. Their shocked expressions froze on their faces, the feeling of imminent death filled their hearts. Go! Before the moment of death, Zhu Zai burst out the strength of 3 Grand Emperor Boar, piercing a hole on the wall like air. Brother! Gao Yong felt his world spinning. When he reacted, he had already been tossed far away by Zhu Zai, away from the battlefield. As for Zhu Zai, he was squeezed into meat paste by Mo Shi Kuang's killer move, through an intense and concentrated air pressure. Brother! Gao Yong shouted, his heart felt like it was pierced by daggers as tears flowed out of his eyes like a flood. Mo Shi Kuang also vomited a mouthful of blood. Second brother, your killer move is not completed yet, don't activate it casually. Liang Baisang quickly hurried over and held him in the air. Mo Shi Kuang vomited blood as he laughed. What a great battle, I used it without thinking, ha ha ha. Liang Baisang shook his head. Alright, let's continue killing that Gao Yong. After we resolve the problem here, we will reinforce the other battles. Lu Wenwu, who saw this, laughed. He declared with overwhelming confidence, this is the start of our Lu tribe army's consecutive victories. Brother Lu Lan, you have no way of winning already. Is that so? It was not He Lu Lan who replied him, but Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was at another battle ring. Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had always been evading attacks, suddenly burst out with great speed as he pulled some distance from his opponent, opening his palms and shooting out a silver beam. The silver beam shone on Zhu Zai's flesh and blood that became meat paste. Rank 5, man as before. In an instant, silver light shone brilliantly, making people close their eyes in response. After the light faded, Zhu Zai reappeared on the battlefield, without any injuries on him, as his primeval sea level was also at its peak. Under the effect of man as before, Zhu Zai returned to the state right before the battle. The shocked expression not only appeared on multiple GU masters' faces, even Lu Wenwu, Mo Shi Kuang, and Liang Baisang had the same expression. Man as before GU had an incredible healing effect that made almost everyone feel shocked and speechless. Man as before GU, time path healing GU, could return a target to his condition at a point in time. Good, what a great healing GU. He Lu Lan laughed heartily. He did not expect Tai Bai Yunsheng to be concealing such a strong trump card. As long as they had this, He tribe's higher level battle could drag on for a long time. Good, now is the time. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he activated rank 4 Eagle Rise GU, flying up into the sky. Rank 5 Amplify Effect GU and rank 4 Wolf Howl GU. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and howled, as his voice spread far and wide. Under the effect of the Wolf Howl GU, all his mutated beasts' bodies expanded. As their eyes turned bright red, their battle strength grew by 5 times. Go! Fang Yuan floated in the air, staring at the battlefield as he muttered. The wolf tide burst out, like a tsunami out of nowhere. Damn it, I can't hold on. Bei Cao Chuan was at his wit's end. He resisted desperately, but the grass soldier army was like a thin piece of paper under the wolf tide. It was torn to shreds without even lasting for a few breaths' time. Bei Cao Chuan did not even manage to escape before a frenzy wolf pounced on him and tore his armor with its sharp teeth, before biting his throat. Bei Cao Chuan resisted with all his strength, sending this frenzy wolf flying. Just as he was about to cover his neck and get up, 3 white eyes wolves came in after a struggle. He was a corpse torn into several pieces. The grass soldier army went down. Fang Yuan thus manipulated the wolf group and attacked Grand White troops. Grand White troops were fighting with Black Banner troops. They were stuck in a stalemate as they exchanged blows. Now that the mutated beast wolf group attacked them from behind, they suffered heavy injuries. Ha ha ha, Lu Wenwu, it seems that I have the last laugh. The battle turned in such a sudden direction. He Lu Lan was overjoyed and surprised. No, I have not lost yet. Lu Wenwu's face was distorted as he shouted frantically, like a gambler who had gone crazy from losing. He turned into a white light, flying towards Liang Baisang and Mo Shi Kuang. Second brother, third brother. He shouted. Chapter 534. Huge battle, 4 quarters. We are here, big brother. Liang Baisang and Mo Shi Kuang shouted at the same time. Let them see the true strength of his 3 brothers. Lu Wenwu shouted, and without slowing down, directly smashed into Mo Shikuang and Yang Bai Sang. The two laughed loudly, their body giving off green and gray light. Green, gray and white, three lights collided. Boom! Light dispersed and on the spot appeared a human-shaped monster. This monster had 3 heads and 6 arms. It was 20 feet tall with tight muscles and bronze skin. The 3 heads had the appearance of Lu Wenwu, Yang Bai Sang and Mo Shikuang. Countless people looked on with wide eyes at this freakish scene. I will let you guys know, this is our 3 brothers' killer move, 3 heads 6 arms. Are you trembling in fear? Let out all your dread. This will be the last moment of your lives. The 3 heads spoke in unison. HMPH, shameless boasting. Gao Yang snorted, activating his treacherous cloud wave GU. A gray cloud shot towards the 3-head 6-arms giant, but before it even reached its target, Lu Wenwu's eyes shot 2 light beams that pierced through the cloud. With a sonic boom, the 3-head 6-arms suddenly appeared above Gao Yang. So fast, Gao Yang's pupils shrunk, and from the battle experiences he had cultivated over a long period of time, he quickly activated his defense GU. The monster waved its 2 arms. One arm pierced through the light barrier while another arm smashed Gao Yang's head like it smashed a watermelon. Next moment, Gao Yang's headless corpse fell down from the sky. Brother! Rage attacked Zhu Zai's heart and made him lose all reasoning, as he ferociously charged towards the monster. Muahahaha, the lamentation of ants. Mo Shikuang's head laughed loudly and lightly flicked his finger towards Zhu Zai. Chi flow exploded and moved straight through the battlefield with formidable impact force, inflicting injuries for several thousands of steps. Zhu Zai directly exploded from the attack, his blood and crushed bones flying in all directions. The GU masters who suffered the after effects of the attack were all injured heavily. This power, it has increased by at least 6 times and the speed has increased by 9 times at least. This 3-people combination, is it combining Asura transformation, the attacking force of Chi Path and the effects of Light Path. Fang Yuan had an intense urge to battle when he looked at this scene. I have all-out effort GU, and by adding in rank 5 amplify effect GU, I can burst out with 500 Jun of strength. I wonder who would win if I fight with this monster. But in the next moment, Fang Yuan suppressed his battle intent and flew down, again hiding among the mutated beast group. Man as before GU. At this moment, 2 silver lights shone down. Zhu Zai and Gao Yang resurrected again, restored to their previous state. Old geezer. The monster's 6 eyes were filled with icy glint, killing intent and battle intent, simultaneously charging towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng panically retreated. Although he had man as before GU, he could only use it on others and could not use it on himself. All those that are free, protect Tai Bai Yunsheng. He Lu Lan hurried to reinforce while shouting to his army, realizing the crux of the battle. Who can stop me? Yang Bai Sang's head loftily smiled. Next instant, the monster turned into a ray of green light that shot towards Tai Bai Yunsheng like lightning. Tai Bai Yunsheng was hiding behind others, but no one was able to block the monster as it charged straight, sweeping everything on its path. Anyone that dared to block it, be it GU masters or beasts, would become pools of crushed flesh and bones. Benefactor, leave quickly. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai rushed over, guarding Tai Bai Yunsheng behind them. Cumbersome things. The monster waved its 6 arms so quick that one could only see their afterimage. Thump thump, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang were smashed again. Take my soul blade GU. Pan Ping hurried over and activated single blade GU. Soul blade GU successfully activated this time and the monster's huge body slightly shook, a shallow wound appearing on its chest. A little interesting. The monster laughed coldly. The wound had completely recovered by the time he finished laughing. Afterwards, the monster let out a breath of turbid air. The turbid air detonated and exploded Pan Ping into pieces. Tai Bai Yunsheng, where are you going? The monster howled with laughter, the voices of the 3 heads gradually becoming one. Tai Bai Yunsheng had not moved very far when the monster intercepted in front of him. Waterfall flowed in a torrent and Hao Ji Lu came riding it. The monster pushed forward with all 6 hands and collapsed the water torrent. Hao Ji Lu screamed miserably and flew backwards in a faster speed than he came. Seeing this scene, Bian Xizan who was charging forward immediately stopped, not daring to go forward. Dark vortex. He Lu Lan sped down from the sky, and the giant black sphere that was as large as a hill pressed down. The monster roared, its 6 hands forming into a claw shape and slashing towards the distant black sphere. Killer move. World-devouring qi. The air became as thick as a wall and solid as a mountain. He Lu Lan's face turned red and purple, but he was not able to continue forward. Following after, air from all around surged and unexpectedly swallowed his killer move. The killer move which Mo Shi Kuang could not carry out completely was suddenly perfected in the monster's hand. The mutated wolf group rushed over while He Lu Lan delayed the monster. In an instant, the mutated wolf group had surrounded the monster tightly. A bloody battle broke out. The mutated wolves, which had a strength of rank 4 GU masters, fearlessly initiated a death charge at the monster. Kill, kill, kill. The monster growled repeatedly as it turned into a berserk state and started fighting the mutated wolves. His every movement carried his full power. Light path, chi path and transformation path GU worms jointly attacked with deep tacit cooperation, as if the monster was a cultivator cultivating 3 paths. The mutated wolves died one after another, but the monster's offensive was still as fierce as before. Lord Alliance leader, let me lend you a hand. At this moment, a Lu tribe GU master hurried over to assist. But in the next moment, he was smashed apart alive by the monster which had lost its reason. Lord Lu Wenwu has lost his mind. He has become mad. The battlefield was in an uproar and Lu tribe army's morale fell down sharply. My tribe has suffered tremendous losses. We have lost 1/3 of our GU masters, it is time to retreat. How can such an alliance leader be worth us giving up our lives? Let's discuss after we retreat. The casualties have already reached a high level. Retreat now, don't care about violating the poison vow. The battle had reached such a chaotic state that was beyond everyone's expectation. Deserters started to appear from both He and Lu tribe. The Black Banner troops and Grand White troops that had been managing the army were in an intense fight now. How could they have the energy to spare to suppress these deserters? What to do? He Lu Lan asked. This monster gave him an extreme headache. Don't worry, killer moves have astonishing might, but their consumption of primeval essence is also enormous. Moreover, this killer move clearly has a defect. This monster has already lost its reasoning. A powerful being without intelligence is nothing to worry about. Fang Yuan calmly analyzed, his voice shaking everyone's mind. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, then we have already won this battle. Tai Bai Yun Sheng added. But he had just finished speaking when the unexpected event happened. The 3-head 6-arms monster suddenly separated into 3 people who then charged into 3 directions. Lu Wenwu and Mo Shi Kuang's charge missed, but Ouyang Bai Seng's eyes shone as he shouted, Chong Shan Yin, I have finally found you. Die. Their 3-people combination into 3-head 6-arms monster allowed their souls to mix and their battle strength would raise rapidly, but this state could not be maintained for long. The longer it was used, the more chaotic their memories would become, finally leading them to lose themselves and become a delirious lunatic or become an idiot. When they killed the GU master that had come for reinforcement, their minds shook and barely managed to regain a trace of sanity. Relying on this sanity, they planned in making a comeback. Compared to killing Tai Bai Yun Sheng, killing Chong Shan Yin would no doubt be much more important. The investigative GU of these 3 were not common GU. By carefully observing the battlefield, they calculated the 3 places where Fang Yuan was most likely to be hiding. In the end, Ouyang Bai Sang found Fang Yuan's hiding place. Damn it, if the Wolf King dies, the wolf group will crumble apart. Lu tribe's army will be able to turn around the situation and it will instead become my army's defeat. Seeing Ouyang Bai Sang pouncing at Chong Shan Yin with a sinister smile, He Lu Lan shouted inwardly as he crazily rushed to assist, but he was still late. Die. Ouyang Bai Sang unexpectedly still had enough primeval essence left to activate Asura transformation again. Wolf King is finished. Sun Shi Han was afraid but also happy. Bad. Chong Shan Yin is going to die. Tai Bai Yun Sheng and others had pale expressions. Father. Chong Ji Yu shouted in desperation. However, the person in question, Fang Yuan, had a strange smile on his face as he saw Ouyang Bai Seng's attack. Rank 4 Eagle Raise GU and Rank 5 Amplify Effect GU. A pair of eagle wings suddenly grew out of Fang Yuan's back and took him towards the sky with 5 times the speed. Ouyang Bai Sang was dazed for a second before he hurried chased, shouting, "Don't even think of escaping." But his speed was not enough and he could only look on as the gap between them spread apart. Let me, Lu Wenwu shouted and turned into a white light that rapidly charged over. But Fang Yuan nimbly turned around and dodged. Mo Shi Kuang also rushed over at this moment, chasing and intercepting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was extremely deft. At times, he was like a butterfly passing through the flowers, at times, he was like a lightning, at times, he was like a light wind, and at times, he was like a ghost, playfully circling the three. This is master-level flying skill. Everyone looked at this sight with dumbfounded gazes. GU masters raised GU, used GU and refined GU, no matter which aspect, they were all profound and vast. It was clearly the same GU that they were using, but some GU masters could use them brilliantly, elevating it to a level of art. People often called these individuals masters. I had never thought that Wolf King was not only an enslavement path master but also flying master. Everyone looked for a while and let go of their worries, exclaiming in surprise, "Wolf King, don't run if you dare." Ouyang Bai Sang shouted, "Chong Shan Yin, if you have any guts, come exchange 300 moves with me." Mo Shi Kuang roared in fury. Damn it! Lu Wenwu gnashed his teeth, his heart already sinking to the bottom. Fang Yuan's flying skills left them in the dust. What made them even more vexed was that Fang Yuan was unexpectedly separating his thoughts in controlling the wolf group to slaughter Lu tribe army, while dodging them. Oh, for heaven's sake, if I knew you could fly this skillfully, why would we need to fight to this extent? Looking at Fang Yuan's skillful maneuvers, He Lu Lan felt some resentment in his heart. As for the Lu tribe three brothers, they were completely speechless. Chapter 535, Meeting of Father and Son. Lu Wenwu lost. It was an indignant loss, but this was the truth, it would not change because of his feelings. Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Bai Sang, Mo Shi Kuang all had flying abilities. But in terms of flying attainment, they could not compare to Fang Yuan. The sky was different from the ground, people could fly freely in the air, up, down, left, right, they could dodge in all directions and fly everywhere. But on the ground, there was much less space for evasion. No matter how Lu Wenwu and gang tried to block him, they could do nothing to Fang Yuan. Meanwhile, as Fang Yuan dodged, he mobilized the wolf army to slaughter Lu tribe's army. Lu Wenwu and gang had no choice but to give up on chasing Fang Yuan, turning to kill the wolf group and helping the low-rank GU masters. But this was what He Lu Lan, Fang Yuan and others wanted to see. Using wolf kings or the mutated wolf group to expended the Lu tribe three brothers' precious primeval essence was very worth it. It was very advantageous to Fang Yuan as well. As long as a GU master did not advance to Immortal realm, their primeval essence would be limited. Once they expend their primeval essence, their battle strength would decrease drastically and hit rock bottom. The wolf tide came again and again. The more wolves the Lu tribe three brothers killed, the more primeval essence they used up. The wolf group's scale was huge, it was never ending. Eventually, Lu tribe three brothers killed until their primeval essence was depleted. By the time they had to preserve their primeval essence, they would no longer be able to battle freely. He tribe's higher level battle strength finally had something to do as they suppressed the three of them. He Lu Lan, today, I did not lose to you, but I lost to Tai Bai Yunsheng and Chong Shan Yin. Lu Wenwu's hair was messy as his body was covered in injuries, he no longer had his gentleman-like attitude as he shouted indignantly. He felt that, with their three brothers' killer move, 3 heads 6 arms, they had great battle strength and could suppress the battlefield. If back then, they got to Fang Yuan and used their supreme speed to kill Fang Yuan, the wolf group would have collapsed and He tribe would have lost. But Tai Bai Yunsheng had the rank 5 healing GU, man as before, the effect was godly, it greatly weakened the effectiveness of their killer move. When they were left with no choice and chased after Wolf King, they found that the enslavement master Chong Shan Yin was actually a motherfucking flying master. The 3 brothers could not catch him, they could only watch the battle crumble. Eventually, Lu tribe lost and was chased down by He tribe, they suffered great losses and countless people surrendered. As the alliance leader, Lu Wenwu and others were captured after their primeval essence was depleted. He tribe and Lu tribe had always been competing, the 2 super tribes had a tense relationship, it was well known in Northern Plains. Now, He tribe only captured Lu Wenwu and others and did not kill them, they wisely sought for a great amount of battle reparation from Lu tribe. Lu Wenwu was one of Lu tribe's prospective GU immortals, if he was killed, the bottom line of this imperial court contest's rules would be infringed. More importantly, although He tribe won, it was a tragic victory and they suffered huge losses as well. Without Lu Wenwu to bargain for huge amounts of compensation, just ordinary battle gains would not allow He tribe to regain their strength. This was very disadvantageous for their future battles for the imperial court. 3 days later, Lu tribe's envoy came, and brought all of the Lu tribesmen and the tribes that submitted to them back into the Blessed Land. As for the tired and heavily damaged He tribe army, they set up camp and managed the people who surrendered, reforming their alliance and collating the battle gains, giving out resources and digesting the spoils of war. In the large lizard house Gu, Fang Yuan sat on the cushion as he cultivated intently. A rank 4 wolf soul Gu appeared out of his body through his will. The wolf soul Gu was only thumb size, it was like a tiny gray wolf-shaped doll, it floated in the air as it was covered in an eerie blue light. The primeval sea level in Fang Yuan's aperture dropped as primeval essence was injected into the wolf soul Gu, causing it to expand rapidly. Wolf soul Gu expanded and turned into a pure gray wolf soul, as large as an elephant. Next, the wolf soul opened its mouth and howled soundlessly, crashing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. How could a 1,000-man soul be so easily affected? The wolf soul crashed on his 1,000-man soul, and immediately froze, suppressed by his 1,000-man soul. The two souls tangled as they turned into mist. A moment later, the wolf soul fused into the 1,000-man soul and reappeared. At this moment, the 1,000-man soul had a long pair of wolf ears on its head, its body was thinner than Fang Yuan's body, and its nose also became sharper. The only part that had not changed were its long hair, eyes, and tail. Ever since the Imperial Court competition, I have been using Wolf Soul Gu daily to refine my soul. Now, I have achieved small success, my soul is around 30% Wolfman soul. Once he fully converts to Wolfman soul, his control over the wolf group would experience another qualitative change. Not only would the numbers increase greatly, he would be able to command them like an extension of his limbs, controlling them would require a mere thought. After an intense battle, his soul's tiredness and weariness would also be lower. But according to this speed, by the time I completely refine the Wolfman soul, the Imperial Court contest would be over already. I only have rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu, the efficiency is way too slow. Fang Yuan sighed. If he had rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu, that would be better compared to Fang Yuan's current situation. But rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu was like a grown man using a tiny knife to chop a tree. In truth, Fang Yuan's soul cultivation was already very fast. Ordinary Gu masters needed to spend at least 20 to 30 years to reach his level. Even a genius Gu master with a clan's support could only be like Dong Fang Yu Liang, reducing the time needed to 10 years. Fang Yuan had Dang Hun Mountain, his soul foundation grew at rocket speed, his point of view was obviously different. If I can get the Thieving Heaven inheritance, and obtain Luopo Valley, Fang Yuan's thoughts drifted to this. But a moment later, he stopped this thought. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain was corroded by the gruel mud continuously, there was only a small mountain left now. His current objective was to save Dang Hun Mountain. As for Luopo Valley, he could only search for it after the Imperial Court contest ends. While Fang Yuan was cultivating, Chong Biao brought Ni Shui Tong and Chong Jiyu to the door of the large lizard house Jiyu. I am Chong Biao, I was summoned by Lord Wolf King. Chong Biao's voice was low and polite, he respectfully informed the guarding Jiyu master. The two rank 3 Jiyu masters had a plain expression as they stood by the door. One answered, Lord Wolf King is cultivating now, we cannot enter the Jiyu house to inform him, you will have to wait. Hehe, that is only natural. Chong Biao laughed, trying to conceal the bitterness and dreariness in his heart. He and Chong Shan Yin had a huge grudge, he would not be willing to submit to He tribe. Originally, he wanted to go to Lu tribe, but Lu tribe wanted him to give up his family name and join Lu tribe. This request was impossible for Chong tribesmen and the elders to accept. Chong tribe was a large-sized tribe, once they gave up their family name and became Lu tribesmen, Chong tribe would cease to exist. Furthermore, He Lu Lan captured Lu Wenwu alive, and in order to appeal to the most important person Chong Shan Yin, he added in the condition of taking over Chong tribe among the battle reparation. Thus, Chong tribe became the sacrificial lamb in Lu and He tribe's transaction. If Chong tribe did not submit to He tribe, they would be assaulted by He tribe's army. Forced by both tribes, Chong tribe had no choice but to lower their heads to He Lu Lan, becoming He tribe's captives. Chong Shan Yin and Chong tribe's enmity was known to all. After He Lu Lan captured Chong tribe, he let Fang Yuan deal with them completely. After Fang Yuan got the news, he expressed his gratitude to He Lu Lan, but in fact, he did not care about it. He was only using Chong Shan Yin's identity, in order to enter the imperial court-blessed land. Wolf King's grudges had nothing to do with him. But if he settled this casually, it would not fit his current status, and people would get suspicious. Thus, Fang Yuan informed Chong tribe's current leader Chong Biao to meet him. Chong Biao waited from evening to midnight. At this period of time, northern plains nights were extremely cold. Chong Biao and the others had their GU worms confiscated. The primeval essence in their apertures could not resist the cold. Under the blowing night wind, they were shivering from the cold. Chong Biao kept a calm expression, but Ni Shui Tong was very guilty. She could not conceal the worry in her heart. Chong Jiyu was young and at the peak of his health, although his nose was red from the cold, and his body was shivering, his eyes were shining brightly with excitement. All his life, he had been hearing about the Wolf King Chong Shan Huayan and his great deeds. Everyone called him the hero's son. He was gifted this unique status from birth. This gave him great worries, pride, trouble, and even chance encounters. When he had first heard about Wolf King Chong Shan Yin being alive and had returned, but wanted to exact revenge on Chong tribe, he had very complicated feelings. When he found out that he was going to battle his father, his intense battle intent wavered. During the earlier meeting, Chong Shan Yin did not appear. In fact, he went to bash up Sun Shihan. This made Chong Jiyu feel disappointed but also great admiration. After Lu tribe lost, he became a captive, but that made him sigh in relief. He no longer needed to fight with his father. Right now, after Lu tribe lost, he was going to meet his real father. Chong Jiyu was very excited in his heart. Even though he was outside shivering and suffering from the weather, it could not freeze the hot-bloodedness in him. The person who gave me everything, my father, what kind of person are you? He was very curious, but he also felt a bit lost and anxious. After using 3 wolf soul GU, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. The sound of the icy wind blowing outside the window could be heard in the warm room. Fang Yuan purposely gave Chong Biao a display of authority. After counting the time that had passed, he knew it was time. Thus, he transmitted his message while controlling the large lizard house GU and opened the doors. Lord Wolf King has finished his cultivation, he will meet you now. The GU master guards outside received the transmission and said expressionlessly. Chong Biao's breathing paused. He felt great trepidation as he walked in first, with heavy footsteps. If Wolf King found out the truth, then he would die without a proper corpse, his reputation would be ruined. Even if Wolf King did not find out the truth, as long as he wanted revenge, killing the whole of Chong tribe would only be a sentence worth of work. Being meat on the chopping block, this was the helplessness of being in this world. Fang Yuan looked at the 3 people kneeling before him. Chong Biao lowered his head, gritting his teeth, while Ni Shui Tong had a pale expression and was shivering. As for Chong Jiyu, he was breathing roughly, but he took peeks at Chong Shan Yin at times, showing an excited expression. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. The laughter was heard by all 3 of them, causing them to shudder. Chong Biao shut his eyes, his heart had sank to rock bottom, he was waiting for judgment. Ni Shui Tong almost collapsed on the ground weakly, but Chong Jiyu was very agitated. This was father's laughter. He felt a strong sense of warmth from this laugh. Chapter 536, Major Battles. Fang Yuan observed Chong Biao and the others' expressions fully. Fang Yuan knew about Wolf King Chong Shan Yin's matters mostly from his biography. He did not know the true culprit behind Wolf King's situation. But even if he found out, he would not bother taking revenge for the dead Wolf King. He was Fang Yuan. The so-called Chong Shan Yin was merely a mask. From today onwards, I will be Chong tribe's one and only supreme elder. Fang Yuan spoke, breaking the silence. Chong Biao's body shuddered. He opened his eyes and quickly bowed. Chong Biao pays respect to Lord Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan nodded. We need to investigate the matters from back then thoroughly. But now is not the time, we have to wait till the Imperial Court contest ends. From today onwards, I will be Chong tribe's sole Supreme Elder. Chong Jiyu, you will be the tribe leader. Chong Biao will be the #1 elder. Ni Shui Tong, our relationship is over, continue to be Chong Biao's wife. Because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's tradition, in Northern Plains, women had lowly status, they were often sold as commodity in transactions. In fact, at times, when an esteemed guest comes to visit, the Lord would send his own wife to the esteemed guest to sleep with him. Chong Jiyu was stunned on the spot, he froze completely. Ni Shui Tong did not speak. Chong Biao controlled the shock in his heart, he bowed once again. this subordinate understands. Leave. Fang Yuan waved his hand, sending them away. He had to make good use of his time to continue cultivating. The three walked out of the large lizard house Gu in a daze, until the cold night wind blew on them and woke them up. I survived just like this. Chang Biao felt endless joy and happiness. But the matter back then was done flawlessly. Even though there are some traces here and there, after all these years, the evidences are long gone. Back then, I got close to Changshan Yin on purpose, and became good buddies with him. Now that Changshan Yin had gone through such a great change, plus it has already been so many years, it is normal for our relationship to turn bland. Chang Biao thought rapidly in his head. The current situation was way better than what he had expected. Although I was demoted from tribe leader to elder, most of my authority is intact. Changshan Yin still trusts me, seeing that he allowed me to be the #1 elder. As for making Chang Jiyu the new tribe leader, it shows that he is still caring about his own blood and flesh deeply. As long as he cares about his old relationships and friendships, everything will be easy to resolve, Chang Biao thought, and got more energetic. He was dreaming within his own world, and did not notice his wife Ni Shui Tong's complicated expression. The old Changshan Yin was extremely infatuated with her beauty, but earlier, Changshan Yin did not give her even an extra glance. On the way here, she was extremely worried about Changshan Yin forcing her to his wife again. That way, she will be separated from her lover Chang Biao. That was too painful. But now, the situation was way better than she had expected. Not only did Changshan Yin not pursue the matters back then, he even allowed her to remain as Chang Biao's wife. This was the result that Ni Shui Tong was dreaming of earlier. She should be happy, but for some reason, while she still felt some trepidation from earlier, there was also a sense of loss in her, that she did not want to admit. As for Chang Jiyu, he was in great joy, confusion, and suspicion. I've finally met father. He was just a few steps in front of me. He is much more authoritative than I imagined. Father did not call me his son, but instead called my name. Is he unaware that I am his flesh and blood? But father, why did he let me become Chang tribe leader? I am so young and only have rank 3 cultivation, can I do it? I get it, this must be a test from father. He is testing me, this son he had never met. If I can manage the tribe well and achieve outstanding results, will he feel happy and proud, will he recognize me as his son? Thinking so, Chang Jiyu felt extremely excited. He made up his mind, he would exert all his efforts and perform well in the upcoming fight for the imperial court. Fang Yuan would not expect that his simple arrangements would bring such great emotional changes in Chang Biao and gang. But even if he knew, he would not care. In the 500 years of his past life, Changshan Yin helped Ma Hongyun to ascend to the position of the Lord of the Imperial Court. He also had complete control over Chang tribe. Different from Earth, when strength can be accumulated within a person, the stronger one is, the greater their authority would be. At this point, Fang Yuan was no longer the low-ranked GU master on Qingmao Mountain, suppressed and weakened by the system. Right now, he had the authority to manipulate and change the power system of a tribe. One could say, he was at the peak of the mortal realm. He knew in his heart, all this was because of the great strength that he had. Right now, my first aperture had already adapted. I can use rank 5 peak stage primeval essence. My second aperture has also reached rank 5 middle stage. My 2 apertures have 90% a grade aptitude. To use my 2 sets of GU worms now, I have ample primeval essence. But enslavement and strength path GU worms are not extremely strong. In terms of strength path, after getting the rank 5 amplify effect GU, my explosive force is already high enough, except that my body is unable to endure the increment in strength. Earlier, when fighting against Lu Wenwu and his brother's combination killer move, 3 heads 6 arms, Fang Yuan could definitely fight against them using his strength path cultivation. But Fang Yuan knew clearly that the moment he unleashed 500 Jun of strength, regardless of how his opponent will ends up, his own body would definitely crumble first. My bones are impermanence bones. My skin is turtle jade wolf skin. To sustain 500 Jun of strength, this is not enough. But if I modify my muscles and tendons to accommodate strength path, they would not suit my enslavement path. If I modify them for enslavement path, they will not aid my strength path. The root of the problem is that enslavement and strength have some conflict between them. It is difficult to cultivate them together. It is unlike soul and enslavement path, or soul and wisdom path. This problem had always been troubling Fang Yuan. If he could not resolve this, Fang Yuan's enslavement and strength path would only go far, but would not reach the apex and attain ultimate strength. Although Fang Yuan had information regarding Luopo Valley now, the future was uncertain, anything could happen. Fang Yuan was a vigilant guy. Before getting Luopo Valley, he would not make up his mind to cultivate soul path, thus, he needed to perfect his enslavement strength path route now. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and thought about it, before opening them and taking out East Window GU from his aperture. This GU was a storage GU, used to store information. It came from Langya Land Spirit. Inside East Window GU, there was information regarding the killer move, 3 heads 6 arms. This killer move was extremely powerful. It could allow Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Bai Sang, and Mo Shi Kuang to become a giant monster, increasing their battle strength to a terrifying level. After He tribe defeated Lu tribe, they make requests regarding this killer move, thus it became a part of the reparation. Thereafter, Fang Yuan exchanged for it using his battle merits. These days, when Fang Yuan was free, he would research about this killer move. When GU masters use multiple GU worms at the same time, allowing their effects to merge and cooperate to form greater effects, that would be the so-called GU master killer move. Killer move, 3 heads 6 arms, needed 18 GU worms to be used at the same time. GU worms used ranged from rank 3 to 5, the primeval essence expenditure was huge as well. At the same time, 3 GU masters were needed, one could not activate it alone. This killer move was unusable by Fang Yuan, but that did not mean it was worthless to him. Killer move, or recipes, displayed exquisite usage of GU worms. Why was it that when these GU worms were used in a specific way, they achieved such effects? Why can these GU worms do it, but not others? If this GU was changed to another GU, can the same effect be achieved? If an enemy uses this killer move, what ways are there to counter it? Man is the spirit of all being, GU is the essence of heaven and earth. Inside a GU, there were tiny laws of heaven and earth, the fragments of the great Tao. By understand GU, one would comprehend the great Tao, and understand the natural laws of this world. Just like on earth, using experiments to learn scientific theories. This GU recipe gave great insight to Fang Yuan. If I had 3 heads and 6 arms, what would happen? A flash of inspiration appeared in his brain, like opening a new window. His body was like the cornerstone. Enslavement and strength path were like the buildings on top of the cornerstone. Right now, this cornerstone was still small, thus the 2 buildings could only be low-rising. If he expanded this cornerstone in the future, would it be able to contain 2 tall buildings at the same time? Fang Yuan had never cared about his own appearance. Handsome, beauty, ugly, these were other people's opinions. What did that have to do with him? If his battle strength was high, so what if he was called a monster? Northern Plains, July. The weather was turning cold, mist turned into frost, it was raining non-stop. All the armies engaged in many intense battles, there were already less than 50 left. Although He tribe won against Lu tribe, they suffered a great loss as well. They set up camp and made use of all their time to recuperate and recover, like an injured beast. Middle of July, at Dujiao region, Yi Lui army defeated the alliance of 7 armies. On the day of the counterattack, Yi Lui Sang killed 3 rank 5 GU masters. But in this battle, the biggest achiever was a hidden elder in Qi Lian tribe, Qi Lian tribe leader's godson, Wu Ming. Wu Ming was a rank 5 middle stage dark path GU master. During the battles, he snuck into the enemy camp and assassinated the enemies, successfully killing 2 rank 5 experts, 13 rank 4 GU masters, causing the 7 alliance armies to feel great fear and low morale. Northern Plains, August. After Yang tribe recruited enslavement master Zhang Baoya, their strength surged and they experienced many victories. After some battles, they were one of the new popular competitors for the imperial court. The new enslavement master, Leopard King, Nu Tu led his army against Dao tribe. Dao tribe alliance army had suffered many setbacks during the battles. The alliance leader Dao Yu knew that he had no hopes of ascending to the Lord of Imperial Court position. Thus, he submitted to Nu Tu, and after their armies combined, their military power surged. Middle of August, He Lu Lan gave orders to resume their conquest. By September, the Imperial Court contest was starting to clear up. Only 5 armies had the highest hopes. He tribe which had Chong Shan Yin, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, Nu tribe with the new Leopard King, Yang tribe which had Rat King and Eagle King, Ma tribe with Horse King, as well as Yi Lui tribe which had Yi Lui Sang who possessed an immortal Gu. First half of September, Nu tribe army fought Yang tribe army. The leopard group could not contest the combination of eagles and rats. After half a month, Nu too lost. Start of October, while Yang tribe was digesting the battle reparations, Yi Lui Sang targeted them. Yang tribe army had people who wanted to fight, some wanted to defend, while some wanted to retreat. Because of differing opinions, the army could not execute proper orders, and thus, was taken down by Yi Lui Sang. After Yi Lui Sang win, they could not gloat for long, because Ma tribe had their eyes on them. Ma tribe rushed for 3 days and 3 nights, catching Yi Lui Sang off guard. A similar scene unfolded again. Before Yi Lui army digested their battle gains, they were defeated by Ma tribe. Yi Lui Sang escaped with his remaining troops, submitting to He tribe army. Start of November, He tribe moved north rapidly, setting up 8 defensive lines on the way, and during the middle of the month, engaged in the final battle with Ma tribe. Only the victor could stay in the imperial court. Meanwhile, the loser would have to pay reparations and face the 10-year blizzard amidst disappointment and pity. At once, this battle attracted numerous gazes, both participants and the people behind the scenes. During the first few battles, He tribe had the advantage. After Ma tribe lost 2 defensive lines, they retreated to the third. Yi Lui Sang wanted to take revenge, thus he kept challenging them, killing till Ma tribe army could only hide and defend themselves, causing their morale to dampen. Ma tribe had no choice, but to seek help from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land who was backing them. Chapter 537, Shui Song Zi. The lofty snowy mountain stood tall and reached through the clouds. Mountain ranges surrounded it like stars surrounding the moon. The sky had a hue of light blue color. Thin snow fluttered lightly and landed on the ground. This was a spotlessly white region with even the buildings on the mountain carved out of ice crystals. Here was Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the nest of Northern Plains demonic path GU Immortals, with tens of GU Immortals occupying different peaks. On one of the peaks of Snowy Mountain, green pine trees grew everywhere and a 7-story pavilion made of ice crystal stood there. 3 large words were carved on the board in the pavilion, Shui Song Pavilion. The owner of this peak, Shui Song Zi, was a famous ranked 6 demonic path GU Immortal of Northern Plains. He was tall and thin with snow-white hair that reached the ground and was clothed in a light blue gown. Right now, he was on the top floor of Shui Song Pavilion, looking down at this snowy mountain branch peak that belonged exclusively to him. He had deep blue eyes and his deep gaze swept through 1,000 li of his territory. The snow pines are growing well. The snow willows planted 2 years ago have already grown to over 10,000 willows. This year, the number of GU worms produced was close to 300 rank 5 GU. There are still a surplus of ice path and water path GU worms after leaving some for research. I can sell them and gain at least 2-3 immortal essence stones. Of course, my most important income source is still the transaction of snowmen slaves. Shui Song Zi raised 6 variant human tribes on his branch peak. They were all snowmen. Snowman was one of the species of variant humans who lived in ice-cold snowy regions. They had white skin, icy blue eyes and aqua blue hair. When they die, their blood and flesh body would turn into an ice sculpture. Snowmen normally did not cry or laugh, so their tears were very rare. The absolute majority of the snowmen would never experience crying from joy or pain in their life. However, if a snowman sheds tears, their tear would instantly condense into ice. Icy tears were precious GU refinement material that GU masters liked deeply. Shui Song Zi looked around once and nodded, satisfied. Snowmen looked expressionless, but Shui Song Zi, however, saw them as the variant humans with spirituality that was the closest to humans. Many GU immortals raised snowmen, torturing them brutally for their icy tears. Icy tears could be used in many areas of GU refinement, and so its transaction in Treasure Yellow Heaven was flourishing. Many GU immortals massacred and killed snowmen to profit from their icy tears. Shui Song Zi also did such shady business before, but he soon discovered the market for trading snowmen was much more profitable than the icy tears themselves. From then onwards, he began to raise snowmen and sell them in Treasure Yellow Heaven for other GU immortals to torture. Snowmen could shed tears at most 3 times in their life and the amount would not surpass 60 drops. Every time they shed tears, the snowman's lifespan and life essence would decrease by a huge amount. The more the snowman sheds tears, the faster they will age, speeding up their death. However, raising snowmen did not cost much. Moreover, Xianxia possessed this snowy mountain branch peak which was very beneficial for the growth of snow pines, snow trees and snowmen, thus his profit from selling snowmen was much higher than when he sold tears. He was good at making money and had accumulated a large amount of immortal essence stones from his thriving business over the years, and was considered wealthy in the GU Immortal circle. But he had one great regret. Decades had gone by since he became ranked 6 GU Immortal, but he still did not have even one Immortal GU. No matter how many Immortal Essence stones he had, he was not able to buy Immortal GU. After all, there was only one of each Immortal GU, others would not sell them even if they had it. At most, they would use Immortal GU to exchange for Immortal GU. Now, Ma tribe has already reached the final step. If it can prevail over He tribe and enter Imperial Court, maybe I can obtain my first Immortal GU from 88 Truyong building. Xianxia was thinking of all the matters, when suddenly he had a feeling and casually waved his hand. Space tore open and a letter GU flew in. Xianxia read the letter, which was Ma tribe's request for help. So they have finally gotten to this stage. The corner of Xianxia's lips curled up into a smile. He had been paying close attention to the struggle for Imperial Court and already knew the difficulties Ma tribe was facing. Previously, he had gotten in contact with Ma tribe, but Ma tribe had not made a decision. Now, due to the tense battle situation, Ma tribe sent a request for assistance. It was akin to agreeing to his previous conditions. With this, it is time to make my move. Xianxia gradually restrained his smile and activated Divine Sense GU. 3 divine senses separately flew towards 3 snowman tribes on the snowy peak. After receiving the divine sense, 3 snowman GU masters immediately hurried towards the mountain peak. After a while, they were kneeling in front of Shui-Song Pavilion and greeted together. Shui-Hua, Shui-Mi and Shui-Ming greet Lord Immortal. Xianxia did not reveal himself, instead sent some GU worms towards these 3 snowmen's hands. Take these GU worms and also battle Troop D to the outside world and find Ma tribe, help them win the battle. Xianxia sent another divine sense. As you command. The 3 snowman GU masters immediately accepted the order. Xianxia had 4 battle troops marked A, B, C and D. They were elite troops formed from experts of the 6 snowman tribes. The 3 snowman GU masters led battle troop D out of the snowy mountain blessed land, but before they even reached Ma tribe, He tribe's GU immortals noticed them. Elder brother, this Ma tribe has relations to Snowy Mountain's demonic path GU immortals as we expected. The evidence is out in the open now. Lu tribe's external supreme elder GU immortal Tan Bai Ya was not wrong. He Bai said to He Cheng in Shaohun blessed land. These 2 were He tribe's GU immortals. He Bai had an ordinary appearance and looked to be middle-aged. He looked clumsy but was intelligent. While He Cheng was recognized as He tribe's genius since young, he looked elegant and confident, and was also He Lu Lan's father. He Cheng glanced at He Bai and calmly said, "Brother, do not fret. Demonic path GU immortals have always been lone wolves. Snowy Mountain might be strong and have tens of GU immortals, but those that are supporting Ma tribe will only be 2-3 at most." He Bai nodded. Elder brother is right, but the current Ma tribe is truly strong. They were able to win great battles just by relying on themselves previously. Now if they obtain GU immortal support, they are bound to get much stronger. He Cheng was in agreement as he asked, "Have you investigated who the demonic path GU immortals supporting Ma tribe are?" "I haven't, but it should be easy." "Do it. For the next few days, we will buy 500,000 wolves, 300 mutated wolves, 2 wolf emperors and a few thousand GU worms along with other resources to give to He Lu Lan." "Yes, elder brother. Also, instruct He Lu Lan to end the battle quickly so as to avoid new problems." He Bai gave an understanding nod, and left Shaohun blessed land without speaking any more. A war did not only pit human lives against each other, it was more about the competition between each other's foundations, a war of attrition. The struggle for Imperial Court had advanced to the final stage. He Cheng and He Bai, 2 immortals who had been supporting He Lu Lan, gradually started to feel an extremely heavy burden. Although GU immortals were rich, they could not support the whole army for such a long period of time. The amount of resources and mortal GU needed were extremely enormous. A part came from their blessed land, but most of them were purchased from Treasure Yellow Heaven using Immortal Essence stones. With such huge amounts of Immortal Essence stones being expended, both He Bai and He Cheng felt distressed inwardly. The struggle for Imperial Court was essentially a game. But it was not a game all GU Immortals could afford to play. Many GU Immortals would put huge stakes in this game to obtain an Immortal GU. In the end, if the side they chose did not become the owner of Imperial Court, they would lose disastrously. There were even examples of going bankrupt. But if they won and obtained Immortal GU from 88 Truyong building, all their investment would be worth it. After all, no matter how many Immortal Essence Stones they had, they would not be able to buy an Immortal GU. After 10 days, He Tribe and Ma Tribe began another round of battle. Troops lined up in a seemingly endless battle formation. In the main tent, He Lu Lan sat on the main seat with his eyes gazing at his front and his heroic spirit was overflowing. We did not cause huge damage to Ma Tribe the previous 2 times, we will teach them a good lesson this time. It is not that easy to become a super tribe, HMPH. Who will go first? The moment he finished speaking, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stood up and bowed. Lord Alliance Leader, I would like to go first. He Lu Lan nodded in satisfaction. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was an expert who had chosen to submit to him since the Heroes' Assembly. And he had been assisting and fighting in the struggle for Imperial Court the whole journey, and killed countless enemies and had made huge battle contributions at this stage. Although Pei Yanfei also attached to He Tribe after Lu Wenwu lost, he could not shake rank 4 Hao Ji Lu's position as the first general. Hao Ji Lu was an old general of He Tribe army and adding in the loyalty which he had revealed many times, if nothing unexpected happened, he would be taken in as an external elder by He Tribe once they become the owner of Imperial Court. He Tribe was a super tribe with Huang Jin bloodline, one of the overlords of Northern Plains. If Hao Ji Lu joined He Tribe, it would be like taking a shelter under a large tree, similar to Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng joining Dong Fang Tribe. Hao Ji Lu entered the battlefield and started taunting. Ma Shangfeng snorted and pointed at him. This water demon again, who will go teach him a lesson? Lord Alliance Leader, let me go take care of him this time. A boorish guy stood up. He was Ma Tribe's general, rank 4 transformation path GU master, Cheng Hu. Ma Shangfeng agreed. Cheng Hu impatiently went to the front line and started fighting Hao Ji Lu. Hao Ji Lu attacked cleverly with great offense, torrents surging around him. Because of many precious and rare GU he had exchanged with his battle merits, Hao Ji Lu's current battle strength far surpassed the time when he had just started out in the struggle for Imperial Court. The two sides exchanged moves after moves, and after over 10 rounds, Hao Ji Lu slowly began to occupy the upper hand. Cheng Hu felt stifled as kept on being pushed into disadvantage. He gave a furious roar and activated his killer move, transforming into Slant-Eye Tiger. The tiger was ferocious and powerful, immediately turning around the losing situation. Hao Ji Lu was widely known for his fierce offense, but he was having trouble fending off the tiger's attacks, and could only keep on retreating, changing his battle tactics into defending and counter-attacking. Chapter 538, Challenge. Swoosh swoosh, a blue water current shot out. Slant-Eye Tiger roared in a thunderous volume. This was the rank 4 Tiger Roar GU. The tiger roar sound waves caused ripples in the air. As it hit the currents, the water exploded into a huge rain. After Cheng Hu became the Slant-Eye Tiger, he had great offense, immediately giving off a dominating aura. Tiger Roar GU sends out sound waves. Tiger Claw GU has overwhelming sharpness. Tiger Skin GU has superb defense. Tiger Tooth GU is pointy like spears, has amazing penetration ability. Tiger Tail GU, strong like a whip, moving like one's arms. Transformation Path GU masters would collect relevant GU worms for their killer move. Once the GU worm set is complete, they would be able to transform and obtain a huge qualitative surge in their battle strength. Of course, the stronger the transformation, the more valuable the GU needed for their set, and the harder it is to collect them. Even if a GU master could transform, they needed a lot of training. Humans were born to walk on 2 legs, having 2 arms and 1 head. If they transformed into another form, it would not be easy for them to adapt. Same as flying, only huge amounts of training and talent would allow one to have great proficiency in using their new form. GU masters nurture, use, and refine GU. This was the deep profound aspect of using GU. The two armies placed their gaze on the battle ahead. Hao Ji Lu and Cheng Hu's battle had already reached the crucial moment. Cheng Hu used his killer move, turning into the Slant-Eye Tiger. He had the advantage. Hao Ji Lu could only evade preliminarily. Compared to his earlier frenzied attacks, he was truly pathetic now. However, as time continued to pass, the battle was still stuck at a deadlock. Although Cheng Hu had a huge advantage, he could not turn this advantage into victory. Even though most of Ma tribe's troops were rejoicing, the people sitting inside Ma tribe's main tent were frowning. Not good, this water demon is very crafty. Cheng Hu is in danger. Ma Yingjia said. Many of the experts around nodded in agreement. Although killer moves were strong, in truth, they were actually multiple GU used at the same time. This meant that primeval essence expenditure was very high. For normal GU masters, this was a double-edged sword. After Cheng Hu used his killer move, with Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's plentiful experience, he immediately changed his hard-hitting tactics. As Cheng Hu was unable to take down Water Demon in time, after his primeval essence was expended, he would return to human form. By then, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu would retaliate. Ma Shangfeng looked calm, but his heart sank. If this was the past, Cheng Hu's success or failure would not bother him. But now, Cheng Hu's victory or loss was not his problem alone, it concerned the morale of the entire army. Ma tribe had lost twice already. Ma Shangfeng knew that the tribes that submitted to them had already wavered. Ma tribe army was led by Ma tribe, the other tribes were needed to make the alliance. Once their hearts wavered, the situation would turn dangerous. Ma Shangfeng did not wish to see Cheng Hu fail. But with the current situations, Cheng Hu was very likely to fail. Ma Shangfeng could only sigh in his heart as he called, Fei Shengcheng. Fei Shengcheng immediately stepped up, placing his right palm at his heart, bowing, I am here. You will go for the second battle. Ma Shangfeng said. In order to alleviate the negative influences caused by Cheng Hu's defeat, he placed his hopes on Fei Shengcheng. Fei Shengcheng was a fierce general. Earlier, he was ostracized by Fei tribe, and could not rise up. Ma tribe thus used him as an insider, and during Fei tribe's internal political strife, they launched a surprise attack while they were weak and managed to take down Fei tribe. After Fei Shengcheng submitted to Ma tribe, which was a wise ruler, he made many accomplishments and was highly regarded and nurtured. Right now, he came before the battle area and shouted. He is Fei Shengcheng. Ever since the Imperial Court contest, he had killed 8 rank 4 experts. In an earlier battle, he used numbness GU and fought 3 experts of the same realm alone, showing great abilities. In He tribe main tent, Sun Shihan said. Yi Lui Sang's expression was cold. The earlier battle, cunning gentleman Sun Shihan mentioned was the battle between Ma tribe and Yi Lui tribe. In the end, Yi Lui Sang lost and was chased by Ma tribe, almost becoming a vagabond. The tribes that submitted to Yi Lui tribe, like Qi Lian tribe, all went to Ma tribe. Numbness GU, a rare rank 4 GU, had value equivalent to a rank 5. Once a GU master was struck, they would be paralyzed, unable to move. Although it lasted a short time, during an intense battle, this was a very deadly technique. He Lu Lan responded in agreement, and looked around, asking, who can battle? Once he said so, one person laughed heartily and stood up. Fei Shengcheng is nothing much, I am willing to battle and sweep the obstacles away in your path to conquest. He Lu Lan looked at this person, it was none other than Soul Blade Pan Ping. Earlier, Pan Ping was defeated by Lu tribe's 3 brothers combination move, and was revived by Tai by Yunsheng using man as before GU after the battle. Not just him, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were revived in the same way. Alright, then you shall go. He Lu Lan nodded. If this was during the start of the battle, he would not think highly of Pan Ping. But after tens of battles, Pan Ping was no longer like before, he had grown quickly to become an expert like Pei Yanfei. Fei tribe lad, you are just a traitor, a shameless scoundrel seeking glory. You being alive is the greatest humiliation, quickly receive your death. Pan Ping jumped onto the battlefield and shouted, surging with battle intent. Fei Shengcheng was furious, he hated people who called him this. You are just a demonic path bastard, earlier I let you act arrogantly because you did not anger me yet. Immediately, the two fought. At once, the scene was bursting with attacks as they were evenly matched. When 2 experts on par with each other battle, it would be an intense battle. Actually, the 2 of them had similar circumstances. At the start of the Imperial Court contest, the 2 of them were people who were not doing well. Pan Ping was a demonic path GU master, he lived a tough life. As for Fei Shengcheng, he was suppressed by his clan and could not achieve his goals. But because of this Imperial Court contest, the 2 gained fame and emerged from the battles while gaining great surge in strength. Pan Ping only had one good GU back then, Soul Blade GU. But now, he used his battle merits to exchange for an exquisite set of GU worms. His strength grew by leaps and bounds. It was unlike before when he relied on Soul Blade GU alone. Fei Shengcheng was the same. Earlier, he was ostracized in his clan. Even though he had a complete set of GU worms, he lacked strong, effective methods. He had also accumulated battle merits in battle, and exchanged the rank 5 equivalent numbness GU. Paired with his GU worms, his battle strength rose sharply. The two of them engaged with each other endlessly, but they both had their concerns. Pan Ping was afraid of numbness GU, while Fei Shengcheng was guarding against Soul Blade GU. Speaking of the Soul Blade GU, it was Pan Ping's good luck. It resides in the scimitar instead of the GU master's body or aperture. After Pan Ping was blown to bits, only the Soul Blade GU survived. After that, when Tai Bai Yunsheng revived him, he lost all of his GU worms except Soul Blade GU. And thankfully, Pan Ping had a lot of battle merits which he had not used. But Gao Yong and Zhu Zai were not so lucky. After they died, they lost all their GU worms. Most unfortunately, Gao Yang's rank 5 treacherous cloud wave GU was destroyed as well. Rank 5 man as before GU, it could only target human bodies and not GU worms. But the two felt calm. After all, being able to revive was the biggest benefit. Thereafter, they borrowed battle merits to replenish their GU worms. After several battles, not only did they return all the battle merits they owed, they even had some gains left. The battle of two rank 4 experts attracted countless gazes. Ma tribe saw that Fei Shengcheng and Pan Ping were at a deadlock, and sent out another 6 fierce generals. He Lu Lan accepted all the challenges, sending Pei Yanfei, Gao Yong, Zhu Zai and others. When the 6 pair of experts battled, Cheng Hu finally lost. Water demon Hao Ji Lu had no strength to chase after him. He could only watch Cheng Hu escape safely. He tribe's morale surged, but quickly, in the third battle, Ma tribe won, and tied the scores. The two sides continued to send experts, as more than 30 battle rings appeared before the two troops. That is so say, there were around 70 rank 4 GU masters fighting at once. This was a grand scene. In the entire northern plains, there were billions of people, mostly being mortals, but only several hundred rank 4 GU masters, and less than 50 rank 5 GU masters. Precisely because of the battle for the imperial court, all these people gathered and collided with each other, competing intensely. In the battle for life and death, even stronger GU masters emerge while the weak get exterminated. It was near the end of the fight for the imperial court. Be it He tribe or Ma tribe, they were both huge forces. Not counting GU immortals, either army had a scale that surpassed super tribes greatly. All members of both armies were definitely excited and filled with ambitions. Only Fang Yuan was calm. In his previous life he had seen even larger events. That was the chaotic battle of the 5 regions. It was truly a time of unrest. Lord Alliance leader, I would like to battle. A young rank 4 GU master walked up as he could not contain his battle intent. This was none other than Zhe Guang. Zhe Guang was Zhe tribe leader. He was originally rank 3, but after so many battles, he survived and gained a huge boost in strength, having advanced to rank 4 successfully not long ago. He Lu Lan was stunned, turning his gaze towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was Zhe and Chong tribe's supreme elder. Both tribes were under his control. Fang Yuan sensed He Lu Lan's inquisitive gaze and lightly commanded, "Stand down, Zhe Guang, you are a tribe leader, how can you put yourself at risk?" Zhe Guang stepped down obediently. Fang Yuan asked, "Where is Chong Biao?" "Lord, I am here." Chong Biao had a sickly expression. He had yet to recover from his injuries from the previous battle. But Fang Yuan did not care about this, saying, "You will go fight." Chong Biao wanted to speak but he could not, filled with an intense rage in his heart. Ever since he joined the He Alliance army, he would be ordered by Fang Yuan to participate in every huge battle. Even if he was a famous expert, he could not undergo consecutive battles with such a high intensity. Damn it, this Chong Shan Yin, is he ordering me like a beast? Curse my current weak position, I cannot oppose him. I will wait and endure, there is still a long way to go. If I can harm you more than 10 years ago, I will still be able to send you to the underworld after so many years. Chong Biao screamed in his heart, but on the surface, he chose to obey Fang Yuan's orders, dragging his injured body into the battlefield. Chapter 539, Rank 5 Peak Stage. With Chong Biao taking the stage, Ma tribe sent a female expert. This person's name was Shi Shui, a rank 4 peak stage GU master, a famous expert of Ice Path. She possessed a rank 5 flying snow GU which once activated could cause heavy snowfall and make a range of thousands of steps into an ice zone. When Chong Biao saw this expert, he inwardly said, "This will be difficult." Even if he was at his peak condition, he would have to be careful when facing this woman, let alone now in his injured state. The two started fighting. Shi Shui had a sharp offense while Chong Biao kept on dodging to prolong the battle. With this, he was unavoidably pressed in a disadvantageous situation. The battles continued, and as time passed, some rank 4 GU masters lost, some retreated due to injuries, and some died at the enemy's hand. There were casualties in both sides, but with regards to the overall situation, it was a draw. Slowly, there were fewer and fewer rank 4 GU masters in the main tent of both sides. They did not have enough to mobilize. GU tribe leader, please show your strength now. He Lu Lan's gaze landed on a man who was sitting upright. GU tribe leader Gu Guolong was an Earth Path GU master who had once given huge trouble to He tribe army by piling stones into a mountain, and made He Lu Lan have the thought of retreating. But after Tai Bai Yun Sheng arrived, He tribe won and GU tribe merged with He tribe army as the defeated side. Gu Guolong's appearance shocked Ma tribe army. This was the first appearance of a rank 5 expert. Ma Shangfeng immediately responded by sending Cheng tribe leader Cheng Long. This person was a rank 5 expert of transformation path and was big brother of Cheng Hu. Gu Guolong bowed slightly upon seeing Cheng Long and politely said, "So it is Cheng tribe leader, please give me pointers." Cheng Long chuckled. "I won't dare to teach tribe leader Guolong, let's just compare our moves." The two started their battle with such a huge momentum that it suppressed everyone and became the focal point of countless gazes. Gu Guolong could attack and defend with stable and unflustered movements, while Cheng Long flew freely in the sky, fierce and calm. When the two had exchanged 20 moves, He Lu Lan sent another rank 5 expert Luo Bo Jun. Luo Bo Jun had previously sided with Lu Wenwu, but after Lu tribe lost against He tribe, he became one of the higher-ups of He tribe army. Ma tribe also sent out a rank 5 expert to take on Luo Bo Jun. With regards to rank 5 experts, Ma tribe was not inferior in any respect. Previously, Nu Tu annexed Dao tribe but was then defeated by Yang tribe, who was then attacked by Yi Lui tribe. In the end, Ma tribe defeated Yi Lui tribe, becoming the final winner. From this battle, Ma tribe gained many large tribes: Qi Lian tribe, Cheng tribe, Zhao tribe, Lui tribe, Dao tribe, Yang tribe, and other formidable forces. At the same time, they also gained Zhang Baoya and Yang Po Ying, and together with Ma Zun, they had 3 enslavement path masters. Rank 5 GU masters mostly occupied positions of power and prestige. Their tone of speaking in the fight was much calmer and cordial in comparison to the boiling killing intent between the rank 4 GU masters. When they attacked, they would also hold back some of their strength in consideration of each other's feelings. Because if they died, their tribe would become a leaderless group and would be swallowed by He tribe or Ma tribe. Although they were hostile to the enemy, their heart was still tied to their tribe's benefits. Even if they were under the constraints of poison vow, there were tacit unwritten rules. Fang Yuan calmly observed the battle from his seat. He had only showed rank 4 peak stage cultivation, but as an enslavement master and a key character that could influence the whole situation, his position was special and was higher than those rank 5 tribe leaders. What a great move by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, a truly wonderful plan. As he was personally participating in the struggle for imperial court, Fang Yuan truly felt more and more overwhelmed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left built 88 True Yong building as an inheritance for his descendants, and at the same time, also set up imperial court contest tradition. One could tell he had pondered about it meticulously. Leaving aside 88 True Yong building, just this struggle for imperial court was a field of purging at every stage, with Huang Jin tribes swallowed other tribes and strengthening themselves. At the same time, the gathering of goods developed the abnormally blooming battle merits economy during the battles. And through war reparations, technology and skills were exchanged, which further deepened the foundation of the Huang Jin family. What was even more important was the survival of the fittest rule, which forced GU masters to exert their strength at the edge of life and death and become experts. For Huang Jin tribes, this was filtering out the GU immortal seeds. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was no longer alive, but his influence was still governing the whole northern plains. Compared to the immortal venerable, I am only an ant-like existence at present. But it was also because I took advantage of this struggle for the imperial court that my strength could advance by leaps and bounds. Fang Yuan then divided a little of his concentration to look into his aperture. There were many new GU worms in his aperture. Most were rank 4 with 1 rank 3 along with 1 rank 5 Asura Zombie GU and 1 rank 5 Earth Overlord GU. Ever since Fang Yuan had gained inspiration from 3 heads 6 arms killer move, he had been combining his foundation and imagination to make some progress in his research. He then condensed the research findings into a killer move which he called 4-Arm Earth King. When he activates this killer move, a completely new pair of arms would grow out from his sides. His strength would increase sharply when he used all 4 of his arms, comparable to the killer move of Lu Tribe's 3 brothers, 3 heads 6 arms. But, compared to 3 arms 6 heads, my 4-Arm Earth King's form can only be maintained for a short time. I will only be able to exert full strength when my feet is touching the land. If I fly, my battle strength will fall by half. This killer move had been newly created by Fang Yuan and was still not perfected. He would need to examine this killer move through battles, add in some new GU, replace unnecessary GU or directly cut down on them, and slowly this killer move would be perfected. The sun gradually rose higher, but with blizzard disaster approaching closer, the normally intense hot sunlight appeared to have no heat. The surging battle intent on the battlefield gradually accumulated to the climax. All sorts of attacks burst out in dozens of battle rings like colorful fireworks, creating an extremely dazzling scene. There were only a few GU masters left in the He tribe's main tent. The rest were either fighting, retreating, recovering or had died in the battlefield. Considering the overall situation, He tribe was in a slightly weaker position. Since the start till now, He Lu Lan had obtained He Bai and He Cheng, 2 immortals' active support. While Ma tribe had only requested assistance from Shui Song Zi only at this battle. HMPH, Ma tribe's bunch of trash can really take a beating. He Lu Lan snorted with a fierce gaze as he started getting impatient. His gaze landed on Fang Yuan and was just about to speak, when 3 beast groups rushed out of Ma tribe camp. From the left side, many horses galloped on the earth, causing the ground to rumble like a muffled lightning. From right side, countless rats rushed out while squeaking and hissing, so packed that it caused people to feel a chill down their spine. From the center, eagle group soared up like dark clouds, actually looking like it could cover the sky. Horse King Ma Zun, Rat King Zhang Baoya and Eagle King Yang Po Ying, these 3 enslavement path masters had moved at the same time. Beast groups charged, immediately dispersing most of the battle rings. Ma Shangfeng saw he was slightly winning in the experts challenging and wanted to rely on the dominance of their enslavement path masters to suppress He tribe army and change the unfavorable situation. Facing the combined attack of 3 beast groups, He Lu Lan immediately tensed up and looked at Fang Yuan. Wolf King, it is your turn now. Fang Yuan nodded and leisurely stood up from his seat. He slowly strolled to the head of the twin-headed rhino and looked down at the 3 beast groups. All of them were fierce, powerful and were huge in size. Either one of the 3 enslavement path masters were at the same level as him and were formidable opponents who would not lose to him in regards to enslavement path. It was to the extent that the enslavement path GU worms they had were much more comprehensive and superior to Fang Yuan's wolf enslavement GU worms. Under the condition that he did not reveal his strength path battle strength, Fang Yuan would find it hard to fight against this group by himself. In the previous 2 rounds of battle, his wolf group had all along been pushed into disadvantage by the 3 beast groups and had suffered huge losses. Meanwhile, Ma tribe had relied on this advantage to make the beast groups cover their backs and thus they could safely retreat behind defense lines the previous 2 times. But at this moment, Fang Yuan coldly laughed, his heart filled with soaring battle intent. His enslavement path GU worms were slightly weaker in comparison to these 3 enslavement path masters, but he had received huge support from He tribe's GU immortals before the battle and his wolf group's size had increased by over 10 times. These wolf groups were hidden within the army and by using some GU worms, the enemy was unable to sense them. Wolf King, I am Yang Po Ying, do you dare to fight me? In the sky, Yang Po Ying was riding on a huge eagle, his heroic aura shone and his posture was upright as if it was a battle spear that would charge to the sky. He took the initiative to challenge in order to pin down Fang Yuan's wolf group. The eagle group could attack the wolf group from air, thus had a very advantageous position. Ha ha ha, old Yang, go easy on brother Chong Shan Yin, after all he is an enslavement master like us. You need to give him some face. From the right, Rat King's ridiculing laughter could be heard. And on the left, among the horse group, Ma Zun, who was not good at talking, just groaned and charged forward. Around him were large number of GU master experts on war horses, guarding him. Enslavement path masters could display extreme strength when they themselves were present in the battle while commanding their beast group. The three masters braved the risks and led their beast group in the charge. This was akin to 3 heavy punches. If the He tribe army did not block it off properly even by a little, they could very well be knocked out, the whole situation could crumble apart and they would have to retreat powerlessly. After all, a battlefield was filled with unpredictable variables. There were many examples of the weak winning against the strong, let alone when He tribe was only occupying a slight dominance. Brother Shan Yin, He Lu Lan could not help revealing a worried expression. Although the scale of the wolf group had increased sharply, beyond that of the 3 beast groups, he was worried Fang Yuan would not be able to control all of them properly. After all, Fang Yuan had never controlled such a large number of wolves. If he was not able to control them properly and instead became confused, or even if he could control them, with Wolf King's rank 4 peak stage primeval essence, how long could he hold on for? Fang Yuan stood on the head of the twin-headed rhino, silent as his back faced He Lu Lan. Looking at the 3 majestic beast groups charging and killing, pincer attacking from both sky and land, and were already approaching close, while Wolf King had yet to make any movement, He Lu Lan felt very anxious as he urged, "Brother Shan Yin, make your move quickly." Fang Yuan was still silent as if he did not hear it. The 3 beast groups rushed over with great momentum and was less than 200 steps away and looked like it would arrive in an instant. He tribe's army was in an uproar and He Lu Lan urged even more anxiously, "Brother Chong Shan Yin." Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, "It is time. The enemy poured all their strength to pressure me with the beast groups, but they do not know that they have brought about their own demise. Alliance leader Lu Lan, I need to congratulate you." "Congratulate me for what? This battle has already been won, the die is cast, Alliance leader becoming the Lord of Imperial Court is a foregone conclusion." Fang Yuan lightly said. He Lu Lan's eyes opened wide, he nearly shouted, "The fuck? Where are you getting this ridiculous sense of confidence from? Quick, mobilize your wolf group for me, the enemy is already near and you still have time to talk about such nonsense." However, the very next moment, his eyes almost popped out like someone had struck the back of his eyes. It was because he felt Fang Yuan's aura having astonishing changes. From rank 4 peak stage to rank 5 initial stage. From rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 middle stage. From rank 5 middle stage to rank 5 upper stage. And from rank 5 upper stage to rank 5 peak stage. Right now, Fang Yuan was slowly lifting the concealment of breath concealment GU and did not suppress his true cultivation anymore. Rank 5 peak stage, a genuine rank 5 peak stage. Wolf King Chong Shan Yin was actually a rank 5 peak stage enslavement path master. He Lu Lan was dumbstruck and dazed as he stared at Fang Yuan's back view. The GU master guards nearby the main tent also looked with shocked and stunned gazes. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan activated Eagle Rise GU, large eagle wings gently raised him to the sky. In the sky, he gave a long howl. Rank 5 Amplify Effect GU and Wolf Howl GU. The wolf howl resounded throughout the skies, directly suppressing all the sounds from the 3 beast groups. Howl, howl, howl. The wolves started howling one after another in response to Fang Yuan. Chapter 540, 1 verses 3. Fang Yuan flew into the sky. Yang Po Ying, Zhang Bao Ya, Ma Zun, today is the day all of you die. He said plainly, his voice was loud and clear, reverberating in everyone's ears. Ma Zun, Zhang Bao Ya snorted. HMPH, shameless words. You are actually rank 5 peak stage, Chong Shan Yin, you truly hid your abilities well. Yang Po Ying said with a solemn expression, her eyes burning with fire, but this ignites my battle intent. This kind of battle is truly interesting. But at the next moment, when the wolf group emerged, his battle intent froze. Many, so many, too many, a sea of wild wolves surged like the waves of the sea. First was the initial wave, then the second, third, as if connecting heaven and earth, it was unceasing and near infinite. Ma Zun was finally moved. The eagle group's movements halted as Yang Po Ying's expression was stiff. Such a huge wolf group, oh heaven, 500,000. 800,000. No, at least 1,000,000. Zhang Baoya was shell-shocked, his battle intent vanished without a trace. Retreat, my rat group was only 600,000 at its peak. After so many battles, I have not replenished them yet, thus I have less than 200,000 now. This is my foundation, I cannot lose them. Retreat, 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 we have to run. Zhang Baoya was a demonic cultivator. He was extremely selfish. He immediately turned around and ran away with his rat group. Three things influenced an enslavement path GU master's strength. One was the size of their beast group, the second was the cooperation of the enslavement path GU worms, and third was the foundation of the soul. Fang Yuan's soul foundation was at the same level as the three enslavement masters due to Danghun Mountain. His enslavement GU worms, although weaker than the three of them, was only inferior by a bit. But his wolf group had reached an incredible number of 1,560,000. In contrast, the three of them had suffered huge losses to their beast groups after consecutive battles, especially the last two huge battles. There were 200,000 rats, 180,000 eagles, and the most number of horses, at 360. But together, there were no more than 740,000. 740,000, it was merely half of the 1,560,000 wolves. Moreover, could beast groups really be counted in such a simple additive manner? It has been mentioned before, no. Different beast groups when mixed together, unless there were techniques like three hearts combination soul used, would impede each other and cause more trouble than good. Large numbers of wolves gushed out. Before, they were hiding in the crevices underground, while some were hidden by GU worms, and others were inside carriages. Now they all showed up. Even Ma Zun, who rarely spoke, shouted in shock, how can there be so many wolves? They were originally going in a three-way pincer attack, to take advantage of Fang Yuan being alone. In the end, there were countless wolves, and He tribe's weakness because their greatest strength instead. The GU master guards beside him shouted loudly, Lord Ma Zun, quickly retreat, the enemy forces are overwhelming, we cannot fight them head-on. Ma Zun was not a hot-blooded teenager, he quickly manipulated the horse group and changed direction to retreat. But horse group was different from rat group, rats were mostly small and could change directions easily. When the horses run, it was hard to stop, especially when Fang Yuan had purposely waited until the horses and rats came close to He tribe army, before mobilizing his wolf group. His intentions were truly sinister. But Ma Zun was an enslavement master, he had great attainments. He had a good grasp of his horse group's condition, he carefully controlled them and the horse group drew an arc across the ground as they brushed past He tribe army, turning to the outside, attempting to break out of this situation. However, how could Fang Yuan let such a big piece of fat meat fly away? Ma Zun was an enslavement master, but so was he. Willing in his mind, the mutated wolf group howled as they chased. Mutated wolf group, so many. Ma Zun's GU master guards turned around and looked, their expressions turning pale. Ma Zun had a mutated beast group with him, called Pegasus group, but their numbers could not compare with the mutated wolf group chasing them. Most of his troops were ordinary horses like Terror Claw horse. How could these horses run faster than mutated wolves? Ma Zun controlled the horse group's direction in an attempt to shrug off the wolf group. But the mutated wolf group split into two, engaging in a pincer attack as they finally intercepted the horse group. Soon after, a grand number of ordinary wolves pounced and surrounded the horses tightly. A spectacular intercept, as expected of a master level. Seeing this, He Lu Lan was overjoyed, finally putting his worries about Chongshan Yin away. On the other end, Rat King escaped with a group of mutated wolves chasing him with a sea of wolves behind them. As the slower rats were constantly eaten by the wolves behind, they were like a huge beast rampaging, sucking up all the rats ahead of them. Fang Yuan took a look and stopped caring about Rat King, he turned his gaze up towards the sky. The wolf group ran on the ground, while the eagle group soared in the sky. It was beyond the wolf group's ability to deal with the eagle group. Thus, among the three beast groups, even though the eagle group was weaker than the horse group, they were in a better position. Damn it, two beast groups have been targeted, the horse group is deep within encirclement, while Rat King ran away, only my group is left. Yang Po Ying felt a huge burden on his shoulders. He knew that if he wanted to win this, the horse and rat groups were extremely precious battle strength, losses to either one would shrink Ma tribe's hopes of victory greatly. The only one who can salvage this situation is me. I have to use the eagle group to attack aggressively, to divert most of Changshan Yin's attention. Yang Po Ying was still thinking, when Fang Yuan controlled hundreds of thousands of wolves, charging and stomping towards Ma tribe's main tent in a grand manner. Yang Po Ying was stuck between two hard decisions. If we fought one-on-one, my wolf group would definitely suffer against your eagle group. But we are at war now. If my wolf group slaughters large numbers of GU masters, no, even if they just expend most of their primeval essence, it would be a great victory in terms of attrition. Yang Po Ying, what will you do? Fang Yuan's eyes were calm as water, as the corners of his lips curled into a cold snicker. Yang Po Ying thought rapidly in his head, but the more he thought about it, the colder his heart felt. Changshan Yin's decision was truly sinister and evil, it was a fatal blow. But after hesitating for a while, Yang Po Ying gritted his teeth and decided to restrain Wolf King. This way, the central wolf group did not have to engage the eagle group, and successfully charged into Ma tribe's army. Ma Shangfeng's expression was cold as steel. He quickly mobilized his remaining enslavement path GU masters and formed a temporary defensive line. But the wolf group was huge, and there were mutated wolves as vanguard. Such a defensive line was thin as paper, easily broken through. This was a huge mistake due to my decision-making. But we have not lost, everyone, the situation is dire, we have to stake it all here. Fight with me, we still have trump cards. Ma Shangfeng shouted, as Shui Hua and the other rank 5 snowmen showed their true form. At the same time, an elite troop comprising purely snowmen was formed. Seeing such reinforcements, Ma tribe army's morale surged, they calmed down from the initial confusion, and rapidly shouted, fighting alongside Ma Shangfeng. At once, wolves howled as blood splattered everywhere. First was the central army, followed by Ma tribe's left and right troops, as the GU master starting their advancement. He Lu Lan laughed heartily as he waved his hand. Several elite troops of his started to move out. All the respective tribe leaders also led their tribesmen into the battlefield. The two armies engaged in all-out combat. Beast groups, humans, entangled together. Fire path, ice path, dark path, light path, all sorts of GU masters fought valiantly. Experts laughed loudly as they slaughtered their enemies, while weaklings helped each other, forming groups as they resisted with their lives, fighting for a chance of survival. The eagle group shrieked as they attacked Fang Yuan. But beside Fang Yuan, there were He Lu Lan's personal guards, as well as Yi Lui Sang, Hao Ji Lu, Bian Xizan, Pan Ping and other experts, forming a tight defense. The eagle group's attack was ineffective, while Fang Yuan used Wolf Care GU to bypass his weakness of vision, allowing him to mobilize the wolf group to attack, slaughtering horses, rats, and people. We have urgent matters, Wu Yi, you guys go and restrain the experts near Changshan Yin. On the eagle's back, Yang Po Ying was sweating profusely as he ordered. Wu Yi was called Green Bat, one of the 3 flying masters in Northern Plains. Among the 3 original flying masters, Flying Lightning Dong Po Kong was part of Dong Fang tribe, having returned to the Blessed Land. Water Fairy Song Qing Yin had died in battle already. Only Green Bat Wu Yi was left, recruited by Ma tribe. He was especially left behind to deal with the new flying master Changshan Yin. Wu Yi heard this and frowned. If we strike, and the other party attacks, what will happen to your safety? Yang Po Ying laughed arrogantly. I have the protection of the Thunder Eagles, I am extremely safe. Not even He Lu Lan can break my Thunder Eagle's defense instantly. Don't worry and go, don't forget our assassin Wu Ming. Wu Yi heard this and their hearts shook. These people with flying abilities rushed out, causing He Lu Lan and the others pressure to intensify when defending. Careful, they are trying to disturb us, don't step out easily. Don't forget that they have Wu Ming. He Lu Lan snorted as he attacked, instructing his men. Qi Lian tribe leader's godson Wu Ming was a rank 5 Dark Path GU master. Yi Lui Sang could defeat the 7 Army Alliance because he had assassinated many of their enemies' leaders, causing them to feel fear and a drop in morale. After that, Wu Ming's performance was spectacular. A good number of rank 5 GU masters died in his hands, including even more rank 4 GU masters. He was hailed as the #1 assassin in the current world. His reputation had greatly surpassed Shadow Sword expert Bian Xizan. Right now, he had not shown up yet. Who knew which part of the battlefield he was lurking in? He Lu Lan did not dare to be careless. Once Wu Ming succeeds in assassinating Fang Yuan, the wolf group was collapse and the situation would reverse immediately. Charge over and kill Wolf King Changshan Yin. Not just He Lu Lan, Yang Po Ying and Ma tribes experts also rapidly understood the crux of this battle. At once, large numbers of GU master experts charged towards He tribe main camp. I will give 5 million battle merits to whoever kills Chong Shan Yin. He will be given the position of Ma tribe's supreme elder, and will enjoy Ma tribe's resources for life. Ma Shangfeng fought and killed the wolves as he shouted loudly. Such huge rewards naturally attracted many GU master experts, causing their eyes to turn red and their spears to point at Fang Yuan. Chapter 541, Forearm Earth King. Very soon, He Lu Lan and the rest started to feel a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Not good, the enemy has gone crazy, we won't be able to hold on for long. Black Banner troops, come over to reinforce us quick. Pei Yanfei, Zhang Feiyu, Tang Miaoming, you guys also come over to protect Wolf King. We cannot continue to defend passively like this, we need to take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, the residual force of the battle will still endanger Wolf King. Ma tribe was absolutely not resigned to losing. If they lost, they would be completely finished. They began to stake their lives, the heavy rewards alluring them to brave dangers. The situation quickly escaped out of He Lu Lan's control and the battlefield soon changed into attacking and defending Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's safety and danger directly concerned the result of this battle. The enemy rank 4 GU masters and rank 5 GU masters all rushed over, creating a huge chaotic scene. This was a majestic spectacle that was rarely seen in the former imperial court contests. In the battle rings, rank 4 GU masters were already reduced to a supporting role. Even rank 5 experts could not act freely and were in a risky situation. He Lu Lan, Yi Luisang and others had still been paying some attention to Wolf King at first. But soon, they were finding it difficult to protect themselves. Surrounding them were flames, ice and snow, sound waves and all sorts of attacks that flew chaotically among the battle rings. The enemy did not remain in a fixed place, fighting anyone they met. There were times they even attacked their own people. The number 1 assassin Wu Ming stood at a distance, helplessly looking at the giant chaotic battle ring. He was an assassin, an expert at getting close while hiding before striking the fatal attack. But right now, the battleground had become so chaotic with all GU masters attacking madly, all kinds of investigative GU worms scanning around, and GU masters killing anybody they came across. The situation was already out of control, the offense too overwhelming, and some rank 4 GU masters had already become hysterical to protect themselves. Wu Ming was doubtful, if he entered stealthily, he might be discovered within a few breaths of time. It might even be his own people who might attack him in the heat of the moment. Even if I don't make a move, Wolf King will find it hard to keep his life in such a situation. Wu Ming smiled coldly and kept on watching the show. Soon, his eyes brightened and saw a rank 4 GU master of his side moving towards Wolf King from the side. Cheng Hu. When he saw the person clearly, Wu Ming almost shouted in excitement. Someone had struck Cheng Hu from behind and sent him flying towards Fang Yuan. Previously, Fang Yuan had Bian Xizan guarding him from the side. But just moments ago, Bian Xizan had taken the initiative to draw away the encroaching Fei Shengcheng. She was not a defensive GU master and also did not have any intention to sacrifice her life for Fang Yuan, thus she felt that was the most sensible choice. Which scoundrel sneak attacked me? Cheng Hu fell on the ground and immediately stood up, furiously roaring before turning around and charging towards the direction he came from. Wu Ming did not know what to say at this scene. However, Cheng Hu had only walked 5-6 steps when suddenly he seemed to have been struck by a body immobilization spell as he stopped on the spot. He furiously turned around and rigidly stared at Fang Yuan who was within his reach. After few breaths of being dazed, he finally came back to his senses. The guys who sneak attacked me, I really love you. Ha ha ha. Cheng Hu's pores opened up in excitement and looked at Fang Yuan like he was looking at 5 million battle merits and endless fame and fortune. He pounced forward, his limbs instantly transformed into a gorgeous tiger the moment he landed. Transformation path killer move. Slant-eye tiger roared, a reeking wind pounced towards Fang Yuan. Damn it, hide quickly. Bian Xizan glanced back and involuntarily screamed. Success. Wu Ming felt his blood pumping and his body shivering with excitement. The tiger opened its bloody mouth, leapt to the air and pounced down. The huge shadow shrouded over Fang Yuan's face. The tiger's sharp teeth was almost closing at his head. I had not thought such a heaven-shaking contribution will fall to my hands, huh? The tiger's eyes suddenly flashed with a shocked look. A pair of large hands grabbed the tiger's neck, immobilizing it. HMPH. Changhu snorted inwardly. His many years of battle experience and insight allowed him to quickly slash with his two sharp claws. A muffled sound echoed. The next moment, the two tiger claws were separately grabbed by two metallic hands. Where did these hands come from? Changhu gazed with bewilderment and saw Fang Yuan's cold gaze and tranquil as ice face, and two bronze arms that had grown from his sides since some unknown time ago. The two bronze hands firmly grabbed Changhu's tiger claws. HMPH. Changhu snorted and immediately used his tail as well. The tail lashed through the air, forming a fierce whip shadow that was agile and tricky as it smashed towards Fang Yuan's head. Slam! A clear sound echoed. There was not the slightest of injuries on Fang Yuan's head, but instead it was the tiger tail that had turned numb from the pain and lost its control. Changhu had a killer move. Fang Yuan similarly possessed a killer move. Killer move, Forearm Earth King. There were no less than 14 GU worms used for this killer move, including rank 5 Amplify Effect GU. In such a state, Fang Yuan's defense had increased by over 4 times. His strength reaching 800 Jun. Moreover, when he was touching the ground, his strength would keep on increasing without end. Have you played enough? Fang Yuan gave a cold smile, looking calmly at Changhu, his gaze carrying a ridiculing and cold intent. An intense coldness rose from Changhu's heart before quickly spreading over his whole body. Even if Changhu was usually carefree and took his bravery as an honor, right now as he looked at Fang Yuan's dark and cold eyes, he felt fear. The intense fear caused him to erupt with strength. The tiger moved its throat, preparing a sound wave attack. However, at this moment, Fang Yuan gave a soft sigh. Such a boring trick, sigh, it is better for you to die. His voice was tranquil and light, as if he was talking of an insignificant thing. PSHHH. The next moment, the bronze hands exerted strength and pulled. The gorgeous tiger was ripped into 2 halves, fresh blood splattered and internal organs fell down to the ground. 2 irregular tiger part fell down to the ground and transformed back to 2 halves of a human. And, the tiger head turned back to Changhu's head, his eyes were wide open in fear, completely revealing the fear of death. Fang Yuan grabbed Changhu's skull and slowly raised his head, his gaze traversing through everyone and landed on Yongpo Ying. The hair all over Yongpo Ying's body stood on their end, an intense sense of danger was rising in his heart. Fang Yuan flapped his eagle wings and flew to the sky. Yongpo Ying's pupils shrunk, immediately mobilizing the Thunder Eagle group to protect him. Fang Yuan smiled in disdain. Do you think you can block me with just these beasts with rank 4 battle strength? Bam bam bam. He directly charged straight ahead. The Thunder Eagles in his way were forcefully smashed into pieces. By the time the GU masters in the chaotic battlefield reacted, Fang Yuan had already charged through the Thunder Eagle group like a hot knife cutting through butter and reached Yongpo Ying. Yongpo Ying's face lost all blood as he looked at Fang Yuan with extreme fear. Fang Yuan lifted him by his head, his whole body not even able to resist the slightest bit. Fang Yuan lightly clenched his hand. Fang Yuan burst Eagle King Yongpo Ying's head as easily as bursting a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered, and the Eagle group instantly crumbled apart. The Eagle group flew away back to the sunny sky. The enormous commotion attracted countless people. What? Wolf King personally killed Eagle King? A lot of people shouted incredulously at this sight. Now, it is your turn. Fang Yuan did not stop, his cold gaze landing on Ma Zun. They were separated by 10,000 steps of distance and he was protected by the majestic horse group, but Ma Zun still felt a terror as if a calamity was descending upon him. Kill Wolf King. Wu Yi and Shi Shui flew together and pincer attacked Fang Yuan. A bunch of trash wants to block me. Fang Yuan snorted in disdain. He flapped his 2 wings and easily shook away Shi Shui, directly charging towards Wu Yi. Wu Yi had never expected Fang Yuan to be so violent. He overestimated his own defense while also underestimating Fang Yuan's fierce offensive. The defensive light barrier only held for half a breath of time before collapsing apart. Wu Yi immediately sensed danger and with his master-level flying skill, he was able to make a dodging movement which others simply could not do. If it were others, they might only be able to let him escape, but Fang Yuan was similarly a flying master. A dull sound echoed. Half of Wu Yi's body was smashed into paste with bones fracturing into pieces and internal organs of half his body bursting apart. His eyes were wide open as he fell down from the sky. A generation's flying master, a demonic path expert had perished. Fang Yuan moved on towards Ma Xun without even glancing at Wu Yi. Roar! A dragon roar echoed like a thunder, and an enormous dragon blocked Fang Yuan's way. This giant dragon had golden horn, 3 claws and dragon eyes which were burning like lanterns, revealing the flames of revenge. Changshan Yin. You dared to kill my younger brother, you shall pay the most bitter price for this. This person was a rank 5 expert of transformation path, Cheng Hu's big brother, Cheng Long. Noisy earthworm. Fang Yuan snorted and increased his speed, leaving behind an afterimage in the air as he fiercely smashed into the giant dragon. The explosive sound of the collision was deafening. The sound wave spread to all directions, resounding through the sky and earth. Hearts trembled as countless gazes fixed at the distant, looking at Fang Yuan, whose body had inflated by 2 times and was covered in a bronze luster, his forearms thicker than a grown man's thighs. He stood proudly in the air, grabbing a broken dragon horn, while the 3-clawed golden giant dragon fell down to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. It fiercely smashed into the ground, creating a giant pit with dragon blood and dragon scales splattering all around. What? Ma Shangfeng's pupils rapidly shrunk as he blurted out involuntarily, not daring to believe the reality. Even Cheng Long could not take one move from him. This killer move. He Lu Lan absent-mindedly looked at Fang Yuan, seeing the reflection of Lu tribe's 3 brothers, 3 heads 6 arms killer move. Ma Xun, I, Wolf King, will take your life. Fang Yuan lightly said, his voice traveling across the battlefield. His calm tone was like he was once again speaking of insignificant matter. But to everyone else, his words had a feeling of being unrivaled. Uncle Ma Xun, leave quickly. I will block him. Ma tribe's young tribe leader Ma Yingjia shouted from Ma Xun's side. The other GU master guards also started persuading. Wolf King is very fierce, we cannot face him head on. Lord and young tribe leader, please leave, we will hold him back. Chapter 542, Dual Cultivating 2 Paths. People all around Ma Xun kept on persuading strongly. Ma Xun's expression was ashen as he resolutely refused. No, my Ma tribe only has warriors who will fight to death, not cowards who will run away. I am a symbol of Ma tribe, it will be a heavy impact to our army's morale if I run away. I cannot leave, we have yet to lose, I still have my Pegasus group. With a shift of his mind, the Pegasus flew into the air like clouds. These grand beasts had snow-white fur, their mane fluttered in the wind as they unfolded their pure white wings. These Pegasus were Ma tribe's pride. A grand feeling emerged in Ma tribesmen's hearts as they looked at these Pegasus, the feelings of fear quickly calmed down. Right, we still have Pegasus, ah. Ma Yingjia was speaking, when suddenly he exclaimed in shock and terror. Fang Yuan was shooting towards them like a meteor, fiercely crashing through the Pegasus group without any intent to dodge. The Pegasus, which had rank 4 battle strength, were smashed through, their blood spurting high. The horse group neighed in panic, their pure white feathers helplessly drifted in the air as their corpse fell down to the ground. Fang Yuan moved straight through Pegasus group and reached above Ma Xun in the group with none able to block him. Ma Xun was stunned, the GU masters beside opened their mouth wide as they looked at Fang Yuan, their heart filled with extreme shock, helplessness and fear. Fang Yuan's ghostly figure deeply imprinted itself in the depths of their heart, never to be forgotten. No, I have not lost yet. Ma Xun freaked out and was about to use his killer move when he was blocked by Ma Yingjia. Uncle, let me do it. Once you use this killer move, your cultivation will fall. Ma tribe can lose me, but it can never lose you. Ma Yingjia shouted, his gaze filled with determination. Yingjia, Ma Xun's body shook. He looked at this junior whom he appreciated and was most hopeful about, and felt his will to fight to the death. Ma Xun did not want his nephew to sacrifice for him. But just like Ma Yingjia said, Ma tribe could lose Ma Yingjia, but it needed him, Ma Xun, to command horse group. The eagle group had crumbled apart now and the rat group could not be counted on. If they lose the horse group as well, Ma tribe's defeat will be certain. Also, my death is not certain. Uncle, leave quickly. Ma Yingjia turned solemn, mobilizing his primeval essence into several GU worms. Killer move, Dragon Horse Spirit. This was a killer move that was specially prepared for them by Snowy Mountain's demonic path GU Immortal Shui Song. Z. Nay nay, many horses beside Ma Yingjia raised their front legs and gave desperate and crazy neighs. Large amount of blood seeped out of their body, they fell down one after another as they lost their life. But at the same time, diverse and gorgeous horse souls resembling rainbows pierced out of the corpses. Mutated horse souls. Fang Yuan's pupils slightly shrunk. Normal souls were simply impossible to be detected by ordinary people. But these horse souls had a pair of coral-like dragon horns on their head and were also of every size, as if they were alive, and they also shone with all kinds of colors, only the blind would not be able to see them. Dragon horses floated up and charged towards Fang Yuan in a very fast speed. Fang Yuan flew away, pulling apart some distance while also making probing attacks. These horse souls were troublesome because they were souls. Ordinary physical attacks had no effect on them. At the same time, their self-destruction had the power equal to the soul explosion of the previous shark fin wolf. Fang Yuan's killer move was strong, but it was not a soul path killer move. If 3 horse souls self-destructed at the same time, he would not be able to endure it. After all, his soul cultivation was still at 1000-man soul. But why would I face you head-on? Fang Yuan scoffed and slowly landed on the ground. He was not simply a pure strength path GU master, he still had enslavement path methods. Next moment, wolf smoke surged and healed the wolves beside him. Wolf howl resounded, raising the wolves' battle strength by several times. The wolves then charged towards Ma Yingjia and Ma Zun like hungry sharks. Damn it! Ma Yingjia immediately experienced Fang Yuan's insidiousness and unscrupulousness. He had sacrificed large numbers of horses beside him to form into mutated horse souls for the killer move, Dragon Horse Spirit. But Fang Yuan did not face his horse souls, instead sending his wolf group to death. The wolves used their lives to wear down the horse souls' strength, and the mutated horse souls started becoming dimmer as they defended against the wolf group's fierce attacks, some dispersed and some self-destructed. Large numbers of wolves died in exchange for a sharp reduction of the horse souls. Fang Yuan was displaying the essence of the enslavement path to the extreme. Enslavement path GU masters used cannon fodder to exhaust the enemy's precious strength. For example, consuming their primeval essence, and right now, it was to perish along with the horse souls. Ma Yingjia could do nothing to Fang Yuan. Mutated horse souls were strong, but after slaughtering so many wolves in such a short period of time, they were now powerless to be of any threat to Fang Yuan. Uncle, leave. You are our Ma tribe's hope, leave quickly. Ma Yingjia shouted, persuading Ma Zun to leave again. Ma Zun's cheeks streamed with tears, his heart filled with pain, hatred, anger and hesitation. He gritted his teeth to the point of almost breaking them, but in the end, under the urging of his rationality, he slowly moved his body and led a group of horses, leaving Ma Yingjia and retreating towards Ma tribe camp. Fang Yuan immediately sensed Ma Zun's movement. Ma Zun was an enslavement path master, 100 times more significant than Ma Yingjia. Fang Yuan immediately flapped his wings and flew to the sky. He gave up on Ma Yingjia and began to chase Ma Zun. Wolf King, don't leave. Ma Yingjia hurriedly mobilized horse souls to fly into the sky to intercept Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan coldly smiled in disdain and made an exquisite turn in the air, throwing all the horse souls behind him. He was a flying master while these mutated horse souls were no more than Ma Yingjia's puppets. Looking at Fang Yuan rushing towards them with killing intent, the GU master guards beside Ma Zun immediately became fearful. With no choice, Ma Zun also used the killer move, Dragon Horse Spirit. Under his control, mutated horse souls formed into a tight defense line. Their might was much more than what Ma Yingjia showed. Even if Fang Yuan had Flying Master achievement, it would be difficult for him to break through. A dragon roar resonated at this moment. An enormous shadow shrouded over Fang Yuan. The 3-clawed, golden horn giant dragon once again charged at Fang Yuan. Cheng Long had been defeated in one move by Fang Yuan and had fallen down to the ground miserably. He had barely crawled out of the hole when he was attacked by several enemies, and after spending all his strength to thwart and beat away these obstacles, he chased after Fang Yuan in rage, to take revenge. You actually came to send yourself to death. Fang Yuan coldly smiled, not in the least moved as he looked at the dragon claws that were rapidly approaching him with an invincible might. The eagle wings on his back flapped and he easily brushed past the dragon claws. Relying on his exquisite flying skill, he made the giant dragon go circles around him. Not good, I am not Wolf King's match in the air. Cheng Long soon realized his disadvantage, but it was already late. Fang Yuan grabbed this gap to fly to the dragon head. His two bronze arms ruthlessly pounded on the two eyes of the giant dragon like a battle spear or a sharp sword. The dragon eyes burst and blood splashed in all directions. The giant dragon immediately went mad, roaring miserably due to the intense pain. Fang Yuan was splashed all over with scarlet blood, but he did not stop. He gave a sinister smile and continued piercing deep into the eyes with his two hands, directly attacking the brain membrane, while his other two hands smashed at the dragon head like a heavy hammer. Bang bang bang. Huge sounds echoed out again and again as Fang Yuan continued to hammer at the dragon head like pounding on a war drum. The giant dragon started falling down. It struggled with mad fervor and its long tail twisted into a braid. Stones and mud flew, and the dragon tail lashed out, sending both humans and beasts flying. Fang Yuan did not stop his attack. He continued to pound for 20 to 30 times and was finally satisfied when the dragon head was thoroughly smashed into pieces. White brain matter and blood spurted upon his whole body. He took a deep breath, the intense odor of blood instead making him feel satisfied. Especially when he looked silently at this giant dragon corpse that he had conquered. Man, no matter which world they live in, all lives to conquer the enemy, conquer themselves, Fang Yuan sighed with emotion. Although the dragon had already died, the dragon corpse had not transformed back. One could see how profound Cheng Long's achievement in transformation path was. His head was quite tough, but he was no more than an impulsive fool. Fang Yuan lightly commented before looking towards Ma Zun again. He even killed Cheng Long. Is this still Wolf King? Wasn't he an enslavement path master? The scene of Fang Yuan stepping on the corpse shocked many. Most of them simply did not dare to believe their own eyes. How could Wolf King change from an enslavement path master into such a fierce warrior that rampaged in the battlefield? Meanwhile, the wolf group howled and charged waves after waves without any pause, showing Fang Yuan's exquisite beast-controlling skill. Ma Zun's face was pale, his primeval essence was gradually exhausted as he kept on maintaining the killer move, Dragon Horse Spirit. The mutated horse souls had formed a tight defensive battle formation, the wolf group throwing their lives as they charged forward waves after waves. Fang Yuan remained unmoved at these sacrifices, only sneering inwardly. Now, let me show you the true power of dual cultivation in enslavement and strength path. With a shift of his mind, the wolf group immediately changed their offensive pattern, dividing into several groups and breaking forward like sharp cones. The mutated souls battle formation was unavoidably pulled apart. As the defensive line became thinly spread, Fang Yuan took the initiative to launch an assault. Ma Zun felt a chill in his heart and promptly maneuvered the mutated horse souls to intercept Fang Yuan, but this caused the defensive line to turn chaotic. Fang Yuan laughed and changed the direction of his assault while making the wolf group charge ahead by 300 steps. Ma Zun blocked left and right, soon being unable to hold off the attacks. If he guarded against Fang Yuan's assault, the wolf group would be free to charge forward. If he defended against the wolf group, he would not be able to guard against Fang Yuan. After several rounds, Fang Yuan saw a gap and fiercely charged towards Ma Zun. The first strike broke Ma Zun's defensive barrier, the second punch seriously injured Ma Zun and the third punch killed this famous enslavement path master. Ma Zun died, the horse group crumbled apart and Ma tribe's army's morale lowered to the abyss. If I had not seen it personally, I would never have believed this. Horse King actually died by enslavement path master Wolf King's beheading the leader tactic. Wolf King concealed himself too deeply, he actually cultivated both enslavement and strength path. He simply does not need to fear beheading the leader tactics. How can we deal with such an enslavement path master? Chapter 543, Victory has been decided. The terrifying strength Fang Yuan displayed inflicted heavy pressure on everyone in Ma tribe army. Despair was quickly spreading in their heart. Now, we can only rely on Rat King, only the Rat group can contend against the Wolf group. Ma Shangfeng's face was ashen, Ma Zun's death made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. But he was Ma tribe leader, and under this desperation, he looked towards Zhang Baoya's direction. However, the next moment, the only hope left in Ma Shangfeng's eyes was also obliterated. Rat King had actually fled. Heavens, this Wolf King is a monster. Eagle King, Horse King, Cheng Long, Cheng Hu and Wu Yi were all killed by him. Will I be able to survive if I don't run away now? Blood flowed out of all 7 facial orifices of Zhang Baoya as he ran away. He could not do anything about this, he had sworn the poison vow when he joined Ma tribe army. Now that he was deserting in the battle, he naturally suffered the backlash of the poison vow. But Zhang Baoya wanted to retreat even if he had to risk the backlash. Fang Yuan's terrifying performance had already completely obliterated all will to battle in his heart. Rat King, return right now, Ma Shangfeng shouted, but Zhang Baoya ignored him and ran madly. The blood from his 7 facial orifices was dyeing the path, showing his determination to run. His fleeing attracted the people around him, and soon, a large number of Ma tribe GU masters began to retreat, with large number of tribes gathering their forces as they retreated from the battlefield. One really shouldn't rely on outsiders. Ma Shangfeng spurted out a large mouthful of blood before he blacked out and fainted. Ma tribe army was utterly crushed. The situation was set. Despite having the snowman elite troops, they could not turn around the situation. GU master experts also started to retreat one after another. I almost had to break my seal and use my true martial physique to fight. Luckily, in a battle ring, He Lu Lan, who had been attacked from all around, was gasping, his body full of injuries and his primeval essence heavily depleted, but the ominous glint in his eyes was becoming colder and sharper. Under his order, He tribe army began a ruthless hunt. The more they killed, the more battle merits they would obtain. Even a fool understood this. Fame and fortune incited He tribe army to be like brutal famished wolves. At first, the elite troops were covering Ma tribe's retreat, but soon He tribe's elite troops rushed to them and pinned them down. Ma tribe army had thoroughly collapsed and countless people were escaping to all directions. Fang Yuan did not move, instead calling the wolf group to protect him. Heavy internal bleeding, soul has been weakened to 500-man soul. Fang Yuan inspected his body, swallowing the blood in his mouth as waves after waves of dizziness attacked him. His 2 bronze arms quietly disappeared. The repercussions of 4-arm Earth King killer move was much more serious than what he had expected. The several experiments before only scratched the surface. Now that I used it to its extreme, even going beyond the theorized time limit, a problem has occurred. Sure enough, genuine knowledge comes from practice. Killer move was an exquisite coordination between GU worms. But a killer move was not perfected by just planning it. Only by putting it into practice and revising it continuously, could the killer move be perfected. In this process to perfect it could last a very long time, lasting generations and even over 10 generations of continuous deductions and adjustments. 4-arm Earth King was a result of Fang Yuan using his 500 years of experience along with a moment of inspiration. It was made in a hurry and was still in experimental phase. Fang Yuan was soon able to understand what caused such heavy repercussions. It is the rank 5 Earth Overlord GU. This killer move was originally based on ground fight. The longer one is touching the ground, the lighter the repercussions. But I was flying almost all the time in this battle. Thus, this problem was exposed. It seems 4-arm Earth King killer move has a lot of shortcomings. From this battle, I can see flying is much more convenient than charging Crash GU, and possesses much higher threat to enemies. Since I have master level attainment in flying, I should make full use of this superiority. He was not willing to give up flying, so the 4-arm Earth King killer move had to be greatly altered. Fang Yuan sat on the aged Night Wolf Emperor, quietly pondering while looking at the wanton slaughtering by He tribe army. Damn it, still vigilant, not giving me even a little chance. Assassin Wu Ming was hiding in a distance while observing Fang Yuan. He had been thinking of taking advantage of Wolf King's negligence after the battles, to sneak attack him. If he succeeded and killed Wolf King, Ma tribe would still have a chance to regroup and make a comeback. But Fang Yuan did not give him any opportunity, almost as if he saw through his plan. Wu Ming waited for a while more, but because of He tribe experts moving about more frequently nearby, he could not endure any more and quietly retreated. Ma tribe was fleeing in defeat, and while they were fleeing, Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng woke up. He was still not resigned, and after they fled to the defense line, he tried to hold on by relying on the defense line. But Tai Bai Yun Sheng's mountain as before GU wrecked his plan. He tribe army broke through the defense line. Pan Ping used his soul blade GU and luckily managed to get Ma Shangfeng's head in the chaotic battle. With Ma tribe leader's death, Ma tribesmen no longer had the will to battle. Dao tribe, Yang tribe and Qi Lian tribe surrendered one after another. The surrendering process unavoidably attracted most of He tribe's attention. Move faster, faster, faster. Zhao Lian Yun was urging from inside the carriage. Fei Kai was taking the coachman position and used all his strength to lash at the horse, the carriage's two wheels moved at a rapid speed. Fei Kai was Ma Yingjia's head servant, and being in charge of Ma tribe's young tribe leader's everyday life, he naturally had to accompany Ma Yingjia to the battle. Zhao Lianyun was homeless and so could only follow behind him. Ma tribe was defeated, these two and other mortals also fled for their lives. However, just relying on the horsepower, the carriage's speed simply could not surpass a GU master. While they escaped, they were thrown far behind by GU masters. But because Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun were mortals, the army chasing after Ma tribe army let them go. The battle merits in killing mortals were next to nothing. Of course, if they encountered GU masters in a bad mood or those who liked to kill or wolves who did not care if they were mortals, just one or two casual moves from either of these could send them to their grave. However, Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun's luck were really good. Not only did they not encounter such situation, they were actually able to smoothly escape out of the battlefield under countless GU masters' eyes. The two put in all their efforts in escaping. The old horse pulling the carriage foamed in exhaustion and finally fell on the grassland. The carriage overturned soon after and broke apart. Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun broke out of the broken carriage in a miserable state. Although they were injured, it was not serious because of the soft grassland. Now where should we go? Fei Kai was indecisive. They were in a vast land without any soldiers or GU masters chasing them. Zhao Lianyun panted heavily without replying. She was also feeling flustered and helpless. Wolf King Chongshan Yin, there is actually such a terrifying monster in this world. Damn it, if I had known you were this fierce, why would I persuade father to travel so far to side with Ma tribe? As she thought of Fang Yuan's terrifying figure rampaging in the midst of innumerable troops, Zhao Lianyun's body and mind trembled. Remembering her father who had died in the battlefield, their current homeless situation and the ruthlessness of fate, Zhao Lianyun began to weep in grief. Xiao Yun, don't cry, don't worry, I am still here. Fei Kai immediately comforted her. Zhao Lianyun buried her head in her knees and cried even louder. Fei Kai panicked as he comforted and apologizes repeatedly, cutting out a very clumsy figure. Zhao Lianyun cried for a while, then suddenly raised her head. What's the use of your apology? I am really miserable, how could I come to such a world? Now our situation is desperate with nothing to eat or even drink. At night, the bloody odor on the battlefield will attract groups after groups of beasts to forage. Sooner or later, we will starve to death, die of thirst or even freeze to death. Then what should we do? Fei Kai looked at Zhao Lianyun with an expression that was seeking help. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes and furiously shouted, you are really trash. You are older than me, can't you think of something? You want me to think of everything, do you think I am Dong Fang Yu Liang? Fei Kai lowered his head after being scolded, only daring to look at his feet. Suddenly, he raised his head with bright eyes. I have thought of a good way. Ah, what way? Zhao Lianyun raised her brows in amazement. This fool had actually thought of a way. I feel that as long as we have a horse, we can escape far away from the battlefield. With no odor of blood, we will be able to avoid the beasts. Zhao Lianyun fiercely kicked Fei Kai. Do you think I don't know? You fool, you big idiot. What good method is this? I also want a horse, where will you get me one? Fei Kai jumped in pain from Zhao Lianyun's kick. Suddenly, he pointed ahead and shouted, look, there is a horse. Zhao Lianyun turned around to look and was stupefied, blurting out, the fuck, there really is a horse. But she quickly reacted. There are no lack of horses in northern plains, but what we lack is the method to capture and tame it. Fei Kai, do you have any method? Fei Kai exclaimed, his hand still pointing ahead as he shouted, look, there is a person on the horse. Zhao Lianyun concentrated, there really was a person. As the horse neared the two, Zhao Lianyun's eyes suddenly opened wide because of the identity of the injured person on the horse's back, Ma Yingjia. Congratulations brother, congratulations. He tribe has won this battle. Even if Ma tribe gets support from GU Immortals, they cannot reverse the situation. He Bai, who had been observing the battle all along, saw He tribe was already beginning to clear up the battlefield through investigative GU, and impatiently congratulated He Cheng who was beside him. He Cheng lightly smiled. Congratulations to you too. He Lu Lan, this kid did not betray our expectations. Ah, right, the demonic path GU Immortal who supported Ma tribe has been discovered. It is Shui Song Zi of Snowy Mountain's 6th peak. He Bai's expression immediately turned heavy. HMPH, so it was him. If not for him meddling and fighting with me over wooden chicken GU, the immortal GU would not have escaped the bindings, and I would have already been in possession of wooden chicken GU. He Cheng comforted him with a smile. Brother, no need to worry, it will be the same thing if we can obtain wooden chicken GU with the help of 88 True Yong building. This is called, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Once you obtain wooden chicken GU, you will become an expert among GU immortals immediately. I don't deserve such praise. He Bai immediately bowed at He Cheng and sincerely said, if not for elder brother's generous help, how could I have such financial ability like Shui Songzi? Elder brother is really wise and far-sighted, investing so much immortal essence stones, it was an amazing decision. As expected, stocking up the wolf groups before sending them out for support all at once truly caught Shui Songzi unprepared. This time, even if Shui Songzi wants to continue sending help, there is no one to receive it. Ha ha ha, He Cheng laughed brightly before sighing, without investment, how could there be profits? He paused a moment and continued, also, we were fortunate that other famous super tribes did not really make their move in this imperial court contest. There was also the information from Fairy Tan Bai Ya which allowed us to know of the secret relationship between Ma tribe and Snowy Mountain. Another point, this Wolf King Chong Shan Yin is truly a spectacular junior, his performance was outstanding, the one with the most radiance in this contest such that his brilliance surpasses this generation's GU masters in Northern Plains. He Bai also nodded, having the same feeling. I have already investigated Chong Shan Yin in detail, he is a person of Chong tribe and was very famous, even as GU immortals knew of him. Later, he mysteriously disappeared for over 10 years, he clearly had a fortuitous encounter. Now, he cultivates both enslavement and strength path, I saw the killer move he used just before, its repercussions are not small but it is indeed somewhat interesting. Fang Yuan could conceal his injuries from the surrounding people, but he could not conceal it from GU immortals. He Cheng was silent for a while before speaking. This is a GU immortal seed, I plan to take him into He tribe. After he enters Imperial Court Blessed Land, we will properly observe him. If he is willing to join us and offer his loyalty, he might be able to become our He tribe's external supreme elder in the future. He Bai smiled. The difficulty of ascending to GU immortal realm is unspeakable, elder brother truly thinks highly of him. In my opinion, Tai Bai Yun Sheng is also quite good, we can also ask him to join He tribe. But he is a little old. He Cheng nodded. In these GU immortals' eyes, only Chong Shan Yin and Tai Bai Yun Sheng piqued their interest and gained their attention among the entire He tribe alliance army. Chapter 544, Entrapping a GU immortal. When Ma Yingjia finally woke up, his first sight was Fei Kai's joyous smiling face. Fei Kai shouted, young tribe leader, you are finally awake. The simple and honest voice warmed Ma Yingjia's heart. He struggled to sit upright, but the intense pain caused him to grimace and froth started to bubble from his mouth. He was barely able to ask, where is this place? Fei Kai scratched his head, and said in shame, I also don't know where this is, but we should have escaped the battlefield. Battlefield? Ma Yingjia suddenly started and immediately asked, the battle, what happened? We lost, Lord Young tribe leader. Many people escaped and even more people surrendered. Fei Kai answered. Ma Yingjia's face turned pale white and his body shook, almost fainting down, but luckily Fei Kai was supporting his back. Zhao Lian Yun stood at the side, looking at this formerly radiant Ma tribe young tribe leader who had now fallen into such a miserable state, it left a bad taste in her mouth. Sigh, this Ma Yingjia is young and promising, it is a pity he ran into Wolf King Chong Shan Yin. It was not that you didn't try hard enough, but that the enemy was too much of a monster. Ma Yingjia closed his eyes, 2 streams of tears quietly falling down. After a while, he opened his reddened eyes and looked at Fei Kai and Zhao Lian Yun, asking in a hoarse voice, did you guys save me? Fei Kai and Zhao Lian Yun nodded. Young tribe leader, what do we do now? Fei Kai asked. Ma Yingjia said with a gloomy expression, we will return. This battle is our Ma tribe's defeat, but we still have some tribesmen remaining behind in Warm Pond Valley. Back then, before Heroes Assembly, Ma tribe schemed and brought about internal disorder in Fei tribe, before swallowing Fei tribe and occupying Warm Pond Valley. Ma tribe's higher-ups, to be prepared for the unexpected, left behind the old, weak, sick and crippled behind at Warm Pond Valley. If Ma tribe won, they would take these people back. But if Ma tribe lost, These people would be the seeds to continue the tribe's bloodline. Return to Warm Pond Valley. But we don't have water and also don't have any rations. To travel such a long distance, Zhao Lianyun's brows furrowed into a knot. Hey, little girl, as long as I am here, there will be sufficient water and food. You guys don't need to worry. Ma Yingjia replied. The three started their journey, coming across many Ma tribesmen who had fled. Ma Yingjia took all of them in. Lord Young tribe leader, I had not thought that I, Ma Yuliang, would still live to see you. When Ma Yuliang saw Ma Yingjia, he immediately said this in a sobbing voice. He was Ma tribe's rank 3 elder and was lying on a stretcher now. He had lost an arm and his right leg was fractured. His injuries were severe. When Ma Yingjia saw Ma Yuliang, tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes. Elder Ma Yuliang, it really is good to see you. Although he had taken in many tribesmen along the way, most of them were mortals, while Ma Yuliang might be heavily injured and also crippled, but he was still a GU master. Ma tribe had been utterly defeated in this battle. Before the battle, they had been a large tribe whose foundations were deep enough to charge to super tribe level. But after the battle, Ma tribe was completely reduced to a small tribe, falling down from the pinnacle of their power. To the current Ma tribe, every GU master was a very precious strength and hope of the tribe. Lord Young tribe leader, old tribe leader died in the battlefield. Ma Yuliang cried bitterly as he told this grievous news to Ma Yingjia. Ma Yingjia's body shook intensely, and despite having already made mental preparations, his heart was still filled with endless sadness and sorrow after hearing this news. He gritted his teeth, his whole body seemingly having turned into an iron statue. After a while of silence, he slowly wiped away his tears and spoke, "From today onwards, I am Ma tribe leader. Elder Ma Yuliang, you need to pull yourself together. Our Ma tribe might have lost, but we are not exterminated." Back then, Ancestor Giant Sun set the rule that Huang Jin family's bloodline could not be exterminated. Ma tribe has already paid a disastrous price for the battle, now even He tribe cannot eradicate us. We will return to Warm Pond Valley and climb up from this loss. I believe our Ma tribe's radiance won't disperse like this. Ma Yuliang dazedly looked at the young tribe leader in front of him, and in his blurred vision, he seemed to be looking at Ma Shangfeng and Ma Zun's silhouettes. He stopped sobbing as hope rose up in his heart again. He then answered with a very deep voice, "Lord tribe leader, I also believe so. Winner takes all." While Ma Yingjia was miserably fleeing, it was a scene of celebratory feasts in the many tents of He tribe's alliance army with plentiful food and people crowding around the warm bonfire. We have won, we were victorious. Ma tribe's ambition was too big, they actually wanted to become a super tribe. This ambition was the cause of their destruction. Congratulations to Lord He Lu Lan for becoming the Lord of Imperial Court. Esteemed Lord Wolf King, please allow me to propose a toast to you. The main tent was also a scene of festivity. Besides the fine wine and food, there were also beautiful and passionate Northern Plains women dancing gracefully to their heart's content. The ones present in the main tent were the higher-ups of He tribe's alliance army and were all experts. The cultivations of these people were at least rank 4, one could say they were the most radiant heroes of this generation of Northern Plains. He Lu Lan was sitting on the main seat, and to the first seat on his left was Fang Yuan. Before, because of Tai Bai Yun Sheng's arrival as well as successive joining of several rank 5 tribe elders, Fang Yuan's position had been pushed to the back. But after the third battle with Ma tribe, Fang Yuan revealed his rank 5 peak stage cultivation and with his strength alone, battled the enemy's 3 enslavement masters, and beheaded Cheng Long, Wu Yi and other famous experts. One could say Fang Yuan was at least 70% of the reason He tribe could win against Ma tribe decisively. Everyone in He tribe was shocked at Wolf King's terrifying battle strength, and that very night, they readjusted the seat rankings in the main tent. No one opposed this. Experts proposed toasts to Fang Yuan one after another. Fang Yuan did not refuse anyone, but only took a sip every time. This was completely not a demeanor of a grand Northern Plains warrior, but right now, this instead formed an arrogant and aloof aura on Fang Yuan. The main tent was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The GU master who proposed the toast just before was Soul Blade General Pan Ping. He used his Soul Blade GU and luckily managed to take Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng's head in the battle. Thus, his position was only inferior to Fang Yuan in the battle merit board now, being ranked at second. Seeing Fang Yuan taking a sip in response to his toast, Pan Ping gratefully stepped to the side. Northern Plains natives admire warriors. A terrifying performance like Fang Yuan's was extremely rare even when considering all the imperial court contests. Flying Master and Enslavement Path Master, two master-level halos shone on his body. His Enslavement Path and Strength Path dual cultivation would give an extreme headache to all his enemies. Seeing Pan Ping becoming satisfied and overwhelmed, and retreating in deference, the surrounding gazes showed respect, worship or fear. Fang Yuan calmly placed down the wine cup and sighed inwardly, unknowingly, I have already reached this stage. Riding on the great wave known as the Imperial Court Contest, Fang Yuan's individual battle strength rapidly inflated. Now, he was already at the summit of the mortal world. He had reached the peak of the mortals. Advancing further would be the realm of immortals. In the battle before, he slaughtered famed experts, rampaging all around with no one being able to obstruct him. Very few rank 5 peak stage GU masters could display such performance. Heilu Lan's light was completely seized by Fang Yuan. Despite there being great flaws in cultivating both enslavement and strength path, despite four-arm Earth King killer move being newly created and not yet perfected, they were already enough as a cornerstone to allow Fang Yuan to stand proud in the mortal world. In Three Kings Blessed Land, Fang Yuan used the Blessed Land's power to kill rank 4 and rank 5 GU master experts. And now, he was able to do it with his own strength. Even if Tai clan's previous clan leader Tai Mu Bai resurrected, Fang Yuan had the confidence of killing him. In a short period of time, Fang Yuan's battle strength had truly increased at a sharply flying speed. This accomplishment that others would find it almost impossible to achieve their whole life, was established on 500 years of his former life's experience, who Immortal Blessed Land, painstaking efforts and strategies as a base. But it is still not enough, far from enough. What can being the peak of the mortal world be considered as? As long as one is not a GU immortal, they will simply be chess pieces. Not mentioning the goal of eternal life, just looking at my current goal, I have yet to save Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan's gaze turned solemn as the flames of ambition burned in his heart. He glanced at Tai Bai Yun Sheng who was at the side. To save Danghun Mountain, he required Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal GU landscape as before. This was his most important target for this trip to Northern Plains. Even 88 True Yong building was secondary. In his plan, if Danghun Mountain could not be saved, then 88 True Yong building's inheritance could only barely fill his losses. However, it was a very troublesome thing to take away others' GU worms. A GU worm's survival could be decided on simply a thought from its master. For example, Fang Yuan only needed a thought and even his immortal GU, Spring Autumn Cicada, would easily self-destruct. Precisely because of this, when GU masters battled to death, they would often get next to nothing in terms of GU worms from the corpse. And Tai Bai Yun Sheng's situation was even more troublesome. Immortal GU landscape as before had yet to be born. It was an immortal GU created by Tai Bai Yun Sheng after he became a GU immortal, and by using river as before and mountain as before as the main materials. Hence, there were two courses of actions Fang Yuan could take. First was to capture Tai Bai Yun Sheng and use Soul Path GU worms to soul search and plunder the recipe of landscape as before from his mind, then refine it by himself. This plan was too risky. First of all, Fang Yuan might not be able to capture Tai Bai Yun Sheng alive. Capturing alive and killing were two completely different concepts, especially when Tai Bai Yun Sheng was very powerful and was a time path GU master. The failure of the plan would have huge consequences. Secondly, even if Fang Yuan was able to capture Tai Bai Yun Sheng alive, does it mean he could get the river as before and mountain as before GU? In case Tai Bai Yun Sheng made these two GU self-destruct, all of Fang Yuan's efforts would go to waste. Finally, it was still unknown if the current Tai Bai Yun Sheng had the GU recipe for landscape as before in his mind. The possibility of a mortal being able to come up with an immortal GU recipe was extremely small. Especially when Tai Bai Yun Sheng was not a refinement path master. According to the vague rumors in Fang Yuan's previous life, when Tai Bai Yun Sheng became a GU immortal, heaven and earth reacted, Dao marks attracted each other and his inspiration exploded, making the two rank 5 GU spontaneously merge together to form rank 6 immortal GU landscape as before. If it really was so, then the GU recipe for landscape as before simply did not exist and its refinement process could not be duplicated. The first course of action could not be adopted, then what about the second? In truth, it was not any better than the first. After Tai Bai Yun Sheng entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he would advance to GU Immortal realm. The second plan was to wait for him to become a GU Immortal and possess the Immortal GU, then deal with him. The meaning of this was that Fang Yuan, as Immortal, would be entrapping a GU Immortal. Chapter 545, Ma Hong Yun. How big was the possibility of a mortal successfully plotting against a GU Immortal? Fang Yuan might be a rank 5 peak stage GU master, but it would be almost impossible for him as well to cross the boundaries of Immortal and Mortal. Fang Yuan was a GU Immortal in his past life, there might be no mortal that had as deep of an understanding of this as him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan's plan was not just himself as a mortal going against a GU Immortal. He would borrow the strength of 88 True Yong building, the bright guidance from his previous life's rich experience and also the precious information from Langya Land Spirit. All these allowed his plan to have a higher chance of success. With this, he had a 20% chance of seizing Immortal GU landscape as before. 20% probability was already the highest among the 3 ways to save Dang Hun Mountain. Only an Immortal GU could contend against Immortal GU Gruel Mud. Based on his wide vision and experience from his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan knew of only 3 Immortal GU that could save Dang Hun Mountain. First was the ranked 6 Earth Path Turn Rock GU. This GU was with Western Desert's ranked 6 GU Immortal Sun CU. Second was similarly an Earth Path ranked 6 Immortal GU rebuilding Mount Dongshan, which was in Eastern Sea's Haishi Blessed Land. Third was Time Path ranked 6 Immortal GU landscape as before. This GU had not yet been created and was not a naturally formed GU. Its Master Tai Bai Yun Sheng was only a rank 5 GU master currently. To seize Turn Rock GU, Fang Yuan would have to deal with GU Immortal Sun Cu who had been a GU Immortal for over a dozen years. And the situation would be even more bad if he wanted to scheme against rebuilding Mount Dongshan. Fang Yuan would be placing himself under the radar of GU Immortals, and would he be able to exchange for the Immortal GU as Immortal? This was nothing more than a kid carrying gold and strolling around the black market. Thus, the third plan of Immortal GU landscape as before had the lowest risk and the highest probability of success. Even if Tai Bai Yun Sheng would advance into a GU Immortal, he would only be a greenhorn and would not be familiar with the qualitative change of strength. Compared to the veteran Sun Cu and that group of GU Immortals in the Haishi Blessed Land, this opponent was much more easy to deal with. Northern Plains, December. The blizzard was gradually becoming bigger and appeared more frequently. Even if there was no blizzard, the pure white snow had covered the whole northern plains, and even the blistering hot sunlight became powerless. The time of the 10-year blizzard was already approaching closer. Tian Chuan, Warm Pond Valley. Tribe leader, this is the Spirit Spring Sea. Ma Yu Liang worriedly pointed at the dried Spirit Spring and introduced it to Ma Yingjia. Ma Yingjia's brows furrowed deeply. This Spirit Spring Sea was one of the only 3 remaining Spirit Springs of Warm Pond Valley. Now that it was dried up, only Spirit Springs A and B were left to support Ma tribe. This was disastrous news to Ma tribe. The Spirit Springs in Northern Plains were different from the Spirit Springs in other regions. Northern Springs had little spring water and narrow spring opening, so they burst out fiercely and had poor foundation, so they lasted the shortest time. Eastern Springs were plentiful in numbers, Southern Springs gurgled, Northern Springs were intense and Western Springs were pure. A mid-sized clan could last for over 10 years in Southern border, using one Spirit Spring. As long as they did not use up the Spirit Spring excessively, they could continue to use the thin and continuous flow of the Spirit Spring. But it was different in Northern Plains. Spirit Springs formed quickly in Northern Plains and quickly finished as well. Add in the intense warfares in Northern Plains, a mid-sized tribe would require at least 3 or 4 Spirit Springs to sustain themselves. Ma Yingjia became Ma tribe's new tribe leader after he returned to the tribe. Ma tribe had lost at their attempt to charge into super tribe level and was now reduced to a small tribe, causing the large Warm Pond Valley to appear spacious and empty. Ma tribe had rations and water sources, moreover had made ample preparations. But a Spirit Spring was a commodity that was an essential and important resource to a GU master's cultivation. Once the blizzard arrives, places like Warm Pond Valley would become the final place of refuge. Not only beast groups, other GU masters would also come to stay. As the owner of the place, Ma tribe not only had to resist against the blizzard but had to negotiate with these people as well. The primeval stones from the Spirit Spring were the backbone in supporting a GU master's battles. Now, Out of the 3 backbones of Ma tribe, 1 was broken. The weak Ma tribe that was left with 30% of their foundation suddenly had 10% less because of the drying spirit spring sea. However, Ma Yingjia had no countermeasures to deal with such a problem. If he had a river as before, Gu, he could immediately restore spirit spring sea to its original condition, resolving this problem, but he did not have it. Lord Tribe Leader, are spirit springs really so important? Fei Kai asked on the way back. After he returned to the tribe, as a benefactor who saved Ma Yingjia, he was immediately liberated from his slave status and was now a free person. At the same time, he was still Ma Yingjia's personal attendant. Ma Yingjia worriedly nodded. A spirit spring's drying up has an extremely huge influence towards Gu masters. And Gu masters are the pillars of a tribe. Our Ma tribe not only needs Gu masters as an important strength to resist all kinds of calamities during the blizzard disaster, but also to fight for new resources to develop the tribe after the disaster. Fei Kai exclaimed, then asked while walking, then, can't we find new spirit springs? Our warm pond valley is so large, who is to say that there are only these 3 spirit springs? Fei Kai's words were filled with his optimistic spirit. Ma Yingjia gave a bitter laugh. Northern Plains spirit springs can indeed form in a short time. There might be a 4th spirit spring in Warm Pond Valley, but the probability is close to 0. The thing is, every 10 years as the blizzard approaches, spirit springs in all regions of Northern Plains will continue to become dry and dead. After the blizzard disperses, new spirit springs will gush out in large numbers. At that time, all the regions of Northern Plains will have plentiful water vegetation, and you might even find 1 spirit spring every 100 li. That is the best time for every tribe and every beast group to grow. It was like that. Fei Kai only then realized he had lived for this long and was still ignorant, and was not familiar to such situations. Ah! Suddenly, he screamed as he fell down to the side. They were walking a path beside the cliff. Fortunately it was a gentle slope and not a precipice. Fei Kai had lost his footing and rolled down from the slope, screaming as he fell. This guy, Ma Yingjia, was amused at the series of hilarious screams from Fei Kai, his tightly knitted brows slightly relaxed. You idiot, you can't even walk now. Climb up quickly, Ma Yingjia suddenly stopped, his eyes opened wide as he looked incredulously at a brand new spirit spring gushing out from the slope. This spirit spring's mouth had been covered by a rock, but this stone was pushed by the rolling Fei Kai, letting the spirit spring that was covered reveal itself. This was clearly a recently formed spirit spring, otherwise Ma tribe would not have missed it during their search before the battle. The volume of the spirit spring was enormous, and in a short few moments of time, over 100 primeval stones gushed with the spring water and fell on the surrounding ground. This is actually a new spirit spring, and one that directly surpasses the volume of spirit spring A. Ma Yingjia was so happy that even his eyes started reddening. Is this the so-called joy after extreme sorrow? This is definitely the blessing of our ancestors in longevity heaven. Tribe leader, I have returned. At this time, Fei Kai came back while limping a little, and as he saw the new spring, his eyes similarly opened wide. Strange, how could there suddenly be a spring here? Ma Yingjia laughed heartily. Fei Kai, you are the lucky star that heaven sent to me. From today onwards, you should change your name. Fei Kai sounds similar to trash. How could I Ma Yingjia have trash beside me? From now, you shall be called Hong Yun, Fei Hong Yun. It indicates luck shining on our Ma tribe, joy after extreme sorrow. However, Ma Yingjia was not happy for long, as 7 days later, He tribe army arrived and surrounded Warm Pond Valley. The very night the He tribe army garrisoned nearby, the 3 spirit springs of Warm Pond Valley simultaneous turned black, completely polluted. A letter to surrender soon reached Ma Yingjia's land. Ma Yingjia had not expected He Lu land to not let him go even after clearly achieving the final victory. The spirit springs that were contaminated by the use of Gu worms could no longer produce primeval stones and were all useless. Although Ma tribe still had stocks of primeval stones, they had already lost the possibility of continuing to stay in Warm Pond Valley. I had not thought He Lu Lan would be so hell-bent on attacking. He has requested our Ma tribe to surrender in the letter, which does not violate the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable back then. Damn it, he is truly hateful. Ma Yingjia clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger, hatred, helplessness and powerlessness. He Lu Lan, who is nicknamed Black Tyrant, has always been brutal and violent. It seems the battle before created a fear in him towards Ma tribe. But because of ancestor Giant Sun's rules, he wants to put Ma tribe under his sight and continue to oppress us. Ma Yuliang was sitting stiffly on his chair and analyzed this with a heavy voice. After pausing for a while, he continued, "Actually, this is also good. We can surrender to He Lu land, which would mean we can enter Imperial Court Blessed Land as well." Ma Yingjia shook his head. "This is where He Lu land's sinister intent lies in. It is true Ma tribe will be able to stay in Imperial Court, but what about others? Let me ask you, how many tribesmen do we have left with surname Ma?" Ma Yuliang paled as he answered, "Only over 130. "Precisely so." Ma Yingjia nodded with a heavy expression. "To grow our tribe, we would need to take in outsiders and also wantonly connect with marriage and have large numbers of offspring. But as long as He Lu land sent a command to forbid our Ma tribe from taking in outsiders and even only allowing us to have inter-tribe marriage, then how long would it take for our Ma tribe to grow?" Ma Yuliang's face turned even paler. He realized the seriousness of this problem. Politics was dirty, and not allowing them to marry outsiders could be easily done. He Lu Lan would only need to use the reason of protecting the purity of Huang Jin family's bloodline and he would be able to justly suppress Ma tribe's development. Then what should we do? Ma Yuliang lost his composure. Ma Yingjia was silent for a while before resolutely saying, "We will bestow surname Ma to the outsiders and take them as our own tribesmen. Lord Tribe Leader, if we do this, our Ma tribe's Huang Jin bloodline will really be," Ma Yuliang spoke hesitantly. "We will have preventive measures. Huang Jin bloodline is our Ma tribe's pride, we can never let it be contaminated. If the situation takes a turn for the better, we can denounce these people and strip away their Ma surname." Ma Yuliang only then felt at ease and nodded, approving this plan. Chapter 546, The Way Forward for the Insignificant People. Moving carriages and neighing horses. The huge group of nearly 1 million advanced towards the central Imperial Court region of Northern Plains. The blizzard outside was blowing intensely, causing the big stomach horse to lower its head helplessly. The white snow on the ground was knee-deep, as everyone moved with extremely difficult steps. One by one, the blue farm slug GU moved forward. Their stomachs were stuffed with all sorts of resources, turning their original size of 3 elephants into a mound-like hill. Carriages after carriages followed behind the blue farm slug GU. In order to shield these mortals from the approaching blizzard, they were covered in frost. To prevent the slug GU from freezing to death, 3 GU masters would be in charge of 1 slug GU, removing the frost on them while using fire path GU worms to give them warmth, maintaining their temperature. The army pressed forward towards the Imperial Court. As the blizzard became larger, the army's speed became slower. Large number of mortal slaves fell during the journey, and never got up again. He Lu Lan could order GU masters to save them, but he did not do so. Even though the Imperial Court Blessed Land was huge and could accommodate 5 million people, in He Lu Lan's opinion, the resources within the Blessed Land were his, why would he distribute them to these lowly slaves? Every extra person meant he had to lose another bit of benefit. Using the blizzard to sacrifice large numbers of useless mortals, this was a hidden rule among all past lords of the Imperial Court. Mortal lives were cheap. They were like grass. Once the blizzard was over, they would rapidly grow again, increasing in numbers and using up Northern Plains' scarce resources like leeches, awaiting the next 10-year blizzard. As the blizzard became stronger, the people move against the force of the wind. Fang Yuan was inside the large lizard house GU, he could hear the wind outside the windows. Within the large lizard house GU, it was warm as spring. Using it to move in such an environment had about 5 to 6 times the primeval essence expenditure as before. But to Fang Yuan, just his rank 5 peak stage 90% aperture could easily sustain this expenditure with no problem. Moreover, his second aperture had also advanced to rank 5 upper stage recently. Fang Yuan came before the window, looking outside the tightly sealed glass window, towards the left. Ma tribe's members were there. After Ma Yingjia took the role of tribe leader, Ma Hongyun appeared, even Zhao Lianyun was beside him. Fang Yuan had already confirmed this secretly, and even instructed Zhe tribe to pay special attention to Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. In his memory, Ma Hongyun obtained an inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in 88 Truyong building. In Fang Yuan's following plans, he was a very useful pawn piece. As for Zhao Lianyun, she was still just a child, she posed no threat. At the same time, She was very close to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan wanted to observe them further. In my previous life, Ma Hongyun appeared. Now, despite my influence, Ma Hongyun still appeared. Then in the future, will he and Zhao Lianyun still reach that level of achievement just like in the previous life? After rebirth, Fang Yuan had been deeply interested towards the topic of changing history, a desire to know growing deep inside his heart. The flow of history had inertia, as well as changes. With his personal experience, the butterfly effect theorized on Earth was slightly off. 500 years in his past life, Ma Hongyun was given a surname and allowed to cultivate as a Gu master. That was because he obtained a relic Gu and gave it to Ma Yingjia. Right now, it was because of He Lu Lan's pressure that caused Ma Yingjia to have no choice but make this decision. This decision gave birth to a new Ma Hongyun. The process was different, but the result was the same. The event that unfolded before him made Fang Yuan ponder, as he uncontrollably thought of one word: fate. Fate. This was a word much more mysterious and ethereal than space or time. Legend says that there was a luck path among Gu master paths, but until today, no one could confirm it. However, there were many important characters that were connected to fate. It clearly indicated the existence of destiny. Gu, the second generation immortal venerable of the heavenly court, the creator of wisdom path, controlled this Gu, thus being able to plot against 3 future demon venerables. In Three Kings' blessed land, Fang Yuan was informed by the land spirit, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was a great hero, breaking the restriction of destiny, allowing all life in this world to regain control of their own fate. In fact, Fang Yuan had vaguely heard such a rumor. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable controlled a luck path Gu worm, thus he had extremely good fortune and ease in his cultivation journey, avoiding disasters and gaining great blessings. In this world, is there really a thread of fate that connects all living beings together? Fang Yuan went into deep thought. In the 500 years of his previous life, although he became a Gu immortal, he only managed to unravel a tiny portion of this world's mystery and secrets. Be it his previous life, or this life, the more he progressed, the stronger he got, the more he felt his own ignorance and insignificance. The more insignificant and ignorant he felt, the more interest he had in moving forward. He wanted to progress further. Compared to this world, I am merely an ant. Fang Yuan's blood was filled with pride and humility, obstinance and understanding. Collecting all his scattered thoughts, Fang Yuan concentrated his attention on the matter ahead. Imperial Court blessed land rejects Gu immortals. I am already rank 5 peak stage. This is likely the first and the last time I am entering the Imperial Court, to physically come into contact with 88 True Yong building. But this time, He Lu Lan purposely went over to Warm Pond Valley to force Ma tribe to surrender. This was a strange move. Fang Yuan's gaze became solemn. Ma tribe had already lost terribly, and they had the Huang Jin bloodline. Why would He Lu Lan do this? This was understandable in his previous life. Back then, Ma tribe was not completely helpless. They had strong defense and was a turtle shell that was hard to take down. He Lu Lan had no choice but to force them to surrender. Now that Ma tribe was declining, He Lu Lan still moved his army and laboriously forced Ma tribe to surrender. He spent so much effort to suppress Ma tribe. Did he have deep enmity with Ma tribe personally? There were no evidence that could support this thought. Never mind, maybe He Lu Lan was just spurred on and wanted to raise his merits. This is only a small detail. My own strength is always the most important thing. Thinking so, his mind entered his aperture. The injuries from using the killer move Four-Arm Earth King had already recovered. As for the killer move, he had several adjustments. He changed Earth Overlord Gu to Wind Overlord Gu. As for the other supplementary Gu worms, they were adjusted accordingly. This way, he would not need to step on the ground, and would fight best in the wind. The stronger the wind, the more battle strength he can display, and the smaller the drawbacks he would face after using the killer move. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied. This was only a temporary compromise. The weakness of this killer move had not been reduced. If he fought in an environment without wind, the consequences of using the killer move would not be any better as before. For Gu masters, there were way too many methods to restrict the wind. Once his weakness was exposed publicly, his killer move would no longer have any threat to his enemies. They would have no fear towards it. Actually, no matter how good my modifications were, I would not be satisfied. My true aim is to eliminate the weakness of my strength enslavement dual cultivation. The killer move Four-Arm Earth King is merely a starting point. But this result could not escape from the limits of transformation path. What Fang Yuan wanted was to completely and utterly modify his body. He did not want to achieve such temporary transformation. Nevertheless, reaching this point had already expended Fang Yuan's 500 years of knowledge accumulation. After all, Fang Yuan was a blood path GU immortal back then. His attainment in strength and enslavement paths were merely subsidiaries. He merely touched the tip of the iceberg. If possible, Fang Yuan wanted to quickly become a blood path GU immortal. But it was different now after rebirth. His vital GU was not a blood path GU. A crucial condition for becoming a GU immortal was the vital GU. Originally, after Fang Yuan got the second aperture GU, he would have a second chance. But that crucial blood path vital GU was still buried in the inheritance. It had not appeared yet. Fang Yuan could not wait in vain. The situation was forcing him. He could only choose to strengthen himself now, to deal with the challenges ahead, and all the enemies lurking around him. Staying alive, that was the most important thing. Fang Yuan had also realized that his foundation in strength and enslavement paths were lacking. His involvement in a wide range of paths in his previous life allowed him to easily control GU worms of many paths, while being skilled in the combination of different GU worms. Among them, his attainment in enslavement path was the highest. But to resolve the issue of strength enslavement dual cultivation, an age-old question, he would need to move ahead of history and undergo creative and daring experiments. His foundation was lacking in this aspect. Even though Fang Yuan had clues to Luopo Valley now, maybe after he obtains Luopo Valley, he would be able to convert to the glorious soul path. But Fang Yuan never liked placing his hopes on certain possibilities in the future. Even if he changes to soul path in the future, his hard work in enslavement and strength would be a precious resource and would greatly benefit his future cultivation. Knowing his own inaptitude, Fang Yuan had been reading intensely these few days. He used his huge pool of battle merits to exchange for Dragon Horse Spirit, 3 Hearts Combination Soul, all sorts of killer moves, as well as dozens of small strength path inheritances. He also got the recorded journal of 4 enslavement masters, among them, Rat Epidemic, Thunder Explosion, Leopard Rush, and Horse Barrage. These 4 killer moves were invaluable. Fang Yuan's foundation had always been thick. These days he had been reading laboriously. His understanding and knowledge in strength and enslavement path surged greatly by several times compared to before. Different from his previous life where he studied these paths as a side path, he had personally experienced these paths this time, and together with his theories, he gained countless inspirations. But these inspirations could not resolve his problem now. Actually, looking at information about the transformation of the body, the first records were in. When Ren Zhu fell into a certain death situation, in order to save her own father, Desolate Ancient Moon came to Changbai Mountain and killed the Rockman. Fang Yuan had a burst of inspiration as he flipped beside him. This was the first classic of the GU Master World. Countless mysteries were hidden within it. Even existences like GU Immortal kept a copy of it with them at all times, occasionally flipping and learning from it. Chapter 547, Search for Success. Fang Yuan flipped the legends of Ren Zhu, and this was recorded within. When Ren Zhu was in a certain death situation, after he fell into Luopo Valley and had no way to get out. Desolate Ancient Moon, in order to save her father, climbed up Changbai Mountain and tried to get to the top, in order to get that one and only success. GU. As long as she made a wish to success GU, Desolate Ancient Moon would be able to save Ren Zhu. But when Desolate Ancient Moon got to the foot of the mountain, she was obstructed by the Rockman. It turns out that when Ren Zhu's second daughter arrived at Changbai Mountain, she ruined Love Gu's wonderful dream. Out of anger, Love Gu awakened the Rockman in order to obstruct Desolate Ancient Moon. After Desolate Ancient Moon killed the Rockman, and got to the mountain waste, Love Gu had yet to leave. It appeared before Desolate Ancient Moon and said, "O human, you interrupted my sweet dream, yet you still desire to take away success GU. Now I will topple the entire Changbai Mountain. You can have fun finding that one and only success GU out of billions of rocks." Ha ha ha. Saying so, Love Gu crashed towards Changbai Mountain. Changbai Mountain was not an ordinary mountain, it was a mound entirely made up of stacked rocks. After Love Gu crashed into it, the entire mountain crumbled. Love Gu left smugly, leaving behind Desolate Ancient Moon, who looked at this huge pile of rocks in a daze. How was she going to find that one and only success GU among this chaotic pile of rocks? Desolate Ancient Moon was troubled. Without a choice, she had to return to Cognition GU to seek advice. After Cognition GU heard Desolate Ancient Moon's description, it sighed. Love GU had always been demanding and unreasonable. Even if it was me, or my child Wisdom GU, we would not want to confront it. Right now, Changbai Mountain had collapsed. You can only look at these rocks one by one, to find the real success GU from among them. There are no other ways. Cognition GU said again. But you have to be careful, there are 2 GU on Changbai Mountain. One is Success GU, at the peak of the mountain. The other is Failure GU, at the bottom of the mountain. Failure is the mother of success, but it also has many other children. Those rocks are Success GU's siblings. When you pick those rocks, many unthinkably bad situations will occur. I will tell you a secret here, as long as you continue to affirm the belief of me in your heart, these disastrous situations will gradually disappear. Desolate Ancient Moon heard this and her heart sank. She asked again, then how do I differentiate the rocks in my hand? What do Success GU and Failure GU look like? Cognition GU sighed. They look almost the same, but it is easy to differentiate them. Just hold them in your hands, you will learn about their identities. In your search for Success GU, that Failure GU will be your biggest threat. You cannot hold on to the Failure GU, otherwise, you will be completely lost and your life would be in danger. Desolate Ancient Moon heard this and nodded, expressing her gratitude. Cognition instructed her again before leaving, do not say that I taught you that. If Love GU comes to find me, I'd be in trouble. In the face of fanatic and toyful love, Wisdom and Cognition can only run away. Don't worry, I won't expose you. Desolate Ancient Moon agreed, returning to Changbai Mountain. Seeing the huge pile of rocks, her heart was gloomy. Success was not easily obtainable. To obtain success, she would need to bend down and search while taking great risks. Desolate Ancient Moon breathed in deeply, picking up the first rock. This rock was ordinary, but when Desolate Ancient Moon held it in her hand, it shook slightly. A light wound appeared on Desolate Ancient Moon's hand. This was not Success GU, but one of Success siblings, one of the children of Failure GU. Desolate Ancient Moon's heart was shocked. She touched the wound on her hand as she recalled what Cognition GU said. When you pick those rocks, many unthinkably bad situations will occur. You have to affirm the belief of me in your heart. So this is the terrible situation. Desolate Ancient Moon understood. She chanted in her heart, me, 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 me. As she chanted, the wound on her hand miraculously healed. Only a light scar was left. She tossed the first rock away, and picked up the second rock. When she held this rock in her hand, Desolate Ancient Moon's heart jumped, as an intense feeling of fear assaulted her. Desolate Ancient Moon was shivering in fear. She almost ran away to escape, away from this place. But she held on, and chanted, me. After a long time, she slowly recovered as the fear in her heart was gone by half, finally picking up the third rock. This rock made her dejected. She could not help but think, I want to find that one and only Success GU among these billions of rocks. How difficult is that? How long would it take me? She could barely move anymore. She felt that the future was shrouded in darkness. It was too difficult to find Success GU. She almost wanted to give up, but she thought about her father who was trapped in life and death door. If I give up, who will save father? Desolate Ancient Moon shuddered. Oh no, I forgot to chant, me. Desolate Ancient Moon chanted again, getting rid of the despair in her heart, bending down to pick up another rock. Once she held the fourth rock in her hand, Desolate Ancient Moon was shocked to find out that her nose had changed. It turned into a pig's nose. She chanted, me, once again, allowing her nose to recover. Spending a lot of time, she exerted all her effort to get rid of the pig nose. But her nose was still slightly deformed compared to before. Like this, Desolate Ancient Moon continued to pick up rocks, hoping to find that Success GU. But days passed, and all she found was Failure GU's children. Among these rocks, some made her injured, some made her dejected, despair, or fear, while some made her grow a pig head, rat's tail, etc. Despite Desolate Ancient Moon chanting, me, continuously, some of the scars still remained on her. As they accumulated, these scars turned her into a monster. She grew 6 heads, 3 arms, 5 tails, and looked like a centaur. She had 16 legs, and some of her legs had soft fur, some had snake-like scales, some had sharp claws, some had tough hooves. In the search for success, people often transform and become completely different. But desolate ancient moon also became much stronger because of this. After going through so much, she had become several hundred times as strong as before. These rocks could not longer trouble her. Success, oh success, where in the world are you? Her 7 mouths opened together. Some were screaming, some were shouting, some were whispering while others were growling. The more she failed, the more she desired success in her heart. After her great effort, the number of unpicked rocks became fewer and fewer. Eventually, when there were only 2 rocks left, desolate ancient moon was stuck between 2 difficult choices. Undeniably, among these 2 rocks, one was success GU, while the other was failure GU. If she obtained success GU, that would be the best. But if she picked failure GU, then desolate ancient moon would become completely lost, she would be in danger of dying. Even if desolate ancient moon became a monster, becoming so much stronger. 1 step to heaven, 1 step to hell, what should she choose? Desolate ancient moon could not help but become hesitant. If I do not dare to take the next step for fear of failure, then I will never succeed. I am already so strong, success is a step away from me, even if I take failure GU, as long as I chant, me, I should be able to endure it right. Eventually, she mustered her courage and stretched out her palm, picking one of the rocks. Unfortunately, she picked failure GU. An unforeseen feeling of lost, self-doubt assaulted her. Me. Desolate ancient moon continued to chant, me, but her voice became softer, as her 7 mouths stopped moving eventually, her expression turning into a daze. She had fallen into endless perplexity, she had completely lost herself. The biggest tragedy for a human, is to lose your sense of self. Sigh. After reading this, Fang Yuan sighed as he closed the book. At once, his thoughts were drifting as he showed a very complicated expression. It was still snowing outside the window, snowflakes were floating in the air. As the 10-year disaster approaches, the blizzard did not show signs of weakening, instead it was growing. Northern Plains, end of December. When He Lu Lan led the army and arrived at the last minute, at Imperial Court Blessed Land's entrance, the alliance had about half its members left. A large number of mortals died on the way there. In fact, many GU masters died from the attacks of beast groups. The item to open the Imperial Court Blessed Land was on He Lu Lan. When he stood up, a mild golden light shone in the air. Immediately after, the golden light intensified, forming a light ring. The light ring expanded, turning into a grand city gate. On the gate, there were exquisite silvery flower patterns. Many fist-sized copper buttons were plastered on the gate. Boom! There was like an invisible hand behind the door, pulling the heavy door open. Immediately, the thick smell of sandalwood spread. The snow in the air stopped moving. Under the influence of a mysterious power, the snow in the air gathered like bees. In an instant, a solid and magnificent ice ladder was created. At the top of the ladder, it was connected to the floating Imperial Court gate. It extended all the way to the ground. Imperial Court Blessed Land. He Lu Lan could not conceal his excitement. He took 3 steps as one step as he ascended the ice ladder, becoming the first person to enter the Imperial Court. 88 Truyong Building. Fang Yuan was the second person. His gaze became solemn as he took calm strides in. After that, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, Hao Ji Lu and other high-level experts went in. About an hour later, the entire He tribe army had entered Imperial Court Blessed Land. The ice ladder broke apart, as the Red City Gate closed itself. The light ring shrunk into one dot, and vanished. They have all entered. The GU Immortals observed in secret retracted their helpless and nostalgic gazes. Chapter 548, Inheritance Hidden in Eerie Fire Python's Den. When Fang Yuan opened his eyes, the scene before him had completely transformed. The sky was light gold in color, the land was like spring, with green agricultural terraces, there were gentle streams flowing, and low-lying mounds, one could see far and wide in this boundless plains. This was a serene and peaceful world, forming a great contrast to the blizzard outside. This was Northern Plains' greatest utopia, Imperial Court Blessed Land. It opens every 10 years, as a reward to the Lord of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan looked around and found that he was alone. Although everyone entered from the same gate, after they stepped through the gate, they were separated and randomly transported to any area of the Blessed Land. This was as per usual. Fang Yuan was not shocked. According to the earlier agreement, next he had to travel towards the center of the Blessed Land. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's former place of residence was there, Northern Plains Sacred Palace. I am finally in here. Fang Yuan regulated his breathing. The Imperial Court contest was only a prelude. What was truly important was the following events. He tried activating Eagle Rise GU. His crystal purple primeval essence moved according to his will, entering the Eagle Rise GU. With a light sound, followed by intense pain, two broad and huge pitch black eagle wings grew on his back. Within Imperial Court Blessed Land, the use of mortal GU was not restricted. As for immortal GU, they could not be restrained in any blessed land. The strong eagle wings flapped lightly and brought Fang Yuan into the air. Flying in the air, feeling the light wind brushing past his face, he could smell the unique scent of nature that permeated the entire blessed land. Compared to the outside world, this place was extremely peaceful. It was like heaven. Fang Yuan was in no hurry. He flew slowly as he enjoyed the scenery around him. Imperial Court Blessed Land's landscape was quite similar to Northern Plains. At one glance, it was a huge plain. There were mounds and slopes with beautiful and elegant lines. It was like a stream of jade green flowing smoothly without obstacles. But different from Northern Plains, every 8 li, there would be a tower on the ground. These towers made Fang Yuan think of totem pillars. Each one was about 25 meters tall. They were tall and straight, with a gold and silver surface, with lots of precious gems adorning it, beautiful and exquisite. In the tower, there were countless barriers, like a beehive. Inside were many GU worms. When the worm groups in the Blessed Land give birth to GU, these GU worms would detach themselves from the group and live in these towers. The towers were built by Giant Sun. No matter what type of GU worm it was, they would be able to find their food inside the towers. Every tower had tens of thousands of GU worms. These GU consists of many species. There were large numbers of common GU and few rare GU. Undeniably, each of these towers were a huge fortune. Even Fang Yuan can feel his attraction to them. He could even see a group of about 1,000 starlight firefly GU in one of the towers. Unfortunately, I cannot take these GU as I wish. When the Imperial Court contest first started, some daring GU masters tried to steal or even attack the towers, to take the wild GU inside. In the end, they were like candles. Their entire body melted until their white bone skeleton was left, smashed into a pile. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated. This was the heavenly power of the Blessed Land, the power of heaven and earth. No mortals could resist it. Even GU immortals would be left in a pathetic state when competing against it. After enough lessons taught, by now, no GU master had the intention to attack the towers. If we chase the origin, the GU immortal who created Imperial Court Blessed Land was a space path GU immortal whose name can no longer be found. Because of this blessed land is huge, far larger than other blessed lands. Before Giant Sun Immortal Venerable became an immortal, he inherited this place luckily and became the Blessed Land's new owner. After Giant Sun became an immortal venerable, and obtained unparalleled power, he displayed great methods and set up the tradition of the Imperial Court contest, allowing this ancient blessed land to continue existing until now. Fang Yuan flew as he recalled. The methods of an immortal venerable were beyond his understanding. Who knows how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable managed to do it, but the result was, under his manipulation, Imperial Court Blessed Land no longer suffered from heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities. Hiss hiss hiss. After flying for an hour, past numerous towers, Fang Yuan was provoked by a giant python on a small valley. This bright red giant python was at least 100 meters long. Its body was as thick as a tower. There was a sharp horn on its head. A pair of blood eyes stared at Fang Yuan fixatedly, hissing with its tongue continuously. Its tongue was a creepy purple color, and there were eerie blue flames on it. It's a rarely seen eerie fire dragon python. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. At this moment, the giant python opened its mouth, and shot out a carriage-sized blue-purple flame. The flame approached quickly. As the temperature in the air rose sharply, from a few hundred steps away, Fang Yuan's hair and eyebrows were showing signs of drying up. It showed the terrifying temperature of the blue-purple flame. Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose as he flapped his eagle wings, going to a higher altitude and avoiding the flame easily. Killer move, Four-Arm Wind King. He activated more than 10 GU worms at once. His crystal purple was expending rapidly, meanwhile 2 bronze arms grew out of his body. Thereafter, he flew down like a comet, straight towards the python. He crashed fiercely into the eerie fire dragon python, engaging in fierce combat with it. At once, smoke rose as shockwaves were sent out, flames shot out as the valley shook. Eerie Fire Dragon Python was a mutated beast king. Mutated beasts has rank 4 battle strength, while their king had strength equivalent to a rank 5 GU master. But Fang Yuan was rank 5 peak stage long ago, and after using his killer move, his battle strength was even higher. If the Eerie Fire Dragon Python laid low and hid itself, Fang Yuan might not have noticed it while being on the move. But since it provoked him on purpose, Fang Yuan felt the urge to hunt and improve his killer move by using it as a training dummy. After half an hour, the battle was over. Fang Yuan's body was charred black. He stood in the completely destroyed and ruined valley. The Eerie Fire Dragon Python's huge body was half covered in broken mountain rocks. Fang Yuan coughed a few times, throwing up some blood. The improved killer move had much less severe aftermath than before. A part of the reason was that the Eerie Fire Dragon Python did not have wisdom like humans. It could not find out Fang Yuan's weakness amidst battle. If the wind was restricted, Fang Yuan would be in a much worse state. This battle was not easy. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a great environment. There were many GU worms, thus there was a larger number of Fire Path Wild GU worms on the Eerie Fire Dragon Python. Among them, there were several valuable ones. Fang Yuan's killer move was strong, but it did not have much defense against Fire Path. If he did not need to dodge the flames, the 30-minute battle would be faster by at least a third. Fang Yuan started collecting his loot. This mutated beast king's body was full of value. For example, the python blood was a top ingredient in feeding blood path GU worms. The python skin, tendons etc., would cause a huge commotion if sold in the mortal market. Especially the Eerie Fire Snake Gall, it was extremely valuable. It could even be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan organized his gains. In order to save time, he only kept the valuable items in his GU. Eerie Fire Dragon Python, they live in caves as a family. If there are any young dragon pythons, I can capture them and place them inside Immortal Blessed Land to breed. It would be a good investment for the future. Fang Yuan thought about this and searched around. Very soon, he made a discovery. There's a GU master inheritance here. Fang Yuan did not find a baby dragon python, but found a bright red rock, like that of a fire lotus. With his expertise, he quickly understood that this was a GU master's work. When he got close to the huge rock, this fire lotus-like rock opened up in layers, like a blossoming lotus. The fire lotus rock opened completely, showing the GU worms inside as well as a stele. The stele was one with the huge rock. There were Northern Plains words on it. Fang Yuan read it thoroughly and understood its existence. The Fire Path GU master who left behind his inheritance was called Huo Zhengjun. He was a righteous rank 4 Fire Path GU master. He entered this valley by accident, and was attacked by the Eerie Fire Dragon Python. Before dying from his injuries, he left behind his GU worms helplessly and made the inheritance. In the future, if a fated individual comes here, then this set of GU worms would be his. Huo Zhengjun left behind 7 GU worms. But after these years, 4 died, and only 3 remained. Among the 3 GU worms, only one attracted Fang Yuan. It was the rank 4 Fire Pupil GU. When a GU master uses Fire Pupil GU, fire would burn at anywhere they looked at, burning their opponents. Such a convenient attacking method often caught people off guard. But it had its weaknesses. If it was used for a long time, the GU master's eyes would be damaged. They would need to use good healing GU as well as complementing GU worms to weaken this side effect. This Fire Pupil GU was Huo Zhengjun's core GU worm. Aside from the GU worms he left behind, there were GU recipes that he recorded on the stele. Fang Yuan looked at it 3 times, storing the information inside East Window GU. Although he did not cultivate Fire Path, these recipes were useful for him when researching about GU refinement or even in his cultivation, as a form of inspiration. Especially the refinement recipe of the Fire Pupil GU, it had high value. According to this GU master, rank 4 Fire Pupil GU was advanced using rank 3 Fire Eye GU, together with Sight Blow GU and some associated GU refinement materials. Fang Yuan knew about rank 3 Fire Eye GU. It was a one-time expenditure GU used for investigative purposes. It could transform the eyes into fire eyes, having the ability to see through fog, but it did not work every time. Once it failed, one would turn blind. Fang Yuan knew about Sight Blow GU too, how Ji Lu from the He tribe army had one. He had once used it together with rank 4 location swap GU. Fang Yuan kept the Fire Pupil GU. he did not intend to go onto the fire path. Fire pupil Gu did not suit his current style. While the attacking method was convenient, it was very restrictive, it was too reliant on visual contact. There were too many strange Gu in this world, there were countless methods to prevent eye contact. There was no strongest Gu worm, only strongest Gu master. Gu worms were the hosts of the Great Tao, they were fundamentally tools. When Gu master used them together, they could form great effects. Some combinations were even far superior and harder to counter, they were known as killer moves. This means, this should be the first Gu master inheritance I've obtained in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Fang Yuan thought about it, feeling interested. In Imperial Court Blessed Land, there were countless Gu master inheritances. It was because of the superb environment. In contrast, many inheritances in the main world were often destroyed by calamities and beasts before the fated person arrives. Furthermore, all the Gu masters that entered Imperial Court Blessed Land were experts that had undergone tough battles. They had to have at least some superior qualities, if they were not heroes or grand conquerors already. Thus, there were abundant inheritances inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. Anyone who was fated would have gains. Fang Yuan kept the 3 Gu worms inside his aperture, before smashing the steel to bits. Next, he searched around, finding a cave indeed. He entered the cave and walked to the lowest part of it. At about 100 meters underground, he found 6 eerie fire dragon python eggs. He was troubled now. If it was a baby eerie fire dragon python, he could bring them away to Immortal Blessed Land and allow them to hunt freely. But it was not easy to hatch an eerie fire dragon python's egg. He needed to use eerie fire and python blood to bathe them daily. After the little dragon python hatches, they need to taught by the eerie fire dragon python personally, on how to use their strength to hunt. Fang Yuan did not have the time or effort to waste just to hatch these eggs. There was no choice, he quickly kept these eggs before getting out of the hot cave, flying towards the sky and continuing on his journey without any lingering feelings. Chapter 549, Subduing Azure Wolves with the Help of Snow Bats. Just like this, Fang Yuan flew for another 3 days, but could not see even a glimpse of the sacred palace on the plains. Fang Yuan thought to himself, it seems that I was transported very far away after entering Imperial Court Blessed Land. Otherwise with my speed, I would have reached the sacred palace within 3 days. On the way, Fang Yuan met many Gu masters and mortals. They were He Tribe Alliance members. After entering the Blessed Land, those with ability would gather at the sacred palace. Those who did not would choose a place and settle down. Imperial Court Blessed Land was not safe, there were large numbers of wild Gu worms and vicious beasts. He Tribe army came here and destroyed their order, disturbing the beasts and worms which had already sorted out their territory. Thus, conflict and killing was natural. But all in all, the environment was infinitely better than the outside world, which was face a fierce blizzard. Fang Yuan had seen several slaughtering scenes along the way. Some were beast group corpses, some were humans with broken limbs. Imperial Court Blessed Land had much greater foundation than Immortal Blessed Land. There was no weather changes in Immortal Blessed Land, but Imperial Court Blessed Land had it. In fact, Imperial Court Blessed Land had morning and night. This might not be spectacular in mortal eyes, because in northern plains, there was also day and night, they were used to it. Only someone like Fang Yuan would understand the true value of this. It was very rare for Blessed Land to have weather changes. If there was day and night, it meant that this particular heaven and earth had sufficiently deep foundations. At least, the time path law here was quite complete. Normally, Blessed Land with astronomical phenomenon were first-rate Blessed Lands. Fang Yuan's Immortal Blessed Land had not reached this level yet. Day and night was the characteristic of grotto heavens. Blessed Lands were small worlds. Above Blessed Lands, there were even more complete and refined small worlds, they were grotto heavens. Imperial Court Blessed Land already had the characteristics of a grotto heaven, it could be said to be a quasi-grotto heaven. Langya Blessed Land was originally a grotto heaven that fell, by now, it had lost its day and night trait. Night descended. Fang Yuan looked at the sky, it turned from a glorious gold color to a light and elegant silver. The daytime in Imperial Court Blessed Land was a dazzling golden day. At night, it was not completely dark, as silver light shine in the sky. Flying in the air, Fang Yuan witnessed the changing of the sky. Silver light rained down, compared to the hot and dazzling golden rays during daytime, it had traces of sharpness to it. Fang Yuan's flying speed was slowing down. He looked down and after searching for a while, he found a gentle slope. With his years of experience, he knew that the gentle slope was a great place to set up camp. But he was in no hurry to descend. He circled around the slope several times, like a bird flying freely. Eventually, when he confirmed that this area was safe, he landed and kept his wings. The strong eagle wings were pitch black like steel. After Fang Yuan stopped using Eagle Rise GU, the wings vanished into thin air, as 1 or 2 black feathers were left floating in the air, landing on the grass. Fang Yuan willed and activated Big Lizard House GU. Immediately, a mystical light shot out from his aperture, landing in front of him. The light expanded and grew, as a Big Lizard House GU eventually appeared. The lizard opened its mouth and shot out its tongue, showing the door in its mouth. The tongue was like a red carpet ladder. As Fang Yuan stepped on it, the door opened automatically. After he entered the Lizard House GU, the door closed on its own, as the lizard closed its huge mouth without a gap. Although Fang Yuan was energetic, he was still of mortal body. When fatigue accumulates to a degree, he will need to rest to ensure that he stays at peak condition in terms of mind and body. Chi. After Fang Yuan got into the lizard house, he heard some noises outside. His gaze concentrated as he muttered, "As expected, it is the blissful snow bats." Fang Yuan had already understood the rules. When day turns to night, large groups of blissful snow bats would fly out. The blissful snow bats were pure white like snow. They were furry and did not look ugly like ordinary bats. In fact, they were rather cute. Such a beast group was huge in scale. Each group had about several hundreds of thousands of bats. Among them were beast kings, and myriad beast kings were very common. There were even snow bat beast emperors. Even with Fang Yuan's dual aperture and killer move like Four-Arm Wind King, he could not fight against them, he could only avoid them. The snow bats only hunted in the air, eating the particles in the air or flying worms. The Big Lizard House GU was not part of their food chain. But because of Fang Yuan's vigilance, he moved the Big Lizard House GU to the back of the slope. The big lizard curled up into a ball. From the sky, it resembled a huge rock. Fang Yuan was on the bed as he slept, but before long, the cries of the blissful snow bats became very erratic, as wolf howls could be heard as well. What's going on? Fang Yuan was woken up by this noise. He opened his eyes and got up from bed, going to the window. Only to see that in the silvery backdrop, 2 beast groups were fighting. The snow-white lump had a grand scale. It was the blissful snow bats. As for the dark green lump, it was a pack of azure wolves. Although they were fewer in numbers, they fought fiercely and had great cooperation. Although they were many snow bats, under the wolves' attacks, they suffered huge losses. Fang Yuan's brows lifted, feeling slightly shocked. Azure Wolf had a trace of the desolate beast Heavenly Wolf's bloodline, thus it could float in mid-air even as a cub. A mature Azure Wolf can use this talent to its limits, able to run freely in the air. Azure Wolves were elites. They were different from ordinary wolf groups. Among the Azure Wolf group, each Azure Wolf was at least 100 Beast King. Azure Wolf groups were often small, but they had great battle strength. But regardless of how strong a wolf group is, they cannot withstand the trial of time, and the trials of mortality. Right now, in Northern Plains sky, barely any Azure Wolves could be seen. They were getting rarer, going to be extinct soon. However, as the largest blessed land in Northern Plains, Imperial Court Blessed Land had such a huge-scaled Azure Wolf group, it was not a surprise. The wolves got more energetic as they fought, as the bat group gradually got into a disadvantage. After leaving behind several tens of thousands of corpses, they escaped. The Azure Wolves did not have many deaths. Most of the Azure Wolves landed on the ground and started consuming the bat corpses. Some of them remained in the air, looking around and staying vigilant. Fang Yuan's heart was moved. After entering the Blessed Land, my wolf group had scattered. Imperial Court Blessed Land is too wide. I cannot gather them here in such a short time. This Azure Wolf group is really timely. Not only can they fly to keep up with my pace, they can even protect me. In the future when we encounter bad groups, we can just charge through. At the same time, several wolves found Fang Yuan's Big Lizard House GU and surrounded it. Fang Yuan left the GU house immediately and kept the Big Lizard House GU, charging towards the myriad Beast King in the sky. The wolf group went into a commotion as they attacked Fang Yuan from all directions. But the Azure Wolves which had just eaten were moving sluggishly. Their battle intent had also decreased severely. This was the best time for Fang Yuan to subdue the myriad wolf king. Fang Yuan snickered, he turned left and right, making circles in the air. With his flying master attainment, these azure wolves could only chase after him fruitlessly. The myriad wolf king that Fang Yuan was going after was different from the other two myriad wolf kings. In the earlier battle, it had charged ahead and sustained some injuries, as well as losing some wild GU on it. Fang Yuan had paid close attention to it earlier, and knew all the wild GU worms currently on it. Going up to the myriad wolf king, Fang Yuan activated the killer move Four-Arm Wind King and thrashed the wolf king. This unlucky myriad wolf king was beaten into a daze by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this chance to activate rank 5 wolf enslavement GU, subduing it. Once it joined Fang Yuan, it howled and a third of the azure wolf group changed sides along with it. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. It was dangerous to subdue a myriad wolf king under the attack of the wolf group, but now that he had succeeded, the situation was different. With the wolf group, the situation was overturned. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the wolf group attacked from left and right, cooperating with him and surrounding the second azure myriad wolf king. The wild wolf group attacked furiously, as Fang Yuan used his wolf group to form a line of defense, protecting himself. He himself engaged with the myriad wolf king. After 15 minutes, Fang Yuan subdued the second myriad wolf king. Victory was assured. The final myriad wolf king saw this and immediately ran, bringing its subordinates to escape with it. Fang Yuan first stopped his bleeding and checked his own injuries. After checking the battlefield, he kept the big lizard house GU and shifted the campsite. This area was filled with the intense smell of blood. Quickly, waves and waves of beast groups were attracted. If Fang Yuan continued staying there, he would be disturbed endlessly. About 10 li away, he rested for 4 hours before flapping his wings and continuing his journey. But different from before, Fang Yuan was now surrounded by 2 azure myriad wolf kings, 38,000 beast kings, and 256,000 beast kings. It was a huge force. In the blink of an eye, 6 days of traveling went by. In this process, Fang Yuan found 3 inheritances. They were small inheritances, however. In Fang Yuan's eyes, they were as good as nothing. What was worth mentioning was, the wolf group expanded. With the foundation of 2 azure myriad wolf kings, another was subdued. This way, Fang Yuan had 3 azure myriad wolf kings under his control. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a true land of treasures. There were huge beast groups within, and even the rare azure wolf was a common species here. Other than the azure wolves, Fang Yuan subdued batches of night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, and vermilion flame wolves along the way. These wolves were originally his to begin with, except that they were scattered after entering the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had only found a small portion of them by now. Chapter 550. Poet Immortal's Demise on Xingju Peak. 2 days later, a high mountain peak protruded Fang Yuan's vision. The deep blue mountain was like a lone vulture with a bizarre shape. Fang Yuan was somewhat startled as his gaze became suffused with joy. This should be Xingju Peak. It seems my direction is correct. According to Gu Immortal Lord Tian Ku's description in the past life, the place where the vulture's gaze falls in is the sacred palace. Immortal Court Blessed Land had a lofty and holy position in the hearts of Northern Plains people, and was a spiritual symbol. It was also a cradle which had nurtured many Northern Plains Gu Immortals in the Imperial Court contests before. When Central Continent invaded Northern Plains, they had first attacked this significant strategic location. Due to the lack of preparations, Immortal Court Blessed Land was breached by the alliance of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, and the sacred palace was ruthlessly destroyed, turning into a ruin. 88 Truyong Building was also destroyed, vanishing in the surging river of history, and causing people to sigh while wringing their wrist. Lord Tian Ku was one of the Gu Immortals who participated in the surprise attack against Immortal Court Blessed Land. Fang Yuan made his plan by referencing the surprise attack methods of the Central Continent's Gu Immortals. There are people on Xingju Peak. When Fang Yuan was about to cross the Xingju Peak with his wolf group, he suddenly paused as he saw many Gu masters at the summit of the peak. Among were familiar people as well. His thoughts moved and decided to not hurry on his way, but instead descended to the Xingju Peak with his wolf group. Pan Ping greets Lord Wolf King. Brother Shan Yin, we meet again. Looking at the Wolf King descending, the Gu masters all felt their hearts shiver. From among them, 2 Gu masters walked out. One was Pan Ping, who had become rich and famous with this time's Imperial Court content, while the other was one of the twin demons Tai by Yunsheng invited, Zhu Zai. Pan Ping was now already at rank 4 peak stage, and with Soul Blade GU, his battle strength could match against some rank 5 GU masters. Zhu Zai was a strength path rank 5 GU master and was an expert in close combat, thus he was much more fearful of Soul Blade GU than other people. He had been separated from Gao Yong when he entered Imperial Court, and on the way to the Sacred Palace, he got into an argument with Pan Ping. We greet Wolf King. After Pan Ping and Zhu Zai, the rest of the GU masters greeted one after another while kneeling on the ground. In Ma tribe army, Fang Yuan's prestige was raised to the highest status, and was recognized as the #1 person of this generation. His prestige suppressing He Lu Lan and even Yi Lui Sang, who had a fire path immortal GU. If not for Chong Shan Yin not being of Huang Jin bloodline and He Lu Lan being the alliance leader, there might have been people who would have shouted to change the alliance leader. Stand up, there is no need to be so restrained. Fang Yuan was sitting on an azure myriad Wolf King as he lightly nodded and then directly asked, "For you guys to gather here, what inheritance did you discover?" Everyone inwardly grumbled. The truth was indeed so. At first, someone had discovered an inheritance in Xingju Peak, but did not have enough strength to get it. Helplessly, the GU master called for other GU masters to explore together. But the result was, they lost several people instead. The GU masters were no resigned to failure and searched all around for help, inviting Pan Ping and Zhu Zai one after another. The two, for their respective benefits, competed with each other, creating the situation to turn into a stalemate before finally Fang Yuan crashed in. Now, since Fang Yuan directly asked it, Pan Ping and Zhu Zai did not dare to hide it and could only explain this matter. Lord Wolf King, it is fortunate you are here. This inheritance opens every 7 days, and during the opening, it lets out a soaring high starlight and reveals a starlight door. This duration is not only extremely short, there are also insect groups that rush out of the starlight door, preventing us from entering. Pan Ping introduced with a slight smile. There is only a short time before the inheritance opens now. Lord Chong Shan Yin, since you graced us with your presence, I represent all the GU masters here to request you to uphold justice. Zhu Zai said with sincerity on his face. The corners of Pan Ping's lips twitched as he glanced at Zhu Zai with extreme disdain. Zhu Zai's reputation of being a famous expert in the demonic path is laughable, he actually is going so far in his flattery. Pan Ping was filled with disdain towards Zhu Zai. Wolf King might be strong, but I, Pan Ping, will have a day when I can reach his level. Pan Ping was young, his heart still had arrogance, but he did not show it, instead lowering his head to show his respect towards Wolf King. He was a demonic path GU master and naturally was extremely clear of his current situation and understood the logic of being able to bow and submit. Fang Yuan straightforwardly agreed, immediately becoming the main person in charge here. As time gradually passed, everyone was indeed able to see starlight gradually filling the summit. When the time arrived, the starlight majestically soared up, piercing through the sky. A small door then slowly opened in the dazzling starlight. BZZZBZZZBZZZ. Large numbers of insect groups rushed out like a tide. These insect groups were of all kinds of colors with many wild GU mixed among them. Their stance was fierce, but they only hovered near the starlight door and did not pounce upon the people. Clearly, this was a test. Fang Yuan carefully observed before snickering, this insect group test was not difficult. Even without him, with the combined strength of the rest of the GU masters, they would be able to overcome this. However, Pan Ping and Zhu Zai's internal dispute caused the overall strength to be divided with other GU masters supporting different sides. No one conceded, which allowed Fang Yuan to take this opportunity. Fang Yuan glanced at Pan Ping and Zhu Zai. These two both had somewhat unsightly expressions right now. Fang Yuan did not care, instead he sent an order. These insect groups are often more difficult to deal with than beast groups. All of you, listen to my arrangement, and we will be able to reduce the losses and deal with this easily. Everyone promptly agreed. Under Fang Yuan's command, they attacked in segments, drawing away the insect group and exterminating them. After a dozen or so breaths of time, most of the insect groups had been drawn away and the originally tight defense line now had a huge gap. Pan Ping said in joy, Lord Wolf King is truly amazing. All of our eyes were obscured. Exterminating the insect groups is not important, the main thing was to open a passageway. With this, we will have plenty of time. Zhu Zai also sighed, having Lord Wolf King to lead us is our fortune. But Fang Yuan's next words shocked them. You guys stay here to hold back the insect groups, don't make a mistake. I will make a trip inside. With that, he suddenly rushed to the starlight door with the wolf group. This, Lord Wolf King. Zhu Zai's expression paled, he had not expected Fang Yuan to act so selfishly in the open. Pan Ping's eyes also opened wide as his heart filled with anger at the injustice. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan first sent an azure wolf to investigate the inside, and seeing there were no dangers, he rode an azure wolf king and entered the door. Of course, he left behind a large number of azure wolves to form a defensive line around the entrance to protect his escape route. Didn't they say Wolf King was proud and aloof? How could he be so shameless? He is truly too overbearing. This inheritance was clearly discovered by us first, but now it was snatched by Xianxia Yin. Xianxia Yin has let down the name of the Grand Wolf King. He actually left us out here. The people present were all furious, but they did not dare to express their anger. Lord Pan Ping, should we also charge in? A rank 3 GU master rolled his eyes, then turned towards Pan Ping and urged him. Pan Ping snorted and sent this GU master flying with a kick, shouting fiercely, if you want to go in, feel free. What, you want me to test the water? Lord, you misunderstood, how could I dare? The rank 3 GU master immediately retorted. Get lost. Pan Ping angrily rebuked while clenching his fists tightly. He rigidly looked at the starlight door with sharp light flashing past his eyes. The gap that had been cleared was now jammed with azure wolves. There were 2 myriad wolf kings, dozens of thousand wolf kings, over 300 wolf kings, and even over 200 guarding the air. Pan Ping could not charge through this scale of wolves. His thoughts turned around and he then looked at Zhu Zai, speaking in a faint ridiculing tone. This is the result of you wanting Wolf King to uphold justice. Zhu Zai coldly glanced at Pan Ping, immediately seeing through Pan Ping's thoughts. He snorted inwardly with disdain. This Pan Ping is still young and has been infected by hastiness gained from the recent fame. He actually wants to entice me to ally with him to break the wolf group's defense line, too naive. Is Wolf King so easy to deal with? Even if Wolf King only left behind one ordinary night wolf, I would not dare to make a move. This brat simply overestimates his own abilities. Pan Ping furiously snorted as he saw Zhu Zai not answering him, and could only swallow the words that he had been about to speak. Fang Yuan arrived before a courtyard after entering the starlight door. The style of the courtyard was peculiar. It was completely constructed out of blue metal and its shape was strange and abstract, not belonging to any style of the 5 regions. Fang Yuan pushed upon the gate and entered. The courtyard was covered in a layer of thin light cotton, and appeared mysterious, quiet and magnificent. At first, Fang Yuan moved cautiously, but after searching around once, he did not find any mechanisms for tests or traps. The courtyard had 6 rooms, and Fang Yuan explored all of them. So over 100 years ago, this was the residence of Northern Plains' great poet Du Minjun. Fang Yuan received the entire inheritance left behind by the courtyard master and learned this person's identity. Du Minjun was a rank 5 GU master. He traveled alone and had never married in his whole life. He was called Vagrant Lone Star by people. He was the famous poet Immortal in Northern Plains, and his verses mostly portrayed the starry sky, his longing towards his hometown and his powerless struggle against fate. He was proud and noble, and separated himself from mortal affairs. He had been pursued by many Northern Plains women throughout his life, and there were even men who pursued him, but they were all heartlessly rejected by him. Future generations evaluated and praised him. He was immersed in his own world. Although he was in Northern Plains, his mind was in the starry sky. He was not a Northern Plains man, he was a poet. He was a poet immortal who was denounced to the mortal world from the starry sky. So Du Minjun eventually chose to suicide at this place. Fang Yuan sighed. Du Minjun was not able to endure the melancholy in his heart in the end. He built his final residence in Xingju Peak and ended his life of his own accord. What he had left behind were countless poems to be read and admired by the later generations. Du Minjun had outstanding talents, and his inheritance was also extremely valuable. First of all was a emotion poetry GU. Emotion poetry GU was especially used to store emotions, and along with painting idea GU, was a wisdom path GU. It was extremely rare and very expensive. Then, there were large numbers of star path GU worms of all types. It basically had all the star path GU of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan was amazed at this. It seems Du Minjun had a fortuitous encounter. otherwise how could he have so many and such complete star path GU worms? He actually innovated an entire set of star GU recipes. Fang Yuan flipped through the recipes and realized how shockingly talented Du Minjun was. He founded a set of new GU, from rank 1, a bit of star GU, to rank 2, brilliance of 2 stars GU, rank 3, 3 stars in the sky GU, rank 4, 4 stars cube GU, to rank 5, 5 stars aligned GU. This set of GU worms was especially targeted star path GU and could raise star path GU's effects by a huge degree. It was equivalent to a non-mainstream amplify effect GU. But this set of GU worms had much higher success rate than amplify effect GU, moreover their refinement materials were extremely common. This meant, if this set of GU recipes was spread, it would definitely lead to a huge rise in popularity of star path GU and would have some amount of influence towards all GU master paths. Chapter 551, Educate Well. Although I am not a star path GU master, if I refine this set of star GU, it would be a huge help in opening the Stargate and linking to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan could not help but feel a bit of joy in his heart. He had invested heavily earlier to nurture a batch of Starlight Firefly GU in his Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He also got many air bubble fish to increase the Starlight Firefly GU's growth. But even so, the Starlight Firefly GU's expenditure was greater than its production. Every time the Stargate was opened, large numbers of Starlight Firefly GU would be used. But to nurture Starlight Firefly GU, a lot of time was needed. It was easier for Fang Yuan back in Northern Plains, when he could use the starlight in the sky for one of the 2 sides of the gate. But in Imperial Court Blessed Land, there was no starlight in the sky. Thus, to open the Stargate, he would needed to expend even more Starlight Firefly GU. But if he could refine this set of GU that could amplify the power of Star Path, one Starlight Firefly would be able to achieve the effects of a few. That way, he would have several times less expenditure than currently. Furthermore, this GU recipe is interesting. The thought process and viewpoint is different from the norm. It is like a deduction done using Earth's science and math. To think that poet Immortal was so knowledgeable, having such incredible ideas, Fang Yuan could see a portion of poet Immortal's wisdom from this GU recipe. Taking all that was valuable in these few rooms, Fang Yuan returned back to where he came from. Du Minjun was a righteous path GU master. His inheritance was naturally a righteous path inheritance. There was only one trial and was not difficult. When Fang Yuan returned to the mountain peak, the worm group that was troubling everyone had dispersed. Lord Chong Shan Yin, you are finally back. I wonder what gains Lord had made inside. Pan Ping's expression was ominous as he walked up to Fang Yuan. His intention was obvious. You Wolf King took the meat, you have to at least leave us the soup, right? Ha ha ha, congrats Lord Wolf King, with this inheritance, you are like a tiger who gained wings. Zhu Zai cupped his fists and spoke, not mentioning anything related to splitting the gains. Fang Yuan nodded lightly. This inheritance was said by poet Immortal Du Minjun. There are still a lot of beautiful treasures left inside. You can go take it. Saying so, he sat on the azure myriad Wolf King and flew into the sky. Pan Ping saw him leaving and immediately shouted, Sir Chong Shan Yin. We restrained the worm group for you painstakingly, yet you took all the best things inside the inheritance. According to the rules, you have to give us some compensation. Compensation? Fang Yuan stopped his wolf, floating in the air as he looked at this Soul Blade General with a half-smiling expression. What compensation do you want? Fang Yuan asked. Pan Ping expressionlessly requested. We can't determine what compensation to get yet. Why don't Lord show us the inheritance you obtained, so that we can evaluate it? He he he. Fang Yuan laughed, looking at Pan Ping amicably. Look at this compensation, are you happy with it? Saying so, he willed and the azure wolf group surrounded Pan Ping from the ground and the sky tightly. Pan Ping's expression changed, he held onto his scimitar as he shouted, Lord Wolf King, what are you doing? Fang Yuan sat on the wolf back, looking down at Soul Blade General, snickering. The azure wolf group moved and charged at Pan Ping. Pan Ping's expression turned into shock as he blocked left and right, unleashing all his moves. He was a rank 4 peak stage cultivation. After getting much gains in the battles, he had high-quality GU worms that were a complete set. His battle strength far surpassed his previous state. But the azure wolves were not ordinary wolves. Each one was at least 100 Beast King. This meant that they each had large numbers of wild GU in them. After Pan Ping killed several azure wolves, he could not hold on anymore, bleeding profusely as he got into a desperate situation. Lord Wolf King, you are too overbearing. We are of the same army, are you trying to kill me? He shouted loudly, trying to suppress Fang Yuan using righteousness. The other GU masters had no idea what to do. Fang Yuan's overbearing attitude made them uncomfortable. But because of his strength, they did not dare to say anything. Lord Wolf King, please calm down. Pan Ping did not know what was good for him. He verbally insulted Lord, but Lord is such a grand hero, why is there a need to put yourself at his level? Zhu Zai urged quickly. Pan Ping was He Lu Lan's beloved general. It is said that he was already part of He tribe. If he died here, when He Lu Lan pursues the matter, he might not do anything to Chongshan Yin, but he Zhu Zai would be doomed. Since Zhu Zai joined He tribe alliance army, he naturally wanted to join He tribe. Zhu Zai, you're overthinking this, I am not angry. Fang Yuan smiled at Zhu Zai lightly, but the azure wolves were attacking even more fiercely under his manipulation. Zhu Zai's heart was anxious, but he was secretly shocked by Fang Yuan's ruthlessness. Over there, Pan Ping was in a critical state. He activated Soul Blade GU but could only defend himself. He could not break out of the wolves' encirclement. Lord Wolf King, please have mercy. Pan Ping is going to die. Zhu Zai showed an expression of fear as he urged once again. Fang Yuan finally stopped his attack, sighing at Zhu Zai. Sigh, I am not violent, but this junior does not know how to respect his seniors. If I do not teach him a lesson today, is he going to dance on my head in the future? Yes, 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 Lord is absolutely right. Zhu Zai quickly answered. Fang Yuan waved his hand and the azure wolves stopped attacking. They moved back but the encirclement was still present. Without the pressure of the wolves, Pan Ping collapsed on the ground. He was bathed in blood and covered in injuries. He breathed roughly as he stared at Fang Yuan with eyes filled with hatred. Fang Yuan saw his expression and laughed. It seems you have not had enough. Maybe my lesson wasn't severe enough. Zhu Zai, what do you think? Zhu Zai shuddered. He could see the overwhelming killing intent hidden in Fang Yuan's calm gaze. He quickly waved his hand. Enough, it is enough. Pan Ping had received a sufficient lesson. Pan Ping quickly apologized to Lord Wolf King. Pan Ping clenched his fist. He gritted his teeth as he took a few deep breaths, closing his eyes and saying with much pain, Lord Wolf King, I am sorry. He howled in his heart however, today's humiliation, I will return it to you 100-fold. Wolf King, remember this. I am not someone you can humiliate as you please. Pan Ping was a vigilant and low-profile person, but after the Imperial Court contest, the pride in the deep parts of his heart burst out. Especially in the battle against Lu tribe, he was first killed by 3 heads 6 arms, but was revived by Tai Bai Yunsheng later using man as before Gu. Such a revival process made his nature change slightly, making him feel like he was a person blessed by the heavens. According to the rules, I should be allowed to check the gains from the inheritance. Wolf King, you are too overbearing, you will definitely regret all that you did today. Although you are strong now, it is only because you started cultivating several earlier than me. One day, I will catch up to you, surpass you, and return all this humiliation right back at you. Pan Ping screamed internally. Fang Yuan naturally had no idea what he was thinking, but he was not interested either. If I kill him here, He Lu Lan would not pursue the matter with me. But this is a demonic act, it clashes with my identity. Furthermore, it does not benefit my future plans at all. I might as well leave this Pan Ping for the future. Pan Ping only had one Soul Blade GU which Fang Yuan had some interest in. If he was killed now, Fang Yuan would probably not receive the GU. Thus, Fang Yuan said, since you admitted your mistake, that is very good, it means you have noticed my hard work. A junior should behave like a junior, do you understand now? Understood. Pan Ping shut his eyes, he was furious but he squeezed out the words. Fang Yuan snickered, he understood his feelings but he did not expose him, only continuing to say, very good. Since that is the case, compensate me. In order to educate you, I made quite a loss, look at my wolves, 15 corpses are lying here. What? Pan Ping opened his eyes out of pure rage. What? Are you unwilling? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, looking at Pan Ping with an obvious expression of mockery, like a cat toying with a mouse. I am willing to. Pan Ping breathed in deeply, nodding his head as he accepted his fate. Is the attitude of a junior indeed. Fang Yuan chuckled, smiling gently and kindly. But in everyone's view, he looked extremely scary. It was all thanks to Lord. Zhu Zai was smiling at the side. Of course. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement, smiling as he accepted this hypocritical flattery. He then looked around. What about you guys? Do you need some lessons too? Everyone quickly rejected him with pale expression. They were shuddering, obviously scared out of their wits. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, extorting all of Pan Ping's GU recipes and several of his GU worms. Pan Ping was extremely furious. The few GU that Fang Yuan chose were critical to his GU set. Without them, his strength would fall by at least 2 levels. After toying around with Pan Ping, Fang Yuan felt the fun turning into boredom as he patted the wolf head, rising into the sky. That will be all. There are still rather good things inside, they are unique. Go ahead and take them. Everyone heard this and were revitalized. Many people thought, Lord Wolf King is truly righteous, it was natural for him to take the bulk of the meat. Lord Pan Ping was simply too small-hearted. Only until Fang Yuan and the Azure Wolf group vanished into the sky did everyone start moving towards the Starlight Door. According to seniority, Zhu Zai and Pan Ping were the first two to charge in. The two first entered a small courtyard, but only found Du Min Jun's original poems. As for GU worms, GU recipes, they were all swept away by Fang Yuan, not a trace of them were left. Lord Wolf King was right, these are really unique treasures. Zhu Zai held the poems in his hand as he laughed bitterly. Pan Ping, who was hopeful and wanted to get some benefits to recoup his losses, had a dark expression. Pooh! Suddenly, he threw up a mouthful of blood as he fainted from anger. With my current speed, the sacred palace should be close by. Fang Yuan rode on the Azure Myriad Wolf King's back, pondering to himself. Soon after, his gaze became fixed at an area on the ground below him. This terrain is so familiar, don't tell me. Chapter 552, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan looked at the ground. He saw that there was a mound protruding high up above the ground. There were no forceful contours on the mound, there was an opening on it that showed a huge hole, like a tunnel underground. As for the surroundings of this mound, it was a huge swampy area. There were sparse trees in the swamp. On the southwest side, there was a river. The river water was not clear, but it was a very long river. Both the start and end of the river were beyond Fang Yuan's field of vision. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum-fragrant snow. Looking at this scene, Fang Yuan could not help but think of this phrase in his mind. Is this Di Chu inheritance ground? Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration as he felt dazed. Back then, he had obtained information about Di Chu inheritance from a fake gray-white stone slab. The painting idea GU on the gray-white stone slab etched this map into his brain. Thus, Fang Yuan had a clear memory of it, he could not forget it even if he tried. He flapped his wings and flew around it in the sky, confirming that this terrain was exactly as he remembered. So this is it. I was wondering before, an inheritance using terrain as a clue was not reliable. If this was outside in northern plains, the terrain could be easily changed or destroyed. But in Imperial Court blessed land, that would be a different case. Fang Yuan thought. This Imperial Court blessed land opened once every 10 years. The victors of the Imperial Court contest would enter and might change the terrain due to battles. However, when Imperial Court blessed land closes, the terrain slowly recovers. Until 10 years later, it would reopen after being restored to its original state. Di Chu inheritance, since it was set up inside Imperial Court blessed land, and even had an innovative idea of using a fake gray-white stone slab to do it, the owner definitely put in huge effort and time for this. The inheritance should not be bad. With such thoughts, Fang Yuan slowly flew to the mound. After observing the mound's entrance for a while, he summoned several azure wolves, and entered the dark hole. 15 minutes later, the azure wolf returned to Fang Yuan unscathed. This deep hole looked pitch black from the outside, but once someone entered, they would realize that it was full of glowing moss. It was not dark at all. There was nothing inside the hole, the air was moist and there were only rocks and moss. Fang Yuan personally entered to check it out, but still found nothing. He frowned slightly, leaving the place. He was prepared for this result long ago. This inheritance is not simple. If it can easily obtained, others would have gotten it long ago. Of course, I cannot rule out the possibility that someone else got it before me. But Fang Yuan analyzed and realized that the possibility of that was very low. To come here, there are two conditions. One is to obtain the clue to the inheritance, and decipher the gray-white stone slab. A GU master skilled at appraisal is needed to do it. Secondly, they need to enter Imperial Court blessed land. That means they need to survive the Imperial Court contest, thus they need to have a keen eye, in order to be part of the victors. This inheritance is not simple at all. It seems that to get it, I will need to interpret the cipher. Fang Yuan concluded, light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum-fragrant snow. What was this cipher trying to say? Fang Yuan thought about it, but he got no answers. Even though he had many thoughts, none of them lead to any conclusive ideas. Never mind, I'll leave it at that. There is still some time left inside Imperial Court blessed land. Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew, bringing the wolf group with him towards the blessed land's central sacred palace. That was the most important part of his plan. He spent so much time disguising himself, it was all in order to enter Imperial Court blessed land. Obtaining landscape as before GU was his top priority, but other than that, it was the inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable inside 88 Truyong building. Not must him, most of the strong GU masters would choose to go to the sacred palace. The sacred palace was the central area of Imperial Court blessed land. It was the essence of the blessed land. The sacred palace was one of the 4 resting chambers of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It was also his most important resting chamber. His other chambers were in Eastern Sea, Western Desert and Southern Border. In Central Continent, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had an even larger and grander resting chamber in the sky. It was situated within Longevity Heaven. In history, there were 10 rank 9 GU masters, known as Immortal Venerable and Demon Venerable. These 10 existed across the long river of time, from the immemorial antiquity era to the remote antiquity era, to the olden antiquity era, to the medieval antiquity era, and finally, the late antiquity era. Each one of them was the absolute expert of their time. They were unparalleled and invincible in the world. At the same time, they each had their specialities and unique abilities. They were all very different. The bloodthirsty spectral soul demon Venerable, the mysterious Red Lotus demon Venerable, the knowledgeable star constellation Immortal Venerable, the peaceful paradise earth Immortal Venerable. Similarly, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was also a person full of legends and incredible stories. He was a demonic path GU master born of Northern Plains. He was always lucky and fortunate in his life, having lots of good events. Not only could he avoid dangers, he could even turn them into blessings. After he became a demonic path GU immortal, he was a Casanova and toyed with women everywhere. No one could restrain him. Even the number 1 fairy of Spirit Affinity House in Central Continent back then, one of the top 10 sects, became his wife. Because of that, he became an external supreme elder of Spirit Affinity House, and converted over to the righteous path. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a dissolute nature. After becoming an Immortal Venerable, and ascending to the Immortal Court, he became the 4th generation Immortal King. He next built 5 great resting chambers, and had over several tens of millions of concubines. He was extremely energetic. When he was 1,000 years old, he was still taking in young girls from all over the world to expand his harem. Thus, among all of the Venerables, he had the most offsprings. He had too many children. He could not even remember most of their names. These children were spread all over the 5 regions. Right now, they were mostly concentrated in Northern Plains, and those GU master who had Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's bloodline, were collectively known as the Huang Jin family. Women are like clothes while brothers are like our hands and feet. Hereditary monarchy. Beauty is the natural dowry of a woman. I wish I could marry every single woman in the world. All these were his catchphrases. Even though time flowed mercilessly, and eras changed, he still left behind a dazzling proof of his glorious existence in history. Especially in Northern Plains, Huang Jin family controlled nearly the entire region. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was still influencing every generation thus far. Sacred Palace, the Central Control Hall. Night. The silvery brilliant light shone on He Lu Lan's face. He raised his head as he looked at a plaque on the Central Control Hall. His giant bear-like body stood upright under the silver light. As the Alliance leader, with the Huang Jin bloodline flowing in him, once he entered Imperial Court blessed land, he would automatically arrive in the Sacred Palace. This plaque in the Central Control Hall was huge. It was 60 meters long, 25 meters wide, and there were 2 huge words on it, Hereditary Monarchy. The golden light shining off it was clear and dazzling. The central control hall was huge and grand, like the house of a giant. Under this plaque, even He Lu Lan's fat body seemed tiny. Hereditary monarchy he looked with a complicated expression. There was pain and hatred, admiration, anger, and aloofness. Lord, cunning gentleman Sun Shihan came over, calling out softly. What is the matter? He Lu Lan turned around. His expression had been completely sealed away. He returned to his usual arrogant, boorish, and irritable attitude. Cunning gentleman did not feel anything amiss as he took out a letter from his pocket, reporting, "This is Soul Blade General Pan Ping's letter." He said in the letter that Wolf King Chong Shan Yin devoured an inheritance alone, extorting him in public and made very vile actions. He hopes Lord can seek justice for him. Oh, He Lu Lan stretched out his fat right arm. Cunning gentleman quickly passed the letter to him with both hands. Lord, I am not trying to be nosy, but this Chong Shan Yin is getting more overbearing. He actually bullied and humiliated his own alliance mate. Sigh, Lord Pan Ping was too kind-hearted. He thought about old relationships and wanted to share an inheritance with Chong Shan Yin. But the result was that he was treated like this. Wolf King Chong Shan Yin has great merits indeed, but this does not mean he can act as he wish. Otherwise, if everyone was like him, wouldn't we be in complete chaos? Cunning gentleman carefully chose his words while He Lu Lan was reading the letter. He Lu Lan snorted, stretching out his hand it over. Ah, Lord, you mean? Cunning gentleman was shocked. This is only Pan Ping's side of the story. Zhu Zai should have sent a letter too. He Lu Lan had a sharp gaze. Cunning gentleman quickly laughed. Lord is truly wise and mighty, I am in complete awe. He Lu Lan took the second letter and swept through the content. He was expressionless and Sun Shihan could not read his intentions at all. This letter was merely Zhu Zai seeking credit for his actions. Combined with the first letter, He Lu Lan understood what had happened. He squeezed with his hand and the two letters were corroded into nothingness by a dark light. After Pan Ping and the others arrive, go to the supply camp and give them some compensation. He Lu Lan instructed. Yes, Lord. Cunning gentleman bowed, but after a while, he raised his head in confusion as He Lu Lan did not speak further. Are we not punishing that Wolf King Chong Shan Yin? Punish? What a joke. He Lu Lan laughed. Why do I need to punish him? If it was me, I would have done the same time. Except I would not do it in such an ugly way. Sun Shihan was indignant, urging, Lord, I am different opinions. This Wolf King Chong Shan Yin regards himself highly and is untamable. We cannot tolerate his actions. Although he has great achievements, without Lord's tribe funding him, would he have such a huge wolf group? He is a Northern Plains hero, he has great reputation. If Lord does not punish him, he is just going to become more overbearing. In fact, he might even overthrow you and in the end, everyone would know the name of Chong Shan Yin, but not Lord's name. Ha ha ha, Lord, why are you laughing? Shihan, you're overthinking it. After this happened, what reputation would Chong Shan Yin still have? Bullying the weak because he is strong, greedily taking an inheritance for himself, it would ruin his reputation. Furthermore, he does not have the Huang Jin bloodline. Without a guest token, he cannot enter the True Yong building. After pausing for a while, He Lu Lan continued, from this matter, we can see that Chong Shan Yin is only immortal. He has desires, and greed, that makes things easy. Moreover, I have Chong tribe and Zhe tribe in my hands now. He is already rank 5 peak stage, such a genius like him would definitely want to progress further. But I will only reveal to him the method to reach Gu Immortal realm after he joins He tribe. I know you hate Chong Shan Yin, but later, I still need him when challenging True Yong building. Do not bother me in the future with such tiny matters. Do you understand? Yes, Lord. Cunning gentleman lowered his head, his voice slightly trembling. You may leave. This subordinate takes his leave. Sun Shihan brought his disappointment with him as he left the central control hall. Chapter 553, Imperial Court Sacred Palace. The wind was blowing past the ears. In the golden sky, brilliant rays were shining down. The Azure Wolf group moved in the sky, as Fang Yuan rode the Azure Wolf King, allowing the wind to blow his hair backwards. His gaze was solemn, he was pondering internally. These days, he had been trying to decipher the quote from Di Chu Inheritance, but he was making no progress. A glorious palace gradually appeared in his vision, emerging from the plain horizon. Sensing this, Fang Yuan looked over as he swept the scattered thoughts in his mind away. A trace of relief flashed past his face. Sacred Palace, he was finally there. As Fang Yuan got closer, the large palace slowly showed its full features. It had 8 levels, each was about 2 kilometers tall. The first level, which was the bottom level, had the greatest surface area. The second level was above the first level, and so on. Each level had walls around it, forming a hollow tube. The snow-white walls were 9 meters thick, the walls were joined together with no gaps. On the walls, there were rainbow colors towers at set intervals. Each tower had different colors, red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, respectively. After many levels were stacked together, the entire sacred palace looked like a tall mountain. As Fang Yuan got closer, it was as if the sacred palace was rising from the ground, shooting up and piercing the heavens. Grand and spectacular, the sacred palace. Even with Fang Yuan's depth of knowledge, he was gasping in admiration when he saw this. What's that thing flying in the sky? Wolf King has arrived. Just like what the information said, that should be the Azure Wolf group. Fang Yuan's arrival attracted the attention of the GU masters inside the sacred palace. At this point, there were almost 10,000 people in the sacred palace. These people were lucky. After entering the blessed land, they landed close to the sacred palace. Thus, they were earlier than Fang Yuan. He Lu Lan had given instructed already, thus the GU master tasked to welcome him quickly reacted. When Fang Yuan landed, there were already people standing at the huge gate of the first level. The moment Fang Yuan's myriad Wolf King touched the ground, the escort GU master came to greet him. Lord Wolf King, you have arrived. It is my honor to bring you into the city. Your place's residence is on the 8th level, we have already prepared the room for you. No rush, bring me around the place first. Fang Yuan said lightly, getting off the Azure Wolf. As a form of respect to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, GU masters were not allowed to ride their steed inside the sacred palace, they could only walk. As you wish, Lord, this is my honor. Fang Yuan followed the escort GU into the sacred palace. Inside the sacred palace, there were large numbers of pavilions and terraces, palaces and courtyards. Looking from outside, the edges of the roof were curved outside, they were silver and golden in color, looking magnificent and grand. All sorts of buildings were interconnected. At some places, there was lots of free space and buildings were huge. At some places, the pathways were intercrossed and halls were everywhere, making it easy to get lost. As for the interior of the pavilion hall, be it the pillars or the main support, they were carved with lots of beautiful images and decorations, it radiated an aura of prosperity. Lord, this is Entertainment Palace, the noble ancestor Giant Sun would hold a grand music festival here in this palace daily when he lived here. According to history, during each festival, there would be large numbers of concubines fighting to present their dance, in order to get ancestor Giant Sun's attention. Lord, this is Spring Soup Hall, it has the largest hot spring in northern plains. Ancestor Giant Sun would come here weekly with 1,000 concubines, to soak in the water and have fun. This is Floating Scent Yard, Ancestor Giant Sun had once moved the legendary wine pool and meat forest here. Every morning, the meat forest would produce all sorts of delicious meat fruits. At night, the wine pool would produce lots of fragrant wine. The escort GU master introduced each area they went to, he was very eloquent. Fang Yuan walked casually, looking around, he found it very interesting. At the sacred palace's 4th level, the escort GU master brought Fang Yuan into the main palace. Lord, this is one of the 8 main palaces of Sacred Palace, Drawing Palace. Ancestor Giant Sun was very talented, he was very skilled at drawing beauties. All of the drawings inside this palace were done by him alone. Please come this way. The escort GU master opened the side door of the palace, inviting Fang Yuan in. The 8 main palaces of Sacred Palace had main doors, but only Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could use them. Although he was dead already, this rule was passed down, and his descendants followed this rule as a form of respect and reverence towards Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Once they entered the palace, a large wall of drawings filled Fang Yuan's vision. There were nothing in this drawing palace, but huge walls. On these walls, there were all sorts of beauties, alluring ones, innocent ones, smiling ones, or those deep in thought. They were in all sorts of postures and positions, there were 80,000 drawings. Those that were drawn here were well liked by Ancestor Giant Sun for a period of time. Of course, it is a woman's greatest honor to be hand-drawn by a venerable. Ancestor Giant Sun had lots of concubines, but those recorded here were the cream of the crop, they could be preserved eternally here. The escort GU master said with a look of admiration. Fang Yuan did not speak, he only looked and thought to himself, I wouldn't call this eternally. At least in my previous 500 years, Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed by Central Continent GU immortals, and the sacred palace became history. Sigh, true immortality is something that not even someone as strong as an immortal venerable could achieve. When people came here, they would be stunned by the sacred palace's grand and imposing aura, even if they were not overwhelmed, they would feel great admiration. But Fang Yuan could sense a trace of decay and rot in this brilliance. Without eternal life, so what if you were as strong as a venerable? Even the Casanova giant sun had turned into ashes now. His traces were still here, proving his existence, but in Fang Yuan's opinion, such a proof was filled with the mockery of failure, it was truly pitiful. His interest had waned. Let's go, bring me to the 8th level's accommodation. Fang Yuan sighed, instruction. The escort GU master got out of his daze and said hesitantly, but Lord, Sacred Palace has a lot of famous sites, we just started. Other than these, there are also Beauty Palace, Young Girl Palace, Alluring Palace, Innocent Palace, and Unique Scent Palace. Back then, female variant humans lived there, there were even hairy men. There is also Jade Statue Palace, meant to sculpt beauties, and offer them to the ancestor. The escort GU master was anxious, all these places that he mentioned were not accessible with his status. He wanted to use this chance to satisfy his curiosity. But Fang Yuan did not fulfill his wish. During Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's final years, he rarely went to the mortal realm to stay in Sacred Palace. He lived in Longevity Heaven, in a reclusive manner. As for Northern Plains, large numbers of girls would be chosen for him to fill the Sacred Palace. The last time Giant Sun Immortal Venerable came to the Sacred Palace, he did not meet these girls, instead he built the 88 Truyong building and established the rules for the Imperial Court contest, before vanishing from this world completely. The Sacred Palace thus faded out of history and those beautiful yet pitiful women became sparrows trapped in cages. Although Imperial Court blessed land was huge, it had no freedom, it was a prison even though the place was large. Eventually, they stayed there obediently and exhausted their lifespan. They could not escape, and no one had the guts to save them either. Under Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's glorious and noble light, countless women were buried in pain, grudge, and sadness. In Fang Yuan's eyes, the Sacred Palace did not have high value. It was merely Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's inheritance, no GU masters dared to set up their inheritance here. As for the precious resources he left behind, they had been taken by previous generations of GU masters already. Even the Central Continent GU immortals who came later could not find anything valuable. The only thing valuable in the Sacred Palace was also the entire Imperial Court blessed land, no, more accurately, the most valuable thing in Northern Plains. That was at the peak of the 8th level, 88 Truyong building. As Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had suggested, the GU house made by Long Hair Ancestor personally. Rank 8 Immortal GU. But now was not the time. At the peak of the 8th level, it was complete emptiness. Only when the 10-year blizzard strike would the 88 Truyong building show up. In the following days, Fang Yuan lived in seclusion, cultivating as he waited for Truyong building to open. The Azure Wolf group was taken care of by others, he did not need to bother with it. During this period, He Lu Lan sent people to invite him, and revealed the intention to recruit him to join He tribe, and become an external elder. Towards this suggestion, Fang Yuan said he needed to consider it. Although he showed a moved expression, he would definitely refuse this in this heart. Human skin GU could disguise him as Wolf King, but it was a mortal GU, the investigation of an immortal GU could expose him. The recruitment of external elders was a common trick used by Northern Plains super forces. This way, demonic path GU immortals could become righteous, and it would help the Huang Jin tribes greatly in managing Northern Plains. As for the incident on Xingju Peak, He Lu Lan did not mention a word about it. There was a rumor growing however, that Wolf King was extremely overbearing, describing his actions on Xingju Peak as vile and evil, using his strength to suppress the weak. The description was extremely biased but it sounded very convincing. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart, someone was obviously trying to ruin his reputation behind the scenes. It is likely to be Pan Ping or Sun Shi Han who has motives to do this, or even He Lu Lan. But so what if my reputation turns sour? Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a terrible reputation. He was a demonic GU master who toyed with women all over the region. But now, he was a revered Immortal Venerable. When he expanded his harem, how many women's lives and happiness were ruined by him? But now, no one publicly accused him of anything. In this world, strength was everything. On Earth, one had to be mindful of rumors. It was easy to ruin a person's life with some malicious lies. But that was because they were all mortals. The laws of the world was different. Individuals could not surpass the power of society. But here, it was different. That was one of the reasons why Fang Yuan loved this world. Half a month later, there was a water-like ripple in the golden sky. The entire land started shaking. Out of nowhere, there was wind as a piercing light shone at the peak of the sacred palace. The light lasted for 45 minutes, as it gradually dispersed. A tower appeared at a previously barren area. 88 True Yong Building. Chapter 554. Plotting is difficult, living is tough. It was a tower. Like a spring bamboo shoot, it was tall and slender and was upright. The tower's shape was vague with all kinds of gorgeous colors, like a body of colorful ink in the shape of a tower as it continually shook. This is the initial appearance of 88 True Yong Building, and only when the storm and snow covers the northern plains, and all the small towers of Imperial Court-blessed land sink to the ground, will each layer of 88 True Yong Building stabilize. Only then can one enter inside and explore. Fang Yuan stood at the entrance of his residence and looked to the direction of the dome. At this moment, there were shouts of jubilation and surprise in Sacred Palace. GU masters were cheering in high spirits while many mortals kneeled on the ground, praising the might of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But even when 88 True Yong Building takes form completely, I won't be able to enter because I am not a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and don't have his bloodline. If I want to enter inside, I would need Heilu Land to get me a guest token. Well, there is no hurry. Is True Yong Building so easy to rush into? Heilu Land will need external help like me sooner or later. After a while, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and walked back to his room. As the door of the room closed, the sound of cheers from the outside immediately softened. Fang Yuan entered a secret room specially meant for cultivation and sat upright on a cushion. Both of my apertures have now already reached rank 5 peak stage. In regards to enslavement path, I have Azure Wolf Group, while with regards to strength path, I have Killer Move 4-Arm Wind King. Combined with my battle experience, I am already at the peak among the mortals. But to deal with a GU Immortal, Fang Yuan's brows slowly started to furrow. He was well aware of the enormous gap between Immortal and Mortal. A mortal going against an Immortal was as hard as ascending to heaven. To him, the best situation right now would be Tai Bai Yunsheng already having the recipe for Immortal GU landscape as before in his mind. It would not have been good for Fang Yuan to make a move outside in northern plains, but it would be very convenient for him to do so in 88 True Yong Building. Using GU to plunder river as before and mountain as before GU from Tai Bai Yunsheng, and then plunder the Immortal GU recipe from his mind. With such ample conditions, Fang Yuan could jump out of the chessboard and directly kill Tai Bai Yunsheng who had yet to become an Immortal, and then use the third refinement opportunity to request Lang Ya Land Spirit to refine landscape as before GU. However, the possibility of Tai Bai Yunsheng, Immortal, possessing the Immortal GU recipe of landscape as before was next to nothing. Moreover, according to the vague rumors in his previous life, when Tai Bai Yunsheng became a GU Immortal, heaven and earth reacted and Dao marks attracted each other, making the two rank 5 GU spontaneously merge together to form rank 6 Immortal GU landscape as before. Fang Yuan had a prudent nature, and would never place all his hopes on an indistinct future. If the situation is messed up, then I will have to deal with the GU Immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng. At that time, I can only rely on myself. Azure Wolf Group and 4-Arm Wind King clearly won't be enough. Fang Yuan's strength was already at the peak among mortals. Despite cultivation of both enslavement and strength path having the greatest unresolved issue, he was still among the first class of rank 5 experts. If compared to Southern Border, he was in the same level as Shang. Clan's genius clan leader Shang Yanfei and Wu clan leader Empress Wu Ji. Using the experiences of his past lives, the advantage of rebirth and taking a series of risks, struggling at death's door several times, Fang Yuan achieved such rapid growth that it would shock the world. But even so, in front of a GU Immortal, even if it was a newly advanced GU Immortal, this strength was not enough. To resolve this huge issue, there are only about 3 ways. First is to search 88 Truyong building for the strongest GU worms or unique methods. Second is to secretly make arrangements against Tai Bai Yun Sheng as much as possible so that there will be ample preparation when I have to truly make a move. Third is to resolve the problem of enslavement and strength dual cultivation and raise my battle strength further. Fang Yuan silently pondered. He was fully aware that he had exhausted almost all his previous life's foundation in creating Four-Arm Wind King. After all, he had specialized in blood path in his previous life and had only dabbled in enslavement and strength paths. The so-called plots and traps against GU immortals were too inferior to be even mentioned and were not reliable. Fang Yuan had advanced to GU immortal in his previous life, thus he knew when immortal transformed to a GU immortal, from their head to toe, inside to outside, they would go through baptism, and even their appearance would change. The only thing that he could truly place high hopes on was 88 Truyong building. Days passed by, the golden light and silver light in the sky continued to switch between one another. 88 Truyong building was still gradually forming, its sunset hues gradually rose and covered most of the sacred palace in its light. Cool wind breezed through imperial court-blessed land with birds singing and the fragrance of flowers filling the air. But at the outside world in northern plains, snow had continued to fall for over a month already. Blizzard was spreading over the northern plains in full force with its bone-chilling cold wind and snow. Both the sky and ground were a scene of white, and mist covered one's vision. Trees had already started dying and were frozen into pillars of ice. Mountains and hills were covered with thick layers of snow and large piles had formed in valleys as well. Beast groups died in large numbers and even weeds with vigorous life force were also frozen into ice. Even when one spat, the saliva would instantly turn into ice. But heaven never blocked all paths. Somehow, there would always be a trace of hope left. In each region of northern plains, there were remnants of tribes. Some were small and some big, and relying on geographically advantageous places like Warm Pond Valley, they were able to resist the wind and snow and survive in the blizzard. Man tribe who occupied Hong Yan Valley was one of them. Hall of Affairs. The elders divided into two rows with Man tribe leader sitting high at the main seat. Rank 3 external elder Shi Wu kneeled on the ground. Lord tribe leader, I come forward to beg for forgiveness. Oh, what is your fault? Man 2 asked with a slight smile. Reporting to Lord tribe leader, I was in charge of looking after Spirit Spring D, but it suddenly froze and dried up yesterday, it is now ruined. Shi Wu respectfully replied, he, not a problem. Man 2 lightly waved his hand. As a matter of fact, he had already known this news. Elder Shi Wu, stand up, it is the 10-year disaster now, there is a chance of every Spirit Spring suddenly freezing and drying up. This is not your fault. Lord tribe leader's kindness knows no bounds, I am ashamed. Shi Wu was moved to tears and sighed inwardly. His surname was Shi and was half an outsider to Man tribe. Although he had married into Man tribe, but he had still been pushed aside. A problem occurred in the Spirit Spring he had been put in charge of. This matter could have been big or small. Fortunately, this generation's Man tribe leader was open-minded and did not look into it. However, anything concerning Spirit Springs are major affairs of the tribe. Man Duo, how many Spirit Springs do we have left now? Man 2's brows slightly furrowed as he asked. Man Duo was Man 2's third son, thin and small in physique but was shrewd and crafty, and had been assisting Man 2 in handling internal affairs of the tribe till now. He immediately replied, Lord Father, Hong Yan Valley now still has 7 Spirit Springs marked A, B, C, E, F, G and H. Among them, G and H Spirit Springs are already close to drying up and will only last less than a month. All right, Man 2 nodded, that is to say, a month later, we will only have 5 Spirit Springs. Elders, what do you think? Lord tribe leader, this thing is very difficult to deal with. This is a natural disaster, it is almost impossible for humans to reverse the situation, we might as well cut down on the primeval stones given to GU masters. Hong Yan Valley's 8 Spirit Springs were accumulated bitterly over these 10 years by our tribe. The situation of our tribe this year is much better than the previous times. It is all thanks to Lord tribe leader's wise guidance that we don't need to worry, other tribes are in a much more worse situation. Even if all the Spirit Springs dry up, it won't be much problem. Wait till this 10-year snow disaster passes, and at that time, new Spirit Springs will emerge one after another, when fortune arises after extreme suffering. Elders expressed their thoughts one after another. Man 2 calmly listened to them and nodded. Spirit springs are very important for a GU master's cultivation and cannot be neglected. It is difficult for a GU master's cultivation to progress without primeval stones. The blizzard has just started, snow monsters will start roaming about soon. The main defense of the Hongyan Valley will still rely on GU masters. He paused before mumbling, "Let's do it like this, take out one spring egg GU from the tribe warehouse and plant it. This new spirit spring shall be titled D. Lord Tribe Leader, Spring Egg GU is a rank 5 GU. An elder objected in heartache. Mantu raised his brows. So what if it is a rank 5 GU? You all know that only with a spirit spring's supply of primeval stones can our tribe's GU masters advance forward continually. They can then preserve their strength and prepare themselves when resisting snow monsters. As long as there is not a huge loss of our GU masters, our tribe can preserve its strength. And when the blizzard passes and spring blossoms, it will be time for our tribe to realize our ambitions." Realize our ambitions. The elders' eyes brightened at these words. Mantu had been putting all his efforts in developing the tribe, and under his leadership, Man tribe had continually expanded and swallowed many small tribes over these years. Now, Man tribe was occupying Hongyan Valley. It could already be said to be a ruler of a region. But from his words, everyone could hear this Man tribe leader still wanted to progress further. The current Man tribe was still not able to satisfy his ambitions. The elder who had objected quickly apologized. "Lord Tribe Leader is wise and resolute. I am willing to lay down my life at Tribe Leader's command. We are willing to give our lives for Tribe Leader." Soon after, the other elders spoke together. "Having everyone with me, we can seek supremacy." Mantu laughed loudly, then his expression concentrated and he ordered, "Elder Shi Wu will be in charge of the new spirit spring D." Everyone present gazed at Shi Wu with envy. Looking after a spirit spring was a lucrative job. Shi Wu was truly moved this time. His eyes reddened as he said, "I am fortunate to have tribe leaders' trust. I will definitely do my best to repay the tribe." The discussions continued for a while longer before everyone dispersed. Shi Wu did not leave, instead following Manduo to the tribe warehouse and took a spring egg GU. "This is spring egg GU." Shi Wu held the GU in his hand and gazed at it strangely, his tone trembling. His expression quickly concentrated and he then bowed towards Manduo. "Third young master, please enlighten me on how to activate this GU." Manduo smiled as he saw Shi Wu adapting to circumstances. "I do not dare to give you advice. This spring egg GU is a rank 5 GU and has extremely high demand on primeval essence. Even a rank 5 middle stage GU master cannot activate it at one try. Elder Shi Wu, you have a rank 3 cultivation, and as such you would need to use lasting GU and continuing GU to activate it. But this way, the quickest it will take for you to plant the spirit spring is close to a month. Elder, you don't need to worry, I will help you by the side during this time. I am very grateful to third young master." Shi Wu promptly expressed his thanks. Chapter 555, Dancing Snow Claws, Appearance of the Building. The location to create the spirit spring had already been decided. Shi Wu brought the spring egg GU and went with Manduo. After making the preparations, he started using his primeval essence and sent it into the lasting GU and continuing GU, before injecting it into the spring egg GU. The spring egg GU floated in the air, absorbing primeval essence as it moved up and down slowly. For the next 18 days, Shi Wu slept 3 hours a day, rushing to eat his meals and settle his excretion. Although it was tough, the effects were showing. As he continued to inject primeval essence, the spring egg GU was shining with a brilliant light. These days, Manduo had come to inspect again, and upon seeing this, he was overjoyed. "We are almost there. There are mild cracks on the spring egg GU already. Once it breaks, we will succeed." "It has been tough on Elder Shi Wu." "Not at all, not at all." Shi Wu refined the GU while humbly replying. He was mentally fatigued, his body had gotten thinner. With his cultivation, forcefully activating a rank 5 GU was very tiring. But if he succeeded, it would be a huge service to the tribe. Manduo continued. During this elder meeting, Lord Father had specially mentioned it. "Lord Shi Wu's hard work is evident in everyone's eyes. If you have any requests, we will try to satisfy it." Shi Wu was extremely grateful. "I am ashamed, with Lord Tribe Leader's care, how can I go overboard and request for more? But I have a question. Young Master Manduo, I feel that Hongyan Valley had been getting colder these days. The surrounding vegetation and beasts have been freezing to death. Man Duo's expression turned ugly. Hongyan Valley was indeed facing a problem. It had been mentioned during the last few tribe meetings. The result was, the underground magma supporting Hongyan Valley had been reduced due to unknown reasons. This was different from historical records. In the earlier meeting, tribe leader Man Tu flew into a rage, wanting everyone to think of a solution. At the same time, they had to conceal this matter to prevent their morale from sinking. Elder Shi Wu is at a crucial moment of refining the spirit spring. I should not tell him this bad news, or his mind will waver and ruin this important matter. Thinking so, Man Duo lied and reassured Shi Wu. Shi Wu did not sense anything wrong. He was about to speak, but suddenly, his expression changed, shouting, "Oh no, it's the flying hand snow." Man Duo turned around and was shocked. How can there be flying hand snow in Hongyan Valley? Only to see that in the sky, fierce winds were blowing as palm-sized snowflakes carrying the aura of rank 5 GU descended slowly. "Oh no, come quickly and protect the spring egg GU." Man Duo shouted, calling the nearby GU masters over. But the blizzard was powerful, the wind cut like razors and the might of heaven and earth descended. After resisting it for a while, everyone starting to fall into a disadvantage. Snow monster. Snow monsters have appeared. Trouble comes in pairs. The blizzard gathered and formed into a 6-meter-tall snow monster. The defense of the GU masters was easily broken. In the sky, large numbers of flying hand snow gathered into a huge palm. Under everyone's furious and indignant, while completely helpless stares, the giant snow hand grabbed the spring egg GU in the air and squeezed. With a light sound, the snow hand disintegrated. The snowflakes landed on the ground. The rank 5 spring egg GU inside had vanished already. The silver light shone like a miasma gently raining down on Imperial Court blessed land. Azure Wolf group sprinted on the ground, some ran in the air, while others were dashing with their claws. Even though there were GU masters feeding them in the sacred palace, these wolves still desired freedom. They wanted to be ferocious beasts roaming the sky, and not canaries trapped in cages. As their master, Fang Yuan let them do as they wished. He himself was spreading his eagle wings as he flew in the sky, looking at the ground below him. It was Di Chu inheritance. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. What does this sentence mean? Fang Yuan pondered. He had been coming over to explore the inheritance grounds every few days. Instinct told him that this Di Chu inheritance was not simple. Thus, every time he went out, he used the excuse of walking his wolves, to train them and practice his manipulation skills. But even so, he could not stay for long. Fang Yuan was now a person with high status, second to only He Lulan. His every movement was scrutinized by everyone. He was no longer as invisible as before. This time, he had no findings, and to prevent suspicion, he could only leave for now. Even though he could completely occupy this entire area using his status now, Fang Yuan did not do that. If this inheritance had high value, even if he had great strength, others would compete with him. He did not have Huang Jin bloodline. To enter 88 Truyong building, he needed He Lulan's guest token. However, he had been sending people to scout the area. The reason was naturally the Azure Wolf group. Every time he went out to hunt with the Azure Wolf group, there would be a route. Before moving out, he would send GU masters to scout out the path for him, and go to the path that had the most prey. There were 5 to 6 routes to choose from each time, but each one of them would be close to Di Chu inheritance. One must act flawlessly. Fang Yuan followed the route that he planned and continued hunting with the Azure Wolf group. There were a lot of beasts and resources inside Imperial Court blessed land. Especially near the small towers, there were swarms of worms and countless wild GU. 88 Truyong building was something only a small number of GU masters had the chance to enter. Most GU masters would roam in the huge blessed land, subdue wild GU, or find inheritances. Fang Yuan followed the trail and found many GU masters. As for the area near Di Chu inheritance, there were naturally many GU masters passing by. Fang Yuan was not afraid that Di Chu mountain would get taken by someone. In fact, he was hoping that someone would find it and trigger it. He would get news of it by then and would be able to strike easily. After all, he had already used his strength to snatch an inheritance back on Xingju Peak. There were some loud sounds coming from the ground. Fang Yuan rode the Azure Myriad Wolf King, and looked down, seeing a small tower shining with a bright light, sinking into the ground slowly. In the progress of 88 true Yong buildings' gradually appearance, the small towers in Imperial Court-blessed land would slowly sink into the ground. These small towers were like nests that were filled with all the wild GU that had grown in the last 10 years. Many people guessed. The wild GU in these small towers were the energy source to form 88 true Yong building. In a way, these small towers were a portion of the 88 true Yong building. This guest had never gotten confirmation. GU immortals who could confirm this were unable to enter Imperial Court-blessed land. And those mortals who could enter were way too weak compared to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, they could not decipher it. But Fang Yuan was an exception. 88 true Yong building has an intriguing design, it is truly a work of heaven. These small towers are indeed a portion of true Yong building. Fang Yuan was far more knowledgeable than other GU immortals in this aspect, because he controlled the most complete information regarding 88 true Yong building. This source of information was Lang Ya Land Spirit. The land spirit in his life was the rank 8 GU immortal long-hair ancestor who created the 88 true Yong building. Wait. Fang Yuan's body shook, a flash of inspiration appeared in his heart, sweeping away the confusion in his heart. This moment, he finally found the strange thing about Di Chu, there was no small tower near Di Chu. Indeed, that is the case. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. In the last few times he brought the azure wolves to hunt, he would either be in the sky near Di Chu, or the ground near it. Now that he recalled it, he realized the peculiarity of Di Chu. By logic, every 8 li should have a small tower. And every small tower corresponds to the regions in northern plains. But near Di Chu, there is nothing. Thinking so, Fang Yuan got excited. This was a huge breakthrough. Following this lead, he could potentially unravel the mystery of Di Chu inheritance. But Fang Yuan did not turn back. Rushing over in an excited manner like this was asking to be suspected. He controlled his excited emotions, and continued on the route he had prepared. The azure wolves moved out from the sacred palace, and after one round, returned. The sacred palace was like a mountain peak, the 88 true Yong building at its peak was still nurturing. The aurora it emitted was covering the entire sacred palace. The grand and beautiful sacred palace was shrouded in a mysterious and powerful aura. Fang Yuan went out to hunt every 6 or 7 days with the Azure Wolf group. But plans cannot keep up with circumstances. 3 days later, the aurora gathered into one point and starting taking form. The first layer of 88 true Yong building had formed. This was a joyful news, causing the sacred palace to go into a commotion. At once, everyone's hot topic was about this building. Of course, most of the GU masters could only watch. He Lu Lan went in excitedly. Several hours later, he returned in a pathetic state, wounds covering his body. His injuries were not light, but they could not conceal the shock in his eyes. During the second expedition, he brought many He tribe GU masters. He tribesmen had the bloodline of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, they could freely enter and exit true Yong building without restriction. During such times, tribesmen were the most reliable. Why was there a need to share with outsiders what one could devour alone? When He Lu Lan returned, he looked extremely tired. As for the GU masters who went in, only 60% returned. Thereafter, all sorts of rumors and information spread, they were all regarding True Yong building. Some said that the True Yong building was a work of heaven, it was spectacular, some said that it was difficult to explore, every step was precarious, some said that the rewards for passing it was very enticing. By now, everyone was moved. Chapter 556. It's actually a GU immortal inheritance. He Lu Lan raised his leg, kicking his tribesman He Chi Sheng to the ground. Useless thing. The black fatty cursed, the muscles on his face twitched as he revealed a ruthless and savage gaze. The hall was silent, all of the He tribe GU masters did not dare to speak a word. He Lu Lan was called Black Tyrant, it was due to his famous ruthless and cruel personality. Especially when he was obstructed 6 times by the 54th round. His anger was ignited like a barrel of gunpowder. Lord Tribe Leader, it was my inability, I deserve death. He Chi Sheng sprawled on the ground, begging for forgiveness while prostrating. Idiot, why is there such a useless idiot in our He tribe? He Lu Lan gritted his teeth, kicking He Chi Sheng several times. Seeing that he was coughing blood due to the kicks, He Lu Lan's anger subsided slightly. The surrounding elders were silent, not daring to say a word. Last time, the elders who pleaded for He Chi Sheng were beaten until they received heavy injuries by He Lu Lan, they were still bedridden now. He Lu Lan's temper had been curbed slightly during the imperial court contest. But now that they were in the blessed land, his poor temper and cruel nature were back at full force. You are also all idiots, useless trash. Why are you all standing here? Speak, tell me a good method to break through the 54th round. Otherwise, I will dock your salary. The tribe does not feed useless people. I gave you primeval stones, I gave you a luxurious life, raising your status, what was it all for? Now is the time to perform your duties. He Lu Lan screamed, the windows were shaking from the force of his voice. The elders were sighing bitterly internally. They were like drooping eggplants, lowering their head and communicating with their expressions, but no one dared to speak first. He Lu Lan stared and looked around, fixing his gaze on Elder He Pei. As the most senior and experienced first Elder He Pei, he gritted his teeth and walked out, bowing in respect. Lord, the way I see it, this 54th round is a test of enslavement path. It is very difficult and it cannot be passed without master-level enslavement attainment. Although Elder He Chi Sheng is an enslavement path GU master that we nurtured, he is not a master. To pass this round, we need Lord Wolf King's strength. HMPH, you are asking me to seek outside help. You want to let the whole world see us He tribe as a joke, as a weakling that needs outside reinforcements. He Lu Lan's gaze was filled with ruthlessness as he screamed fiercely. He Pei's heart was shivering, but he bowed deeply and responded, Lord Tribe Leader is strong and intelligent, you are an amazing leader, the Lord of the Imperial Court. With your presence, whoever dares to think that He tribe is useless would be the #1 fool in this world. This is not outside reinforcement to be exact. This Wolf King Chong Shan Yin is part of the Alliance Army, he is your subordinate. Using him for this is but natural. I am sure Chong Shan Yin would be very grateful to Lord. After all, he is an outsider but he given the chance to enter Truyong building, it is his greatest honor. He Lu Lan heard this and his anger expression softened. The elders watched this as they praised He Pei's eloquence internally, he was indeed skilled to be the first elder. He Lu Lan walked slowly, he was very indignant. Currently, he had 2 guest tokens, they were obtained from the 12th and 46th round respectively as a reward from Truyong building. It was not that he did not want to waste the tokens, but once he invited Wolf King, the reward for clearing the 54th round would go to Chong Shan Yin. If it was his tribesmen, He Lu Lan could use the authority of the tribe leader to make all of the rewards his. But according to the rules, these rewards should be given to the reinforcement. The rewards in 88 Truyong building was extraordinary, even He Lu Lan was deeply moved. Be it GU recipes, GU worms, or others, each item could allow a GU master to rise up despite an ordinary background. He Lu Lan walked for several steps, sighing lightly. He knew that there was no point in forcing He Chi Sheng. He tribe had nurtured 3 enslavement path GU masters, 1 died in the imperial court contest, while He Chi Sheng was the stronger one out of the 2 left. But he was not an enslavement master, any master needed sufficient talent, it was not something that could be nurtured through abundant resources. He Lu Lan stopped walking. Where is He Shu? Subordinate is here. He Shu was standing outside the hall, he was He Lu Lan's personal GU master attendant. Hearing He Lu Lan summon, he came in to greet him. Go invite Wolf King here. He Lu Lan instructed. Hearing this, the elders in the hall sighed in relief. He Chi Sheng who was lying on the ground relaxed his body, this nightmare was over. Yes Lord Tribe Leader. He Shu left after receiving his orders. He Lu Lan kicked He Chi Sheng again. You trash, why are you still lying here? You want Chong Shan Yin to see how pathetic our He tribe is after he comes here. Lord, I was wrong. He Chi Sheng quickly apologized profusely. Get lost and nurse your injuries. He Lu Lan screamed. Yes, Lord. He Chi Sheng struggled to get up, leaving in a wobbling state. Not long after, He Shu reported back with an apologetic look. Lord Tribe Leader, Lord Wolf King is not in the sacred palace, he is out feeding his wolves. What? He Lu Lan's volume became louder, his brows were raised as his calm expression showed anger again. The elders were terrified. The first elder He Pei accused He Shu, you junior, you do not know how to do your job. Even if Wolf King was not around, how could you return empty-handed? Could you not send a letter over, and state your intention, that Wolf King will come crawling back immediately? Lord, it was not my fault. He Shu cried out innocently. I already sent a letter over, but Wolf King replied already. He said that he was leading his wolves to hunt, it was a habit and he did not want to cut it in the middle. He wants us to wait, if we cannot wait, we can call Tang Miao Ming and the others instead. At once, everyone was shocked. First Elder He Pei stared with his eyes wide open. He did not believe it. How can anyone be so indifferent? Did he really say that? I have concrete evidence. Lord Tribe Leader, this is the letter GU that Wolf King Chong Shan Yin sent back. He Shu said, handing a star letter GU to He Lu Lan. This was a star path GU, it was rank 4 and gave the fastest replies. But it shone in the air as it flew, it created huge commotion and was easy to intercept. Of course, in Imperial Court Blessed Land, there was no such worries. He Lu Lan's mind entered the star letter GU, as he snickered continuously. This Wolf King has good temperament, he is able to control his desires so well. Lord, Wolf King is an arrogant loner, everyone knows that. The way I see it, he is already laughing secretly, but is trying to put up a front. First Elder He Pei analyzed, as the others elders nodded in agreement. HMPH, of course he is being haughty. He is an enslavement master, and also a flying master. If you guys were masters, would we need to ask an outsider for help? He Lu Lan screamed, causing the elders to shut up as some of the elders lowered their head even more. Honestly speaking, Fang Yuan was really not placing his attention on Truyong building. He looked at Di Chu below him, his heart palpitating. There really isn't a small tower here. According to the terrain, this area should have a small tower, directly above Di Chu, but now, this is just a pitch black hole. Impressive. The GU master who made this inheritance is very impressive. The Imperial Court Blessed Land had a small tower at every 8 li interval. Actually, all of them were a part of the 88 Truyong building. 88 Truyong building was an immortal GU house that Long Hair Ancestor had refined back in the day. It was as high as rank 8. Next, after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's preparations, it was a mirror of Northern Plains. The small towers were all over Imperial Court Blessed Land, they could be seen everywhere. Each of the towers had thousands of wild GU, no one dared to target them or they would die. But now it seems that, the GU master who set up Di Chu inheritance not only moved the small tower, he even set up this inheritance on that spot. Such methods and courage, such abilities, it made Fang Yuan confirm that this mysterious GU master was not a simple person. No, rather than GU master, I might as well call him GU Immortal. Even with the long time that had passed, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's setup might have weakened, but it is not something mortals can alter. Only GU Immortals can make minor changes to these arrangements, and create such a place. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining with uncertainty. He had accidentally gotten Di Chu inheritance, but it was a GU Immortal inheritance. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. What did this really mean? What sorts of treasures would be inside a GU Immortal's inheritance? Will there be an immortal GU? Fang Yuan guessed daringly. If there was an immortal GU, it could match against the first floor of Truyong building. Because even in the 88 Truyong building, the final round of every floor might not have an immortal GU reward. Even without an immortal GU, Di Chu inheritance was created with so much effort, there had to be an immortal GU recipe at least. Without immortal GU, an immortal GU recipe was also a huge reward. A complete immortal GU recipe was something not sold inside Treasure Yellow Heaven. GU Immortals would sell remnant recipes mostly. Even if they had complete immortal GU recipes, they would break it up and add in some mistakes before selling it. Complete immortal GU recipes could only be exchanged, and there were few instances of this happening throughout history. Fang Yuan curbed his imagination, and began to think calmly. With a crucial clue, his current train of thought had improved rapidly. He pieced together all sorts of clues, deciphering the time of Di Chu inheritance's creation. It should be very long ago, at least, it should have existed. Since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's time. But the more he thought, the more questions he had. Let's call this person GU Immortal Di Chu for now. Who were they? Why did they set up an inheritance here? As a GU Immortal, how did they get in? Most importantly, how did they know about the setup here, and the true principle behind the 88 Truyong building? If they were like Tai Bai Yunsheng, and advanced to GU Immortal realm inside Imperial Court Blessed Land, then there would be new explanations for what happened. Fang Yuan felt a headache as he stopped thinking. One star letter GU tore through the sky and flew towards him. Fang Yuan received it, and saw that it was He Lu Lan urging him to return. Never mind, I shall go to True Yong building first, and come back later. Gu Immortal Di Chu most likely made use of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's setup flaws. Once I entered True Yong building, I might be able to find some clues and understand the mystery behind this. Thinking so, Fang Yuan replied with the letter. Since He Lu Lan wrote a letter personally to rush him, Fang Yuan stopped acting arrogantly anymore. He immediately returned. I will need to rely on Wolf King's strength this time. He Lu Lan saw Fang Yuan and laughed. He was very anxious in his heart. There was not much time inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. Once the 10-year blizzard outside subsides, Imperial Court Blessed Land would close, and they would need to leave. Before that happens, He Lu Lan not only needs to complete the mission given by his tribe's Gu Immortals, he also needed to find a Strength Path Immortal Gu for himself. After Wolf King returned, He Lu Lan quickly organized the group again. The gang got to the building, as He Lu Lan handed Fang Yuan an ancient token. This is the guest token. Wolf King does not have Huang Jin bloodline. You are an outside in the building's perspective. To enter it, you will need a guest token each time. Fang Yuan received the token and laughed lightly without any concern, saying, I can't wait to witness the splendor of True Yong building. At this point, He Lu Lan did not push the door open. Instead, he crashed into the door. Fang Yuan followed suit. As the guest token shone in his hand, he imitated He Lu Lan and entered True Yong building as well. Chapter 557. 3 Grades of Evaluation, Clearing with High Grade. Fang Yuan felt his body stiffen as a strong sense of pressure assaulted him as he entered the building. But soon after, the pressure lifted. He had entered True Yong building completely. There was a lake in front of him. The sky was blue, there was ripples on the surface of the lake, and the surroundings were shrouded in vague foggy mountain shadows. The guest token in his hand turned into a puddle of cold molten iron, flowing down the gaps between his fingers. Each guest token could only be used once. Fang Yuan shook off the liquid from his hand, until they were all gone. He looked around, finding himself on an island at the center of the lake. There was someone beside him. It was He Lu Lan. This is the 54th round. He Lu Lan did not look at Fang Yuan, instead facing forward. Look, that is the problem Brother Shan Yin has to deal with. Fang Yuan looked at the same direction, and saw that not far away, there was another island. On the island, there was a group of water snake lions. These water snake lions had a body of bright blue fur. They were extremely smooth. Its limbs were not claws, but were webbed feet like that of frogs. Their tails were poisonous snakes, coiling around the water lion's back or standing straight up, hissing with their tongues. Without He Lu Lan's introduction, a barrage of information from a mystical source entered Fang Yuan's brain at the same time. Use the hedgehog fish on the island and break past the water snake lion's defense. Occupy the island over there. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, turning to look at the island around him. In the jade blue water around the island, he saw the shadows of hedgehog fish swimming. At this time, He tribe elders came in one by one, standing beside He Lu Lan. Be it water snake lions or hedgehog fish, they are wild beasts from the medieval era. Right now, they can only be found in the deep areas of Eastern Sea. An elder sighed. In my opinion, this round is extremely unfair. The water snake lions are very strong. One of them can compete against 5 or 6 hedgehog fish. But the number of hedgehog fish we have here is only about twice of the water snake lions. A He tribe elder looked at the island ahead as he explained the situation to Fang Yuan. No need to worry, Brother Shan Yin, we are here today for practice. He Lu Lan patted Fang Yuan's shoulders. After all, Fang Yuan enslaved wolf groups. But now, it was a fish group, and it was even an extremely rare, nearly extinct hedgehog fish in northern plains. He Lu Lan had failed about 8 to 9 times already. His best result was only killing 30% of the water snake lions. This made He tribe GU masters understand the difficulty of this round. Although Chong Shan Yin was an enslavement master, this was the True Yong building set up by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan looked for a while and frowned. He estimated, with his abilities, controlling these hedgehog fish to kill the water snake lions was not hard. In fact, it was almost a guaranteed success. But although this round seemed simple, it was very elaborate. Back when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up the 88 True Yong building, the purpose was to leave an inheritance for descendants, and reward the outstanding ones. Thus, every round in True Yong building would be split into low, middle, and high grade. Getting through with low grade would reward the least rewards, they would directly go to the next round. Getting through with middle grade would have twice the reward of low grade, during the next round, they would receive information about it. As for getting through with high grade, not only would they get twice the reward of middle grade, they would even be transported into a deep part of Truyong building, a place called Treasure Room. This treasure room was filled with countless treasures, there were even several true immortal inheritances by giant son Immortal Venerable. But the things inside the treasure room cannot be taken away easily, the person who cleared the round would need to exchange for them. Be it GU worms, GU recipes, or even their own cultivation experience, all these could be used for exchanging the items within. When the person finishes the exchange, they would go to the next round. He Lu Lan only needed a low-grade pass to get to the 55th round, that would satisfy him. But Fang Yuan's goal was different. He needed high-grade pass to enter the treasure room. Only within the treasure room can he be alone, to use the methods he had prepared to obtain the greatest benefits. Low-grade pass is easy as breathing. But middle and high grade, I do not know what are the conditions for those. I can only try now. Thinking so, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, and nodded at He Lu Lan, indicating for him to start. He Lu Lan took out a token and waved it at the sky. This token was different from the guest token, it was the owner token. When He Lu Lan first entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, this token appeared before him, signifying his prestigious status. The owner token vibrated, as ripples formed in the air. Dozens of fish enslavement GU appeared, of rank 1, 2, and 3. When Fang Yuan received these GU worms, he easily refined them, the other people were immobilized by an invisible gentle force, no one could assist him. Only He Lu Lan could still speak, he advised, Brother Shan Yin, mind the time. You have only 15 minutes. Fang Yuan nodded, and waved his hand, as the fish enslavement GU in his hand flew out with dozens of mystical lights. Everyone saw Fang Yuan's casual action and was shocked in their hearts. If it was He Qi Sheng, he would need to enslave them one by one, being extremely careful. When using enslavement GU, the GU master would definitely face the resistance of the fish group. If they were careless, the enslavement would fail. If it was severe, the GU master would suffer some backlash on his soul. Was Wolf King too overconfident? I've never seen such an enslavement method before. He's in true. Everyone's heart was pounding, but immediately after, they stared with huge eyes as the fish group swam away towards the island immediately after the enslavement. It was as if they belonged to Fang Yuan from the start, not a single enslavement failed. The water snake lions were alerted by this, they stopped their lazy actions and sat up, the lion head roared as the snake head hissed. Many of the water snake lions jumped into the water, setting up their defense lines. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was standing upright, his arms behind his back as he did not waver at all. The enslavement attainment as well as foundation of the soul he displayed made almost everyone praise him in secret. Oh heaven, he did it. Just this alone was an eye-opener. Wolf King is an enslavement master indeed, he is different from ordinary people. A master is a master, maybe he can succeed this time, who knows. Everyone's eyes began to show a look of anticipation. Even He Lu Lan was looking with a hopeful expression. But the Wish group did not attack the water snake lion group like they wished, instead they were swimming around the area, surveilling the place. What is Wolf King thinking? Wolf King is being careful, it seems he is trying to get familiar with the fish's habits. But as time passed, the fish continued to swim. Everyone did not get to see the fight between fish and lion as they wished. By now, even He Lu Lan was a bit anxious, he urged, Brother Shan Yin, there isn't much time left. No rush. Fang Yuan was calm as he replied casually. The water snake lions saw that the fish group did not attack, some of the water snake fish crawled out of the water, onto the island. The strong defense around the island weakened. After a moment, He Lu Lan urged again, Brother Shan Yin, half the time has already passed. No rush. Fang Yuan waved his hand, his eyelids drooping, as if he was very sleepy. Even more water snake lions went onshore. The old Lion King even sprawled on the ground, shutting its eyes in slumber. Everyone was greatly disappointed, they were cursing in their minds. This Wolf King is merely strong on the outside, to think I thought so highly of him earlier. So what if he is a master level, this is Truyong building. It seems that this time, Chong Shan Yin's goal is to get familiar with the fish group, to accumulate experience for the next assault. Seeing that the time was going to be used up, everyone's remaining bit of hope was expended. What a waste of a token, expended like this. What shall I eat for dinner tonight? 1. After failing this time, I wonder how Lord Tribe Leader will deal with Xianxia. Just as everyone were thinking about random things, Fang Yuan suddenly laughed, manipulating the fish group to charge, attacking the water snake lion group from all directions. As expected, He Lu Lan's eyes shone with brilliance. He had guessed in his heart already. Xianxia wants to save his efforts for the next attempt, then this time, he would definitely familiarize himself with the fish group and their attacking pattern. He would also need to probe the strength of the lion group. The fish group's sudden attack caught the water snake lion group off guard. The hedgehog fish group was like a hungry shark, devouring the small number of water snake lions in the water in an instant. So that's it. Xianxia was training the fish group earlier while making the lion group let their guard down. This attack has already taken down 30% of the lion group, as expected of master level. What breathtaking beast enslavement attainment. He Qi Sheng is like a baby compared to Xianxia. Everyone stared intently, shocked by Fang Yuan's amazing talent. Seeing that its subjects were being slaughtered, the old Lion King roared, leading the lion group into the water to take revenge on the hedgehog fish. But what was peculiar was that Fang Yuan stopped his powerful assault, and under his manipulation, the fish group retreated. The lion group chased after him, but when they got to one area, the group fell into chaos. What happened? Everyone was perplexed. So there was a hidden whirlpool here. He Lu Lan mumbled. Immediately after, the elders' eyes shone. I get it. Wolf King was making the fish scout the area. It was not just to train them, he also wanted to investigate the terrain. That's right. When beast groups fight, it is like war between two armies. Not only would they need to consider both of the armies, they also need to care about the terrain. Many GU masters saw this and almost wanted to pat their legs and scream. The water snake lion group was trapped by the whirlpool, as the fish group turned around and attacked. The lions had huge bodies, they were more affected by the water currents. As for the fish group, they were barely affected by it due to their small size. An exceptional battle strategy unfolded before the crowd. The strong water snake lion group was as fragile as a piece of water. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the fish group was like an elite troop. They cooperated well and attacked and retreated at will, taking down their opponents one by one. The fish group gathered and spread at will, attacking fiercely. At times they scattered, causing the lion's attacks to miss. He has them dancing in the palm of his hands. Amazing, incredible. In just a dozen breaths' time, Wolf King became victorious. We got through, we got through. He tribesmen were shocked and exhilarated, their gaze towards Fang Yuan revealed admiration, amazement, and fear etc. Good, what a great Wolf King. He Lu Lan laughed as he clapped. Fang Yuan also laughed heartily, because when he finished killing the lion group, an information went into his head, high-grade evaluation. The next moment, Fang Yuan vanished on the spot. What happened? He tribesmen were shocked at this, their eyeballs also fell out. He got a high-grade evaluation. Only He Lu Lan was shouting in his heart. Chapter 558, Giant Sun's Great Scheme, Treasure Within the Crystal. Fang Yuan was in a long crystal hallway. Light was flashing in all directions, the four walls were made of shiny crystals, one could see their own reflection in them. Fang Yuan gazed around, behind him, and to his left and right were walls, he could only move forward. I am finally inside the treasure room. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile, as he walked forward with huge strides. The crystal hallway was long and clear. In about 5 steps, Fang Yuan saw that GU worms or GU recipes started appearing on the crystal walls to his left and right. They were like insects sealed in amber, motionlessly fixed in the crystal walls. These were all the precious treasures in the treasure room. To obtain them, he needed to exchange them with an equivalent item. Oh, there's a heavenly essence treasure King Lotus here. Fang Yuan halted his steps. He found a familiar-looking GU sealed in the crystal wall before him. This GU was like a blue and white lotus, as large as a face. It had an amazing origin. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. They were a series: the rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, and rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Among them, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was ranked 6th among the top 10 Immortal GU. Its value was equivalent to Spring Autumn Cicada, and was held in the hands of Lang Ya Land Spirit now. Fang Yuan had once used a heavenly essence treasure lotus. It made up for his lack of aptitude during that period, and was a huge help to him. But to advance the GU, Fang Yuan lacked the relevant recipes, and the refinement cost was too huge. A natural spirit spring had to be used, and it had to be full of primeval energy as well. Old spirit springs that were running dry could not be used. Once he succeeds, the spirit spring would be destroyed. Rank 4 Heavenly Lotus needed 7 spirit springs. Rank 5 needed 9. To reach rank 6, it needed 11. This sum was counted using Southern Border's level of spirit springs. If Northern Plains spirit springs were used, he would need 60% more of them. Back then, it was too difficult for Fang Yuan to advance the Heavenly Lotus, and after his aptitude improved greatly, he gave up on the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus GU. But now, he was moved by this rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. The series of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus are known as mobile spirit springs. Once refined, they can produce primeval essence naturally. There's no point in using the rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus anymore, but the rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus is suitable for my current condition. But to get his Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, Fang Yuan would need to exchange for it using an equivalent treasure according to the rules. Let's exchange then. Fang Yuan was rather rich now. Having a blessed land was like having the foundation of a GU Immortal. To exchange for the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, others might have to use all of their assets to get it, but for Fang Yuan, it was a question of what to give up. What should I use for the exchange? Fang Yuan's mind entered his 2 apertures. The strength and enslavement path GU worms inside his apertures were not exchangeable. His first aperture's vital GU spring autumn cicada was the same. Other than them, there were still quite a lot of GU worms in his possession. The individual value of these GU worms were obviously lower than Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, but if one was insufficient, he could put 2, or even 3 in. Oh, why are there 18 spring egg GU? Fang Yuan was shocked to find a batch of precious rank 5 GU inside his first aperture. But he quickly understood the reason. I almost forgot, this is the reward for getting past the round with a high grade evaluation. It was directly sent into my aperture by Truyong Building. Normally, a GU Master's aperture was the basis of their cultivation, it was their biggest secret. But Truyong Building was truly made by old Hair Ancestor. With Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's setup, it had great power and could directly send GU worms into a GU Master's aperture. Spring Egg GU was obviously inferior to Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, but it was still a rank 5 GU. The Spring Egg GU looked like a white goose egg. It could be obtained by killing a strong Eggman Emperor. Placing the Spring Egg GU deep underground would give birth to a new Spirit Spring. Spirit Springs were the foundation for GU Master's cultivation. Many large tribes or clans would collect Spring Egg GU to strengthen their foundation, in case of need. Even GU Immortals would often buy them and plant them inside the Blessed Land, forming a Spirit Spring and nourishing their inhabitants. Fang Yuan took out 1 Spring Egg GU and looked at it. This GU was not in good shape, the surface was full of cracks, and there were primeval essence traces inside the GU, someone had used it before. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, he sneered. It seems that this GU was snatched by the Flying Hand Snow while it was activated. The rewards in 88 Truyong Building are all of such sources. In order to fulfill his dream of hereditary monarchy, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up a huge scheme painstakingly while making sure his descendants had the upper hand. First was the Imperial Court contest, to weaken other tribes. Next, he used the 10-year blizzard to send all sorts of treasures and materials from Northern Plains into 88 Truyong Building. After all, a GU Master's cultivation was heavily reliant on resources. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up the 88 Truyong Building. It was a fatal blow. After the resources were taken, he would give them to his bloodline descendants, destroying the hopes of success for other tribes. In Fang Yuan's previous 500 years, Central Continent GU Immortals attacked and destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land using this specialty of the Truyong Building. They sent pawn pieces into Imperial Court Blessed Land. They then purposely scattered GU worms and allowed the Flying Hand Snow to take them. Eventually, Truyong Building faced destruction from the inside, causing a fatal loophole to appear. After Central Continent GU Immortals destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land, they exposed all of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's evil deeds, telling the whole world about his schemes, causing a huge commotion in Northern Plains as all the mortals went into a frenzy. But commotion aside, Northern Plains was still the second strongest region in terms of battle strength, only inferior to Central Continent. All sorts of super forces, Huang Jin family tribes worked together and caused Northern Plains to remain stable. After all, Huang Jin family had controlled Northern Plains for so many years, they had deep foundations and roots, it could not be easily shaken by public opinion. However much they reacted, without strength backing them, there was no point. Fang Yuan placed the spring egg Gu in his hand closer to the crystal wall, towards the wall that sealed the heavenly essence treasure King Lotus. As it got closer to the crystal wall, there was a light red light, turning into orange, before finally glowing in yellow. After the 3 lights shone, there were no more changes. Fang Yuan took out another 2 spring egg Gu, placing them near the wall. This time, there was a green light shining. But the green light was not strong, it was suppressed by the other 3 lights. Fang Yuan sneered as he took out a 4th spring egg Gu, placing it at the crystal wall. This time, the green light burst out, being balanced with the other 3 colors. The crystal wall turned hollow as it vibrated. The heavenly essence treasure King Lotus inside flew out slowly, while the 4 spring egg Gu in Fang Yuan's hands left his control and flew into the crystal wall, replacing the heavenly essence treasure King Lotus position. The heavenly essence treasure King Lotus landed in Fang Yuan's hands, and Fang Yuan instantly refined it using his primeval essence. 88 True Yang building was truly amazing, it allowed Gu masters to instantly refine Gu inside the building. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, black, it seems that inside this treasure room, there are 8 categories. The more lights there are, the more valuable the treasure. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus was only a green light item. This was only mid-tier among the range of treasures in this place. Fang Yuan evaluated in his heart as his assessment of the treasure room's value rose and his knowledge of it deepened. He stretched out his hand, touching the crystal wall. He could feel an icy feeling on his palm. Inside, there were 4 spring egg Gu, the ones he had used for exchange. Fang Yuan tried to control them, but there was no effect. He sighed in amazement in his heart. To speak the truth, in this current world, Fang Yuan was easily among the top 3 people in terms of his understanding of the 88 True Yang building. That was because he had the detailed information given to him by Lang Ya Land Spirit. The more Fang Yuan's understanding of 88 True Yang building increased, the more he felt the genius mechanics of this building, it was really amazing. Forget the others, just look at this crystal wall ahead of him, it had a huge origin. This crystal wall was made back then by long-hair ancestor using tens of thousands of Gu masters. Using a secret technique, he extracted their apertures. Using their aperture walls as the material, he used profound ice Gu, ice wall Gu, grand jade Gu, slow down Gu, vitality Gu, and others to refine it. This crystal wall was the best spot to seal Gu worms. The Gu inside would go into deep slumber. They could be stored for hundreds or thousands of years without the slightest harm. According to his information, a newly refined crystal wall would shine with ripples like that of a water surface, one would walk into it feeling like it was an illusory dream. But now, the crystal wall no longer had that glamour, but it was still crystal clear. With enough time, water could pierce through rock. The power of time was one of the most noble heavenly powers. Even a rank 9 venerable could not defeat the power of time. Although True Yang building was an immortal Gu house, it opened every 10 years, there was still some expenditure incurred. If not, during Fang Yuan's previous life, 88 True Yang building would not have been taken down and destroyed. Right now, the luster of the crystal wall was no more, in fact, there was a thick layer of powder at the corner of the walls. Fang Yuan continued moving forward. In the crystal wall, there were all sorts of Gu worms, Gu recipes and special refinement materials sealed, but even more were the cultivation experiences of past generations of Gu masters. These experiences were extremely precious. Those who could enter the treasure room were geniuses who passed with high-grade evaluation, the things they left behind were definitely top quality. After walking for a little longer, Fang Yuan stopped his footsteps. The hallway ahead of him looked endless. But a steel was blocking Fang Yuan's path. The steel was squarish and smooth, it was about the height of Fang Yuan's knee. There were 2 words written in Northern Plains script, guest halt. 88 True Yang building was set up by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, in consideration of his descendants. But those who entered the treasure room might not necessarily be Gu masters who had the bloodline of Giant Sun. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable considered this point, and thus he placed the most precious resources behind the steel. Outsiders like Chongshan Yin could only watch helplessly. But Fang Yuan was not Chongshan Yin. Guest halt, HMPH. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in disdain. He tried walking past the steel, but was blocked by an invisible wall. After so many years, although 88 True Yong building had some expenditure, the guest halt steel is still working properly. I cannot force my way through. After testing it for a while, Fang Yuan sat down facing the steel. He had planned this for so long, he was naturally well prepared. Immediately, he took out a GU worm, and it shot into the steel. The first step to refining 88 True Yong building has started. Chapter 559, Immortal Venerable's Will. Refining 88 True Yong building might sound like an absurd idea, but it was not wishful thinking. In truth, Fang Yuan was not the first person to refine 88 True Yong building. In his former 500 years, when Central Continent GU Immortals attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, they first sent some GU masters to infiltrate 88 True Yong building's treasure room. After they succeeded, they released the entire procedure after recording it with GU worms, announcing it to the world. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the spiritual symbol for Northern Plains GU masters. It had great importance. The recording of Imperial Court Blessed Land being taken down was spread over the 5 regions. It not only displayed Central Continent's strength, it was also a poisonous needle intended to destroy Northern Plains GU masters' mental support. Most importantly, this recording also proved that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had snatched GU worms all over Northern Plains, in order to benefit his descendants. Once the recording was released, Northern Plains was in huge turmoil, as the masses went into an uproar. Although the Huang Jin tribes suppressed the situation, and the internal chaos did not reach the level that Central Continent GU Immortals hoped, it did create a Northern Plains where the people's hearts wavered and undercurrents were flowing. Central Continent GU Immortal Song Qixing, after seeing this video, gave an accurate prediction. Once this video is spread all over the region, the spirit of freedom in Northern Plains would be released from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's prison. Fang Yuan naturally had a vivid memory of this video. After his rebirth, he immediately realized the huge value of this video. For this trip to Northern Plains, saving Dang Hun Mountain was merely one of his objectives. Fang Yuan was a careful person. He often considered failure before success. How can there be something as good as success as one wishes in this world? If I fail to save Dang Hun Mountain, I can at least seek other forms of compensation inside 88 True Yong building. The video of Central Continent GU Immortals taking down Imperial Court Blessed Land had great reference value for Fang Yuan. But just this clip was not enough. Fang Yuan could only see what happened on the surface from this clip. But luckily, Fang Yuan had obtained first-hand information from Langya Land Spirit. Because of this, by fusing theory with practice, Fang Yuan had much greater confidence in refining 88 True Yong building. With my current cultivation level, it is impossible to fully refine 88 True Yong building. But I can refine a portion of it. Fang Yuan was very clear of the reality. He was only a mortal GU master. One had to be at least a rank 8 GU immortal to refine the immortal GU house. In Fang Yuan's plans, he only wanted to refine a portion of 88 True Yong building. 88 True Yong building had existed for a very long time. It was worn down and had loopholes secretly. It was too grand, too majestic, like a giant wooden cage. Fang Yuan was like a termite compared to it. The strength of a termite could not destroy the entire wooden cage. But it could devour the edges. The difficulty of the two was as great as heaven and earth. The guest halt steel in front of him, after a specialized GU worm entered it, gave off a faint yellow light. Fang Yuan stretched out his palms in the meantime, injecting his aperture's primeval essence into it. At the same time, his will entered the guest halt steel, following the primeval essence. GU masters refine GU, it was to occupy the GU worm's body with their will. And during this process, primeval essence was the perfect carrier. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly knotted as his mind entered the steel. The guest halt steel was only a portion of 88 True Yong building. 88 True Yong building was a rank 8 immortal GU house. It was way too big. Once Fang Yuan's will entered, he felt that he was in a sea of darkness. In this endless darkness, there was a sun-like existence. It gave off a weak light, which moved in waves like that of breathing. This is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will. Fang Yuan's mind went into high alert. 88 True Yong building was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's property. Since he refined it, his will was naturally inside the Immortal GU. Although Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's body had perished long ago, this will that he injected had survived while slumbering within this shell. Such a will is really grand. I feel like I am facing a real sun. Immortal Venerables have unthinkable strength. This is merely a small portion of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will, left behind and weakened after such a long time. Thankfully, this will is currently unconscious. If I move carefully, it should not be alerted. I must not wake it up, otherwise, what happened to those two Central Continent GU immortals whose souls were dispersed in the video will happen to me. The vast dark space represents the 88 True Yong building. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's remnant will was like the sun, in the center emitting a weak light as it slept. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's will was like a sesame compared to it. He also gave off a weak light, but he was lurking at the furthest corner of the entire area. Fang Yuan continued to inject primeval essence, slowly and carefully. As the primeval essence entered the guest halt steel, the amount of his will that was inside 88 True Yong building increased. In the dark corner, the light that represented Fang Yuan was expanding, gradually repelling a portion of the darkness, gaining some territory for itself. Time passed second by second. Fang Yuan was very careful, his forehead was soon full of sweat. To think that refining this steel would be so difficult. With my 2 rank 5 peak stage apertures at 90% capacity, it was still not enough. If not for the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, I might have faced even more trouble. 4 hours passed. Fang Yuan finally breathed out a sigh as he pulled back his palms from the steel. He was extremely tired, mostly from the mental stress. It was more precarious than walking on a tightrope. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan looked at the guest halt steel before him, a sense of closeness emitted from the steel into the deep parts of his heart. But the joy of success quickly faded, as Fang Yuan frowned even more deeply. There were indeed many deleted scenes in the video that was shown in my previous life. I spent so much primeval essence, but the GU master in the clip was only rank 5 middle stage, yet he did not take any breaks in the middle, only spending an hour to refine it. Maybe the GU master had some assistance GU worms in his aperture, but Fang Yuan was more inclined to believe that there was more than meets the eye. The reason why Central Continent GU Immortals released this video was to deal a crushing blow to the Huangjin tribes, to release the spirit of freedom in other Northern Plains tribes. Deep into the 88 True Yong building, there were definitely gains or methods that could not be publicly shown. At the same time, to make the video more concise and interesting, so that people would watch it, the boring and mundane parts were definitely deleted. That had certainly happened. But this was bad news to Fang Yuan. Refining the 88 True Yong building was a very dangerous act. If he was misled by the video, one mistake would end his life. 88 True Yong building is truly phenomenal. I spent so much time, but I have not even refined 0.5% of it. Fang Yuan sighed as he patted the guest halt steel, standing up. If he looked at 88 True Yong building as 100%, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's remnant will would occupy 30% of it. Out of 100%, after refining the guest halt steel, Fang Yuan's refinement of the building was still less than 0.5%. But even so, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He turned around, talking a few steps back and casually came to a crystal wall that had sealed some treasures. His gaze concentrated as he stretched out his arm towards the wall. If it was before, the crystal wall would be like an ice wall, blocking his hand. But now, the guest halt steel shone slightly, and the crystal wall turned hollow. Fang Yuan's arm successfully entered the wall like it had gone into a water wall, taking the treasure out from inside. Once he refined the guest halt steel, any treasure inside this section of the crystal wall could be taken out at will. Fang Yuan did not have to pay any price. Oh, this must be the Rush Thunder Stone. Looking at the treasure in his hand, Fang Yuan had to appraise it carefully before confirming his guess. Rush Thunder Stone was quite a rare GU refinement material. It was nearly extinct now. It was very rare even inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, only sold once in a while. This stone was created from the essence of lightning and thunder when the thunder in the 9 heavens exploded together. But ever since the immemorial era, 7 of the 9 heavens fell, only white and black heaven were left. The chances of these 2 heavens thunder and lightning clashing were very low. Thus, after the immemorial era, the production of Rush Thunder stones fell drastically. When Thunder Path was flourishing, large numbers of Rush Thunder stones were used to refine GU. Thus, the remaining stock of Rush Thunder stones now was low. Heaven and earth is ever changing. As time passed, Thunder Path also changed and no longer needed Rush Thunder stones. Only those GU Masters or GU Immortals who wanted to research immemorial Thunder Path GU worms would be interested in Rush Thunder stones. The value of the treasure room was extremely high. Just a casual treasure that Fang Yuan took was a Rush Thunder stone. But soon after, Fang Yuan returned the Rush Thunder stone back to the crystal wall. Small greed ruins big plans. Because exchange was needed to obtain treasures, the total treasure amount in the crystal walls was always the same. Every item here was recorded by all the super forces, or even large-sized Huang Jin tribes. If someone obtained high-grade evaluation and came here later, they would find that treasures were missing. That would lead to great suspicion and shock. Fang Yuan felt no pity. After testing for a while, he walked towards the deeper parts of the crystal path. Arriving at the guest halt stele once again, his footsteps became slower. A few hours ago, the invisible wall that blocked him had vanished. But this did not mean that he could enter safely. 88 True Yong building was created by Long Hair Ancestor. It obviously had other defensive measures. But Fang Yuan was prepared for them. He willed and at once, 5 to 6 mystical GU worms flew out of his aperture, turning into lumps of colorful smoke as they surrounded him. Fang Yuan checked again, and after ensuring that he was fully covered, he walked past the guest halt stele. Smoke of all colors rumbled as they formed into a flash of blood light, spreading out. Fang Yuan looked around, finding that the treasures in the crystal walls were better than the previous segment by a tier. Oh, this is... Fang Yuan's gaze froze for a second as he saw a rank 5 strength path GU worm inside the crystal wall. He was overjoyed. Chapter 560, Crucial Problem. Fang Yuan had just taken a step past the guest halt stele and a pleasant surprise welcomed him. A borrow strength GU appeared in front of him. This was a rank 5 strength path GU. It was almost completely extinct and was even more rare than all-out effort GU. It could not be used by itself, but instead had to be used together with other GU worms. When matched with Sky Strength GU, it could allow the GU Master to borrow the strength of the sky. When matched with Earth Strength GU, the GU Master could borrow the strength of the Earth. With Fire Strength GU, it allowed the GU Master to borrow strength from fire. With Water Strength GU, the GU Master could gain strength from water flow. My killer move 4-arm Wind King uses Wind Overlord GU and Tyrant Strength GU. The combination of these two GU was a substitute for Borrow Strength GU, but their effects are not even 50% of Borrow Strength GU. With this Borrow Strength GU, I can raise my killer move to a whole new level. Fang Yuan was truly happy. Of course, Borrow Strength GU still needed to be matched with other GU worms. By now, Sky Strength GU was already extinct. But Earth Strength GU, Fire Strength GU, Water Strength GU, Wind Strength GU and so on were still widely circulated. However, the usage of these GU worms had already sidetracked from their original use. Earth Strength GU was now frequently used to raise the fertility of the soil to help the GU Masters in agriculture, or was used together with Wood Path GU. Fire Strength GU was used by some Fire Path GU Masters as a support GU that could slightly increase the strength of Fire Path GU worms. Water Strength, Wind Strength, Lightning Strength and so on were also used similar. Fang Yuan approached the crystal wall and took out close to 10 Spring Egg GU to exchange for the Borrow Strength GU. Past the guest halt stele, he could only exchange for the treasures he wanted. Fang Yuan continued to walk forward. The treasures in the crystal wall here were clearly a level or two higher than before. Meteor Rain GU, Star Lightning Speed GU, Wind Fog Hair GU, Stellar Fire Prairie GU, Water Curtain Skyflower GU. Rank 5 GU which were extremely rare in the outside world could be seen everywhere here. Instead, it was rank 4 GU that were very rare in here. But any rank 4 GU that appeared here were bound to be very rare and precious among the rank 4 GU, their value and strength comparable to common rank 5 GU. Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the treasures. The blood flame light covering him was wearing down non-stop. This blood flame light was a barrier protecting him. Once it completely disappeared, he would be detected by 88 True Yong building and be eradicated instantly. Before this protection disappears, I need to find that owner token. As time passed, Fang Yuan gradually started to feel anxious. These GU he used to disguise his identity and deceive 88 True Yong building were not easy to refine, moreover the costs in refining them were considerable. One of the main material was 1,000 jin of Huang Jin family blood which required 98 long steps of purification. Now, Imperial Court contest had already ended, it was even more difficult for Fang Yuan to get these blood in large amounts. What was even worse was a fork actually appeared in this long crystal corridor. Fang Yuan could not help stopping to think about it carefully. Which path was the one he needed to take? At this moment, the image of the central continent GU Immortals attacking Imperial Court blessed land in the previous life became a great help to Fang Yuan. He chose the left path and moved rapidly through it. Here, the treasures that appeared in the crystal wall were of a level higher in their worth. There were only rank 5 GU with no more rank 4 GU to be found, and at the same time, there were rare rank 5 GU as well. Fang Yuan quickly walked forward while sweeping his gaze over the treasures. Suddenly his gaze stopped, found it. An owner token was sealed in the crystal wall, just at the knee height of Fang Yuan. This owner token was the doing of Central Continent GU Immortals. A tall tree attracts the wind. Imperial Court blessed land had existed tall till now which had already attracted the attention of GU Immortals of all regions. Central Continent GU Immortals had begun their plan hundreds of years ago. The owner token was generally held by the Alliance leader and would self-destruct once it left Imperial Court blessed land. Close to a millennium ago, Central Continent GU Immortals spent a lot of effort to scheme from the dark. Not only did they bribe the Times Alliance leader, it is rumored that they also used an Immortal GU. Using the power of the Immortal GU, they tampered with the owner token which then hid inside 88 True Yong building, becoming a key for the future, waiting for the opportunity to use it. In Fang Yuan's past life, Central Continent GU Immortals first started the 5 regions battle and were able to create the opportunity not long after, finally breaching Imperial Court blessed land. Imperial Court blessed land was an arrangement set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Breaching this place was much more difficult than breaching other blessed lands. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already passed away while Central Continent GU Immortals had painstakingly brewed their scheme for close to a millennium, achieving some success in the end. However, in this life, this owner token landed in Fang Yuan's hand. The process of exchanging for this owner token was extremely smooth, but it would not be easy to make the token usable for him. This was the final, crucial step. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn as he sat cross-legged on the ground and concentrated. GU worms after GU worms moved at his will and struck the owner token non-stop. Ding ding ding, a pleasant music sounded from the collision, and the owner token gradually floated into the air. Every strike would create a layer of halo over the owner token. When it was covered with 38 halo, the dull color on its surface suddenly dispersed and revealed the words, owner token. The halo then started to burst like air bubbles. The owner token lost its buoyancy and fell down, and was immediately caught by Fang Yuan. He quickly bit his finger and let the blood drip onto the owner token. The moment his blood seeped into the owner token, the metallic token suddenly became a translucent glass. Fang Yuan had seen He Lu Lan's owner token and was able to immediately be aware that there was a great difference between his token and the original owner token. The methods I used just now was in reference to my past life's video, awakening the true appearance of this owner token. It seems this is very possibly the strength of an Immortal GU, and also, only Immortal GU can tamper with owner token while avoiding the detection of 88 True Yong building. Fang Yuan looked at the glass owner token and sank into contemplation. After a dozen or so breaths, the blood flame light covering him thoroughly dispersed. The world seemed to have gone mute at this moment as Fang Yuan could clearly hear his heartbeats. Safe and sound. The sound of his heartbeats gradually disappeared. Fang Yuan slowly stood up and let out a breath of turbid air. Success, he mumbled while clenching his left fist in excitement, but he found his voice was somewhat hoarse. At the same time, his whole body was soaked with sweat and he felt some dizziness. Truly activating this owner token and making it recognize him was not easy at all. It was even more difficult than refining a rank 5 GU. If there was even a slight mistake, it might have very well been impossible to reprieve. Fang Yuan endured the enormous mental pressure and finally succeeded. Now, as long as I hold the glass owner token, I can freely enter the treasure room. There is no need for any high-grade evaluation. Holding the owner token was equivalent to being in control of a small part of 88 True Yong building. Fang Yuan tested the owner token and almost instantly, Heilu Lan's group's figures appeared in his mind. After crossing the 54th round, they had already charged to 61st round. Right now, they were having a fierce fight with a golden white tiger phantom. A true golden white tiger was a desolate beast-level existence. The golden white tiger phantom possessed the aura of a desolate beast and was pressing down Heilu Lan's group. Heilu Lan had numbers on his side, but their defeat was imminent. Fang Yuan looked closely for a while and inwardly commented, "If there is no accident, Heilu Lan and his group will only be able to last for less than 45 minutes, before they have to retreat. I don't have a lot of time." Although Fang Yuan entered the treasure room, as long as the possessor of the owner token walked out of 88 Truyong building, he would also have to leave. Fang Yuan might have the glass owner token now, and could stay or leave according to his will. But it was not good to expose it at present. Just the glass owner token is still far from enough. I still need to find that loophole and completely blow it up. This will create a great hole in 88 Truyong building and I will then be able to freely take away the treasures in the crystal wall. The glass owner token shook slightly, and the next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared on the spot. This should be the central control room. When Fang Yuan opened his eyes, he had arrived at a secret room. The secret room was round with its walls flickering with starlight, and a white jade round table on the center. There was an exquisite model of the whole imperial court blessed land on the round table, just like a military sand table. Not only did it depict mountains and rivers and the sacred palace at the center, even the small towers in the blessed land were clearly visible. Fang Yuan sent out a GU worm which flew to air and turned into black smoke that fell down to the sand table. The sand table was contaminated by the black smoke and rapidly turned into black color. The black color gradually condensed, forming into a large patch of sticky liquid that slowly flowed on the sand table. Fang Yuan looked at a spot where the black liquid had formed a funnel shape and as if there was a hole below, the surrounding black liquid was slowly entering it. Found it, this is that hole. Now, I just need to enlarge this hole and refine the glass owner token into a one-edge owner token. With a one-edge owner token, I can even control a floor of 88 Truyong building at will. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's movements paused as his eyes rigidly stared at the hole on the sand table. The whole sand table was covered by the thick black oil-like sticky liquid, thus Fang Yuan had not been able to see immediately. But now that he had looked for a while, he suddenly discovered this hole was none other than Dichu Inheritance site. What is going on here? Could it be Dichu Inheritance is also a concealed move set up by Central Continent GU Immortals before like the glass owner token? Fang Yuan was shocked, but he quickly calmed down and became aware of the shortcomings to this assumption. No, wrong. If this was a concealed move prepared to breach the blessed land, then how do I explain that cipher and the clues from the gray-white stone slab? These clues are clearly the clues to the inheritance. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light. Right now, the scene in his previous life could not give him any help. Could it be that Central Continent GU Immortals also discovered this inheritance, but they could not decipher the secret phrase and so are using the inheritance this way? No, this is wrong too. Thinking from their side, if they discovered this inheritance which very likely contained an immortal GU, they would definitely be moved. If that is so, then that means that they did not obtain any clues to the inheritance but only discovered this hole. Of course, there is also another possibility that they were not able to decipher the secret of the inheritance, but as breaching the blessed land was an important matter, they chose to break this hole in the end. But if so, Dichu Inheritance would also be destroyed. Fang Yuan thought of this and that, feeling the existence of these two probabilities. But he did not have conclusive evidence now so he could not confirm them. He hesitated. In case he used the methods in his previous life's scene and burst open this hole, then Dichu Inheritance would definitely be destroyed. But if he did not do so and chose to preserve Dichu Inheritance, his plans for 88 Truyong building would stop here. 88 Truyong buildings worth as much higher than Dichu Inheritance. This is hopeless, I can only abandon Dichu Inheritance. But the person who made this arrangement is really amazing, to actually be able to tamper with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Wait a second. Fang Yuan's mind suddenly shook as he thought of an extremely crucial problem. Chapter 561, Deciphering the Code. This was a very obvious problem, but normal people would easily overlook it. Why did this mysterious GU Immortal go through such great trouble, brave enormous risk, tamper with and use Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement to set up their inheritance? Thinking from their perspective, if I was this GU Immortal, why would I insist on digging out 88 True Yong buildings loophole to set up my inheritance? I could set up one by myself perfectly by just spending a little effort. 88 True Yong building is a rank 8 Immortal GU house and was personally arranged by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. There was truly an enormous risk in using its loophole. If I wanted to wholeheartedly leave behind an inheritance, there would be absolutely no need to go so far and intentionally take risks. Unless, Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped as a cold light flashed quickly past his dark pupils. Unless, the inheritance required such an arrangement. The moment he thought of this, the fog in Fang Yuan's mind seemed to be pushed aside by two large hands. Humans always have objectives in doing things. Only an enormous objective could make a GU Immortal take such huge risks. Maybe this GU Immortal did not like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or had hatred against him. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already passed away for countless years, so this possibility was close to zero. Removing the factor of emotions, then there was only the factor of benefits. For this benefit, the mysterious GU Immortal was willing to brave the fatal danger of messing with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement. What in the world did they intend to use 88 True Yong building for? Fang Yuan involuntarily thought of the information Lang Yalan's spirit gave him. He had already studied this information hundreds and thousands of times. Even on the day before the large battle of the Imperial Court contest, he had been studying non-stop. Even after reading so many times, every time he read it again or recalled it, he could not help having a feeling of admiration. 88 True Yong building was indeed of exquisite workmanship, its design was spectacular. This was a fantasy turned into reality, it was a miracle. 88 True Yong building was essentially an immortal GU house. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made plans for his descendants and took the initiative to find Long Hair Ancestor, requesting him to refine an everlasting inheritance treasure. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's demand was too great, and as such Long Hair Ancestor had to rack his brains and think painstakingly for 100 or so days to meet the standard. One day, he suddenly had an inspiration and took an alternate way, coming up with a unique method. The Immortal GU house was truly overly enormous. Long Hair Ancestor could only settle for the second best option, and divide it into countless sub-bodies which were the small towers. The quantity of these small towers reached untold numbers and attracted wild GU worms for 10 years. As the 10-year period neared its end, they would sink one after another, sacrificing the wild GU inside and simultaneously resonate with the blizzard outside to form a heavenly power. The heavenly power condensed bit by bit to generate a qualitative change, condensing into a floor of 88 True Yong building. As layers and layers formed, they would finally become the complete 88 True Yong building. From a different perspective, every time 88 True Yong building formed, it was the process of a new refinement. Long Hair Ancestor was indeed worthy of being known as the #1 refinement path immortal of all times. His GU refinement attainment had already crossed the realm of mortal into a realm of divinity. It was already not easy for ordinary GU masters to refine a GU successfully. It was the same for GU immortals as well when they refine immortal GU. But Long Hair Ancestor had already surpassed the limits of the normal GU refinement to a level of perfection. So did 88 True Yong building's refinement succeed. In truth, the refinement was not a complete success. If a general standard was applied, the truly complete 88 True Yong building would be a tower that would exist for eternity in the Blessed Land, towering over the sacred palace. However, this standard was too difficult to fulfill. Back when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had mentioned it, Long Hair Ancestors' brows had furrowed deeply and had immediately said, if the refinement truly succeeds, then this immortal GU house would be at rank 9 realm. What was the meaning of a rank 9 immortal GU? The GU in legends like Strength GU, Wisdom GU, Fate GU and so on were all rank 9 immortal GU. These immortal GU were priceless even among the priceless and had already vanished, their radiance only being revered in. Just like rank 9 GU immortals who were given the title of Venerable, throughout the boundless history, only 10 of them appeared. There had never been a rank 9 realm immortal GU house, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not give up on his request. Long Hair Ancestor could only agree to the request, fearing the might of an immortal venerable. Finally, he thought of a solution that was not a solution, to create a rank 9 immortal GU house that could only exist for a short period of time. Thus, 88 True Yong building ended up being at rank 8 realm. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had not been pleased with it, but his attitude changed after inspecting it, and was full of praise as he said, 88 Truyong building itself holds the secret of Immortal becoming a GU Immortal. Why did he say that? The reason was that Immortal had to cross over the hurdle of the three elements to become a GU Immortal. Element of heaven, heaven above, with immeasurable might, mysterious and mighty. Element of earth, earth below, virtuous, stable and profound. Element of man, man in the center, the spirit of all beings, exerting oneself to soar above. Mortal were like tiny insects, and only by connecting with heaven and earth, could they be free of their mortal state and make themselves go through a fundamental evolution. And 88 Truyong buildings formation made use of these three elements. The imperial court contest was to spread the element of man. The 10-year blizzard was a cruel and vicious element of heaven. The small towers sinking into the ground were borrowing the blessed land's element of earth. The three elements combine into one, and Immortal becomes an immortal. The three elements combined to form 88 Truyong building that plundered Northern Plains resources to give rise to Huang Jin family's super tribes, and allowed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's influence to be inextinguishable for countless years. Wait a moment, don't tell me. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly as a bright light blossomed in his eyes. The small towers are a part of 88 Truyong building. The mysterious GU Immortal who set up Di Chu inheritance broke this small tower and created a hole. When the hole formed, according to the principle of the refinement of 88 Truyong building, there should be a backflow of heavenly power to condense into a new small tower. 88 Truyong building was a rank 8 immortal GU house and was very difficult to destroy. But the small towers could be easily destroyed. This was like the difference between a GU immortal and mortals. Thus, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable arranged these small towers in the blessed land, he used the strength of imperial court blessed land to protect them tightly and isolate them from most sources of damage. Long Hair Ancestor was the #1 immortal in refinement path, so he naturally had considered the situation of the small towers being destroyed. Thus, every 10 years, during the time of the formation of 88 Truyong building's main body, the condensed heavenly power would first flow back to repair the gaps in the small towers before condensing into the main body. Di Chu inheritance had already been set up for many years, but the small tower over it has still not been repaired. Moreover, this mysterious GU Immortal used some method to seal up this gap and deceive 88 Truyong building. I understand now. The reason they did this should be none other than to make use of the heavenly power that condenses into 88 Truyong building. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. It seems this secret phrase is the method of GU refinement. In fact, Fang Yuan had guessed this before. However, he did not have conclusive evidence back then. Now, although it was still a guess, but after testing and probing it, Fang Yuan was much more confident. Time always seemed to move faster when one was pondering deeply. He Lu Lan and his group were defeated by the Golden White Tiger Phantom, and were sent out of the tower. To not attract any suspicion, Fang Yuan could only use the glass owner token to get out of the tower. A group of people suddenly appeared at the entrance of the first floor of the tower. They have appeared, the lords have returned. Subordinate greets Lord Tribe Leader and all the lords. The guards sitting there, who were of He Tribe's direct line of descent, immediately came forward to greet. He Lu Lan and the group all looked battered and exhausted or were covered in blood. Although they had failed, they had made much progress and gains as they were even able to push forward for over 10 rounds. However, the situation this time was special. He Lu Lan and others' gazes landed on Fang Yuan, revealing the intent of probing, curiosity, doubts and investigating. Ha ha ha, everyone worked hard and contributed highly for this expedition, especially Wolf King who can be said to be the #1 in contribution this time. After returning, organize a banquet immediately. We will celebrate for 3 days. He Lu Lan laughed loudly and lightly patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, showing off their close relationship. High-grade evaluation made Fang Yuan's worth rise by another level in his heart. I gained some insight from this trip. I need to undergo closed cultivation to consolidate them. I hope Lord He Lu Lan would not blame me. Fang Yuan lightly smiled and directly turned down He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan's smile froze before immediately recovering the next moment and said it was not a problem, showing the disposition of a magnanimous leader. As for how furious he was inwardly, or how much the others were envious, Fang Yuan did not care. He wanted to return now to study the secrets of Di Chu inheritance meticulously. 6 days later, Fang Yuan pushed open the window and looked down at the sacred palace, his eyes flashing with a light of joy. He had fully solved the secret of Di Chu inheritance. One only required a correct direction for such riddles and it would only be a matter of time. Just as Fang Yuan guessed before, the cipher was a recipe for refining Immortal Gu. The mysterious Gu Immortal who arranged the inheritance used the loophole of the 88 Truyong building, borrowing the power which would condense into 88 Truyong building to refine an Immortal Gu. As long as one followed the words of the secret phrase and refined the Gu step by step, even a mortal Gu master could refine it successfully. It was because the Immortal Gu refinement was not relying on the mortal Gu master's power, but was borrowing from the strength of 88 Truyong building. But as for what this Immortal Gu was, Fang Yuan did not know and could only make conjectures from the secret phrase. This Gu Immortal should very likely be from Central Continent. The Gu refinement method is filled with Central Continent style. And adding on my previous life's video, this inheritance should be in the form of a chain and what I obtained was likely only a part of it. Fang Yuan estimated in his heart. In Fang Yuan's past life, Central Continent Gu Immortals planned to use this loophole to breach 88 Truyong building. They should have discovered some preceding clue to this inheritance. This was not strange. Many Gu masters, when setting inheritances, would arrange them step by step, and leave behind clues after clues. If the fated ones had enough ability, they could inherit the whole inheritance. If their ability was not up to par, they could only receive a part of the benefits. Central Continent Gu Immortals should have obtained the preceding clues to this inheritance and should not have known the latter part of the secret phrase. Otherwise, they definitely would not waste the chance of obtaining an Immortal Gu. And what Fang Yuan accidentally obtained was only the latter part. Without the preceding clues, it became extremely incomprehensible. If not for Fang Yuan having the intel of 88 Truyong building and his previous life's memories, he would not have been able to comprehend it even if he was given ample time. Chapter 562, Reason for Being Cowardly and Afraid of Death. Speaking of it, this Central Continent Gu Immortal is truly amazing, seeing through 88 Truyong building's hole and also using such an idea. Clearly, they were also a refinement path master. No, to reach this step, they have to be at least a grandmaster in refinement path. They actually left behind an Immortal Gu as an inheritance. This is truly an immortal treasure. They put the clue in fake gray-white stone slabs. Such creativity and innovation was really amazing. I wonder what kind of successor they want to choose. The most crucial problem of the secret phrase was resolved, but even more questions popped out. Fang Yuan shook his head and cleared up his disorganized thoughts. No matter what, this inheritance is related to an Immortal Gu, I need to give it a try with all my effort. Now, it should take over half a month at least to prepare the relevant Gu worms. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum fragrant snow. These four phrases might be simple, but Fang Yuan would not have been able to decipher them without his refinement path master attainment. Based on Fang Yuan's current comprehension, he needed over 200 Gu worms to borrow the force of 88 Truyong building and refine the mysterious Immortal Gu. Among them were 28 rank 4 and rank 5 Gu worms. And this number was only enough for one use. Fang Yuan, in preparing the Gu refinement, would have to make at least 3 times the preparatory materials to prevent any errors during the Gu refinement process which could lead to failure. And in case he failed, he would require spare Gu worms. 16 days later, in the hall, He Lu Lan showed the demeanor of the Black Tyrant to the fullest, shouting fiercely and wantonly venting out the anger in his heart. The elders who were scolded and even beaten by He Lu Lan could not raise their heads and were quiet out of fear. Ever since He Lu Lan entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, his temper had been getting increasingly violent. After 88 Truyong building opened, this change intensified and his temper became like a barrel of gunpowder, berating and beating his subordinates at the slightest pretext. As of today, there were already 3 He tribe elders who were heavily beaten by him and were still bedridden. Lord Tribe Leader, it is not a slacking in our duty, but this 78th round is truly too difficult. The Golden White Tiger Phantom Guardian is too strong, and has 30% of the Desolate Beast's powers. With our mortal bodies, no matter how much we try, we can only harass it and have no way to harm it heavily. Moreover, if the Golden White Tiger goes on the offense, our Gu masters would not be able to resist it. He Pei, the head of the elders, waited for He Lu Lan to finish venting his anger, before cautiously speaking. He Lu Lan glanced at him and cursed, "Your words are bullshit. Golden White Tiger Phantom might have strong attacking prowess, but as long as we all unite and disregard the sacrifices, we can definitely defeat it before the time limit. You guys are all afraid of difficulties, tarnishing my He tribe's reputation of bravery. The elders shrunk their heads after being scolded, not daring to say anything. He Lu Lan's words were actually not without reason. It was already not the first time in dealing with the golden white tiger phantom. If they truly disregarded sacrifices, and people were willing to be cannon fodder and fought to give others an opportunity, even at the cost of their own lives under the claws of the golden white tiger phantom, then He tribe's offense, although powerless, would accumulate with time, and could be like groups of ants biting an elephant, eventually defeating the golden white tiger phantom. But the truth of the matter was, when the golden white tiger phantom attacked, everyone feared for their life and was afraid of going forward, causing He Lu Lan's advancement in 88 True Yong building to stop at this round, unable to progress any further. He Lu Lan's shouts kept on resounding in the hall. Right now, no one dared to antagonize this furious black tyrant who did not spare even his tribesmen. After He Lu Lan vented his anger once more, he sat down on the main seat with a gloomy expression. His heart was filled with pent-up fury, especially when he looked at these silent elders. He felt sick to his stomach. Besides anger, he felt helplessness. During the imperial court contest, these He tribe elders had fought bravely and had no fear. But in this place, they were worried for their safety. Where did their courage go? Actually, He Lu Lan understood. During the imperial court contest, rewards and punishments were openly issued. People fought to be the first, competing for fame and fortune, to be stronger and to survive. However, in 88 True Yong building, the rewards for passing the stages would go to the tribe leader, which caused everyone to have very little incentive to charge through the rounds. The most important reason was that they had already won the imperial court contest and there were no more threats to their survival, and there were also many inheritances outside the sacred palace. As long as they survived this period of time, they were bound to have an even more radiant future when they exited imperial court-blessed land. Only fools would do things like abandoning their lives and acting as cannon fodder to help someone else. He tribe's elders were all extremely crafty. Preserving their lives was most important, and besides that, so what if they were scolded and beaten by He Lu Lan? Even if He Lu Lan heavily injured them and they had to lie on the bed, it was nothing compared to dying. He Lu Lan was aware of the elders' thoughts. Even if I am a rank 5 expert, I cannot control their will. Once there is no unity, it will not be easy to lead even if the tribe is stronger. Never mind, He Lu Lan sighed inwardly and spoke. Since it is so, then I can only open up 88 True Yong building and gather everyone's strength to charge through the rounds. Requesting outside help required guest tokens. But right now, besides He tribe, there were also other Huang Jin tribes like Yi Lui tribe, Ma tribe and so on in imperial court-blessed land. One could imagine that once He Lu Lan opens up 88 True Yong building to them, these people would definitely charge forward madly. With this, they could be the cannon fodder. After hearing He Lu Lan's words, the elders exchanged veiled communication with each other through their gazes. This method allowed them to stay away from the vanguard position, but they were somewhat unwilling. The first elder He Pei stepped forward. Lord Tribe Leader, this is a clever method, but we need to keep up our guard. These people might have the old ancestors' bloodline running through them, but they are not of our He tribe. When they pass the rounds and get the benefits, I am afraid they won't hand over anything. That's right, Lord, Elder He Chi Sheng also added. Our He tribe racked our brains and suffered great difficulties before we were able to emerge as the winner in this time's imperial court contest. This 88 True Yong building is ours, why should we share it with outsiders? There are precedents of such actions, but when looking at history, those were all weak tribes who won by fluke and did not have the ability to get through the stages, so they had no choice but to mobilize other Huang Jin tribes. Our He tribe is strong and has many competent experts, how can we seek others' help? HMPH. He Lu Lan raised his brows. Since our troops are strong, why are we not able to challenge even one golden white tiger phantom? You group of dogshit trash, only cherishing your lives dearly, but when I want to bring in outsiders to stake their lives for us, you are afraid of them taking the benefits. Do you think there is such a good thing in this world? Different from these elders, He Lu Lan was already feeling very anxious. He was the possessor of great strength, true martial physique, and must obtain a strength path Immortal GU to advance to GU Immortal. Only by becoming an Immortal could he alleviate this threat to his life. However, Whether 88 True Yong building had any strength path Immortal GU or which floor the strength path Immortal GU was on, both were unknown. As such, he wholeheartedly wanted to break the conventions and bring in the situation where the Huang Jin tribes cooperate to get through the rounds. Each round he passed would allow the owner token with him to advance and make it more convenient to proceed onwards. Although they were defeated repeatedly at this round, He Lu Lan thought of it as a good opportunity. He took the chance to create difficulty and shouted once again. His furious shouts resounded in the hall, causing everyone's ears to hear buzzing. Due to He Lu Lan's might and terrifying reputation, the elders could only choose to compromise. The first elder He Pei said with worry, opening 88 True Yong building to others is like letting in a torrent. Once its momentum increases, it will definitely cause disastrous losses. I suggest we place some limits. Wolf King Chongshan Yin was a lesson that is right before us. These words immediately caused an intense commotion among the elders. Someone said with a bitter tone, right, Wolf King is really a hoodlum, he is hogging the benefits all to himself. Right now, he is in closed-door cultivation, maybe inwardly laughing to himself. Someone scoffed with disdain. 88 True Yong building belongs to He tribe, we let him participate to tackle the round because we thought highly of him. But he repays us like this, HMPH, what dog should Northern Plains hero, he is just an ungrateful thief. Someone said with a cold and gloomy gaze, in my opinion, when we open up 88 True Yong building this time, we should not bring Chongshan Yin in. This will teach him a lesson. He Lu Lan coldly snorted, he was naturally greatly dissatisfied with Fang Yuan's behavior. If it was someone else, he would have already taken action. But Chongshan Yin was not a measly character. His bearing in the decisive battle of the Imperial Court contest was still deeply engraved in He Lu Lan's mind. If he said he was not afraid, he would be lying. However, openly excluding Chongshan Yin was not appropriate as well. Not only would that be a display of narrow-mindedness, in case Wolf King was offended, even if Chongshan Yin did not make a move, he still had the Azure Wolf group. First Elder He Pei, since you mentioned this, then let's hear it. He Lu Lan spoke. He Pei slightly smiled and said with confidence, there is no problem in opening 88 True Yong building to the outside from tomorrow. But before entering the building, no matter who it is, they would need to pay a fee. There will only be a quota of 800 entrants every day and the fee for entrance will increase according to the order of the entrance. At the same time, they must use Poison Vow GU and agree to give 50% of all their gains to He tribe. He paused before continuing, as for outsiders that want to enter the tower, they need to pay a high price to purchase our guest tokens. Every elder present at the scene immediately had bright gazes as they praised this suggestion. He Lu Lan swept over the scene once before leaning back on his chair, slowly closing his eyes. All right, this matter shall be done as He Pei says. He Pei was exulted. Lord Tribe Leader is wise and powerful, thank you Lord Tribe Leader for your appreciation. The news of 88 True Yong building opening to the outside spread and immediately caused a huge sensation in the sacred palace. Countless people rushed to the place of registration. One side cursed He tribesmen for their ruthlessness in asking such a greatly high fee, while another side paid generously and even fought others for a quota to enter. Fang Yuan observed indifferently, but he was inwardly happy. Right now, inheriting Di Chu inheritance was of the utmost priority to him. Even if He Lu Lan took the initiative to invite him, he would not have been very willing. While the others had their attentions on 88 True Yong building now, it was the perfect time for him to make his move on the inheritance. Chapter 563, Nature of the Three Inheritances. The night sky of Imperial Court blessed land was covered in silvery light, like silk or fog, it shone down on the land like a vast veil. A group of azure wolves were running freely in the sky, chasing birds in the air or hunting animals on the ground. They were not hunting for food, it was merely leisure. Fang Yuan stood above Di Chu, slowly opening his eyes. These days, not only did he prepare for the GU refinement, he even expanded his wolf groups. Not just the Azure Wolf group, the land-based ordinary wolves, including Turtleback Wolf, Water Wolf, Night Wolf etc., had reached 200,000 in numbers. The wolf group has previously been spread around a radius of 100 li, it can be a good method of deterrence. Moreover, the Azure Wolf group in the sky has already become the symbol of Wolf King. Most GU masters would understand that Chongshan Yin is hunting here when they see the wolves, thus they will choose to take a detour. If they did not detour, it meant that they had ill intentions. Once these GU masters were discovered by the wolves, they would be attacked by them. Of course, there were innocent people who entered by accident, but Fang Yuan could not care less about them. It is their bad luck if they get killed by wolves. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards the sacred palace. Although he was far away, he could see the dazzling aurora in the sky. The sacred palace was shining in bright light once again. It was a beautiful sight, and also the sign that 88 True Yong building was going to materialize the second floor. This had another meaning in Fang Yuan's case. The towers sink and countless wild GU are sacrificed in order to become the mystical power that forms the immortal GU house. This aurora was the accumulation of such power, and it had already reached the point of reaching a qualitative change. In order to open Dichu inheritance, Fang Yuan needed to borrow the strength of this mystical power, and cause it to flow backwards. In order to get through the stages, He Lu Lan intentionally opened the 88 True Yong building to the public, causing everyone to get excited and all GU masters to feel moved. Once the news spread, all the GU masters outside the sacred palace came and gathered here. Everyone's attention is on the 88 True Yong building now. This is the perfect time for me to open the inheritance. Fang Yuan's gaze shone as he smiled. Without hesitation, he struck. Go. He patted his belly, and 36 GU worms flew out of his aperture. These GU were of peculiar shapes. Their bodies were tiny and were half the size of a fingernail. They were like 5-pointed stars, giving off a milky white light. These were rank 1 Little Light GU, a very famous light path assistance type GU. As Fang Yuan willed, these little light GU flew into Dichu's cave. At once, the darkness in the cave was lifted. Fang Yuan summoned another 13 light fences GU. This GU was rank 3, also from the light path. Once activated, they can turn into fences and restrain the target. The light fences GU flew into the cave and mixed with the little light GU, but there were no changes. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He waved his hand and 3 rank 5 light path GU came out. These 3 GU were lightning flash GU that increased speed, unlimited spring light GU that healed, as well as the attack type heaven blazing spark GU. Lightning flash GU gave off a blue light. It shone like lightning as it flew into the cave. The motionless Dichu finally had some changes. As if a mechanism was unlocked, the ground and soil around Dichu started to expand and connect. The blue lightning destroyed the little light GU from before, and became a light blue glow, having an extremely powerful aura. But at the same time, the light fences GU connected with each other and formed light fences that kept the blue lightning in. The blue light was about to break out, but at this time unlimited spring light flew in and gave off an unlimited jade green aurora. It was gentle as water, suppressing the blue light and forming a stalemate. Eventually, the blazing heaven spark GU flew in and turned into a bright red light. It pierced the green aura and the blue light, going deeper into the cave. With some loud sounds, the cave entrance slowly closed. In the deep parts of the land, 3 lights were mixing together, engaging in a mysterious transformation that Fang Yuan could not describe. Fang Yuan saw this and his heart settled. He knew that he was right. This was the light in the soil part of the quote. Although he was 80% sure, he was worried about mistakes. After all, he only had the latter half of the inheritance's clue. The first half was held in the hands of Central Continent GU Immortal's hands. But this latter half described the method to open this inheritance. Fang Yuan used his foundation as a refinement master, and together with 88 True Yong buildings information, he forcefully interpreted this code and gained the chance to snatch the inheritance midway. About an hour later, the sounds from under the ground became softer. But the ground became hotter. Even though Fang Yuan was wearing Northern Plains deer leather shoes, it could not isolate this heat. The hole in the ground slowly opened, as the light was gone, leaving pure darkness inside. Fang Yuan saw this and he became elated. After light in the soil, it was shine up to 100,000 feet high. If interpreted literally, it would be a huge mistake. This quote was a test, to test the refinement ability of the GU master. The quote was regarding refinement path. Shine up to 100,000 feet high, was not just a description of the scenery, it also described the steps for the refinement process. Fang Yuan was not flustered or worried. He threw 2 defensive rank 5 shine back spike GU, 3 investigative type high observation GU, 1 attack type 10,000 heart piercing arrow GU, and 9 assistance type 9 feet flame GU. Only to see that inside the cave, gray-yellow smoke was rumbling but did not ooze out. The sounds of chirping birds or flying arrows, shrieking sounds that pierced the air came from within the smoke. This scene lasted for 7 minutes, until darkness returned again. The ground closed again, as the cave vanished. This time, Di Chu no longer gave off heat, but instead cold air was seeping, causing Fang Yuan's legs to turn stiff from the cold. Fang Yuan breathed out a sigh, turning his gaze towards the sacred palace. If my guess is correct, the sacred palace is going to become chaotic now. At this moment, in the sacred palace, at a side hall, the secret door concealed by trees opened. An elderly man with snow-white hair walked out with a middle-aged GU master. "Old sir, please take care." First Elder He Pei brought Tai Bai Yunsheng out from the secret door and patted his chest. "Don't worry, with me here, you are sure to have a guest token." Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed. "Since Elder He Pei is making a promise, I am sure it will succeed." "Of course I am assured, you do not have to send me off, goodbye." "Goodbye." First Elder He Pei placed his fist by his chest as he bowed, seeing Tai Bai Yunsheng turn around the corner and vanishing from his vision under the concealment of the trees. The allure of an immortal venerable inheritance is really huge, to think that even Tai Bai Yunsheng came to bribe me. He Pei sighed. Ever since He Lu Lan opened up the 88 Truyong building, Elder He Pei who was in charge of this matter became extremely popular. Every day, all sorts of people came to visit him in secret. Some used their relationships while others talked about and tried to obtain friendship. There were people who bribed him and people who tried to attract him sexually. But Tai Bai Yunsheng's visit was a shock to He Pei. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a huge reputation. He was the #1 healer in Northern Plains. He saved countless people and was an extremely righteous man with great character. His influence was great. He Pei had not expected Tai Bai Yunsheng to bribe him of all people. In the end, old Sir Tai Bai is still immortal. There are only so many guest tokens. If it was me, I would not be able to resist it either. He Pei laughed, raising his head subconsciously towards the top of the sacred palace. There, an aurora of dazzling lights had condensed into a thick fog. Within the thick fog, the second layer of the 88 Truyong building was already visible. In no time, the second layer will materialize. Not far away, Tai Bai Yunsheng raised his head and looked. The colorful aurora shone on his white hair and his wrinkled face. Tai Bai Yunsheng was in a daze, an event deep within his memories resurfaced. That day, the sunset was bright like a fire, burning in the sky. This was the 14-year-old Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had just met the old beggar who changed his life forever. "Young lad, you gave me a bowl of water, you saved this old beggar's life. What do you want? Say it, I will try my best to fulfill your wishes." The old beggar had messy purple-red hair. He was slightly insane at times, while unconscious sometimes. But when he was awake, his gaze was deep as the ocean. He gave off a disposition that could be etched into a person's memories. "I want to be a GU master." The young Tai Bai Yunsheng said. "What kind of GU master do you want to be?" He, I have 3 complete inheritances. The first can allow you to bathe in flames and step on fire, surpassing mortals. The second can allow you to control wind and the air, roaming the world freely. The third can surpass life and death, allowing you to help the people in the world." The old beggar laughed and his rotten yellow teeth were exposed. The young Tai Bai Yunsheng frowned and thought about it, before choosing the third inheritance. As he snapped out of his daze, returning from the trip to his memory lane, Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed bitterly, muttering, "In the end, I am a person that is afraid of dying." When he was young, he did not have such feelings. In fact, he became indifferent after witnessing many situations of death. When Tai Bai Yunsheng got old, his healthy body slowly became weak and feeble. He started reminiscing about the times in his youth. Often, people's thoughts changed with their circumstances. On Earth, one could not surpass the limits of life and death. They had no choice but to accept it. But here, as long as there was a trace of hope, they would struggle and fight. Only when he was faced with such a situation, when Tai Bai Yunsheng became closer and closer to death, did he become aware of this great terror. Because of this, he secretly observed and waited for several rounds, before clearly understanding the situation, deciding to participate in this Imperial Court contest and enter Imperial Court blessed land. If I can obtain lifespan GU from 88 Truyong building, I would be able to increase my lifespan. Although lifespan GU is hard to find, and even harder to buy or sell, I'm sure there are some inside 88 Truyong building. If in the end, I cannot obtain a lifespan GU, I can only attempt to ascend to GU Immortal realm. Tai Bai Yunsheng evaluated in his heart. The inheritance the old beggar gave him was outstanding. It was an entire inheritance that allowed one to cultivate all the way to ranked 6 GU Immortal realm. The inheritance stated very clearly the method for a mortal to ascend to GU Immortal realm. Thus, Tai Bai Yunsheng was very clear of the risks he had to take to reach GU Immortal realm. To advance to GU Immortal realm, one needed to gather and fuse the elements of heaven, earth, and man. If either of the three aspects were insufficient, they would die and their soul would dissipate. If he was not desperate, Tai Bai Yunsheng did not want to ascend to GU Immortal realm. That was because even if he ascended to GU Immortal realm, it could not raise his lifespan. But in Tai Bai Yunsheng's inheritance, there was hope left for him. But this hope was very difficult to obtain. He needed to succeed in advancing to GU Immortal realm for there to be a possibility. These years, Tai Bai Yunsheng had been searching for lifespan GU, but lifespan GU were created from heaven and earth. They could not be located easily and were hard to catch. Tai Bai Yunsheng made no progress. There should be lifespan GU inside 88 Truyong building. I can definitely find lifespan GU. There. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at 88 Truyong building's figure as he cheered for himself secretly. But the next moment, his pupils expanded as he saw an unbelievable scene. Chapter 564, Heavenly Power Backflow Shocks the Sacred Palace. The whole sacred palace fell into shock and fear. After a while, a large commotion suddenly rose up. What the hell is going on? What happened? Why is the aurora shrinking? A scene that had never occurred before was happening in everyone's sights. The second floor that had been gradually condensing into form was slowly becoming fainter. Great amounts of the thick aurora were reducing and becoming lighter at a visible speed. What happened? He Lu Lan's brows furrowed into a knot as he grabbed Elder He Pei's collar with his thick arm and pulled towards him. His expression was twisted and his eyes opened with fury as he shouted, "Investigate it. I must know what the hell happened." He Lu Lan possessed one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique. Only by becoming an immortal could he avoid the pressure of death. However, for 10 extreme physiques to become immortal, they required the help of relevant immortal GU. He Lu Lan placed his hopes on 88 Truyong building to find the key to become immortal, a strength path immortal GU, so how could he let an accident happen to 88 Truyong building? Elder He Pei's body shivered in fright. He Lu Lan asked him to investigate the details, but he was only immortal. How could he investigate it? What could he investigate? In a sobbing tone, he answered, This subordinate does not know. There were no instances of this happening in historical records. It is getting lighter. It is becoming even more light. Someone shouted while pointing at 88 Truyong building. The aurora became smaller, and the thick light, dimmer. Many GU masters looked up in a daze, panic quickly spreading everywhere. Is 88 Truyong building damaged? This is something our immortal venerable old ancestor personally arranged. Could it be that 88 Truyong building also cannot compete against the flow of the river of time? Some had pale expressions while even more covered their heads, their gaze filled with fear. They are in chaos. From far away, Fang Yuan looked with an eerie gaze and a cold smile on his face. Even if he was far away, the panicked shouts in the sacred palace still reached his ears. The culprit behind this terror glanced at the sacred palace before looking down at Di Chu cave below. His gaze shone with a strange light as he praised, "Amazing, truly amazing." Fang Yuan had originally estimated that only 10% at most would be absorbed, but he had never thought when he activated the mechanism, the backflow of the heavenly power would surpass his estimation. Based on just this, Fang Yuan could tell this GU Immortal's understanding of 88 Truyong building was absolutely not beneath his. Who is this mysterious GU Immortal? What identity do they have? I had a fortuitous encounter, the advantage of rebirth and also the first-hand information from Langya Land Spirit. But how was he or she able to have such a deep understanding of 88 Truyong building? Right now, the cave was filled to the brim with light, almost to the point of overflowing, but it was firmly restrained by the layer of black light at the entrance. The aurora surged freely, the intense light that was brewing inside was becoming more and more vigorous. Cracks started appearing on the first floor of 88 Truyong building. He Pei and the other elders went pale as they looked at this scene in a daze. As for the other GU masters, at the lower floors of the sacred palace, many were already kneeling on the ground, kowtowing non-stop. Some shouted, some wept and some begged, "Don't collapse, don't collapse. Old ancestor, what mistake did we commit? Why are you punishing us like this?" We beg old ancestor to show mercy, please give another chance to us unfilial descendants. All these voices entered He Lu Lan's ears as he stared at the first floor of 88 Truyong building rigidly. The cracks were continuously spreading on the first floor. Even if He Lu Lan was a rank 5 GU master with an extreme physique, an existence at the peak of mortals, right now he was feeling bewilderment, helplessness, hesitation and weakness. No, this can't go on. I cannot allow this to happen. He Lu Lan shouted in fury, his expression malevolent and his gaze filled with hot fury. I have yet to avenge mother. My vengeance, my strength path immortal GU. He screamed in his heart. Rumble, a soft sound was heard, but the earth shook. 88 Truyong building's first floor, which was completely condensed, collapsed completely and turned back into the free aurora light. The light was like a flood that had broken the dam as it gushed out and spread rapidly. In just a few breaths of time, it enshrouded the whole sacred palace and dyed the horizons. Puff. He Lu Lan's gaze lost its focus as suffocation filled his stomach. He involuntarily spurted out stagnated blood that had flowed in reverse towards his throat. No, I won't allow this. Form back right now. Come back. He opened up his palms and tried to grab the aurora. And as if it was responding to his effort, the aurora that were gushing out gradually reduced and the surrounding lights also started falling back. He Lu Lan's gaze flashed, a spark of hope had just ignited in him, but was completely gone the next moment. The aurora light might have gathered back together, but it did not condense back to the image of the first floor. The light continued to reduce as if a giant incorporeal beast was swallowing it. No, don't. Far away, Tai Bai Yunsheng mumbled, his expression becoming spiritless. Do the heavens want my He tribe dead? First Elder He Pei clutched his hair. A problem occurred in 88 Truyong building in He tribe's hands. This meant He tribe was completely finished. Other super forces and Huang Jin tribes would not let them go. Heavens, what happened? 88 Truyong building is actually, Yi Lui Sang grabbed his chest in fear. Near his heart resided the fire path immortal GU which was lent by Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder Yi Lui Lai before the imperial court contest. Right now, this fire path immortal GU was trembling non-stop. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan's expression also had a slight change. In his aperture, spring-autumn cicada revealed its true body, trembling continuously and was emitting its immortal GU aura, causing his rank 5 aperture to creak from the pressure. This is the resonance of the great Tao in heaven and earth. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. Man was the spirit of all living beings, GU was the essence of heaven and earth, a vessel of the great Tao. If immortal GU was said to hold only a tiny fragment of the law of heaven and earth, then an immortal GU would hold a corner of the great Tao, an intact piece of the rules of heaven and earth. Because of this, there could only be one immortal GU of its kind. Every time an immortal GU was born, other immortal GU in the surroundings would tremble and respond. The more closely related or conflicting the law inside GU worms' bodies are, the stronger the resonance between them, and the greater the extent they would tremble. From the extent of spring-autumn cicadas trembling, this immortal GU that is about to be born is not of the time path. Fang Yuan estimated, but his gaze was tightly looking at the cave without the least bit of negligence. Inside the cave, the aurora from 88 Truyong building was continuously being absorbed before fading away as it nurtured the intense light within. This intense light was becoming more and more flourishing. The black membrane at the entrance was starting to show signs of not being able to restrain it. That'll do. If I don't make a move now, the black membrane will burst and the aurora will shoot to the sky and expose me. It is still a small matter if He Lu Lan and the rest are the ones that discover me, but in case it awakens 88 Truyong building's hibernating will, then it will just take one thought from the immortal venerables will to turn me into ashes. Fang Yuan had endured the impulse to make a move several times before, and now the timing was fully ripe. He made his move, throwing in large numbers of GU worms. GU worms from rank 1 to rank 5 from all paths sprinkled down like rain. This situation looked disorderly and complex, but it actually had a special profoundness to it. The GU worms were not only divided into separate groups, they even had particularly specific distances from each other, to the extent that some GU worms fell slightly slower while some fell faster. This was a high-grade technique of GU refinement called the sprinkler. GU masters with natural talent and aptitude could master enslavement path and flying skills. But even the GU masters with higher natural talent required thousands of tries before they could display a decent use of the sprinkler technique. Fang Yuan's attainment in this technique was beyond the level of just a decent performance, and was enough to make other refinement path masters exclaim in surprise. After the Gu worms sprinkled down, the aurora slowly changed color into that of blue water or the sky, before becoming still. In the blue light, countless white lights flew like birds and swam like fish. Specks of white light would occasionally gather into a heap and from time to time scatter like stars. Just glancing at this for a moment caused Fang Yuan to feel dizzy. He quickly moved his gaze towards the sacred palace. The clamors in the sacred palace had already decreased. After the aurora light enshrouding the sacred palace decreased by around half, the speed of its reduction slowed. Seeing that no one was paying attention here and the scattered wolf groups were also not sending any battle signals, Fang Yuan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Everything is going smoothly, it should be the final step now. He was extremely cautious and did not even have the slightest intent of being conceited, instead he was even more vigilant. Whether it was the history of this world or on Earth, how many cases were there of people failing at the last hurdle? Moreover, this final step would create a huge commotion and was the step where a problem was most likely to appear. Fang Yuan slightly flicked his wrist and a smelly fart Gu that he had been holding lightly flew into the cave. Immediately a peculiar fragrance spread out of the cave. The peculiar fragrance flew even without wind, soon spreading out. Stopped, it has stopped. After a while of shock and fear, the Gu masters in the sacred palace became wild with joy. Lord, the aurora has stopped reducing and has begun to slowly increase again. A He tribe elder shouted excitedly, and was kicked by He Lu Lan. I can see that. He Lu Lan kicked the elder to the ground, his gaze was ruthless but the deep voice could not conceal his joy. However, his heart was extremely nervous. The reduction of 88 true Yong buildings aurora and even the collapse of the floor had never happened before. What had happened? He Lu Lan's mind was filled with doubts. He did not know why there was a problem, it caused him to worry greatly. What made He Lu Lan even more helpless and indignant was that 88 true Yong building was the work of an immortal venerable. Even if I knew where the problem was, I probably would not be able to solve it with just my ability. If he was to know that it was all caused by Fang Yuan single-handedly, then he would probably risk his life and tear off the seal placed on him by Immortal Gu Dark Limit, to pit his life against Fang Yuan. Chapter 565, Everyone with Their Own Intentions. 88 True Yong Building's shocking change was a traumatic experience for everyone in the sacred palace. Countless people were worried, scared and helpless. Fortunately, the situation stabilized not long after 88 True Yong Building's first floor collapsed. The aurora no longer reduced and was instead beginning to increase again. Maybe because it was provoked, the speed of this aurora's increase was somewhat faster than before. Several days later, the thick-as-water aurora condensed back to the first floor of 88 True Yong Building. After it had completely formed, He Lu Lan and the others immediately entered it anxiously. Their entry to 88 True Yong Building proceeded smoothly. This made He Lu Lan greatly relieved and he gradually calmed down. 88 True Yong Building was extremely significant to him, he needed to become a Gu Immortal to avenge his mother. As the possessor of one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique, his only hope of becoming an immortal was to obtain a strength path Immortal Gu from 88 True Yong Building. This was depicted in, for humans to live, it was okay if they did not have strength or even wisdom, but they could not lose hope. He Lu Lan regained the hope of saving his life. His mood gradually turned better as he started to plan his next breakthrough of the 100 rounds. The first floor of 88 True Yong Building had formed anew, so the checkpoints had reset, making He Lu Lan's previous efforts turn into smoke. He needed to overcome everything again. To He Pei and the other elders, this was a very good thing. This is joy after extreme sorrow. Going through the rounds again will allow us to get even more rewards. Maybe that was a small joke by old ancestor Immortal Venerable. Every floor in 88 True Yong Building has 100 rounds with the difficulty increasing sharply at the later rounds. Looking at history, there were very few Imperial Court winners who were able to cross through every round. We should not be optimistic in being able to overcome the final round. As long as we can put all our efforts in passing the earlier rounds, our tribe's strength will rise greatly. The elders were filled with joy, but this was bad news to He Lu Lan. There were only 2 ways for him to obtain a strength path Immortal Gu from 88 True Yong Building. First was to get a high-grade evaluation and enter the treasure room, then use his bloodline identity to exchange for the Immortal Gu inside. Second was to pass the final round of every floor, which could give him the chance to obtain an immortal GU. To He Lu Lan, the first method required him to bring out an equivalently valuable treasure to exchange, and thus was not practical. The only probability of success was in the second method. Passing through the last few rounds would be extremely difficult. The rounds were reset now, they would have to overcome these rounds again, which no doubt would waste his precious time. Time waits for no man. Once their time was up, they would be sent out of Imperial Court Blessed Land. If he could not get a Strength Path Immortal GU before this happens, He Lu Lan would not only be unable to take revenge, but would also have to welcome his death. For this reason, He Lu Lan stubbornly maintained his stance in spite of others' wishes and started recruiting other tribes' GU masters, completely opening up 88 Truyong Building. Everyone could casually enter or exit 88 Truyong Building free of charge. Other than He tribe elders, everyone in the sacred palace was celebrating in joy. He Lu Lan has a grand demeanor, doing something that no other lords of Imperial Court have done before. I, Yi Lui Sang, am in deep admiration. Yi Lui Sang was the first to enter 88 Truyong Building, his face covered in a joyful glow. He was the current tribe leader of Yi Lui tribe and had been a popular candidate to win the prior Imperial Court contest. The tribe's GU Immortals supported him greatly, not even stinting on lending a Fire Path Immortal GU to him. But he lost in the end, and to preserve the Fire Path Immortal GU, he had no choice but to side with He Lu Lan. They finally won and succeeded in entering Imperial Court Blessed Land, but as one of the super forces, he felt that it was a disgrace to be a subordinate of He tribe. He was sure to be treated coldly, abandoned and even punished when he returned to the tribe. If I can have good gains in 88 Truyong Building, then I can make up for the earlier mistakes and return grandly to the tribe. Yi Lui Sang's emotions surged. Chong Shan Yin, don't be proud of yourself. As long as you don't become an immortal, I will have a chance. 88 Truyong Building is my cornerstone to rise up. Chong Biao had a cold look in his eyes. He was also among the first batch of experts to enter the tower. He was not moving alone and had a companion beside him. It was Soul Blade General Pan Ping. Previously at Xingju Mountain Peak, Pan Ping's opportunity had been openly seized by Fang Yuan, which created a lot of indignance in his heart. Chong Biao learned of this situation and intentionally approached Pan Ping. The two hit it off, becoming partners. Go, become the vanguards to open my path, use your lives to broaden my way. He Lu Lan sneered inwardly, using his owner token while calmly looking at the grand flow of people entering the tower. After the flow of people had gradually become sparse, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, with his simple and aged appearance, tall and sturdy physique, clothed in a white robe, he appeared at the top floor of the sacred palace. Old Sir Tai Bai, He Lu Lan greeted him. Lord Tribe Leader has astonishing mettle, this old man is overwhelmed. Tai Bai Yun Sheng exclaimed in admiration. He had an elegant demeanor and leisurely attitude. Since everyone could casually enter and exit now, they were not restricted by the quota. He also did not anxiously enter the tower immediately, since the rounds which might give lifespan GU as the reward would definitely be the later rounds. The two exchanged a few words before Tai Bai Yun Sheng entered the tower. There is strength in numbers. He Lu Lan was feeling overwhelmed in his mind. From the information sent by the owner token, in just a short period of time, because of the enormous quantity of GU masters, they had successively gotten through the first 30 rounds. However, at the 40th round and above, just numbers would not work, they required specific GU master experts to cross those rounds. Pan Ping, Chong Biao, Yi Lui Sang and Tai Bai Yun Sheng made their moves one after another, and were able to push to the 53rd round. But, here, their momentum came to a stop. They encountered a problem. They needed an enslavement path master to pass this round. Looks like we must have Wolf King to pass this round. Tai Bai Yun Sheng muttered while stroking his snow-white beard. In this Imperial Court contest, Fang Yuan's performance left behind an extremely deep impression on everyone. The glorious title of the number 1 enslavement path GU master of this generation in Northern Plains was already given to him. Thus, as they encountered this problem, everyone's first thought was Fang Yuan. Strange, why don't I see Chong Shan Yin? Yi Lui Sang looked around him, but could not find Chong Shan Yin. Wolf King has been taking his wolves out for hunting these few days. Soon, someone replied, Chong Shan Yin is indeed an extraordinary person. We can casually enter and exit 88 Truyong Building, but his heart is actually not moved. Sighs and admiration could be heard among the group. Pan Ping snorted. speaking in a gloomy tone, "Everyone, please don't forget that our Lord Wolf King has already entered the tower before. According to a reliable source, he passed with high-grade evaluation. After he exited the tower, he immediately went to closed-door cultivation and even refused many invitations from tribe leader He Lulan." The crowd here knew of the conflict between him and Fang Yuan, and as no one wished to offend this uprising Soul Blade general, the praises and admiration towards Fang Yuan immediately stopped. Everyone sank into a momentary silence. Many GU master experts also had a slight change in expressions as they showed a somewhat unexpected look on their face. Pan Ping had a sinister motive in mentioning Fang Yuan had obtained a huge benefit before, leaving it to everyone's ample imagination as to what reward it was, and with this, succeeded in inciting jealousy in their hearts. If it was before when these people did not have any experience of the enormous benefits provided by 88 Truyong building, it would have been slightly better. But now that they had experienced it as they passed the rounds, the fire of envy was lit up in the depths of their hearts. At this moment, a young GU master's voice broke the silence. "Since 88 Truyong building is open for everyone, everyone can obtain benefits. Lord Father being able to obtain the benefits was due to his own ability." The crowd's gazes quickly moved towards the source and discovered it was none other than Chong Shan Yin's own son, Chong Jiyu. Immediately, Pan Ping's expression turned sharp as he viciously gazed at Chong Jiyu. Although Chong Jiyu was somewhat weaker than Pan Ping, his heart was filled with reverence towards his father, so he did not back down and instead returned Pan Ping's gaze with his own furious gaze. Killing intent surged in Pan Ping's mind, but he did not dare to make a move. He was unexpected put on the spot by Chong Jiyu, a junior. The person with the most complicated feelings right now was Chong Biao. He was Chong Jiyu's own blood father, but right now, he had to look on at his own son defending his greatest enemy. Grievance and hatred were surging up non-stop in his heart. Cough cough. Tai Bai Yunsheng stood up to alleviate the tension. "Everyone, let's concentrate on this round. At this point, we can only request Lord Wolf King's assistance. Among us, old Sir Tai Bai has the highest reputation. As long as you personally send a letter, Wolf King will definitely accept the request." The GU masters spoke one after another, but Chong Biao and Pan Ping glanced at each other, their hearts filled with worry. If Wolf King comes, he was sure to pass this round. But with this, not speaking of the rewards he would get from passing the round, his prestige would increase even more. This was a situation these two were not willing to see. Pan Ping wanted to speak up but hesitated. He had the mind to prevent this, but it was not easy getting a chance to interrupt Tai Bai Yunsheng and make him back down. If Chong Jiyu again interrupted here, his face might be lost completely. Chong Biao was secretly observing Pan Ping's expression and saw Pan Ping opening his mouth several times but did not manage to speak in the end. He inwardly cursed Pan Ping for being a coward, then looked around and signaled a planted agent among the crowd. This planted agent immediately comprehended the signal and shouted out, "In my opinion, Lord Wolf King is occupied with important matters, it probably won't be easy to invite him. Why don't we request Lord Tang Miao Ming instead? Her enslavement path attainment is already very close to Master Realm." Tai Bai Yunsheng's thoughts could not help being shaken. He did not have much interaction with Fang Yuan, but he knew deeply of the latter's arrogance. Instead of taking the risk of facing embarrassment from being refused, it might truly be better to let Tang Miao Ming try first. Flap flap flap. Groups after groups of blissful snow bats flew from all around like rivers converging into the sea, as they flew towards Dichu Cave. The peculiar fragrance had spread for 100 li. It was this rich fragrance that had attracted the blissful snow bat groups. At this stage, the GU refinement was already approaching the end. This is using the lives of beasts as sacrifices. It is a wonderful method that is similar to the workings of 88 Truyong building. It is just that in case of 88 Truyong building, the small towers sacrifice the wild GU to combine their strength. As he personally put it into practice, Fang Yuan gained an even more profound understanding of this GU refinement. The peculiar fragrance gradually dissipated, and without its temptation, the small number of remaining blissful snow bats flew away in disorder. It is about to finish. Fang Yuan's breathing turned rough and his gaze staring at the cave fixatedly, unable to conceal his excited expression. Chapter 566, Water Pavilion, Resolving the Mystery. By this point, Fang Yuan was overwhelmed with awe. This mysterious GU Immortal who created Di Chu inheritance was definitely a grandmaster in terms of refinement attainment. The entire process was using 88 True Yang Building's heavenly power. It was innovative and daring. Although Fang Yuan was the executor, his role was really that of an assistant. Refining GU was hard, refining an immortal GU was even harder. It was harder than ascending to heaven. For a comparable example, a rock has been pushed onto the peak of a cliff by a mysterious GU immortal. Fang Yuan is only giving it a final push, easily sending this rock flying towards the ground and crashing. That would be success. The cave had already formed into a black water spiral. The spiral continued to spin, letting out a weird noise. Soon after, the tower's tip appeared, followed by its body and base. From within the spiral, a brand new small tower appeared with seemingly countless GU worms inside. Incredible! With the appearance of this tower, the final loophole is gone. Even if someone comes here due to the commotion, they would not find anything. Fang Yuan praised as he sighed. Although the tower was formed, why has the immortal GU not appeared yet? Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He found that in the small tower, there was a strong light that flickered. There was a weak feeling of connection with it in his heart. He instantly understood that this was the early stage of the immortal GU. He was about to use this connection to lure the immortal GU out, when suddenly, this strong light escaped like an intangible shadow, towards the southeast direction. What happened? Fang Yuan was shocked in his heart. By now, the 4 steps of light in the soil shine up to 100,000 feet high, swimming in the sky for 100 li, praising plum-fragrant snow, had been completed. Fang Yuan did not know what was going on with this sudden change. He Lu Lan opened up the 88 True Yang building after it formed once more. It was truly a huge move. According to logic, I should be heading to the building to challenge it. That is what a normal person would do. The early stage immortal GU had flown to a faraway place, as Fang Yuan looked at the sacred palace hesitantly. Although he was outside, he had already made preparations. Be it Chong tribe or Zhe tribe, they were sending him real-time information. The longer Fang Yuan was away from the sacred palace, the more suspicion he would attract. If they were stuck at a stage and needed the Wolf King's power, some people might come to find him and it took time for information to be transmitted. Fang Yuan had no idea that his enemy Chong Biao helped him indirectly. At this moment, Tang Miaoming took great risks and was able to successfully pass the round, causing a huge wave of cheering inside the building. The immortal GU was still the most important matter. Fang Yuan only hesitated for a moment before making up his mind, spreading his wings and chasing after the strong light. This strong light was like a cocoon. It traveled along the ground at an absurd speed. Because of the trees and bushes shielding it from sight, no one took notice of it. Fang Yuan chased it in the air, trying to hide his traces as he abandoned the wolves behind, traveling stealthily. As time passed, this strong light became dimmer, but its speed rose. Although he was rank 5 peak stage, his speed was not at the peak of the mortal realm. It was very tough chasing the GU, but he did not lose sight of it. In the end, it was because this early stage immortal GU was not created solely by Fang Yuan. Different from when he refined divine travel GU, Fang Yuan was only an assistant this time. It was all due to the backflow of 88 True Yang Building's heavenly power. He was immortal. It was already a huge achievement from much effort to be able to gain a connection to the immortal GU. The strong light entered a valley and flew into a waterfall, vanishing. But using the connection, Fang Yuan could sense that the early stage immortal GU was still. Fang Yuan penetrated the waterfall but collided on the smooth and wet mountain rock. At once, rocks crumbled as water splashed all over the place. Weird. Fang Yuan was confused. The connection in his heart told him that the strong light was inside this water, but he diverted the water flow and even destroyed this waterfall, and yet he could not find a trace of this immortal GU. Was my effort in vain? No, there is a huge trick here. He flew up and observed the terrain. This small waterfall had already become a pool. It was extremely ordinary. The valley was nameless. It was not a unique location. Fang Yuan placed his sights on this pool. The connection in his heart told him that the early stage immortal GU was inside, but even if he went through the waterfall, or controlled the water flow, he could not find it. At this time, the GU Master's investigative GU worms would be tested. Fang Yuan was obviously unresigned. He tried many investigative methods. Although he did not excel in investigation, he controlled who immortal blessed land and had access to treasure yellow heaven. He did not lack rank 5 mortal GU. Only when he tried the 57th method, after a considerable expense in immortal essence stones, did he have a discovery. only to see that in the pool, there was the silhouette of a pavilion. It looked like the reflection of the moon in the water. He entered the water, but did not enter the pavilion. After trying for several times without success, Fang Yuan gasped. He finally recognized this pavilion after a flash of inspiration struck him. Is this the long-lost Immortal Gu house, water pavilion? Immortal Gu were unique, so were Immortal Gu houses. This water pavilion was inferior to 88 Truyong building, it was only ranked 7. But it had a great reputation. It was the signature method of the Gu Immortal Shui Ni. Shui Ni was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, the legend that created the water path. She was also the creator of one of the top 10 sects in Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. In contrast to the grandness of 88 Truyong building, water pavilion could hide itself in the water, becoming like an illusion. It was very mystical. It could move with currents or hide inside mist and fog, flying in the sky. It could even hide in a corner of an iceberg, becoming undetectable. Without the token to enter the pavilion, water pavilion could even repel rank 8 Gu Immortals. But right now, this pavilion was ownerless, its doors were open. Fang Yuan was kept in the dark earlier, but now that he found out the truth, he had the method to enter. To enter water pavilion, I have to become water. There is a killer move called water spirit transformation. Together with a few Gu, I can turn into a water spirit, my battle strength would surge and I would have terrain advantage. Fang Yuan searched through his memories and found a method. But in the end, Hu Immortal Land Spirit bought a rank 5 current charge Gu for him in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This Gu could allow a Gu master to turn into a water current temporarily and charge for a distance. But it was already outdated in the Gu world. That was because when the Gu master transforms into a current, he might suffer heavy injuries or even die when hit by a fire path Gu worm. But Fang Yuan was not using this Gu to battle, it was to enter water pavilion. It was more convenient than using the killer move to transform into a water spirit. With a swoosh, Fang Yuan turned into a current and rushed towards water pavilion. The pavilion was neither big nor small, it had 3 layers. It had a rustic flair to it, as the materials used were very ancient, having furniture and drawings. Once Fang Yuan entered, he kept the current charge Gu and went to the 3rd floor, pushing open a door to find the early stage Immortal Gu. Only to see that this early stage Immortal Gu was like a thumb-sized cocoon. It was inside a large red bowl at the moment. This bowl was larger than a water tank, the edges were uneven, looking like a shark's teeth. Inside, there was some blue liquid that was oozing with coldness. So that's it, Fang Yuan realized at once. Although the 4 steps allowed the refinement of the early stage of the Immortal Gu, the Gu was still not complete. It needed to further nurture and grow. The mysterious Gu Immortal placed the water pavilion here in order to give the early stage Immortal Gu a good place to nurture itself. There were some words on the large red bowl. Fang Yuan looked at them and even with his knowledge, he could only decipher a portion of them. These are Inkman characters. Legend says that the splashes of literature water on Book Mountain in Qian Kun Crystal Wall created the first written characters in this world. These characters had been lost long ago. Even Inkman barely knew them after being chased out of Book Mountain. The Gu Immortals in Treasure Yellow Heaven must have some research materials regarding the Inkman language. After all, many Gu Immortals are interested in Book Mountain. They have been searching for the gray-white stone slab in order to recreate Qian Kun Crystal Wall. Fang Yuan had a thought and immediately contacted Little Hu Immortal. The value of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was displayed again. It allowed a mortal like Fang Yuan to use the precious resource of mobilizing Gu Immortals. The price was hefty, but after exchanging for some information regarding Inkman language, Fang Yuan deciphered the words on this bowl on the spot. The result made Fang Yuan become shocked and excited. So this inheritance was created by Mo Yao. This Mo Yao was a brilliant person, the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She had a special identity, she was an Inkman. But eventually, she broke the limits of her race, and became a rank 7 Gu Immortal. She made tremendous contributions to the righteous path, and used her love to reform a huge demonic character 10,000 years ago, Sword Demon Bo Qing. Bo Qing was a lone cultivator. He had a lowly start but his talent was superb. He created Sword Path Gu Worm single-handedly, and roamed the 5 regions without any obstruction or anyone that could match him. He was among the most brilliant rank 8 peak stage experts in history. He had great battle strength that shook the heavens. His Sword Path Gu Worms were innovative and special, they had great strength. He was known as the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword, it was fortunate for the people in the world that love changed him. It meant that this person had great battle strength, only inferior to the immortal and demon venerables of each era. Thankfully, because of love, he changed from demonic to righteous. It was truly a fortunate thing for all life in this world. Back then, Bo Qing was even a hot favorite for the person to advance to rank 9. But eventually, he failed when trying to get to rank 9 and turned into ashes. As his wife, Mo Yao resisted with her life, and eventually died with him. In history, Mo Yao was a true refinement grandmaster. No wonder, back then when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable recruited concubines, the 10 central continent sects provided beautiful female GU masters. Among them, Spirit Affinity House sent numerous female GU immortals into the palaces, as an offering to the Immortal Venerable. Between the concubines that gained Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's favor, a few were from Spirit Affinity House. As an insider, it was no wonder that her understanding of the Sacred Palace and 88 True Yong building greatly surpassed ordinary people. Mo Yao was the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She was naturally nurtured fully by Spirit Affinity House. It was easy for her to investigate the hidden secrets about 88 True Yong building. The origin of the water pavilion here could be explained as such. In the Inkman words, this immortal Gu's information was written. Calamity Beckoning GU, Chapter 567, The Comprehension of Life Since Long Ago, Double Chapter. The corners of Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile as he read the ink text on the sides of the bowl. This Calamity Beckoning GU was a rank 7 immortal GU, a rank higher than Fang Yuan's Spring-Autumn Cicada. Its ability was extremely strange, actually involving the matter of earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. The middle section of the ink text explained its ability in detail. When a GU immortal goes through calamity and invokes disaster, Calamity Beckoning GU could detach the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation from the original target, and draw them to oneself. Fang Yuan's expression could not help but become strange. Such an immortal GU, who would dare to use it? What terrifying and destructive strength did earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations have? How terrifying was its heavenly power? Instead of spending one's days to their heart's content, using Calamity Beckoning GU to attract these earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations, wasn't this seeking one's own doom? GU Immortal Mo Yao was the 36th generation fairy of the Grand Spirit Affinity House. Why would she refine an immortal GU like this? The last section of the ink text provided the reason. It turned out she was really courting death. Back then when she and Bo Qing were deeply in love, they were a famous couple of the righteous path, and a romantic tale of their story spread throughout the 5 regions. Sword Immortal Bo Qing had outstanding talent with no opponents that matched him in the whole world. He was well known as the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. It was fortunate for the people in the world that love changed him. Even in the whole wide world, looking at his entire life, the only thing in front of him was the one supreme goal of breaking through to rank 9. However, challenging the rank 9 barrier was extremely dangerous. Even the Grand Sword Immortal had a feeling that he was walking on thin ice and only had a 15% chance of success at most. Bo Qing's ambition was lofty, vowing to reach the apex that was rank 9. Mo Yao persuaded him in vain, and as such, she could only tearfully make preparations to assist him. Bo Qing set up his inheritances and arranged for future events. His first attempt of breaking through failed. He was left in a state of heavy injuries for 70 years, bedridden the whole time without being able to even budge. His everyday life was all taken care of by Mo Yao. After his injuries got better, Bo Qing once again desired to break through to rank 9. Mo Yao knew the difficulty level of this, especially during the final trial of breaking through to rank 9 when limitless earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations would descend. Bo Qing might have terrifying battle strength, but he lacked the sustainability to endure through the trial. To help her husband, she secretly betrayed her sect and started to make plans towards 88 True Yong building. 88 True Yong building was the famous setup created by an immortal venerable and the skillful long-hair ancestor, the #1 immortal GU house in the world. Mo Yao had already started her research on it a long time ago and had gained much insight from it, which helped her to deepen her Grandmaster refinement path attainment. She might be a variant human and did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, but Spirit Affinity House had provided many outstanding girls to Giant Sun to become his concubines during his time. Among them, several female GU immortals had gained Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's favor. Thus, Spirit Affinity House was able to obtain many secrets of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, which included detailed information on 88 True Yong Building. Mo Yao was able to learn of 88 True Yong Building's secret from these resources. Imperial Court Blessed Land was situated at the exact center of Northern Plains. The space inside was as vast as a world, and the time was separated into day and night as well. The good fortune in 88 True Yong Building was extremely deep. Thus, at every set interval of time, it would attract extremely powerful earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable considered this point and placed a divert disaster GU when setting up 88 True Yong Building, which was an important cornerstone of 88 True Yong Building. This GU was a rank 7 Immortal GU and was one of the essence of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path. It could divert the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations in Imperial Court Blessed Land to the outside world. Because of this, the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations formed into the 10-year blizzard disaster that spread over the entire northern plains. Conversely, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used this 10-year blizzard disaster to set up a rule which formed into the tradition of the Imperial Court contest. Mo Yao discovered a loophole that was not strictly a loophole in this point. Originally, Imperial Court Blessed Land coexisted with 88 True Yong Building in symbiosis, and as such, every 10 years, there would be vast and powerful earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. At this time, Imperial Court Blessed Land would open up a small crack in accordance to divert disaster GU, to send out the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Imperial Court Blessed Land was set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to only allow mortals to enter or exit and did not allow the entry of GU immortals. But at the time when it had to divert disaster, there would be a hidden crack in Imperial Court Blessed Land from which the calamities and tribulations would rush out like a flood, and at this time the setup that prevents GU immortals from entering would be ineffective. Mo Yao used this small crack and risked her very life in going against the calamities and tribulations to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. She spent close to 10 years investigating inside the Blessed Land, and after suffering countless hardships, she was able to find the crucial node through her Grandmaster Refinement Path attainment. It was the small tower at Dichu area. Next, she risked the danger of awakening giant sun's will and destroyed this small tower, using the backward flow of the heavenly power to sense divert disaster GU and create a cave that would foster calamity beckoning GU. After she succeeded in refining the early stage of the Immortal GU, she set up the Immortal GU House Water Pavilion in this nameless valley. Inside the pavilion, Mo Yao completely nurtured the early stage Immortal GU to its completed form and brought the calamity beckoning GU outside secretly, using the chance when the Blessed Land was diverting disaster. She did not destroy all these arrangements just in case of any accidents. If Bo Qing failed in his breakthrough again and calamity beckoning GU was also destroyed in earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations, then she would have to enter the Blessed Land again to refine calamity beckoning GU. However, she never returned after this. Sword Immortal Bo Qing's second attempt at breaking through to rank 9 failed completely, and he was turned into ashes by the vast heavenly tribulations. As for Mo Yao, she perished alongside him. So it was like that. Breaking through to rank 9 involves numerous difficulties and dangers. Mo Yao set up this inheritance secretly beforehand but did not explain the true content of the inheritance. It was because this action was betraying the sect. But she still left the preceding clues for the sect in the end. In my previous life, Central Continent's GU Immortals schemed against Imperial Court Blessed Land and destroyed 88 True Yong Building by using the clues she had left behind. As Fang Yuan recalled now, he immediately had a feeling of the fog dispersing in his mind and everything had gotten an explanation. There was a poem left at the ending of the ink text. The long immortal path is filled with obstacles, encounters occur at faraway places. Too long has passed, emotions and hatred have already lasted for a long time. My Lord thinks about the apex of immortality, while I think of his safety. Life and death are separated, I will support my Lord's dreams. This was clearly Mo Yao's work. The path of a GU immortal is long and filled with difficulties, however I was fortunate enough to meet with my Lord. Unknowingly, emotions and hatred tangled, and I was unable to free myself. Lord's sight was focused on the limit of the immortal path, while my gaze was on my Lord himself. The attempt of breaking through to rank 9 was a near-death situation. I was not willing to be separated with him by life and death, so all I could do was to help my Lord realize his dream in my own way. To protect her love, to help Bo Qing walk to the peak of a GU immortal, Mo Yao was willing to sacrifice herself, using calamity beckoning Gu to draw the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations to herself. A strange woman, Fang Yuan sighed. Although he would absolutely not make such a sacrifice because of love, it did not hinder Fang Yuan from understanding such a person. It was to the extent where his understanding of this was deeper than others. Humans that live in this world had desires, they had their goals and meanings in life. Mo Yao's goal was her lover. Fang Yuan's goal was to chase eternal life. The different desires, different goals and different meanings forged all kinds of lives in this huge world to create heroes that had their own independent character. Fang Yuan's gaze fell towards the center of the giant vermilion bowl. The cocoon had already burst open and calamity beckoning Gu had already completely formed. Its shape was like a silkworm cocoon with a gray body and the size of a little finger. It was currently moving up and down in the water. Calamity beckoning Gu was a genuine self-sacrifice Gu and was used to abandon oneself for others. This Gu seemed to have no use to Fang Yuan, but in fact still had an enormous value. First of all, it was an immortal Gu. Even if he did not use it, he could exchange it for an enormous amount of immortal essence stones in treasure yellow heaven. Secondly, it was a luck path Gu that was able to attract earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Calamities and tribulations were powerful, but as long as one was strong and tough enough, then they could use it in a unique way to harm others. Finally, it was formed by borrowing the strength of one of the cornerstones of 88 Truyong building, Divert Disaster Gu. It and Divert Disaster Gu could be said to be two sides of the same coin, one attracted calamities while the other diverted disaster. This connection would provide huge assistance to Fang Yuan's plans in 88 Truyong building. However, even though there was a connection to it in his heart, there was a condition before Fang Yuan could completely subdue this Gu. Mo Yao had mentioned it in detail in the ink text on the side of the bowl. There was a necessary condition to subdue calamity beckoning Gu. It did not matter whether it was immortal or immortal, but they had to have the heart of self-sacrifice. If they did not have the heart to sacrifice themselves and forcibly tried to subdue calamity beckoning Gu, in the best case, it would lead to a backlash from the immortal Gu, and in the most serious case, the immortal Gu would self-destruct and cause harm to the Gu master's life. In the water pavilion, Fang Yuan stood in front of the giant bowl, with no expression on his face. Heart of self-sacrifice, did he have it? Ellipsis. Cough cough cough. Tang Miao Ming covered her lips with a handkerchief, her beautiful brows furrowing deeply in pain. Big sister. Tang tribe's third young master Tang Fang called. Out from the side with a lamenting expression. Tang Miao Ming was lying back in bed, she waved her hand to indicate Tang Fang to not worry. Tang Fang heaved a deep sigh as he looked at the blood on the handkerchief. Big sister, why did you risk your life? What good is there in passing this round? Father and the others have already passed away, you are my only relative left, what would I do if anything happened to you? Tang Miao Ming lightly caressed Tang Fang's hair. Third brother, you are our Tang tribe's tribe leader, you should not be lacking in ambition. Our Tang tribe had suffered heavily in this imperial court contest and was almost swallowed by other tribes. Now is a very rare opportunity, we need to use 88 Truyong building to make our tribe prosper again. Tang Fang pouted in a nonchalant manner. But big sister, you suffered heavy injuries by trying to force your way through the round, the gains do not make up for the losses. I have been very distressed because of this and had no mood to manage the tribe's affairs these days. What? Tang Miao Ming's expression turned solemn and she stared at Tang Fang sharply. Without any hesitation, she reprimanded him. Tribe leader Tang Fang, you have a heavy responsibility upon you, how could you still have the sentiments of a child? Reviving the tribe is your duty. It is the meaning of being the leader of a tribe. From now on, I do not want to hear you complain like this ever again, do you understand? Big sister, I was wrong. Tang Fang immediately stood up from the edge of the bed and lowered his head to admit his mistake with an ashamed expression. His big sister was the one who loved him the most since young. Tang Miao Ming's gaze gradually softened, sighing faintly. Third brother, I know your nature, you like traveling and want to be free from this duty, to live a life without any restraints. But you are the last man in our family, you should be brave enough to assume this responsibility. From now on, the meaning of your life will be to revitalize the tribe, do you understand? Big sister is right, I understand. Don't get angry big sister, you are still injured. Tang Miao Ming said in a solemn tone. After returning, copy the first section of chapter 3 of 10 times. Tang Fang's heart was immediately filled with warmth. Since young, his big sister's punishment to him was to make him copy books. Big sister, take a good rest, I will go copy it now. Chapter 3, First Section. Renzu's second daughter Desolate Ancient Moon climbed Chengbai Mountain and searched for Success Gu to rescue her father from the door of life and death. But at the final juncture, she failed and lost her sense of self, becoming an ugly and powerful monster. Without his daughter to rescue him, and his eldest son Verdant Great Son still addicted and dejected, Renzu was trapped in Luopo Valley, unable to return to life. Luopo Valley was like a giant maze, its paths twisted and turned. Occasionally, boundless bewilderment fog would spread and cause the soul to slacken, and occasionally, Luopo wind that was as sharp as a knife would blow and cut down souls. Renzu had a spiritual body now and was unable to find the way out of the bewilderment fog. His soul was cut down by Luopo wind, becoming weaker and weaker, and the situation turned even more dangerous. The soul fragments cut down by Luopo wind started to converge gradually and turned into a youth. Like this, Renzu's third son was born. He was Northern Dark Ice Soul. My son, thank you for your company. I do not have much time left, having you to accompany me in my final days, father did not have to feel lonely. Renzu sighed with deep emotions. Northern Dark Ice Soul had a cold appearance, but was warm-hearted, and although he did not speak much, he was very filial to Renzu. And as he looked at Renzu growing weaker and weaker every day, his mood also became heavier. He decided to rescue Renzu. Renzu sensed his determination, and felt both happiness and heartache. Don't be worried my son, I know of your filial heart, I now understand that life and death cannot be forced. Humans will die in the end, this is our fate. Northern Dark Ice Soul said in a sobbing tone, Father, I know your words are right. I also know my efforts might be in vain. But looking at you growing weaker like this, if I do not make an effort, my heart will feel even more pain. Let me do something for you. Renzu sighed and could only let him go. Northern Dark Ice Soul wandered in the vast Luopo Valley. He was born here, as such, Luopo wind could not cut down his soul and the bewilderment fog could not obstruct his vision. He searched bitterly but could not find the exit. Right as he was becoming more desperate, he came across a Gu worm. Well, to think I would be discovered by you. This Gu was like a ladybug with a chubby spherical body, but it was extremely agile and was flashing around Northern Dark Ice Soul's body. Northern Dark Ice Soul's eyes brightened as he asked in curiosity, What Gu are you? I am known as Unexpected. This Gu worm replied. Northern Dark Ice Soul's gaze dimmed down. So you are Unexpected Gu, it is a pity you are not Success Gu. Unexpected Gu sneered. Young man, do not look down on me. I have a love-hate relation with Success Gu. The strength of unexpectedness is very powerful. Do you know what your encounter with me here represents? Unexpected Gu shook its chubby body and said proudly, What kind of place is this? This is Luopo Valley, a death realm. You being here means you are already dead. But by encountering me, you have come across an unexpected event in death, that is, life. Grab me, I will take you out to the human world and you can be resurrected again. Really, Northern Dark Ice Soul was exulted, can I bring my father along? Unexpected Gu shook its head, it is you who encountered me, not your father, so I can only take you. Northern Dark Ice Soul was extremely disappointed, refusing, since I cannot take my father with me, then I will not go. I will accompany my father till his final moment. Unexpected Gu laughed loudly and spoke in a domineering tone, Unexpectedness in life is beyond your control. Young man, you must come with me. The moment it finished speaking, Unexpected Gu forcibly took Northern Dark Ice Soul and instantly left life and death door, arriving in the human world. Northern Dark Ice Soul obtained flesh body and was feeling extremely bewildered facing this vast world alone. Unexpected Gu disappeared. He suddenly remembered Renzu once saying he had an elder sister who was called Desolate Ancient Moon. At this moment, Cognition Gu took the initiative to find him. Young man, do not be suspicious, Cognition has always been the friend of humans, I am here to help you. Cognition Gu told Northern Dark Ice Soul about Chengbai Mountain and also the events detailing Desolate Ancient Moon. Northern Dark Ice Soul decided to first see his elder sister. When he saw Desolate Ancient Moon, his tears fell in sadness. Northern Dark Ice Soul tried to converse with Desolate Ancient Moon, but Desolate Ancient Moon who had turned into a monster kept on repeating questions. Where is this? Northern Dark Ice Soul thought for a while and answered, "This is the human world, living beings can move about here. Above us is the heavens and below our feet is earth." "Who am I?" Desolate Ancient Moon asked again. "You are a human, Renzu's second child. Your name is Desolate Ancient Moon. You are my elder sister." Northern Dark Ice Soul replied, "Elder sister, wake up quickly. Our father is trapped in Luopo Valley, dying, we need to resurrect him soon." "Renzu, Desolate Ancient Moon, resurrect?" The monster shook its head, extremely puzzled. "Why should I resurrect him? Could it be that humans should not die? What disadvantage is there in death? Why do humans live? Why do I live?" This time, Northern Dark Ice Soul was not able to answer. Why do people live? As Northern Dark Ice Soul pondered over this question, bewilderment Gu quietly approached him, making him lose his sense of the surroundings. Subsequently, Love Gu and Disguise Gu also approached him. Cognition Gu felt a big headache when it saw them. These several Gu were famous for their mischief and would often move together. Even Cognition Gu did not want to provoke them. "Love, have you not harmed enough people? Why are you not letting them go?" Cognition Gu sighed. "Don't try to speak reason with me, I am completely unreasonable." Love Gu said in an unruly tone, "Get lost, Cognition, I do not like you." Cognition Gu could only leave helplessly. Another human came again. Haha. Love Gu was extremely happy when it saw Northern Dark Ice Soul, because it had another target to play with. It and Disguise Gu were sworn brothers, and on the spot, it used Disguise Gu's power to disguise as Cognition Gu. "Young man, your elder sister has lost herself. If you want to save her, you need to find meaning Gu." Northern Dark Ice Soul regained his senses and asked Love Gu without doubting, "I have seen unexpected Gu, please tell me where this meaning Gu is. How should I look for it?" Love Gu deceived him in a serious tone. "Oh human, you should know, there is a meaning to why you are all living in this world. As long as you find meaning Gu, your elder sister can awaken. Follow the direction I point towards and keep moving forward, you will eventually find meaning Gu." Northern Dark Ice Soul expressed his gratitude before immediately setting off. Love, Bewilderment and Disguise Gu guffawed as they looked at his receding figure. In this world, how could there be a meaning Gu? There was simply no such Gu. Northern Dark Ice Soul would, as such, not find it no matter how much he searched for it. "Fool, who told you all to anger me? I will let you guys know how terrifying the punishment of love can be. From now on, let's follow him and toy with him in turns." Love Gu's proposal was approved by the other two Gu. Thereupon, the three Gu played tricks on Northern Dark Ice Soul in turns. He suffered so much that words could not describe it. But to find this non-existent meaning Gu, he kept on persevering. Such spirit moved Cognition Gu. And when Love Gu was not present, Cognition Gu approached Northern Dark Ice Soul to help him. "Cognition, what are you doing? We are having a great time." Bewilderment Gu and Disguise Gu were extremely displeased with Cognition. Cognition Gu laughed. "I am afraid of love, but I am not afraid of you too. Young man, use my strength to come to your senses." Northern Dark Ice Soul used Cognition Gu's power to realize the truth. He was no longer bewildered and he had seen through the disguise. Bewilderment Gu and Disguise Gu could only leave in defeat. Northern Dark Ice Soul expressed gratitude to Cognition Gu. "Thank you Cognition Gu. Because of you, I have thought of a way to save elder sister." What way is that? In this world, there is indeed no meaning Gu. But why can't I create a meaning Gu? Northern Dark Ice Soul replied confidently. Human life might have no meaning, but they could give a meaning to it. Northern Dark Ice Soul came back to Desolate Ancient Moon's side and personally created a meaning Gu and pressed it into Desolate Ancient Moon's head. "The meaning in my life is to search for success Gu and resurrect father. I understand now, I get it." Desolate Ancient Moon's eyes brightened. Meaning in life Tang Fang put down his brush. It was late at night, warm silver light covered the land in Imperial Court blessed land. He was deeply moved after repeatedly copying the book. People will feel bewildered as they live in this world. But as long as they can find their meaning in life, they will find their direction and be able to move forward bravely. At the same time, they will also understand what they want to do and what they do not want to do, and they will not be afraid of sacrifice. Big Sister's intent in making me copy the book should be this. He lightly pushed open the window and looked at the beautiful and dazzling sacred palace, thinking of the variety of people in it. Some were strong, some were weak. His mood gradually uplifted. Every person's life has all sort of meaning. And the meaning of my life is to lead the tribe towards prosperity. At the same time, in Water Pavilion, a heart of self-sacrifice. The corners of Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a lofty smile. Without any hesitation, he moved his hand towards the giant bowl and directly picked up the Calamity Beckoning Gu. As it absorbed his aura, Calamity Beckoning Gu's body flashed with radiance and soon became Fang Yuan's possession. The whole process was extremely smooth with not the least bit of tremor and backlash. With the identity of a transmigrator and the experience gained in the 500 years in his past life, Fang Yuan had already seen through life and death. Familial feelings, friendship and love were not any his interests. Only eternal life, this majestic and unattainable target, could make the journey of his life become more interesting. This was the meaning he gave to this life. Pursuing eternal life did not mean he was afraid of death or afraid of failure. He calmly accepted death and failure. Whether eternal life existed or not, there was no evidence to prove it. But even if it did not exist, so what? Fang Yuan enjoyed the process. In the process of pursuing eternal life, he found his meaning and felt that this life was quite interesting. The lowly lust and desires of his body, satisfaction of love and hatred, he was already tired of them. Only eternal life was worthy of being his target to pursue. As a result, the necessary resolve to sacrifice, I already have it. Fang Yuan's gaze shone eerily as he played around with the rank 7 Immortal Gu in his hand. Chapter 568, Mo Yao's Will. Fang Yuan carefully observed Calamity Beckoning Gu. This Gu was a rank 7 Immortal Gu, and after going through the nurturing process in the giant vermilion bowl, it had already completely formed. It was the size of a little finger, was completely gray and looked very delicate like a silkworm cocoon. As Fang Yuan played with it and Calamity Beckoning Gu continued to absorb his aura, he could sense that the connection in the depths of his mind with Calamity Beckoning Gu was deepening further. Ripples appeared in Fang Yuan's heart. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved. In his previous life, he had suffered untold difficulties and slaughtered many lives to refine a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. And now with the advantage of his rebirth, he had yet to become 100 years old but had already obtained Calamity Beckoning Gu, which was a rank higher than spring-autumn cicada. Although the use of Calamity Beckoning Gu was extremely peculiar, offering oneself as a sacrifice by attracting earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations, Fang Yuan believed firmly that the use of a Gu depended on the wits of the Gu master. Like Chainsaw Golden Centipede, which would be used in a different manner in the future by a rank 4 mortal Gu master, Chainsaw Mad Demon. So, why would Fang Yuan not be able to create new uses for Calamity Beckoning Gu? Not speaking of other things, just the existence of Calamity Beckoning Gu proves that the legendary luck path truly exists. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was extremely lucky his whole life, and it was rumored that this was because he had created unique luck path Gu worms. However, there had never been conclusive evidence regarding this rumor. Now, Fang Yuan was holding Calamity Beckoning Gu, a luck path Gu, an immortal Gu refined by Refinement Path Grandmaster Mo Yao by interaction with the Divert Disaster Gu of 88 True Yong Building. Divert Disaster Gu and Calamity Beckoning Gu were luck path Gu worms. The ink text in the bowl was a very strong piece of evidence. Mo Yao even directly wrote in the ink text that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path Gu worms could steal other people's good luck and transfer it to himself, and could also transfer his bad luck over, bringing trouble to others. As a complete path, luck path also had a methodical structure, including aspects of offense, defense, movement, healing and others. It was only that what it targeted was the incorporeal and formless luck which everyone possessed. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable innovated the luck path, he kept it hidden and made great profits without making any commotion. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stole luck wantonly, and with his death, the luck thief had finally perished. Mo Yao poured her feelings in the text. This strange woman had quite a temperament, daring to criticize an immortal venerable like this. She even speculated Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path inheritance was very likely to be in the treasure room of 88 True Yong Building. If I can obtain this inheritance, could I duplicate Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's success? Fang Yuan's heart thumped in excitement. He pondered for a while before placing Calamity Beckoning Gu in the giant vermilion bowl again. Although Calamity Beckoning GU had completely taken form, Fang Yuan could not refine it. The connection between them had thickened to the extreme, but there was still a gap before he could truly become the master of Calamity Beckoning GU. Fang Yuan was still immortal currently and did not have immortal essence to refine it. This situation was different from when he refined Fixed Immortal Travel GU. At Three Kings Blessed Land, he was able to refine Fixed Immortal Travel GU with the assistance of the land spirit. He was the leading refiner. Thus when Fixed Immortal Travel GU was born, it became his GU. But he could not use it, and if not for the land spirit's help, Fang Yuan would not have been able to travel to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The whole process of refining Calamity Beckoning GU, however, was done through the backflow of the heavenly power of 88 Truyong building. Fang Yuan was an assistant at best. This was already extremely great considering he did not have the help of a land spirit. I can only truly refine it when I become a GU Immortal. Before that, I can only leave it here. Without advancing to GU Immortal, there would be no immortal aperture to store Calamity Beckoning GU. If it was brought out openly, the immortal GU aura would spread, which was sure to attract countless coveting people. Fang Yuan was not worried about He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yunsheng and the others. He had many wolf groups now and his strength path cultivation was also sufficient. What he was worried about was Giant Sun Immortal Venerables will in 88 Truyong building. Previously, the immortal GU was in its early form and had a weak aura, but now it had already taken shape, so if it was brought out, it might stir up Giant Sun Immortal Venerables will and awaken it. Fang Yuan was not willing to take that risk, more so when his main plan had yet to be completed. He needed to keep on hiding and waiting. Who would think that this nameless valley holds a ranked 7 immortal GU? But for now, I should first refine a part of this water pavilion before leaving. Fang Yuan pondered. Water Pavilion was a famous immortal GU house. It looked like Fang Yuan was overestimating himself by trying to refine it as immortal, but this attempt was greatly feasible. Even the formidable 88 Truyong building had a crack, allowing Fang Yuan to study it in depth. While Water Pavilion was now a ownerless object, it could naturally be easily exploited. But to talk about this, we need to know about the inherent nature of GU houses. What is a GU house? Not mentioning Fang Yuan's past life, after the rebirth alone, he had encountered many GU houses. The most common among them included the GU house 3-star cave. It would turn into a seed when it was collected. After planting the seed, it would grow into an enormous hollow tree with 3 floors. There was Lizard House GU with the appearance of a lizard, sporting different colors. Its eyes were windows and its mouth was the door. It could move by its own will. There was also the Mushroom Forest GU house, which was formed by planting a large number of mushroom GU. Many mushroom houses would form into a courtyard. These were mortal GU. There were also immortal GU houses like 88 Truyong building and Water Pavilion. There were too many complicated GU houses to talk about in their development till this day. But if one were to investigate their origin, the publicly recognized founders were the 7 Louis Gui siblings. These 7 were demonic GU masters of the olden antiquity era. They were born as septuplets, and from birth to death, they moved together. They were experts in defense and each of them was a rank 5 peak stage GU master. They also had a defensive killer move formed by combining their strength called Turtle House. Relying on this move, they were able to defend against 3 attacks from a GU immortal, establishing a tale called 3 Moves Pact in history. And this Turtle House was the first GU house in GU master history. Thus, basically speaking, GU houses were killer moves formed by the combination and solidification of 10 or more various kinds of GU worms. Mushroom Forest GU house was a model example. It was a courtyard formed by the gathering of large numbers of mushroom GU. 88 Truyong building was the apex of examples, possessing the ability to defend, gather, store and other effects. It was formed by countless small towers, divert disaster GU being one of the main cornerstones. Sacrificing the gathered wild GU, it created a power that would form the main body. There was also White Bone Chariot. Back then, Proud Bone Demon Lord Xianxia had outstanding and shocking talent. When he became a ranked 6 GU immortal, he lacked a ranked 6 GU. So he came up with a killer move known as White Bone Chariot. The White Bone Chariot was formed from many rank 5 GU, such as the White Bone Wheel, and had power comparable to a rank 6 GU. This White Bone Chariot was actually a GU house. As for 3-star cave, Lizard House and Large Lizard House, they were all branches developed from simplified forms of GU houses. Normal GU houses were formed from the combination of several GU worms. As 3-star cave and the others were formed from just one GU, thus their might was greatly reduced and became commonly used GU houses. Water Pavilion was a ranked 7 Immortal GU house. This signified there was at least one ranked 7 Immortal GU among the GU worms used to create it. With my current level, I cannot refine Immortal GU. But refining the Mortal GU is still possible. This was where Fang Yuan's confidence in refining Water Pavilion lay in. There were not many difficulties during the refining process. Water Pavilion was one of the symbols of Spirit Affinity House, wielded by Fairy Mo Yao back then. Mo Yao betrayed the sect for her love and refined Calamity Beckoning GU, sacrificing herself. This Immortal GU house thus became ownerless. As such, to Fang Yuan, Water Pavilion was like a little beauty that had its arms wide open and he was free to play with it. Amazing, there were actually no less than 3,000 GU worms used in the assembly of Water Pavilion. And every GU worm was closely interrelated and had a faint resonance between them. The core was ranked 7 Water Harmony GU, which allows the GU master to completely merge and hide in water. As long as the water was not extinguished, they won't die. Besides this, there were also 2 assisting Immortal GU, ranked 6 Movement Immortal GU Worldly Wave Trace and Wisdom Path Immortal GU Delight in Water and Mountain. The process of refining was in fact, the process of deepening his understanding of Water Pavilion. Refining an Immortal GU was far beyond Fang Yuan's ability, so there was no need to attempt it in vain. What he could make a move on were the rank 1 and rank 2 Mortal GU. Fang Yuan spent 6 hours in refinement till he was dizzy, completely refining 500 rank 1 and rank 2 Mortal GU. I now have 10% control over Water Pavilion. Even if someone discovers it, this 10% of authority will be able to block them for a while. This time will be enough for me to be alerted and rush here in time. He refined for another 2 hours and increased his control authority to 13%. The difficulty of the refinement continued to increase at the later stages. Unfortunately, I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, which is like a ticking time bomb. I cannot use Time Path's Instant Success GU and other GU to help me in the refining process, otherwise my progress would not be just this. Fang Yuan felt his head spinning and knew he had already reached the limit. The primeval essence in his 2 rank 5 peak stage apertures was also almost exhausted. But just when he thought of pulling away, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. After such a long time, I finally meet the fated one today. Following the indistinct sigh, the graceful figure of a woman with a slim body, shining dark eyes, and a veil covering her face, appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. This is Fairy Mo Yao's will. When did it enter my mind? Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. So much time had passed. Mo Yao was not a venerable, but she was still able to leave behind her will. One could tell how strong a cultivation she had back then. Fang Yuan actually already had taken precautions, but Fairy Mo Yao clearly had some special methods that allowed her will to silently enter Fang Yuan's mind. Such an ability was not trivial. Mo Yao's will had entered Fang Yuan's mind. If she wanted to unceremoniously create difficulties for him, then Fang Yuan would absolutely have to suffer the consequences. Fang Yuan was not a Wisdom Path expert, only Wisdom Path GU masters had the power to subdue this kind of will. The most crucial thing was that when people pondered, their thoughts would first emerge. These thoughts would clash with each other in the brain and then transform, creating a new thought. This was the process of thinking. Now, Mo Yao's will had entered Fang Yuan's mind, which meant she could hear all his thoughts clearly. What would happen once Mo Yao's will learned of Spring-Autumn Cicada? No need to be afraid, Fated One, I have no intention of harming you. I only want to ask you a question. Mo Yao's will faintly asked. Fang Yuan did not even need to guess to know what she was going to ask. He told her about the fact of Bo Qing's defeat on the spot. When she heard this grievous news, Mo Yao's will shook to the point of collapsing. Fang Yuan was rejoicing covertly, but he had to be disappointed because Mo Yao's will was able to maintain her form in the end. Her dark as night eyes were filled with tears. Fairy Mo Yao's expression was extremely complex. There was sadness, but there was relief as well. Like she said in her poem, "Too long has passed, emotions and hatred have already lasted for a long time." Her love and hatred with Bo Qing was a long tale that was touching and deeply intertwined. Fated One, since you can refine Calamity Beckoning GU and also found this place and have begun refining Water Pavilion, you should already have a general understanding. Since he is already dead, then let everything go. Sigh, maybe this is the fortune of the living. Mo Yao's will paused before continuing. I have already let down Spirit Affinity House, my only wish now is to return this water pavilion. As compensation, I will impart my life's refinement path attainment insights to you. Besides this, I will also tell you the secret information of 88 Truyong Building. Chapter 569, Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. The entire sacred palace was shrouded in an aurora. The light was dazzling and shone for the radius of 100 li. Looking at the top of the sacred palace, 2 layers of the 88 Truyong Building had already formed, huge numbers of people were entering and exiting daily. Retracting his gaze, Fang Yuan softly closed the windows. Half a month had passed since he refined Calamity Beckoning GU and returned from the water pavilion. During this period, He Lu Lan opened up 88 Truyong Building and did not charge any fees, allowing people to enter as they wished. 88 Truyong Building, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's inheritance ground, it had incredible attraction to all GU masters. Countless GU masters with Giant Sun's bloodline entered like torrents of water. Even if they could not get through, they wanted to observe the glory of the event. Especially after 88 Truyong Building underwent a transformation and formed 2 layers, it triggered the people's desires to explore. As for outsiders, they could only enter using the guest token. The guest token was a one-time expenditure item, it could only be obtained on occasion when getting through a round. Until now, there had only been 7 guest tokens obtained. Each fetched an astronomical price, but it did not deter any of the expert GU masters who did not have Giant Sun's bloodline. Fang Yuan had the glass owner token now, he could freely enter and exit 88 Truyong Building, and even enter the treasure room. But in order to conceal himself, not long ago, he still paid a hefty price to buy a guest token. Young man, I would advise you to prepare the ink transformation killer move that I taught you. That way, once you enter the central control hall, you would have less trouble. A female voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. It was none other than Fairy Mo Yao's will who had stealthily sneaked in. Fang Yuan heard this and frowned. In his heart he snorted and replied, this killer move is too outdated. Some of the GU worms have already disappeared, if I want to collect them now, it will take quite some effort, how can it be rushed? Mo Yao's will laughed. Young man, you are quite fortunate to have Immortal blessed land. You should make good use of treasure Yellow Heaven, it is not hard to purchase these GU worms. Fang Yuan frowned even more tightly. He deciphered the code and obtained Di Chu inheritance, even successfully refining Calamity Beckoning GU, but he also gained a huge problem known as Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao's will was now lurking inside his mind, it was a huge threat. When Fang Yuan thinks, thoughts would be generated. Mo Yao's will could read these thoughts and understand Fang Yuan's secrets. In half a month's time, she learned about many of his secrets, including Immortal blessed land. Right now, Fang Yuan could only use Space Thought GU to think. Using Space Thought GU as the main component, and other GU worms to assist it, the thoughts formed had the power of space imbued in them. Mo Yao's will could not read them even if she caught them. But such a situation was only temporary. Will ruled above thoughts. Mo Yao's will was inside Fang Yuan's mind. After interacting with these space thoughts for a long time, she would become familiar with them, and this line of defense would not be able to stop her. Young man, you are young but you have many secrets. He, really interesting. Mo Yao's will floated in the air, moving up and down. She laughed as she covered her mouth, her eyes were watery and her posture was alluring, she was truly a past generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. After staying with Fang Yuan for a while, she became more active, and even more curious, her nature of wanting to probe people's secrets showed itself. Every generation of Spirit Affinity House's fairies was the cream of the crop, 1 out of 10,000, she would be talented and beautiful, pure and elegant like a sacred lotus. But Mo Yao was different, her dark pupils contained some craftiness, if she was in the demonic path, she would definitely be a demoness. She created an illusory robe, covering her body while showing the contours, she looked at the bubble-like thoughts as she grabbed one of them. Next, she exerted strength and with a pop, this thought exploded with some force. But she did not gain anything, because this thought's content was 2 words, eating dinner. She gasped lightly, her beautiful lips curving into an arousing angle. Young man, you are not cute at all. Every time you think about something, you will make up all sorts of random thoughts to conceal the important points. Do you know that this will, in fact, make this big sister even more curious? HMPH, with your age, you have the face to call yourself big sister. Fang Yuan snorted, threatening, you are dead, you should rest in peace. Don't think that I cannot do anything to you now that you are in my mind. Who knows, I might make your will perish the next moment. He, so scary. Mo Yao patted her plump chest, laughing without any concern, but during this half a month of time, you attacked me 28 times using 19 methods. Don't tell me, you are not only a strength enslavement dual cultivator, but you also cultivate in wisdom path. HMPH. Fang Yuan's heart was surging with killing intent. Ayaya 1, young man, don't be like this. Feeling Fang Yuan's sharp killing intent, Mo Yao waved her fingers. I am your benefactor, isn't calamity beckoning GU your immortal GU now? You are still immortal, it is an amazing accomplishment to have an immortal GU. Don't worry, once you return this water pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, my wish would be fulfilled, and this would no longer have any reason to exist. Return the rank 7 immortal GU House Water Pavilion. The juicy meat had already entered Fang Yuan's mouth, why would he spit it out? Fang Yuan did not want to do so, obviously, but he had no other choices. Not mentioning the piece of Mo Yao's will in his mind, there was also a portion of Mo Yao's remnant will inside the water pavilion. That meant, this Mo Yao was quite impressive. History said that she was a refinement grandmaster. But in terms of wisdom path and soul path, it seems she was even more skilled in them. Fang Yuan's multitude of mental attacks were all easily dispelled by her. Fang Yuan had a huge headache now. Even though he obtained Dichu inheritance, he did not earn much. He took a huge risk and made great investments to carry out GU refinement. In the end, he obtained calamity beckoning GU, but it was unusable. Mo Yao's will even entered his mind, causing him to refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vase. This was his greatest burden at the moment. Had I known this, I would not have gone after this dogshit Dichu inheritance. This thought was not concealed at all, Mo Yao easily read about it. Young man, that is not true. The refinement path killer move ink transformation that I taught you over these days is priceless. Didn't you want to make use of 88 True Yong Building's loophole? You are so daring, almost at the same level as me. Don't worry, I will help you, as long as you return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao urged. HMPH, calamity beckoning GU is mine, but I also want Water Pavilion, even 88 True Yong Building might become my possession. You are a mere will, how can you stop me, a living person? Since they had fought for dozens of times already, Fang Yuan rejected her outright. But this time, Mo Yao did not make fun of him, her gaze shone as she recalled something. Her expression was lonely as she sighed deeply. Sigh, are all men like this? Even if they did something wrong, they would act in such a confident manner, unrelenting in their convictions being right. In this world, what counts as wrong? Who is right, who is wrong? Everyone's way of life is just different. Mo Yao's expression changed, she laughed cheekily. Young man, this is an interesting answer. But I've heard another answer, it was much more domineering than yours. He said, in this world, anything I think or do is right. Those that differ from me are wrong. Is that domineering enough? Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Sword Immortal Bo Qing said that. Unfortunately, he did not succeed in that final step. These words made Mo Yao sink into silence, her face was full of sadness as she shut her eyes, memories were pouring in her mind as her long eyelashes were slightly trembling. She hid her figure, vanishing from Fang Yuan's mind. Damn it, she did this again. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, every time Mo Yao's will hid herself, it would be like she did not exist, no matter how Fang Yuan tried to find her, he would not even see a trace of her. Mo Yao's attainment in soul path and wisdom path greatly exceeded Fang Yuan's. This resulted in her having free rein in his mind. But this time, he was not going to leave empty-handed. In his mind, he found one of Mo Yao's will's thoughts. The content made Fang Yuan's heart shudder. This was a killer move, named, Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fang Yuan had been trying to find a way to combine strength and enslavement paths, he thought hard and obtained an initial result, it was his strength path killer move, Four-Arm Earth King. Using this move, he went on a killing spree in the final battle of the Imperial Court contest, defeating Ma tribe army and pushing He Lu Lan into Imperial Court Blessed Land. But Four-Arm Earth King was only a casually created killer move, it was full of flaws, and after Fang Yuan improved on it, it became the killer move Four-Arm Wind King. After that, he found a crucial borrow strength GU inside the treasure room of 88 Truyong building, allowing the killer move Four-Arm Wind King to gain a huge improvement. After Mo Yao's will entered his mind, he purposely exposed a portion of his secrets, among them was this killer move, as well as his thoughts about improving this killer move. Fantastic, Fang Yuan praised. With his foundation, and Fairy Mo Yao's attainment, Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King was a killer move nearing perfection. It used borrow strength GU as the core, 6 types of flying zombie GU as the supplement, and another 36 GU worms in order to design this killer move with an amazing and specialized structure. Fang Yuan was in great awe. However, I know about the 5 great flying zombie GU, but this killer move needs a 6th flying zombie GU. What GU is that? The killer move in the thought was not complete, it still lacked the final crucial step. Chapter 570, Compromise. In the dark secret room, there was a soothing sandalwood smell. Fang Yuan sat on the cushion, holding an east window GU in his hand. This GU was of the information path, rank 4 and shaped like a ladybug. The armor on its back was square, like window panels, specially used to store important information. This GU was purposely bought in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Fang Yuan. The content was all about wills. Ever since Mo Yao's will had lurked in his mind, Fang Yuan had been buying and collecting information in this regard. He spent many immortal essence stones. This east window GU was not the first. Long after, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear as water. After reading so much precious information, he had a deeper understanding towards wills. Thought, will, emotion, the 3 were of the same branch, the former 2 belonged to the wisdom path and had much connection to many paths. Wisdom path, when first created, was a path for GU masters that seeked wisdom solely. When people think, thoughts would appear in their mind. When these thoughts collide, fuse, or cancel each other out, new thoughts would be formed. This would be the thinking process. These thoughts were classified into different categories, they were all different and had their own specialities. Among them, the most famous one was the obsession. When a GU immortal dies, their lingering obsession would combine with the heavenly power and form the land spirit within the blessed land. GU masters used these thoughts to create countless related GU worms, like Dong Fang Yu Liang's Star Thought GU, and Fang Yuan's Space Thought GU, as well as GU immortals commonly used Divine Sense GU. A few thoughts gather, forming will. The saying goes, will can be understood, but not described. Will cannot be expressed in words. The essence of will has surpassed the limits of written expression. Only by using one's heart, using a human spirituality, can it be felt. Initially, Wisdom Path GU masters created Heaven's Will GU. This GU was used to comprehend the mechanics of the great Tao of heaven and earth, allowing one to further gain knowledge about heaven and earth, in order to improve on their own attainment. After that, as the path continued to develop, more GU were created: Killing Intent GU, Casual GU, One's Wishes GU, Proud GU, Evil Intent GU, Painting Idea GU and others. Among them, the most famous one was recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu, the legendary Unexpected GU. As Wisdom Path continued to develop, generations of GU masters continued to research, and they found out that when a few wills merge together, they become emotion. Estrus GU, Gentle Feelings GU, and Emotion Poetry GU were all from this path. Enchantment Path was derived from this. The most famous GU in this path similarly came from Love GU. Thought, will, emotion, Fang Yuan sighed. The more he learnt, the more he understood. With his current foundation in Wisdom Path, he could not get rid of Mo Yao's will. The difference between them was too great. For example, in terms of their attainment in will, Fang Yuan was like a mound, while Mo Yao's will was like a tall mountain. As for how tall this mountain was, or how grand it was, Fang Yuan could not tell as it was shrouded in a thick layer of mist. Mo Yao's attainment had greatly exceeded Fang Yuan's understanding. During these days of interaction and probing, it left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. He felt that she was truly on another level, her attainment was as deep as an abyss. Facing such great trouble, if he could not get rid of it, what would he do? Sitting on the cushion, after pondering for a while, Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold as he made a decision. His consciousness entered his mind, and with just a thought, Mo Yao's will felt it and her alluring figure appeared from within the pitch-black area in the mind. I accept your suggestion, I will return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan transmitted his second thought. Mo Yao's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. She did not expect that Fang Yuan would compromise so quickly. According to their interaction these days, she understood clearly that Fang Yuan was that type of person with immense willpower. He was very assertive and his personality was tough and bold. Character decides one's fate. This kind of person would either become a conqueror or a hero. They were destined to be a man above man, an elite among the elite. She left behind the six-arm heavenly zombie king killer move, but she had some reservations and did not give him the entire thing. Instead of a bait, this was more like an indication of her attitude. She knew that with Fang Yuan's intelligence, he would understand what she was trying to say. She had estimated that Fang Yuan would choose to negotiate with her in about 7 or 8 days. But in truth, he came to look for her after a day's time. Sigh, a wise man submits to circumstances, a great man is one who is resilient. Unfortunately, most people in this world think too highly of their own abilities and refuse to lower their head due to pride. Throughout history, countless experts knew the logic of taking a step back and compromising, but it was easier said than done. When it was their turn, how many people could take that step? Mo Yao's will sighed as she said with deep emotion, "Although water pavilion is good, it is not useful to me. You know my situation, right now because of who Immortal blessed land, Immortal Crane sect has declared that I am a member of their sect. Spirit Affinity House and Immortal Crane sect are both part of the top 10 sects in Central Continent. It will not be easy for me to return Water Pavilion to them." Fang Yuan said, "He. Mo Yao's will chuckled. "Young man, I know what you mean. Don't worry, you are my inheritor, the calamity beckoning GU is yours, I have no intention to harm you. Returning the Immortal GU house is a huge matter, I understand the risks clearly. To accomplish this mission, you need to be a GU Immortal at least. I will do my best to help you become a GU Immortal, and I will also assist you in obtaining 88 Truyong building. As for my refinement attainment, it will depend on how much you can learn." Mo Yao said so as she waved her hand, and a thought floated in Fang Yuan's heart. The content was the final crucial part of the killer move six-arm heavenly zombie king. Fang Yuan immediately asked unhappily, "Earth Chief Zombie? Are you serious? This is the so-called sixth flying zombie GU. Earth Chief Zombie GU, he knew about it. This was obtained by killing an Earth Chief beast, using its skin and tendons as the materials, combined with tens of GU worms, and using the yin soil that was 900 li deep in the ground, as well as mountain-absorbing grass that were hundreds of years old, dark tide flowers and other materials to refine. Although it was quite strong, a rank 5 GU just like Asura Zombie, Heavenly Demon Zombie, Blood White, Nightmare Zombie and Plague Zombie, it could not fly. Without flying abilities, how could it be a flying zombie, GU? Facing Fang Yuan's suspicion, Mo Yao laughed arrogantly. Ordinary Earth Chief Zombie GU would not do. But who is this big sister? He, I modified the recipe long ago, and refined a new Earth Chief Zombie GU. When a GU master uses it and becomes an Earth Chief Zombie, even without wings, they can make use of the natural magnetic field to soar into the air, and fly as they wish." Saying so, she transmitted another thought. It was the recipe of the modified Earth Chief Zombie GU. Fang Yuan looked at it and his eyes shone. Mo Yao had daringly added several new materials into this GU recipe, among them was original magnetic essence as the main ingredient. That was the most important element in this modification of the GU. Fang Yuan thought about it and with his 500 years of experience, he knew that this GU recipe was usable. He could not help but praise in amazement. Mo Yao's will was in his mind. She laughed smugly, "Young man, you really know your stuff. Not bad, you have some talent in refinement. But you have to be careful. This killer move was only created based on what you provided me. I would advise you to test it out on a few people before trying it yourself." The killer move six-arm heavenly zombie king had great power. It was about 10 times as strong as four-arm Earth King and four-arm Wind King. Because it was so powerful, once it fails, the backlash would also be equally powerful. Fang Yuan could test the four-arm Earth King himself earlier because the risks were not great, he could endure them. But this six-arm heavenly zombie king was another story. The third layer has formed. In the sacred palace, cheers resounded throughout the area. The rainbow-colored aurora was still thick as ever. As time passed, 88 Truyong building was forming faster and faster, especially the newly formed third layer. It made everyone's urge to explore it go wild. 88 Truyong buildings' floors each have 100 rounds, the earlier rounds were easy. But as they progressed, They got harder and the rewards were greater. Most GU masters do not have the strength to tackle the later rounds, but the earlier rounds had rewards that they would fight for. A group of GU masters, about a dozen, were leaving the palace in a hurry. When they were about to get past the sacred palace's eastern entrance, 88 Truyong building's third layer formed and these GU masters stopped in their tracks. Zhang Dong looked at 88 Truyong building which was at the peak of the sacred palace, snorting and saying to Ma Hongyun who was in the group, "You Huangjin tribe GU masters are so lucky, any reward inside 88 Truyong building can allow you to soar to success and gain great riches." Ma Hongyun laughed sheepishly. "Leader is right, he. Sadly, my bloodline is not thick enough, I cannot enter 88 Truyong building. Otherwise, I would go in to expand my vision." Even though Huangjin tribesmen were giant Sun Immortal Venerable's descendants, they were not guaranteed entry into 88 Truyong building. If their ancestors had diluted the bloodline too much by marrying outsiders, they would not reach the requirement and would not be able to enter. Zhang Dong heard this and the bitterness and jealousy in his heart lessened. The other GU masters in the group also looked at Ma Hongyun more gently. Someone even patted Ma Hongyun's shoulder and consoled, "You are really unlucky, but never mind, you can earn a fortune this time by coming with us to kill the Earth Chief Beast as well." Yes. Ma Hongyun nodded as he bowed, laughing apologetically. He had saved Ma Yingjia coincidentally. After He tribe forcefully took over Ma tribe, due to a series of events, he changed his surname and became Ma Hongyun, finally allowed to cultivate. Right now, he was a rank 1 GU master, his aptitude was neither good nor bad. Of course he could enter 88 Truyong building, but with his strength, there was no point in that at all. During his stay in the sacred palace, he could mix around with hunting groups daily and go out to hunt. It allowed him to earn enough to cover his daily expenses and accumulate primeval stones to cultivate. As for what he told Zhang Dong, that was Zhao Lianyun's instruction before he set off. Chapter 571, Deserves Death Without Pity. Boom boom boom, the earth rumbled, wolves charged out like tides, they were endless like the flood water, charging forward relentlessly. Tens of thousands of wolves sprinted, the wolf group was in chaos. There were wind wolves running like they were flying, water wolves with their snow-white bodies, night wolves who were slim and stealthy, turtleback wolves who were stable and sturdy, vermilion flame wolves who were burning fiercely. 100 Wolf King, 1,000 Wolf King, and myriad Wolf King led the army along with the mutated wolves. They were traveling in packs and were very conspicuous. Like the blood forest wolf, with a bone forest on its back, tall as a mountain. The shark fin wolf with skin like that of an elephant, while being amphibious. The frenzy wolf with 3 silver-gray eyes, being a battle maniac. Inside Imperial Court Blessed Land, in the light golden sky, there were azure wolves running in the air, howling as they gave off a strong aura. Fang Yuan sat on an azure myriad wolf king's back as the strong winds could not affect his determined and resolved expression. His eyes were dark like the abyss, he was looking down with his thoughts unpredictable. Although the wolves were scattered when he first entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had been handing out missions to others and had been recalling the old wolves as well as recruiting new wolves since. By now, he had about 500,000 wolves running below him like the tides of the sea. At this point, he was truly at the peak of the mortal realm. During the Imperial Court contest, he was one of the 5 Beast Kings together with Zhang Baoya, Ma Zun and others. After the Imperial Court contest, just looking at Northern Plains alone, he was the current generation's #1 enslavement master. Other than his enslavement attainment, he also displayed great technique in his strength path cultivation, and was also a flying master. It was truly a shocking achievement. Who did not respect and revere the great wolf king Chong Shanyin? In the entire Northern Plains, how many could actually put up a challenge before him? But at this moment, in Fang Yuan's mind, there was a voice, discouraging him. He, young man, you want to combine strength and enslavement, that is really a tall order. I would advise you to give up on that as soon as possible. Mo Yao's will continued. Strength and enslavement are very distinct from each other. The combination of strength and enslavement has been an age-old problem. It was not easy for you to even dual cultivate them. Why don't you change them now while it is early? There is no need to do something so meaningless and troublesome. I had gone through this back in my days. You need to know, there are countless paths and ways to be a GU master. Our strength is not reliant on the number of paths we are on, but the depth of our attainment. Mo Yao explained to him patiently. but Fang Yuan scoffed, arrogantly refusing. Problems are meant to be solved, what is there to be afraid of? Enslavement strength dual cultivation is an age-old problem, that is because I had not been born back in those days. I will eventually have the world in my palms, my name will go down in history, just like Star Constellation, Red Lotus, Paradise Earth and others. Star Constellation, Red Lotus, Paradise Earth were all rank 9 venerables. In the long history of mankind, the river of time flowed endlessly, but there were only 10 of them throughout the ages. Fang Yuan was immortal, but he was aiming to be such a person, it was like an ant trying to become an elephant. Such lofty ambitions and tone, even Mo Yao's will was tongue-tied when she heard it. Kill all of these earth chief beasts. Where is the healing GU master? Someone is injured, quickly come and help. The beasts were growling, the GU masters were shouting, a small-scale fight was reaching its climax. On the relatively small battlefield, there were holes on the ground, broken limbs and blood everywhere. 5 to 6 GU masters were surrounding the Earth Chief Beast King, engaging in fierce combat. There were large numbers of Earth Chief Beast corpses surrounding them. These Earth Chief Beasts had a humanoid body and a snake tail, their face resembled bats, and their nose were pointed up. They had large ears and a black body covered in flesh armor. All around their chests, there were 5 to 6 flesh whips, ranging from tens of centimeters to meters long. The whips were like hands, agile like snakes as they flung with huge force, both offensively and defensively. The Earth Chief Beasts lived underground, but they only lived near the surface and not deep underneath. They had great value, be it their eyes, fur, or tail, they were rare and valuable GU refinement material. What was most rare was their flesh whips, the longer they were the better. Whips that were 6 meters or longer were often priceless, almost none were sold in the market. Right now in northern plains, Earth Chief Beasts were almost going extinct. But in Imperial Court-blessed land, they lived in huge numbers. For example, at this area, for the surrounding 10,000 li, there were Earth Chief Beast groups living underground. Money moved people's hearts, because this was close to the sacred palace. Many GU masters often gathered in groups and hunted at this place. This battling group was one of them. The GU masters in the group had hunted down the Earth Chief Beasts for several times already, they were quite experienced. But this time, they encountered trouble. Although they attracted an Earth Chief Beast group, there were only 100 of them, which was manageable for them. However, the Beast King was not an ordinary 100 Beast King, but an old 1,000 Beast King. Although this old Beast King could not battle and was old and sickly, it had many wild GU in it, and had truly the battle strength of a rank 3. Among mortal GU masters, rank 1 were students, they had just started and were weak, being the most commonly seen ones. Rank 2 were the foundation of tribes, the main source of manpower, they were quite common. Rank 3 were elders, they were the pillars of support for the clan, and were much more rare than rank 2 GU masters. Rank 4 were the leaders, capable to leading 10,000 men. Rank 5 was the peak of the mortal realm, they were the rarest of the mortal GU masters. Earth Chief 1,000 Beast King was not a problem by itself, but the rank 3 that it had were too much for this group to handle. During the start of the battle, the leader Zhang Dong was decisive and had great experience, ordering his group and bringing some people to break into the beast group, stalling the Earth Chief Beast King, while the others slaughtered the Earth Chief Beasts. Otherwise, the group would have crumbled already. Everyone, put in more effort. This old beast is going down, we will win if we can endure. Zhang Dong shouted to raise the group's morale. Everyone replied quickly, raising their concentration and mental focus. From the start of the battle until now, an hour had passed. The GU masters were almost out of primeval essence, but because of Northern Plains culture, these GU masters all cultivated strength path as well. The GU masters fought bravely, using close combat primarily, only using their primeval essence when they had no choice to save themselves or others. Right at this time, the old Beast King swung its snake tail, causing the air to crackle. The snake tail hit one of the GU masters and sent him flying. When he landed, this GU master's chest was smashed and his bones were all broken, he was beyond dead. Humans had intelligence, beasts had their craftiness too. The old Beast King was really weak, but that did not mean it was powerless. When it burst out its remaining strength, it killed one person immediately. The GU masters were stunned, their morale fell rock bottom. Oh no, we were already at a stalemate earlier, that we are one man down, and my primeval essence is less than 20% left, what will we do? Zhang Dong's eyes rolled as he thought of escaping. This hunting group was only established at a whim, although running away would ruin his reputation. What was reputation compared to death? Northern plainsmen were battle lovers. It was true that they were ferocious and brave, but they were not stupid. In the past, life was tough and I could only fight desperately to survive. Now that I am inside Imperial Court-blessed land, with ample resources lying around, I should be accumulating my foundation and soaring into the sky. How can I sacrifice my precious life here? I have parents and children back at home. Although these hunting gains were good, the primeval stones are only enough to sustain my own cultivation. That rascal at home will be starting his cultivation journey in half a year, thus, sorry everyone. Zhang Dong's gaze shone for a while, as he retreated suddenly, using all his remaining primeval essence on his movement Gu. He tore through the air. With a swoosh sound, he vanished like the wind. The remaining Gu masters were stunned again. The leader ran away in battle. What can they do now? Immediately, everyone scattered as morale became non-existent. The Earth Chief Beast King growled, chasing after them. The fuck? Zhang Dong looked back and cursed. His soul almost flew into the 9 heavens. This old Earth Chief Beast King chose to chase after him out of all the people. Most likely his ruthless attacks and fierce offense enraged the old beast. Oh no, my life will be over at this rate. The two ran and chased. As time passed, his primeval was expended and Zhang Dong fell into despair. Lord Zhang Dong, please run. At this time, a voice could be heard from afar. Zhang Dong turned around and saw a young man at the left. It was Ma Hongyun who had joined the group not too long ago. He had rank 1 cultivation and was a support Gu master with little battle strength. From the start of the battle, he had been dispatched and was used to investigate the area. What a foolish lad. Zhang Dong was overjoyed. He changed directions and ran towards Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun's eyes were wide open. He saw the old Earth Chief Beast King chasing Zhang Dong and had the urge to remind him. To think that Zhang Dong actually lured the old Beast King towards him. Ma Hongyun ran immediately, but Zhang Dong was even faster. In a few breaths' time, he got close to him. Zhang Dong laughed loudly. Lad, you saved my life today, your death is not in vain. Saying so, he used his Gu worm and knocked Ma Hongyun unconsciously, stretching out his hand and tossing him behind. But the old Earth Chief Beast King ignored that free meal and still chased after Zhang Dong non-stop. Zhang Dong's laughter came to an end. His mood went from heaven to hell. Just as old Earth Chief Beast King got close to him, he could hear rumbling in his ears as the ground started to shake. Next, from far away in the sky, a line was getting bigger and clearer. Wolves. Why are there so many wolves? The wolf tide rained down from the sky. The grand aura it gave off was like flood water that was engulfing the world. The old Thousand Beast King froze. After being in a short daze, it shuddered and turned around to run away. Vermilion flame wolves, turtleback wolves, such a wolf group. That's right, there was an announcement. Wolf King was going to hunt at this area. Ahahaha, my life is not meant to be over. I am saved. Zhang Dong cheered loudly after his initial shock. He sat on the ground, his body shivering in excitement. The hope after despair was making him feel great relief as tears flowed out of his eyes. But the next moment, the wolf tide came without slowly down, charging like a waves as it tore him into pieces in a few seconds. In the golden sky, atop the azure wolf, Mo Yao's will spoke in Fang Yuan's mind with a sorrowful sigh. Fang Yuan, you allow these wolves to kill every living thing in their path, be it enemy or ally. Your killing intent is too strong. Are you not afraid of going against the natural order? Are you not afraid of other Gu masters' opinion? HMPH, I announced my hunt long ago. These people are overwhelmed by greed. They are like ants. There is no pity for them when they are blocking my path. Fang Yuan replied plainly. Chapter 572, Successfully Refining the Earth Chief Zombie Gu. The wolf groups were like a tsunami leaving trail of blood wherever it went in the blessed land. Fang Yuan was sitting indifferently on the back of an azure wolf king, turning a blind eye to the massacre happening in front of him. In his mind, Mo Yao's will frowned slightly. She was a fairy nurtured by Spirit Affinity House, a person of the righteous path. She was naturally not happy at Fang Yuan's casual massacre. This young man could disguise his identity and sneak into Imperial Court-blessed land under the eyes of Northern Plains Gu Immortals. He is a dauntless and crafty person. He also deciphered the clues of my inheritance and refined the Immortal Gu. He was not only fated but also had extraordinary methods. Even more importantly, He knows to bow and submit. When he knows that things cannot always go his way, he immediately compromises. This person is extremely shrewd as well. What is his origin? Mo Yaozwil could not help but wonder about that question. She had just recently come out of Water Pavilion and resided in Fang Yuan's mind. She had analyzed many of Fang Yuan's thoughts and immediately learned many of his secrets. However, Fang Yuan's response was quick and immediately took preventive measures, making her progress slow down greatly. Thus, Mo Yaozwil learned of Fang Yuan's secrets, but what she knew was limited. Among them included the secrets Fang Yuan revealed to her of his own accord. She still did not know that Fang Yuan possessed Spring-Autumn Cicada, thus she had no way of knowing Fang Yuan's biggest secret of being a transmigrator. This was the world of Gu. Mo Yao had already perished and what was left was only a portion of her will. Unable to use Gu worms, Mo Yaozwil could only take advantage of Fang Yuan's low attainment in wisdom path. I had just recently awakened, I do not know what his background is. This young man has absurdly firm willpower and is extremely opinionated. I should just bide my time and guide him to return Water Pavilion to the sect first. It will not be too late to persuade him to do good once we arrive at Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yaozwil had inherited some intelligence of the main body and immediately kept quiet when she realized any persuasion would be in vain. There was no resistance at all. Fang Yuan's dark and eerie gaze slowly retracted, closing his eyes to rest on the wolf's back. He was not someone who slaughtered willfully. There was a reason for letting the wolves massacre at full force today. One was to attract the Earth Chief Beast group's underground. Earth Chief Beast was a wild beast. The thick smell of blood would attract and stimulate their savage nature, making them risk emerging from the ground. Second was that the massacre would produce large numbers of souls. Since the start of the Imperial Court contest, Fang Yuan had been using Soul Burial Toad to collect the souls. He had Dang Hun Mountain, and as long as Dang Hun Mountain did not die completely, the more souls he had, the better it was for him. Third reason was aimed at Mo Yaozwil in his mind. He was trying to probe her. As for the nasty repercussions from wantonly killing Gu masters, Fang Yuan was happy instead of afraid. Not mentioning that he had already made a public announcement, making the consequences clear to everyone. Even if the public stirs and the resentment and hatred towards him rises, so what? He was at the peak of mortals, the famous Wolf King Chong Shan Yin. He was no longer the minor character several years ago who had to act cautiously. In this imperial court-blessed land where Gu immortals could not enter, his one shout could cause countless Gu masters to tremble. His stomp could shake the sacred palace. With one thought, the wolf groups would instantly create a bloodbath. There was a famous saying on Earth, political power comes from military strength. A strong fist is power and power is the truth. But on Earth, power was concentrated in the masses. Besides violence and fists, one needed to use righteousness to conceal the truth and compromise according to the public sentiment. But here, individual strength was far above the group. Public sentiment and righteousness were much weaker. Not mentioning anyone else, just take the current Fang Yuan as an example. Who cares about your dogshit hatred and grudges? Whoever comes will face decimation. Whoever is not pleasing to the eyes, they can be slaughtered with no care at all. Looking disdainfully at all lives, trampling on the public sentiment, without restraints and free like the wind. But in Fang Yuan's pursuit of the great Tao, he had no interest towards casually slaughtering ants. Today's large-scale massacre was no more than a small step towards his majestic target. As he thought of this trip's goal, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. A beast roar echoed to the skies. A mound bulged up from a distance before bursting open. Mud and stones splattered around as a 50 feet tall Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped out. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a chilly light as he sneered, "You shall be the one." At once, he commanded the wolf group to attack. Endless thoughts flew about in his mind like an endless drizzle. If one looked from a high altitude, one would see an extremely spectacular scene of innumerable wolves rushing forward like an endless tide. As they neared the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King, the wolves suddenly split into several groups like ants trying to climb up an elephant. At the same time, azure wolves howled and flew down, spiraling around Earth Chief Myriad Beast King like birds. Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped towards the wolf group and started rampaging. Soon, wolf blood splattered and wolf corpses covered the ground. Its giant legs would leave behind terrifying blood pits in its trail. Fang Yuan had a smile as he observed the battle from the skies. Under his control, the wolf groups advanced and retreated, sometimes slowly and sometimes fast, as they charged forward waves after waves, forming a situation of ants devouring an elephant. Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again while valiantly charging all around, causing large numbers of casualties in the wolf groups. In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao gave a soft exclamation of surprise, slightly shocked at Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment. Wow, I had not expected this kid to have so much talent at this young age, commanding these wolves as naturally as breathing, and with such ease like he is moving his arms. He has mastered the art of attrition battle of enslavement path, fighting the strong with a weak force. This is a master-level attainment. But it was nothing more than a slight shock. Mo Yao had seen and experienced a lot in her life and was not an ordinary GU immortal, but a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house. Her horizons were broad and masters as young as Fang Yuan were not few in her memory. The battle lasted for a while. Earth Chief Myriad Beast King was roaring again and again. Its energy was consumed by the wolf groups and could no longer display its fierce might. Large numbers of Earth Chief beasts jumped out of the underground and joined the battle. Fang Yuan chuckled indifferently, commanding the wolves with ease as he had already expected this. The outcome of this large battle was foreordained from the start. How could a myriad beast-scale Earth Chief beast group be his match? Such a large battle covered a range of 1,000 li, but this was ingeniously divided into dozens of sections of battle circles by Fang Yuan, using the weak wolf groups to surround and then using the strong and vigorous mutated beasts to form an arrowhead that charged forward. The first section of the battle circles was taken down by the wolf group, as they joined with the next group to destroy the second section. The third section, the dominance accumulated and the scales of victory was inclining more and more towards Fang Yuan. Finally, the wolf group's annexing speed increased faster and faster till they butchered Earth Chief Myriad Beast King. This kid's enslavement path cultivation is indeed not ordinary. Although his commanding ability is exquisite and bold, using sharp and mild tactics together, he is still far away from Grandmaster level attainment. Mo Yao thought inwardly. GU Master raised, used, and refined, no matter which aspect, they were all very profound and deep. GU Masters might be using the same GU worms, but some GU Masters' performance would be extremely outstanding to the point that it could be called an art. These people were known as masters. Master could be discovered but not sought, and could not be cultivated just by investing resources. Not only did it require innate talent, the GU Master also needed to have capability. But above Master was Grandmaster. Comparing Master and Grandmaster was like comparing grass and tree. Besides talent, aptitude and resources, Grandmaster attainment also required fortuitous opportunities and comprehension. As long as one reached Grandmaster level, they could gain comprehension about any path using their own as a foundation. They could understand about yin-yang and heaven and earth. They could learn about the profoundness of the universe, surpassing the mortal realm and become immortals among immortals, sages among sages. Mo Yao was a refinement path Grandmaster. Although she had perished, her broad vision still existed. She had seen countless masters in her life. The main reason why she felt Fang Yuan's attainment was impressive was because of his young age. Not long later, Earth Chief Myriad Beast King fell down loudly, having died due to the heavy injuries. Blood flowed out rapidly and soon formed into a pool of blood beside it. Fang Yuan descended and personally skinned it, immediately started refining GU next to the blood pool with wolf groups surrounding him. Mo Yao's modified Earth Chief Zombie GU required the freshest flesh, with the flesh of Earth Chief Myriad Beast King being the best, 1000 Beast King being the second best and 100 Beast King being the last option. Thus, Fang Yuan moved out in a large scale and personally killed the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King. The GU refinement continued for 3 days and 3 nights before succeeding perfectly. Fang Yuan reached his goal. Thereafter he dismissed majority of the wolf groups to hunt in the wild, only taking the elite mutated beasts with him as he returned back to Sacred Palace without stopping. The battlefield fell into deathly stillness. Suddenly, a bloody person made his way out of a hill-sized blood forest wolf corpse. The bloody person swayed unstably as he moved and had only walked a few steps before falling down to the ground. He gasped roughly, an incredulous look in his eyes as he muttered, "I am still alive." He vigorously rubbed his face, revealing his face. It was none other than Ma Hongyun. After he had been knocked unconscious by Zhang Dong, he had remained down on the ground. That old Earth Chief Beast King ignored him and chased after Zhang Dong. But soon after, wolf group engulfed the area and slaughtered all living beings, and Ma Hongyun ended up in a wolf's mouth. If it had been an ordinary wolf like turtleback wolf, water wolf or wind wolf, Ma Hongyun would already have been torn into pieces and would be lying in the wolf's stomach. Fortunately, it was the hill-sized blood forest wolf that had eaten him. This wolf opened up its large mouth and with one lap of its tongue, directly licked the ground within 100 steps. Ma Hongyun along with the old Earth Chief Beast King's corpse went down into the blood forest wolf's stomach. If it had continued normally, Ma Hongyun would already have been digested by the blood forest wolf sooner or later and turned into a pile of wolf feces. But following the battle with the Earth Chief Beast group, this blood forest wolf was attacked from all around and died on the battlefield. Its chest and belly was torn open, which allowed air to flow in. Ma Hongyun dizzily woke up and hurriedly drilled his way out. At this time, the battle had already ended and the battlefield was covered with beast corpses. Occasionally, some wild beasts that were at their final moments would gasp for air, emphasizing the deathly stillness in the surrounding. After Ma Hongyun breathed enough, his strength started to gradually recover and the thick bloody odor assailed his nose. He realized the situation was anything but reassuring. I need to leave this place quickly. Wild beasts will be attracted by the odor of the blood not long later. Ma Hongyun had been born and raised in northern plains. This survival common sense was already deeply ingrained in his bones. He immediately stood up and made sure of the direction towards Sacred Palace and immediately set off. But he had just taken few steps when he stopped. His sight was attracted by a GU worm. This was a wild GU on the corpse of an Earth Chief Beast. The Earth Chief Beast had died, the wild GU on it should have perished or flown away, but this wild GU was unexpectedly held back by a fractured bone and could not fly away. This should be a rank 2, something GU. Ma Hongyun could not remember it clearly, but it did not hinder him from knowing the value of this GU. Good GU worm, this is a good GU worm. After getting it, even if I can't use it for myself, I can sell it for a lot of primeval stones. Ma Hongyun felt a rush of excitement and immediately walked over, easily grabbing the GU worm. Chapter 573, Human Experimentation. The silver light shone on the garden where the plants were swaying gently. In a pavilion, Fang Yuan was fiddling with Earth Chief Zombie GU. This goose shape appeared like an earthworm, bright yellow in color and was the size of an infant's forearm. Right now, it was twining around Fang Yuan's fingers like a wriggling snake. Through Mo Yao's improved recipe in the flesh of Earth Chief Myriad Beast King's corpse, its refinement was successful. But Fang Yuan had not used it. He was cautious in nature. This Earth Chief Zombie GU was refined from a modified recipe. What would he do if there was a problem? Although he had reached a compromise with Mo Yao's will, Mo Yao was a fairy of the Righteous Path's Spirit Affinity House as well as a Refinement Path Grand Master. He could not put his guard down. But Grand Masters are truly worthy of their name. My Refinement Path attainment has already reached the Master Realm, but when compared to Mo Yao, I am young like a child. Recalling the process of refining Earth Chief Zombie GU, Fang Yuan was still feeling moved. During the whole GU refinement process, Mo Yao only spoke 3 sentences, but they were the crucial guides, the vital finishing touches. Fang Yuan was able to gain a lot of insight from them. He, however, did not know Mo Yao was also inwardly moved at this moment. Double Master Attainment. I had not expected this kid to not only be an Enslavement Path Master but also Refinement Path Master. Double Master Attainment at such a young age, such aptitude and talent are rare even in my memory. No wonder he has such grand ambitions of wanting to rise to the realm of Venerable, equal to Thieving Heaven, Paradise Earth, Giant Sun. It is also natural to be arrogant and conceited after getting success at this young age. Mo Yao still scoffed at Fang Yuan's goal of being equal to Venerables, but she understood. Becoming a master can't be done with just talent and aptitude, it also requires sufficient resources and even guidance from great teachers. It seems this kid's background is quite deep. Previously, Mo Yao already knew the secret of Fang Yuan possessing Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now, with the intel of Double Master Attainment, she sensed the deep origin of Fang Yuan. Lord Wolf King, Zhe tribes and Chong tribes leaders have come forward to have an audience. Right at this time, a servant reported from outside the door. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. These 2 had been called by him. He indifferently said, "Let them in." Yes. The servant respectfully retreated. Not long later, 2 people came forward and kneeled, kowtowing 3 times to pay their respects. An extremely respectful and fearful expression could be seen on their faces. Going through the baptism of imperial court contest and being at a high position with no lack of resources, under the shade of a large tree like Wolf King, Zhe Guang and Chong Jiyu were already rank 4 GU masters. Fang Yuan glanced and asked without allowing them to rise, "Have you completed the things I told you a few days ago?" After Fang Yuan succeeded in his expedition and returned to the sacred palace, he gave an order to the 2 tribe leaders to gather all their tribe's GU masters to clean up the battlefield. As per Lord Wolf King's words, the battlefield has been cleaned up. Altogether, Zhe Guang was about to report the gains, but was interrupted by Fang Yuan. He did not care about these battle spoils, asking, "How many GU masters did you arrest?" Zhe Guang did not reply this time, instead signaled Chong Jiyu, who was at the side, with his eyes. Everyone knew Chong Jiyu was Chong Shan Yin's own son, and after Fang Yuan took control of Chong tribe, he appointed Chong Jiyu as the tribe leader. Zhe Guang was letting Chong Jiyu reply to Fang Yuan's question, in light of this relation and to express his goodwill to Chong Jiyu. Chong Jiyu spoke with a respectful expression, his gaze revealing a crazed fanatical worship. People's hearts are unfathomable with insatiable greed. Despite Lord Father's public announcement, there were still many GU masters who sneaked into the battlefield to steal beast corpses or wild GU. Over these few days, I and tribe leader Zhe Guang combined our strength and were able to arrest over 180 GU masters who are locked up in the prison now. But there were still many crafty and treacherous scoundrels who took advantage of when we were not on guard to sneak in and make some free gains. I have interrogated the prisoners and have much intel on them already. As long as Father commands, I will definitely spare no efforts to lock up all these escapees. Although Chong Jiyu was kneeling on the ground, his upper body was upright as he spoke in an unafraid tone. His aquiline nose, dark brows, broad back and thin waist gave him a heroic aura. Fang Yuan smiled. He had no interest in capturing these escapees. The battlefield is vast and is not restricted with doors or obstacles. You have already done great by capturing so many GU masters. As for the others, it is their skill that they were able to escape. There is no need to chase after them. You can leave now, and bring those detained captives here. Yes, this subordinate, this child, heeds your command. Not long later, the 2 escorted close to 200 captives to Fang Yuan. With Fang Yuan's command, a large hall had been created to lock up these GU masters. You guys go out and close the door, guard the entrance and don't let any outsiders enter within 100 steps. If some experts arrive, inform me in advance. Fang Yuan dismissed everyone. The hall now only had him and the captives. The door was locked and as no lanterns had been lit, the hall sank into darkness. This no doubt increased the unease and anxiety in the captives' hearts. Lord Wolf King, what are you intending to do by capturing us? I am a He tribesman, and talking of relation, He Lu Lan is my older cousin. Among the captives a young GU master shouted. Fang Yuan sneered and with a snap of his fingers, activated a GU. TCH. A soft sound was heard and the young GU master's head burst out like a watermelon, spurting out white brain matter. A huge clamor instantly occurred as the captives were terrified and fell into panic. Soon, someone took the lead and the others also followed suit, kneeling down one after another. Lord Wolf King, I deserve death. I shouldn't have gone to steal Lord's battle spoils, my conscience was blinded. Lord, please forgive us, Lord have mercy. Fang Yuan had a terrifying reputation, and now he casually killed without even saying a word. None of these GU masters were experts, most having only rank 1 or rank 2 cultivation. Their background was not good and they were unable to enter 88 Truyong building. Facing a rank 5 peak stage expert like Fang Yuan and trying to resist would only be looking for death, so they could only ask for forgiveness. Noisy. Fang Yuan shouted in a soft voice, but his voice echoing in the hall. He casually waved his hand, killing the person that was begging in the most mournful voice, even though they were quite far apart. I will kill anyone who dares to make more noise. Fang Yuan indifferently said. His voice was not loud but it lingered in the captives' ears. The whole hall instantly fell into deathly silence out of fear. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Fang Yuan only then felt satisfied and asked Mo Yao's will in his mind, now how should I experiment? Mo Yao chuckled. This is easy, little brother just needs to arrange GU worms according to my instructions. She directly addressed Fang Yuan as, little brother, giving a feeling of intimacy. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, but did not retort and followed Mo Yao's instructions. Every time Mo Yao notified, Fang Yuan would respond by sending out a GU worm. These GU worms were the GU worms to form 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King Killer move, Earth Chief Zombie GU, Asura Zombie GU, Heavenly Demon Zombie GU and so on. Some were thrown towards the roof and some were placed in the corners. As the GU worms made an arc through the air, trails of colorful light appeared in the captives' eyes. These people were very anxious, but they did not dare to ask anything. They stood on their spots without even daring to move a little, just like little whelps. The headless corpses of the 2 captives Fang Yuan had killed were still around them. The odor of blood gradually pervaded the hall as the blood flowed out of the severed necks. After arranging these GU worms to their spots, Fang Yuan successively started to pour primeval essence into them according to Mo Yao's instructions. This process of pouring the primeval essence was quite specific. One moment, he had to choose a GU worm in the southeast, and the very next moment, it would be northwest, and suddenly, it would be the GU worms to the sides. The main GU at times, and the supporting GU worms at times. Even Fang Yuan felt baffled and had inwardly put up his guard. When all the GU worms were activated, the light from them gradually linked together and soon formed a pale yellow lighthouse that covered the hall, including all the captives within. This is... Fang Yuan's thoughts shook and his pupils widened. Mo Yao's will softly smiled as she explained, "This is a GU house." Fang Yuan involuntarily blurted out, "Is the essence of this 6-armed heavenly zombie king a GU house?" Mo Yao chuckled. "Foolish kid, could it be that you don't know the true nature of a GU house is a killer move? 6-armed heavenly zombie king is a killer move, a GU house is also a killer move, their essence is the same, so they naturally can be mutually switched." Fang Yuan's eyes flashed brightly as he sensed the unspoken implication of Mo Yao's words, immediately asking, "From your words, couldn't all killer moves turn into GU houses?" "Of course," Mo Yao unhesitatingly replied, "man is the spirit of all living beings while GU is the essence of the world, carrier of the great Tao. A GU worm has one ability. What is a killer move? It is an assembly of different GU worms stacking their abilities. It can raise the strength of one ability to a very high level or produce multiple abilities which can handle different aspects." Mo Yao did not explain further. Whether Fang Yuan could have some comprehension from this was his own matter. Fang Yuan stared blankly. Inspiration started flashing incessantly in his mind. Mo Yao's words seemed to pierce through a paper window, allowing his insight to rise to a whole new height. Right, a GU house's essence is a killer move which has solidified. For example, 88 True Yong building can be compared with Water Pavilion. The former covers the imperial court, influences northern plains, plunders resources and holds inheritances. The latter can be concealed, and has the ability of defense and storage. These functions were not provided by just a single GU worm, but were the result of GU masters assembling these GU worms. From another perspective, a GU house is just one form of manifestation of a killer move. Since 6-armed heavenly zombie king can only take effect on me, one person, why can it not form into a GU house and simultaneously take effect on many people? At this thought, Fang Yuan looked ahead. In the GU house, those GU master captives' bodies were already beginning to show changes. "Wah! What is happening to me?" Everyone was shouting in fright as they saw golden scales growing out rapidly on their skin. "Ah! It is painful, it is painful. It itches, it is too itchy. I can't endure this, just kill me." Soon, they fell down to the ground one after another. Some madly grabbed their skin and tore off their clothes, while others bent their body like shrimps, covering their chest tightly as blood flowed out of their mouth and nose. What is this thing? Why is there a monstrous arm growing out of my back? Not long later, the alarmed screams reached the peak, the sound waves even shaking the roof. All sorts of arms started growing one after another. Some were dark green, some dark purple, some yellow, and their thicknesses were also different, the deformities looking very unsightly. But Fang Yuan had never bothered with these minor details to external appearance. His eyes slightly squinted when he felt the dangerous aura the GU masters started releasing. He felt very happy as well as apprehensive. Mo Yao's understanding of killer moves is extremely profound. But why do others have no such comprehension? Is it because most GU masters and even GU immortals don't have the skill to casually transform killer moves into GU houses? Refinement Path Grand Master, this is truly a terrifying realm. Chapter 574, Mo Yao's Weakness. In the deeply secluded hall, only Fang Yuan was standing. There was a deathly silence. The faint yellow light merged into one, forming the shape of a GU house. Inside the House of Light was a floor of corpses. Almost 200 GU masters died a terrible death. Among these corpses, some had scales on their bodies, some were hard as steel, Some grew weird limbs and had a grimacing expression, some self-detonated and caused their broken limbs to fly all over the place. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He questioned Mo Yao in his mind. This is the killer move that you thought of? Mo Yao replied with unfazed confidence. These GU masters were certainly going to die. Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King is a strength path killer move. It has high requirements towards the body. Now it seems, even with your strength path foundation, it is unable to endure such an intense move. Fang Yuan scoffed, expressing his unhappiness. This is your explanation? You think I could not tell? This killer move has so many flaws. Initially 50 to 60 people died, midway about 100 had died, and towards the end we were only left with 6 to 7 GU masters. There are at least 17 flaws. Do not forget that we have an agreement. He. Mo Yao chuckled. She felt nothing from being threatened, as she replied, little brother, don't be so rash. Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King has only been created roughly. It is normal to have flaws. As we continue to improve on it, it will eventually meet our expectations. She replied to Fang Yuan as she thought. This lad is not simple. He could detect 17 flaws. With his refinement master attainment, he should only be able to find 11 at most. It seems that his strength path attainment has also reached the edge of master level. Mo Yao did not know that Fang Yuan was playing mind games here. I could only see 7 flaws. I purposely added 10 in order to probe her. It seems that this killer move's flaws are more than just 17. Fang Yuan assessed in his mind. Mo Yao was testing out his level of attainment, but Fang Yuan was also probing her foundation as well. Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King was full of flaws. All of the GU masters used for the experiment were dead, but Fang Yuan was happy instead of being worried. Logically speaking, Mo Yao has refinement grandmaster attainment. Even if it is a roughly made killer move, there cannot be so many flaws. But while Mo Yao is indeed a refinement grandmaster, this is only a part of her will that she left behind. Fang Yuan's compromise was real, but he had never given up on his goal to get rid of Mo Yao's will. Through his current probing, he found out one weakness of Mo Yao's will. Although I am not familiar with Wisdom Path, I had spent a great fortune and bought much costly information from Treasure Yellow Heaven. They are valuable knowledge. Wisdom Path seeks the path of knowledge. It is split into thought, will, and emotion. Thought is the foundation. When a person thinks, thoughts are created. When many thoughts are gathered, will is formed. With many wills intertwined, emotions would form. Thoughts are like weeds. They can be easily created or destroyed. Will can be ever-changing, firm as steel, empty like vacuum, or fierce like fire. As for emotions, they are like water, a small stream when thin, but cannot be cut easily or steered by reason. When deep, they will be like the sea, having great control and power over oneself. Out of these three, emotion is the hardest to get rid of, while thoughts are most easily destroyed and created. I should be glad that what is inside my mind now is Mo Yao's will and not Mo Yao's emotions. When a person thinks, thoughts are created. When thoughts collide, they either get destroyed or fuse. The eventual thought would be the result obtained from thinking. Then what about a portion of a person's will? He. Fang Yuan thought of the brilliant part and he snickered in his heart continuously. Wills do not form by just gathering randomly scattered thoughts together. But will is truly the linking together of countless thoughts. When a will thinks about a question, it will use its own thoughts to fuse and create new thoughts, getting the results of their thinking. Mo Yao is a refinement grandmaster. Her will also inherited her grandmaster attainment, but the flaws created in thinking about Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King were not due to her limited abilities, but because she did not dare to think too deeply as she had to worry about her own safety. By now, Fang Yuan had discovered Mo Yao's weakness. A living person would feel weakness in their body if they thought about things non-stop, not to mention a simple will. The more a will thinks, the more damage they would get, and the weaker they would be. If Mo Yao was alive, the expenditure that her will incurs would be replenished by her main body. But now, Mo Yao was already dead. Why did her will sleep inside Water Pavilion, only awakening when Fang Yuan entered? That was because her will could not stay awake all the time. One thinks extensively when they are awake. The more she thought, the weaker her will would be, and the faster it would perish. Look at 88 Truyong Building, this majestic rank 8 Immortal GU house, containing Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will. Even for someone as strong as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, the will that he left behind was also slumbering. Be it Giant Sun's will or Mo Yao's will, they were without a power source. They could not be replenished and could only weaken as time passed. While my wisdom path attainment is low, I have the greatest advantage in that I am alive. At this point, I cannot contest with Mo Yao's will, but as long as I have enough time to stall it out, I will definitely win. After pondering to this point, Fang Yuan stopped this train of thought. After all, Mo Yao's will was inside his mind. Reflecting for overly long would create more thoughts, although he could use space thought GU to hide them, there was no guarantee that Mo Yao would not find a way around it. In the Grand Hall, Fang Yuan's sigh could be heard. Mo Yao was a huge burden, Fang Yuan had to be wary all the time when he thinks. Originally, getting into Imperial Court Blessed Land and taking Immortal GU landscape as before was already taxing on him, having to make so many considerations. Coupled with such a huge enemy now lurking inside his brain, Fang Yuan had to be very careful of the danger while attempting to solve it. Every time he thought about a problem, he would have to mix in some random thoughts to conceal his intentions. This kind of thinking would be easily achieved in the past if his heart was calm. But now, Fang Yuan felt that it was very taxing, he felt a strong mental fatigue. Mo Yao's will heard this sigh and misunderstood Fang Yuan, consoling, he, little brother, you are so young, but already so hardworking, why are you sighing? I have revised the killer move, you need to change 6 GU worms and add in 3 more. Oh, Fang Yuan's brows rose, he said expressionlessly, I am listening. Mo Yao told him the details. Fang Yuan had Immortal Blessed Land in his possession, it was not a problem to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven in exchange for a few mortal GU. At the same time, Fang Yuan instructed Zhe Guang and Chong GU to secretly bring captured GU masters into the hall. 3 days later, another round of human experimentation begun. The experiment's result was better than earlier, but there were still flaws. Mo Yao summed up the results and gave another revised suggestion. Fang Yuan acted accordingly, he showed no impatience even after many rounds. He knew clearly, Mo Yao's will had refinement grandmaster attainment, but the more she thought, the weaker she would be. The rounds of experiments were so that they could replace the strain on her thoughts by using test subjects. But even so, Mo Yao's will had to think of the revision herself. When she thinks about this, thoughts would generate. The more she does this, the weaker her will would be. Fang Yuan did not intend to alarm her, he was prepared for a drawn-out battle. After half a month, during the 15th experiment, in the hall, corpses were scattered everywhere. Fang Yuan kept the dozens of GU worms used for 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, looking around and giving a satisfied nod. The test subjects had low cultivation level, they could not endure such a strong killer move like 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, they were sure to die. But how they died, and what happened to them after they died was the important thing. Right now, among these corpses, some has turned into zombies, some had yellow scales, some had 6 arms on their backs, some had sharp spiky scales, some had thick arms with bulging muscles, some had pitch black claws on their hands, created by their sharp nails. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King uses borrow strength GU as the core, and the 6 flying zombie GU as the foundation, with 18 GU as the complements. Strictly speaking, this is a transformation path killer move, gathering the zombie energy to turn a person into a flying zombie. That way, the GU master's body becomes more than 10 times as strong, and can hold even greater strength. Fang Yuan spoke slowly, concluding his gains from these previous days. But precisely because of this, the zombie energy is extremely dense and the backlash of this killer move is very severe. Even if we had 3 life force type GU among the complementing GU worms, we can only sustain the killer move for 7 minutes. That's about it, right? Fang Yuan asked Mo Yao's will in his mind. Mo Yao laughed. Little brother makes much sense, that is true indeed. Using borrow strength GU to borrow the strength of the natural phenomena in heaven and earth, but even a rank 5 strength path expert cannot use it casually. Thus, I thought of using a zombie body as the strength of a zombie body surpasses living flesh, it has great regenerative abilities and complements borrow strength GU really well. But GU masters are alive, while zombie energy is the power of the dead. The longer you maintain the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King transformation, the more zombie energy would be in your body, and when it devours your life force, you will turn into a zombie completely, unable to change back. That is the backlash of this killer move. Psi, life force and death energy, they are entirely distinct from each other and like archenemies. The fusion of life and death is also an age-old question, it is out of my capabilities. It was my limit to place 3 life force boosting GU worms in the killer move. If we put more of these GU, it will disrupt the zombie energy and the killer move's power will fall, or even completely collapse. If we use too few of them, the time you can use this transformation will shrink, and it will turn into an impractical move. Fang Yuan heard this and nodded on the surface, expressing his agreement, but he was chuckling in his heart. These words from Mo Yao were a suspicious change in topic. The fusion of life and death was indeed an age-old question. There had never been a case of a person being simultaneously dead and alive, the two could not coexist. But Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster, could she not think of any other killer moves? Why must she use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King? That was because this could greatly reduce the thinking she had to do. Since Fang Yuan provided the base of the killer move, 4-arm Wind King, she just had to improve on it. Fang Yuan was almost certain, with her grandmaster attainment, Mo Yao could easily start all over again and think of a brand new killer move. Mo Yao is a variant human, she is an Inkman. As someone of a different race, she definitely has a different standpoint. These days, we used up to 1,000 GU masters to experiment. She is a righteous path person, the fairy of spirit affinity house, but she watched coldly by the side. Her lover is the great sword immortal Bo Qing. It seems that within her affection, there was also the element of being attracted to the strong. Bo Qing was the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. Compared to him, Fang Yuan was only immortal. In Mo Yao's heart, was he about the same as those test subjects who died? Thus, in this world, one has to depend on themselves. Only you yourself are the most reliable person. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart, but he did not point it out. He asked Mo Yao instead, so, has the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King been completed? Mo Yao shook her head. Not yet, we only experimented on low-rank GU masters. We still need high-rank GU masters, preferably rank 5, if they are a strength path rank 5, that would be the best. Rank 5 strength path, Fang Yuan frowned. Other than himself, there was nobody he knew who met the criteria. Fang Yuan shook his head. He decided to put this matter aside. No rush, I have already obtained the materials for ink transformation. It is time to explore 88 True Yong building again. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.